As Thiessen dipped below the horizon, the marketplace under Thea Edgesoft Leclang gradually emptied, with cultivators departing in succession. Theonchi boisterous bizarredness indeed ta tranquility, save for a few sporadic haggling voices that lingered in the air. Alien youth Cladina grey longrobe, appearing to be around 50 and I earsophage, clutched a medicinal vial with an expression of exuberance. Esteemed elder, are you truly willing to part with thy slickser at such a low price? He inquired softly, a flicker of skepticism gleaming in his eyes. Fielder Lemon before him was not a rye, usn't Litham Marquette place for his miserly demeanor. Steadfast in his belief that'n must pay the price for quality, rarely offering discounts. Today, however, his willingness to sell the elixir for it became perplexing. Thwitebeard older stroked his beard thoughtfully, as my leg racing, is features Indeed, if find a certain affinity with you, young lad, hence shall part wit hitta tar do said price. I am soon to venture to the spirit beast mountain cultivation city, for business consider, thy's a preemptive gift for you. A gift? Pray do not curse him, for I am to meet me and, Wang Li exclaimed, Azure Geofeng Erising within Yamathilder's words. Reflecting upon his arduous journey from earth to ethereal mof cultivation. Where had faced countless trials sto hointiliclin, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Despite possessing gone live for spiritual roots, he had never wavered in his pursuit of cultivation. After all, the illustrious Hantian Zunal so hailed from a background for spiritual roots. Lacking gone extraordinary enhancements or systems, he firmly believed that with diligent practice, he could carve out thy sondestini. Having Lathomi Theogovzavinto purse his cultivation journey, had no reached. The fourth level off cheer refinement after 5-8 years so for lentils effort, with a bright futuriate. While you make a rent lib unscathed, you shall face a calamity in 8 years. In consideration of your frequent patronage, I ferry out thy slickser at a low price. A precursor toy or journey, Fielder said, waving Islievido storethilic siren his ring before turning. Elder, surely you just? Wang Li gasped. Yet, Fielder paid him the mindesha sort away on his word. Alas, Wang Lin while told the depths of Fielder's power, having witnessed him effortlessly vanquish foundation all of experts. Ding. Detected soul from an other realm live simulator bound successfully. Simulations can be conducted on C-week. Additional simulations require the expenditure of spirit stones. As the voice resonated, Apanel materialized before Wang Li. Life simulator of one. Host Wang Li. Age 15. Note duito the transference. There is a discrepancy between actual physiologicalage and psychologicalage. Cultivation method red fire scripture. Cultivation level 4th layer off cheer refinement. Simulation points 0. Wangless heart raced, a look of elation spreading gay across his face. Finally, Ithis arrived. They golden finger maravellet, butit shall neverbsent. Hesitantly cheered, clenching his fists. After entering newest watching, he tucked the elixir into his robes and hurried away. The Lick clan upheld as strictly disciple Sephoder's surnames were prohibited from staying out without permission and must return home before nightfall, lest they face severe punishment. Notch wishing to incur penalties, Wang liquid space, final eye breathing a sigh of relief upon reaching North Mountain Villa off Licklin. On Cincinnati his room, Heshit he door tightly, calming his racing heart Tasha begun to explore a simulator in his mind. Simulator? Airy out there? He called out, but received no response. Wang La paused for a moment, then delved into understanding the simulator's functions in detail. The simulator could conduct a lift simulation on C-week, with additional simulations requiring energy expenditure. Each simulation would randomly draw talent, which could be refreshed using energy. Energized sources included spirit stones, a Mingother Saftiriac simulation, on option could Beccasin to bring back to reality. Talent levels ranged from low to highest white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, and colorful. To king a deep breath, Wangla steeled himself simulator, activate. No sooner Rad has spoken than of Wasichoed in his mind, and a panel appeared before him. Initiating simulator. Randomly drawing talent. Talent drawn diary enthusiast. Congratulations, you have acquireth white talent diary enthusiast you have a passion for, hornaling, recordin' Joe observations. What is the 7 talent? Wang Li exclaimed in utter disbelief. Yet, the simulation had quiet like commenced. Li Clan, North Mountain Villa. Eager to activate the simulator after acquiring your golden finger, you are filled with curiosity targeting Fielder's prophecy. You ponder deeply, unable to comprehend with Fielder made such statements. Philippos says foresight? Your mind is clouded with confusion. You begin to record in your diary. The following day, you train diligently, acutely aware of your insufficient talent and the need for greater effort. You record again in your diary. On the third day, Fielder's word Shintio alike a nightmare you feel restles on continuo your training. Your diary isupdate Dance Marie. On the fourth day, your friend Lucidian visits, inviting out at the marketplace for leisure. You sit aside our training gone to accompany him to the fairy pavilion. Your diary contains but a single word alas. Could it really be such a person? Wang Li exclaimed, rising from misbit in indignation at the simulator slander. In subsequent simulations, you submit indulgent data through time strain diligently, yet our progress remain sluggish. Your friendship with Lucidian, the allure of beauty, and or dedication to cultivation intermingle with confusion and all relayed bear. In the sixth year, you growed spawned intangive up, your cultivation stagnating. In the seventh year, your unit with the Orphean Linyu, witnessing is remarkable vigor, stirring gimmicks of emotions within you. You encounter the illustriously Yunshi, your heart fluttering, yeti ukanon ligazi from afar. You diligent sketchy our obsession with Liungsi acte, your artistic skills improving steadily. On the night of New Year in Theathier, ACO paint, you suddenly sense something gemiss upon turning, you succumb to consciousness. You have it eat. What? Wang Ligapedindus belief, his facia mask off incredulity. Did die a real approach just like that? A thever least, grant me clarity on my's, Hebeloden frustration. This simulation has concluded du machizio nafta following words, diary enthusiastalent, diary, cultivation at the seventh level of refinement, writing technique, or artistic talent in painting. Without hesitation, Wang Li selecteth the cultivation reward. As the spiritual energy surged within him, his aura became palpable, elevating him to the seventh level of refinement. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, a glimmer of determination ignite in Wang Li's eyes. Could it be thought Fielder spoke the truth? He have but years to live. What transpires in Thadiang Tai year? His art brimmed with questions and trepidation. The Sudanonsato fun consciousness on death left them ensnared in azo fun certainty. I am most curious as though hey truly occurred him used, gazing into the flickering candlelight, his heart tumultuous. Chapter 2. A second simulation that night, Wang Li found himself devoid of the desire to cultivate. The grim reality that he would perish in 8 years weighed heavily upon him. The words of the old man with the white beard rang true. No, I cannot resign myself to this fate. I must rise and retaliate. Clenching his fists, Wang Li retrieved the spiritual stones he had hidden beneath his pillow, approximately 50 in total, and charged them all into the simulator. Life Simulator LV1. Host. Wang Li, age 12. Cultivation method. Red Fire Sutra. Cultivation level. Qi refining 7th layer. Simulation points. 100. 50 low-grade spiritual stones yield merely 100 simulation points? Seriously, are you a simulator from the penguin family? Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. This simulator was rather stingy, offering such a meager return for his investment. Nevertheless, it was just enough for a simulation. So he dismissed his grievances and declared, Simulator, activate. As soon as the words left his lips, a panel appeared before Wang Li. Simulator activating. Randomly selecting talent. Selected talent. Pickpocketing. Congratulations. You have acquired the white talent. Pickpocketing. Pickpocketing. Unbeknownst to you, you have developed a penchant for petty thievery. Whenever you venture outside, you invariably take the opportunity to pilfer a little something. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Damn it. Upon seeing this talent, Wang Li realized without hesitation that he was doomed. He could already surmise how he would meet his end. Probably caught red-handed while stealing and subsequently beaten to death. Li Family Celestial Clan. North Mountain Courtyard. Eager to utilize your newfound abilities, you hastily commenced your second simulation, driven by a fervent desire to uncover the events of 8 years hence. Understanding that strength is paramount, you begin to diligently practice your cultivation, yet the path of immortality proves as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Since breaking through to the Qi refining 7th layer, your progress has stagnated, leading you to abandon the notion of arduous training. Do you then shift your focus to spell cultivation? On the first day, you practice the fireball technique, making progress. On the second day, You continued with the fireball technique, advancing further. By the third day, you finally switched to a different spell, commencing your practice of the object manipulation technique, and made progress. On the fourth day, your friend Lou Ziden came to visit. He is the son of the village's private tutor, and you share a close bond. Seeing your struggles with cultivation, he decided to take the wealth he earned from mining and invite you to the market for a little relaxation. When Ziden suggested a break, you felt grateful for his kindness. Thus, you set aside your training and accompanied him to the Immortals Pavilion in the market for some leisure. By the heavens, yet another indulgence. Wang Li was at a loss for words. Was he truly the sort to lose his ambition over trivial pleasures? Was the allure of the Immortals Pavilion truly more compelling than the pursuit of immortality? The simulator seemed to suggest otherwise. As you and Lou Ziden walked through the bustling market, your hands became restless, and you stealthily pilfered some spiritual stones from unsuspecting cultivators, careful to target those of lower cultivation levels. You believed your actions were flawless, yet to the discerning eyes of higher-tier cultivators, your every move had been laid bare. They simply could not be bothered with you. Upon arriving at the Immortals Pavilion, you were met with warm welcomes. That night, several garments belonging to the fairies vanished, and as the instigator, you gleefully stored the items in your spatial pouch. On the way back, Lou Ziden inquired multiple times about the origin of your spatial pouch. You merely stated you had found it. In truth, the pouch had been accumulated through the efforts of a fairy, which you had brazenly stolen. No, this is truly shameless. Preying upon the fairer sex, Wang Li felt a twinge of disdain for his simulated self. Upon returning to the Li family celestial clan, North Mountain Courtyard, Lou Ziden invited you to enjoy tea and discuss philosophy, to which you gladly accepted. After returning from Ziden's abode, you found yourself with an additional 30 spiritual stones. Having discreetly taken them from behind his pillow while he brewed tea, by the heavens, Ziden treats you to tea, and you still resort to such underhanded tactics? Very well, very well. Wang Li could no longer contain himself. This simulated version of him was utterly despicable. On the fifth day, Lou Ziden invited you to work at the Li family's spiritual mine. However, feeling a pang of guilt, you declined his invitation. In the following days, items began to mysteriously disappear from the North Mountain Courtyard, and many became suspicious of you. As they often spotted you idling about instead of cultivating in anticipation, you claimed to have lost some spiritual stones as well. Following this incident, you became more cautious, yet as the saying goes, old habits die hard. You still found it impossible to restrain yourself, and just days later, you found yourself stealing from the steward's residence. Just as you prepared to leave with 300 spiritual stones, you were apprehended by the Li family's steward, who had been waiting for you all along. I knew it. Alas, one cannot walk by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Petty theft ultimately leads to ruin. Wang Li shook his head, lamenting the situation. You were arrested, your infamy spreading throughout the courtyard as those from whom you had stolen sought you out. The stolen spiritual stones and elixirs had long been consumed for your cultivation. How could you possibly repay the aggrieved disciples? Ultimately, the enforcement hall's cultivators found you. You were taken to the enforcement hall for punishment. The elder of the enforcement hall, upon seeing you were a chi-refining 7th-layer cultivator, treated you with a modicum of kindness, then curiously inquired why you resorted to stealing from others. Looking at the enforcers surrounding you, you confessed that it was merely a hobby of yours. Every time you ventured out, you felt compelled to take something back. You had considered controlling this urge, but alas, you were powerless to do so. The enforcement elder fell silent for a moment before administering your punishment, breaking your hands and feet, followed by 6 months of confinement. After a heart-wrenching scream, you were taken to the depths of the enforcement hall's dungeon for imprisonment. You found yourself confined within the dungeon, a place devoid of sunlight, shrouded in perpetual darkness. Lying on the cold bed, you gazed at the surrounding gloom, and for the first time, a sense of fear enveloped your heart. After muddling through 6 months, you were finally released. Your previously broken limbs had healed, as the elder of the enforcement hall commanded his subordinates to release you. He earnestly advised, as a 4-element root cultivator, reaching this point was a remarkable feat, and he hoped you would abandon your vices and start anew. You verbally acquiesced, yet internally, you remained unconvinced. After Lin Yu departed, Lu Ziduan cast an accusatory glance in your direction, inquiring why you had pilfered Lin Yu's token. You hastily denied the accusation. However, Knowing your character all too well, Lu Zidwan was far from convinced, and ultimately, the two of you parted on unfriendly terms. In the afternoon, Li Yunxi returned to the Celestial clan, causing quite a stir. Sigh. Upon witnessing this, Wang Li felt an overwhelming sense of complexity in his emotions, unsure of what to say. After purchasing a few items in the market, you slyly stole some additional goods. Years of thievery had honed your skills to a remarkable level. You could steal with such finesse that those of lesser cultivation would scarcely notice. Upon returning to the North Mountain Villa, your mood soured as the grim reality of your limited lifespan weighed heavily on your mind. Suddenly, the thought of Lu Zidwan's impending execution in October surfaced. As dawn broke the next day, you sought out Lu Zidwan to apologize, expressing your desire to continue following him. Surprised by your sudden change of heart, Lu Zidwan, being a man of easygoing nature, quickly forgave you. For the following months, you worked alongside Lu Zidwan in the spirit mine. Each time a thieving impulse arose, you would deliver a self-inflicted blow to restrain yourself. In September, after Lu Zidwan returned from the market, he became increasingly restless, showing little interest in work. Suspecting this unrest was linked to the last simulated betrayal, you pressed him for answers. Lu Zidwan hesitated for a moment but ultimately refrained from divulging the truth, fearing your questionable integrity might lead to betrayal. What is this? Am I the type to betray? Wang Li shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, a tarnished reputation complicates everything. By the end of October in the 7th year, news reached you of Lu Zidwan's betrayal of the family and subsequent execution. Having anticipated this all along, you felt no emotional upheaval. Once the tumult had settled, you began investigating the true cause of Lu Zidwan's demise. A fortnight later, at Lu Zidwan's residence, you uncovered some clues and set off to the market in search of a woman. Through your inquiries, you encountered a woman named Jiang Qingyan. Just as you were about to question her, you noticed her vacant gaze. It seemed she had been turned into a puppet. In your shock, a surge of magical energy descended from above, flooding into your body. Undergoing refinement. Your soul was obliterated. You were dead. Upon seeing the 3 blood-red words "you are dead" on the screen, Wang Li's complexion turned pale. The simulation concluded, and you could select one reward from the following options. Petty theft. Unbeknownst to you, you have developed a habit of petty thievery. Whenever you venture out, you inevitably take a little something. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Storage bag. The storage bag you stealthily acquired from the Celestial Pavilion. Current simulation cultivation. 8th level of Qi refinement. Various apparel. Garments belonging to the Celestial Maidens. Thieving expertise. Your thieving skills have reached an extraordinary level, allowing you to pilfer items from practitioners of lower cultivation without detection. Mysterious token. The token obtained from Lin Yu. Rumored to possess wondrous abilities. Spell cultivation experience. Your experience in spell cultivation within the simulator. 800 spirit stones. The spirit stones acquired through theft in the simulated world cannot be used in simulation. Wang Li surveyed the array of rewards and selected the cultivation of the 8th level of Qi refinement. As a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, Wang Li's cultivation ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement. 8th level of Qi refinement. So the cultivation is not additive, but rather a replacement? The cultivation within the simulator has supplanted that in reality? Indeed, such favorable circumstances are too good to be true. I must have been overly optimistic, Wang Li mused silently. After exiting the simulation, he stepped out of the room and sat on a stone bench outside, gazing into the distant night. The 2 simulations had revealed one undeniable truth. I will indeed perish in 8 years. So, what was the true reason behind Lu Zidwan's execution? And who is that Jiang Qingyan? What is her connection to Lu Zidwan, and why was she turned into a puppet? Who was responsible for her transformation? Wang Li's expression was a tapestry of complexity. His intellect fell short of unraveling many of these mysteries. It seems that in the next simulation, I must strengthen my relationship with Lu Zidwan to uncover the reasons for his demise. At this moment, Wang Li began to suspect that his own death in the previous simulation might have been a consequence of Lu Zidwan's entanglement with troublesome individuals, leading to his own eradication as a potential accomplice. Contemplating this, Wang Li set out to find Lu Zidwan, intending to borrow some spirit stones for further simulations. Those stones would serve him better in the simulator than squandered at the Celestial Pavilion. Chapter 3. The vengeful spirit's reclamation in the early morning at the North Mountain Villa. The air was crisp and the sun shone brightly, with the rising sun casting a warm glow. From a distance, the mountains appeared to be cloaked in a golden hue, indicative of the autumn season. Wang Li descended the stone steps, making his way deeper into the courtyard. After navigating several turns and encountering a couple of individuals along the way, he paused before a door, cupping his hands in greeting. Knock, knock, knock. He gently tapped on the door, and shortly thereafter, it swung open to reveal a towering figure, a robust man standing 8 feet tall. Upon seeing Wang Li, the man's face lit up with joy. Ah, my dear brother, what brings you here? Ziduan. It has been ages. I just completed my training and thought I would come visit my brother, Wang Li replied with a warm smile. Stepping into the room, Lu Ziduan welcomed Wang Li inside, offering him a cup of tea before taking a seat opposite him. It has been far too long since we last met. I have missed you dearly, Lu Ziduan remarked, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Ever since the three of us were taken to the Li family for cultivation, we have spent more time apart than together. Lin Yu promised to visit when he was accepted into the inner sect, yet here we are, years later, and not a word from him. Perhaps he was detained by some matter, Wang Li suggested. Picking up the thread of conversation, Lu Ziduan shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. After sipping his tea, he fixed his gaze on Wang Li. You must have come for a reason, brother. Speak freely. We are family. Wang Li nodded earnestly, looking Lu Ziduan in the eye. Brother, may I borrow some spirit stones? As he spoke, he awkwardly scratched the bottom of his foot. As a man, asking to borrow money was inherently uncomfortable. How many do you need? Lu Ziduan inquired after a moment of contemplation. 50 spirit stones. Wang Li cautiously assessed Lu Ziduan's reaction. After a brief silence, Lu Ziduan waved his hand, producing 100 spirit stones. Brother, this is too generous, Wang Li exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight as he stared at the pile of spirit stones on the table. Not at all. Take them. I initially intended to use these stones to treat you to some delights at the Celestial Pavilion. But since you need to borrow them, I shall give you a bit extra, Lu Ziduan replied nonchalantly. Thank you, brother. I will repay you, Wang Li said, looking at the valiant man with utmost respect, enunciating each word. Think nothing of it, Lu Ziduan dismissed the gratitude. Then, as if recalling something, he retrieved a spirit pick from his storage bag. Brother, it's time to get back to work at the spirit mine. I shall see you in a few days. All right, brother. Wang Li bid farewell as he watched Lu Ziduan depart, then pocketed the spirit stones and made his way back to his room. Upon entering his chamber, he firmly closed the door and deposited all the spirit stones into the simulator. Life Simulator LV1. Host. Wang Li. Age. 12. Cultivation Method. Red Fire Scripture. Cultivation Level. 8th level of Qi Refinement. Simulation Points. 200. This is sufficient for 2 simulations. Let us begin. With determination, Wang Li activated the simulator. Simulator initiating. Randomly selecting talent. Talent acquired. Vengeful Spirits Reclamation. Congratulations. You have obtained the black talent. Vengeful Spirits Reclamation. Vengeful Spirits Reclamation. As long as the soul is not extinguished, within the first 7 days of death, you may return as a vengeful spirit, capable of taking any practitioner below the foundation establishment stage. Do you wish to use 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Wang Li selected no. What a joke. Why would I use energy points to refresh a talent when I could use them for simulations? Who knows what kind of bizarre talent I might end up with? I'll deal with that later. Besides, this vengeful spirit's reclamation seems quite promising. Today, you borrowed 100 spirit stones from Lu Ziduan and activated the simulation. Knowing you are destined to die in 8 years, you begin to devise every possible means of self-preservation. Following the clues from your last simulation, you start searching for the woman named Jiang Qingyan in the market. However, your impatience yields no results. From morning until afternoon, you find no trace of Jiang Qingyan, suspecting she may only arrive 8 years later. Disheartened, you return home and begin to practice your spells, refining the fireball technique. The next day, you took the initiative to approach Lu Ziduan, intending to accompany him to the mine and earn some extra income. You worked alongside Lu Ziduan in the mine, dedicating your days to labor and cultivation. Rarely venturing outside a month later, on the day designated for resource distribution, the overseer took note of your presence. He was astonished that someone of your caliber had achieved the 8th level of Qi refinement. Momentarily taken aback. Despite your numerous explanations, the overseer remained skeptical, ultimately reporting your case to the family elders. That very night, you were taken away. This is BAD-AS Wang Li simulated up to this point. A hint of solemnity flickered in his eyes. He had forgotten to conceal his cultivation from the members of the Li clan. Arriving at the Li family at the tender age of 7 and having diligently trained for merely 5 years, he astonishingly achieved the 8th layer of qi refining with the rare talent of possessing 4 spiritual roots. Such a speed was undeniably extraordinary, rivaling that of practitioners with dual spiritual roots. Damn it, it seemed that a life of comfort had dulled my senses. I had forgotten the adage that a common man is innocent, yet possesses treasures that may lead to his downfall. And now I find myself under the family's scrutiny. Tapping the table, Wang Li resolved to seek a method to conceal his cultivation. Upon arriving at the family's law enforcement hall, he discovered that 3 individuals had been waiting for some time. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find that the leader was none other than Li Daojian, the patriarch of the Li clan, a practitioner at the late stage of foundation establishment. Seated beside him were the law enforcement elder Li Daoshu and the grand elder Li Daoming. He respectfully bowed to the 3. After the formalities, grand elder Li Daoming began to inquire about the reason for his rapid progress in cultivation. In a state of desperation, Wang Li thought to leverage the identity of an old Taoist and informed the Grand Elder that his swift advancement was due to an opportunity he encountered in the market, where an old Taoist with a white beard gifted him an unknown pill. They believed his words and marveled at the fortune he had encountered. Ultimately, the law enforcement elder lifted the restrictions placed upon him, patting him on the shoulder in encouragement, urging him to diligently cultivate and strive for a breakthrough to the 10th layer of qi refining as soon as possible. That night, while he sat cross-legged in meditation, he fell victim to a soul search. He struggled fiercely, yet it was to no avail. In the end, he chose to detonate his own soul. He perished. Due to the obliteration of his soul, he was unable to activate his innate talents. And the simulation concluded. At the end of this simulation, Wang Li's expression turned exceedingly grim. A common man is innocent, yet possesses treasures that may lead to his downfall. I was careless this time, failing to foresee this outcome. However, it matters not. I shall be more vigilant next time. He was not overly concerned by this single failure, as caution would suffice for the future. Nevertheless, he found it peculiar that during the second simulation, he had not concealed his cultivation at the 7th layer of qi refining, yet it had not drawn any trouble, nor had it been reported to the patriarch, grand elder, or the law enforcement elder. Indeed, the law enforcement elder Li Daoshu had even encouraged him to cultivate diligently. Although this simulation also urged him to focus on his cultivation, he sensed a marked difference in attitude compared to the previous one. Contemplating this, Wang Li chose the talent of vengeful spirits. Chapter 4. Prodigy of Array Dao. After taking a brief rest to regain his composure, Wang Li initiated a new simulation. This time, he resolved to exercise the utmost caution and vigilance. Simulation device activating. Randomly selecting talent. Talent selected. Prodigy of Array Dao. Congratulations on acquiring the Azure talent. Prodigy of Array Dao. Prodigy of Array Dao. You possess a unique innate talent for the art of formations. With diligent study and practice, you shall become an exceptional master of Array Dao in due time. What the hell? I hit Azure. My ancestors must be pleased. Observing the simulation output Azure, Wang Li's breath quickened with excitement. Talents are ranked from low to high: white, black, yellow, azure, purple, red, gold, rainbow. Drawing Azure talent in a random selection was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Today, he borrowed 100 spirit stones from Lu Ziduan and activated the simulation. Knowing he would meet his demise in 8 years, he began devising every possible means to save himself. Following the clues from the previous simulation, he sought out a woman named Jiang Qingyan in the market. Simultaneously, he was aware that his current cultivation was akin to a hot potato that must not be revealed. The next day, he approached Lu Ziduan with the intention of accompanying him to work at the mines to earn some extra income. Following Lu Ziduan at the mine, his days were filled with labor and cultivation, living a secluded life. A month later, on the day designated for receiving cultivation resources, recalling the outcome of the last simulation, he refrained from attending and instead had Lu Ziduan collect them on his behalf. While he made his way to the market. En route, he was ambushed by 2 practitioners at the 6th layer of qi refining, who sought to kill him. Exposing his cultivation, he unleashed a fireball technique, eliminating both assailants effortlessly. Killing them felt no different than slaughtering chickens. Having grown up amidst death, he bore no psychological burden, cleaning the battlefield and erasing all traces before departing. Truly demonstrating caution. In the Wanbao pavilion of the market, he inquired about methods for concealing cultivation. After haggling, he spent 50 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a manual titled Basic Concealment Techniques, successfully learning to hide his cultivation, rendering him indistinguishable from ordinary individuals unless faced with a foundation establishment practitioner. He cherished this newfound treasure and dedicated himself to rigorous training upon returning to the clan, as the concealment technique took effect. His cultivation appeared ordinary, reverting to the 5th layer of chi refining. In the 2nd year, he utilized his earnings from mining to purchase comprehensive basic formations, mastering several foundational formations. By the 3rd year, he had fully grasped comprehensive basic formations, effortlessly deploying various basic formations, achieving a modest level of accomplishment in array DAO. In the 4th year, his cultivation progress stagnated, which puzzled him. Over these years, apart from studying formations, he had consistently cultivated and even set up a basic spirit gathering array to aid his efforts, yet his advancement remained painfully slow, as if he had reached the limits of his potential. In the 5th year, he continued his studies in array DAO and persevered in cultivation, but regrettably, his progress remained sluggish, and after 5 years, he had yet to touch the threshold of the 9th layer of chi refining. By the 6th year, the Li clan ceased distributing cultivation resources, rendering his training even more arduous. 6 years without breaking through to the 9th layer of chi refining. What on earth is happening? Wang Li's expression darkened. He suspected that something unknown had transpired. After 6 years without a breakthrough, his mindset began to shift, yet he remained devoted to the study of formations, now capable of effortlessly constructing mid-tier formations. His cultivation still stood as the highest among the outer disciples. In the 7th year, his youthful friend Lin Yu visited the North Mountain Villa to see him and Lu Ziduan. Observing the now dashing and handsome young man who had reached the 10th layer of chi refining, Wang Li felt neither envy nor jealousy, only a sense of melancholy. Listening to Lin Yu recount his experiences over the years, hearing that he had teachers guiding him in cultivation, combat techniques, and array formations, Wang Li could only smile bitterly. 7 years without breaking through a single realm had stripped him of his former ambition. He suddenly realized the increasing value of dual spiritual roots. Together, they ventured to the market. The market was bustling that day, as the Li clan's esteemed daughter, Li Yunxi, returned home. Amidst the throngs of people, Wang Li caught a glimpse of a young maiden seated gracefully in a palanquin, clad in a flowing white dress. Her figure was enchanting, her skin snow-white, and her beauty exquisite, captivating enough to be deemed a paragon of elegance. He felt his heart stirred. At this point in the simulation, Wang Li furrowed his brow slightly, yet upon reflecting on the years spent in cultivation without encountering a single beautiful woman, he quickly found solace. A fleeting attraction does not equate to affection. It is merely a natural physiological response. Yet, Li Yunxi showed no interest in him, appearing to regard only Lin Yu. His mood gradually settled. Li Yunxi continued to urge Lin Yu to distance himself from Wang Li and Lu Ziduan, asserting that associating with the two of them would lead to no lasting fortune. Wang Li and Lu Ziduan remained silent. While Lu Ziduan held hope for Lin Yu, Wang Li understood that Lin Yu would soon sever ties with them. The following day, Lin Yu completely cut off contact with them. On the 3rd day, aware that Lu Ziduan would face execution by the family in October, Wang Li abandoned his cultivation and began to monitor Lu Ziduan's every move. Finally, the simulation reached this point. Wang Li's gaze sharpened, his eyes glinting with determination. He had long suspected that Lu Ziduan knew something, which prompted him to contemplate escaping the Li clan, ultimately leading to his demise. In May of the 7th year, as he and Lu Ziduan shared living quarters, their bond deepened significantly, and Lu Ziduan often expressed that Wang Li was his true brother. One day, Lu Ziduan invited him to the market for leisure. Returning to the market after several months, Wang Li noticed it had transformed dramatically, now much larger than before, bustling with tall buildings and vendors calling out their wares. As he and Lu Ziduan strolled through the market, they purchased numerous medicinal pills for cultivation, sharing laughter along the way. Lu Ziduan soon spotted a young girl selling spiritual talismans, surrounded by several young men from noble families who were harassing her. Upon realizing the situation, the two of them acted justly, delivering a beating to the harassers. The noble youths fled, vowing vengeance as they made their escape. The girl expressed her gratitude for their assistance, gifting each of them a mid-tier spiritual talisman and introducing herself as Jiang Qingyan, a wandering cultivator who had recently come to conduct business. Jiang Qingyan, at long last, she has made her entrance. Now, I should be able to uncover the information I seek. Wang Li gazed at the simulation interface, exhaling a long sigh. Lu Ziduan seemed exceedingly intrigued by the art of talisman crafting and, seizing the opportunity while Jiang Qingyan set up her stall, inquired extensively about the techniques involved in talisman creation. Although you were passionate about formations, your curiosity about talisman crafting was equally piqued, prompting you to listen inattentively. During lunchtime, Jiang Qingyan invited you and Lu Ziduan to dine at a tavern, where she inquired about your names. Upon hearing both of your true names, her expression shifted dramatically. Muttering, "You two are indeed Outer Clan disciples." Observing this, Wang Li's expression grew exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 5. The truth of the matter, you began to question what issues arose from being Outer Clan disciples, but Jiang Qingyan remained silent, solely focusing on her meal. You and Lu Ziduan exchanged glances, both bowing respectfully to Jiang Qingyan. She offered no response, leaving you and Lu Ziduan somewhat disheartened. After lunch, you both wished to further inquire about the matter. Yet Jiang Qingyan swiftly departed, denying you both the opportunity. Witnessing this, you and Lu Ziduan speculated that there must be some conspiracy at play, prompting you to secretly investigate the affairs of Outer Clan disciples. Thus began your and Lu Ziduan's frequent assistance in Jiang Qingyan's business endeavors. In the 7th year, during September, after concluding your daily labors, you and Lu Ziduan ventured to the market once more to assist Jiang Qingyan. Due to her striking appearance, Jiang Qingyan found herself in trouble once again, as the son of an elder from a cultivation family took a liking to her in her moment of vulnerability. You and Lu Ziduan extended your aid once more, unhesitatingly offending this elder's son to protect Jiang Qingyan. In the ensuing altercation, you and Lu Ziduan sustained minor injuries but succeeded in driving away the assailant and his henchmen. After tending to your wounds, Jiang Qingyan invited you both to a private room at the market's inn. Once she affixed the Forbidden God talisman around, isolating the area from prying eyes, she engaged you in a multitude of conversations. It was in that moment that you uncovered the so-called truth. It turned out that you, as Outer Clan disciples, were akin to livestock raised by the cultivation families, meant for bloodletting. Your sole purpose was to diligently cultivate until reaching a certain level, only to be sold to the Tianyi sect and sent to a mysterious realm accessible solely to those below the foundation establishment stage, where you would ultimately be executed. After hearing Jiang Qingyan's revelations, an unsettling dread began to consume you. Lu Ziduan, like you, found it impossible to accept this grim reality, as the Li clan had once shown him the path to enlightenment, and he was unwilling to believe such a fate. As the simulation progressed, Wang Li's expression darkened considerably, his delicate features paling with dread. He could not have anticipated that this was the truth, the very truth that would lead to his demise in 8 years. Indeed, it was a profound truth that there exists no love or hatred without reason. After a prolonged silence, you began to inquire of Jiang Qingyan why your cultivation had stagnated, struggling for years to break through a single realm. Jiang Qingyan elucidated your concerns, revealing that the cultivation families had infused the elixirs provided to Outer Clan disciples with a substance known as chi restraining powder, designed to prevent them from gaining excessive power. This powder would forever keep the user's cultivation below the 8th layer of chi refinement, and without an antidote, the user would remain permanently at the 7th layer. Upon hearing this, she expressed astonishment at your ability to break through to the 8th layer. You sought clarification on this matter. In response, Jiang Qingyan recounted the tale of a legendary cultivator. Over 2 centuries ago, the Wang clan had once taken in an Outer Clan disciple. It was unknown what fortuitous encounters this disciple had, but with 5 spiritual roots, he managed to attain the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage within a mere decade. Ultimately, the Wang clan was compelled to deliver this fully realized disciple to the Tianyi sect, resulting in the disciple unleashing a massacre within the mysterious realm, slaying numerous Tianyi sect cultivators tasked with executing Outer Clan disciples. Although the fate of this Outer Clan disciple became a mystery thereafter, the event sent ripples through the cultivation world of the Qi Kingdom. From that point onward, the Tianyi sect mandated that all cultivation families administer chi restraining powder to Outer Clan disciples, ensuring their cultivation remained below the 8th layer. After absorbing Jiang Qingyin's narrative, you felt a swell of emotions, grappling with the dismal predicament you now faced, fully aware that your demise was drawing near. Subsequently, Jiang Qingyin informed you and Lu Ziduan about the imminent opening of the mysterious realm. Upon learning that you would be traded to the Tianyi sect by the Li clan next year, Lu Ziduan was thrown into a state of frantic despair, unsure of how to navigate the situation. You hastily sought Jiang Qingyin's counsel on how to break free from this predicament. However, she merely shook her head with a wry smile, stating that there were 3 steps the cultivation families would undertake when trading outer clan disciples to the Tianyi sect. First, they would administer a mind-dulling pill to render the outer clan disciple unconscious. Second, they would seal the disciple's cultivation and confiscate their storage bags. Third, they would preemptively shatter the disciple's hands and feet, eliminating any chance of resistance. Upon hearing these steps, a bitter smile crossed your face. It was a dead end, with no means of escape. The cultivation families had effectively sealed all avenues for outer clan disciples. As the simulation concluded, Wang Li's expression was one of ominous foreboding. He could hardly fathom that this was indeed a deadlock. The Li clan truly left no path for survival, as night fell. You and Lu Ziduan bid farewell to Jiang Qingyin and returned to the North Mountain Villa in the cramped room. You and Lu Ziduan fidgeted restlessly. Ultimately, Lu Ziduan gritted his teeth and resolved to defect. You were not surprised by Lu Ziduan's decision, as he had chosen to escape in previous simulations as well. Yet, how could one possibly flee? You were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Li clan. Considering the reclusive Golden Core ancestors and the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators, the difficulty of successfully escaping from their grasp was readily apparent. Moreover, upon your arrival at the Li clan and the commencement of your cultivation journey, you outer clan disciples had already dripped your blood into the clan's life tablet. With the existence of the life tablet, no matter where you fled, you could still be tracked down. The life tablet. Upon seeing its mention in the simulation, Wang Li's complexion turned paler still. Everything else could be resolved, but the life tablet was a different matter. In youthful ignorance, you had willingly bound yourself to it with your blood for the sake of cultivation. Now, as long as it existed, even if you managed to escape by some stroke of luck, the Li clan and the Tianyi sect would relentlessly pursue you. You did not support Lu Ziduan's decision, yet you found yourself with no alternative to the end of October in the 7th year. You and Lu Ziduan attempted to flee the Li clan, but were swiftly pursued by dispatched Foundation establishment cultivators. During the ensuing conflict, you employed all your abilities but were still unable to match the strength of the Foundation establishment cultivators. To avoid dragging Jiang Qingyin into your plight, you and Lu Ziduan conspired to end your own lives. Ultimately, you both utilized your magical energy to assault your internal organs, resulting in a gruesome demise marked by blood streaming from your 7 orifices. You died. Talent. Vengeful Spirit's Call activated automatically. Vengeful Spirit's Call. As long as your soul is not obliterated. Upon the 7th day after death, you shall return as a vengeful spirit, capable of taking any cultivator below the Foundation establishment stage with you. On the 7th day after your death, during the night of returning souls, you returned, transformed into a vengeful spirit, and seized Li Yunqi, the pride of the Li clan. Excellent. Upon witnessing this, Wang Li's face brightened with a glimmer of satisfaction. The Li clan treated individuals like himself as mere livestock for slaughter, so they could hardly blame him for retaliating. Taking Li Yunqi would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the Li clan, for she was a rare dual spiritual root, as long as she did not perish. Her future as a Golden Core cultivator was assured, with the possibility of even attaining nascent soul status. Her importance to the Li clan could not be overstated. This simulation has concluded. You may select one reward from the following options. Array Talent. You possess a unique innate talent for the art of formations. With diligent study and practice over time, you will become an exceptional master of formations. Mid-grade Array Cultivation Experience. Your experience in cultivating formations within the simulator. Spell Cultivation Experience. Your experience in cultivating spells within the simulator. Current simulation cultivation level. 8th layer of Qi Refinement. 500 Spirit Stones. Your earnings from work, not usable in simulations. Wang Li chose the Array talent without hesitation, as the talent infused into his being. He suddenly grasped some unique insights into the art of formations. Chapter 6. Contaminants. Although he had integrated the talent of Array Genius, Wang Li found little joy in it, as the shadow of death still loomed over him. refusing to dissipate. Sitting cross-legged, he sighed. Having traversed this world for so many years and embarked on the path of cultivation, who would have thought that in the end, I would be nothing more than livestock raised by others? How profoundly dark this is. Now devoid of spirit stones, he could only wait 7 days to continue his simulations. With that, Wang Li began contemplating his future course of action. The first order of business was to earn spirit stones, followed by conducting further simulations in search of a glimmer of hope. Next, he needed to acquire a technique for concealing his cultivation level, the basic concealment formula, and procure the complete basic array compendium. As for the enhancement of his cultivation, the mere mention of it filled Wang Li with dread. I never anticipated that the elixirs provided to us by the Li clan's celestial lineage were laced with Jiqi-san. The issue of Jiqi-san can only be resolved by a skilled alchemist. However, therein lies the predicament. Alchemists are often aloof and rarely seen. To address my own concerns, it seems I must rely on my own efforts. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li stepped outside and made his way to the open space before him, commencing his training in the foundational spells bestowed by the Li clan. Fireball technique, wooden shield technique, water condensation technique, golden blade technique. He practiced diligently until dusk, only pausing to seek out Lu Zidon upon his return. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wang Li and Lu Zidon sat upright within the confines of their dwelling. The towering figure of Lu Zidon, standing at 8 feet tall, poured tea for Wang Li with a curious expression upon his face. "What brings you here again, dear brother? Brother, I wish to accompany you to the mine for some excavation. Might you facilitate my entry?" Wang Li clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, his tone imbued with sincerity. Lu Zidon regarded Wang Li with surprise, evidently taken aback by the request to mine. "Dear brother, I did not expect such a change in character from you in the past. I have invited you to join me in the mines, yet you always declined. Do you think today you would?" "Alas, in the past, I was solely focused on arduous training, yet my cultivation has stagnated. Thus, I must exert more effort to acquire resources instead of relying on the meager provisions from our clan." Wang Li shook his head, a hint of regret evident in his voice. "Indeed, it was high time you realized this," Lu Zidon responded with delight, promptly handing Wang Li a sturdy iron pickaxe. "This is a spiritual pickaxe I purchased from the market. Should you venture into the mines, you will surely require a reliable tool." Wang Li accepted the spiritual pickaxe, casting a perplexed glance at Lu Zidon. "But how can this be? I have already incurred many debts of gratitude to you, and I cannot accept this pickaxe." With that, he attempted to return the tool to Lu Zidon. Yet Lu Zidon shook his head, firmly pushing it back. "What nonsense are you speaking? Take it, we are but brothers." After a moment of silence, Wang Li clasped his hands once more and declared, "If you ever have need of assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me, brother." Lu Zidon smiled faintly, offering no further words. To him, Wang Li was his brother, and there was no measure too great to care for him. The next day, Wang Li and Lu Zidon set off to labor at the family mine. Through Lu Zidon's introductions, Wang Li did not need to meet with the mine's overseer. He merely exchanged spiritual stones, signed his name, and received a miner's badge before commencing his work within the cavern. As Wang Li observed the miners toiling around him, a profound sense of disparity washed over him. In his previous life, he had toiled like a beast, believing that upon entering the realm of cultivation, he could escape such drudgery. Yet, he found himself once again laboring like a beast. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li's expression hardened with determination. To be born of humble origins is not a disgrace. The ability to endure and adapt is what truly defines a man. Days swiftly passed, and soon it was the evening of the 7th day. After concluding his labor, Wang Li cautiously returned to the North Mountain Villa and activated the simulation panel. Life Simulator LV1, Host. Wang Li, age 12, Cultivation Method, Red Fire Sutra, Cultivation Level, Qi Refinement Level 8, Simulation Points, 0, Simulation Attempts, 1, Talent, Grievous Soul's Call, Black, Array Mastery Prodigy, Blue, Talent Entry Level, White, Black, Yellow, Blue, Purple, Red, Gold, Colorful, Simulate, Activate. After expending a simulation attempt, a new panel materialized before Wang Li. Simulator activating. Randomly extracting talent. Extracted talent. Source of pollution. Congratulations, you have acquired the blue talent. Source of pollution. Source of pollution. Every item on your person has been tainted to varying degrees. Your blood, hair, even the air you exhale, and the spiritual energy you cultivate can all induce pollution, causing surrounding beings to undergo certain transformations. In a sense, you are a bioweapon. This talent seems rather extraordinary. Wang Li's expression turned peculiar as he read the description of the talent. Upon returning from the mine, you eagerly initiated the simulation. You have obtained the talent of pollution, and your body has undergone subtle changes. You begin to investigate, but yield no results. The following day, you venture out to continue mining, intent on earning enough spiritual stones to purchase the basic concealment technique to hide your cultivation level. The North Mountain Villa is eerily quiet in the early morning. The once melodious birdsong is now hauntingly absent. As you approach Lu Zaiden's door, just as you are about to greet him, a faint scent of blood wafts through the air. You push open the door, only to find Lu Zaiden's lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, his death a horrifying spectacle. As if his chest had been torn asunder by some monstrous force, you step closer to examine, discovering that the body still bears warmth, indicating he has only recently perished. Your expression darkens with dread. Something terrible has transpired, you surmise. Leaving Lu Zaiden's room, you begin your search for the truth. After half a day of investigation, you discover that all the outer clan disciples of the North Mountain Villa have vanished, leaving you astounded and increasingly uneasy. Without further thought, you hasten to the law enforcement hall on the eastern mountain of the Li clan as dusk approaches. Just as you depart, a tendril shoots forth, invading Lu Zaiden's room to drag away his corpse. What on earth has happened? Why are tendrils appearing? As the simulation reached this point, Wang Li felt an ominous chill. Could it be that the talent he acquired was to blame? That night, the moon ascended the treetops, and the Li clan was enveloped in an unsettling silence. In stark contrast to the usual hustle and bustle, this stillness felt utterly foreign. You tread cautiously under the cover of night, each step leading you toward the law enforcement hall, compelled to report the events at the North Mountain Villa to the Li clan. Otherwise, further chaos may ensue. Suddenly, an instinctual awareness grips you, and you swiftly turn to look back. In that instant, a tendril severed your head from your shoulders. Before your eyes close, you behold the fearsome visage of the law enforcement elder. Drenched in blood and brimming with tendrils, his countenance a mask of terror. You have perished. Talent, Grievous Soul's Call automatically activated. Grievous Soul's Call. As long as your soul remains intact, within 7 days, it can return as a vengeful spirit, capable of taking any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. On the 7th day after your death, the night of return, you find yourself back at the Li clan. At this moment, not a single living soul remains within the Li clan. What was once a grand cultivation family now lies in eerie silence. You venture into the rear mountain and behold a blood-red flesh orb. The orb is covered in countless slender tendrils, and you can clearly see your own flesh encased within, as a relentless tide of pollution emanates from your being, step by step tainting the realm of cultivation. Starting from the Li clan, your vengeful spirit is dissipated. Simulation concluded. You may select one reward from the following options. Source of pollution. Every item on your person has been tainted to varying degrees. Your blood, hair, even the air you exhale, and the spiritual energy you cultivate can all induce pollution, causing surrounding beings to undergo certain transformations. In a sense, you are a bioweapon. This simulation's cultivation level, Qi refinement level 8. A mass of tainted flesh. Consuming this tainted flesh will induce certain changes. As the simulation came to an end, Wang Li remained in a state of shock, the rapid succession of events leaving him reeling. Shaking his head, he gazed at the 3 simulation rewards, ultimately hesitantly selecting the cultivation level option. This source of pollution is undoubtedly akin to something out of a Lovecraftian horror. I shudder to think what calamity may befall the world should I opt to manifest this talent. Alas, yet another simulation wasted in vain. After a moment of silence, Wang Li resumed his cultivation. This simulation proved to be utterly devoid of significance. Chapter 7. Utilization. The following day, Wang Li and Lu Zaiden set forth, as usual, to the mine. Over this period, Wang Li had gradually cultivated the habit of punctuality in his mining endeavors. There was no alternative. At present, this was the sole means of acquiring spiritual stones. Alchemy was beyond his skill. Crafting talismans was not within his repertoire. and while he possessed talent in formations, he had yet to engage in practical application, rendering the sale of formations impractical. Though mining was laborious, it was preferable to selling hooks. Was it not? According to apocryphal accounts, the infamous Tianma Zun began his rise by selling hooks. As evening fell, and the day's labor came to a close, Wang Li stowed away his pickaxe, depositing the fruits of his labor into the materials cart. Under the watchful gaze of the law enforcement hall disciples, he underwent an inspection before departing the mine. It was imperative to acquire the technique to conceal his cultivation level swiftly. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before his secret was unveiled. As the gazes of the law enforcement hall disciples toward him grew increasingly peculiar, on the return journey, the memory of the law enforcement disciples utilizing the spiritual testing rods to scrutinize him stirred a sense of unease within Wang Li. Not long after he departed, two law enforcement disciples began to converse idly. "Brother, that lad is suspicious. I sensed it too. His cultivation appears to rival ours, at the very least at Chi refinement level 6. The older disciple furrowed his brow, a 12-year-old at Chi refinement level 6, and an outer clan disciple at that. There is undoubtedly a secret behind this lad. A flicker of greed glinted in the eyes of the younger law enforcement disciple. The older disciple, upon hearing this, felt a stir of covetousness arise within him. The younger clan member inquired about any plans, addressing the young cultivator before him. The young law enforcement disciple smiled faintly, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Cousin, perhaps we should discuss this matter." It remained unclear what they were deliberating, but a hint of joy appeared on the face of the older law enforcement cultivator. The following day at work, Wang Li felt a sense of peculiarity when confronted by two law enforcement disciples. They seemed like entirely different individuals, no longer prying into his cultivation level. After conducting a straightforward and honest examination, they allowed him to enter the mine. How strange! They no longer employed their spiritual sense to probe into my abilities. These two must have ulterior motives. After contemplating this for a moment, Wang Li immersed himself in his daily tasks. 7 days later, within his dwelling, Wang Li took a deep breath and activated the new simulation. Life Simulator LV1. Host: Wang Li. Age: 12. Cultivation method: Red Fire Scripture. Cultivation level: Refining Chi. 8th layer: Simulation points: 0. Simulation attempts: 1. Talent: Vengeful Soul's Grasp, Black. Array Genius, Green. Talent entry levels: White, Black, Yellow, Green, Purple, Red, Gold, Rainbow. Simulate. Initiate. Simulator starting up, randomly selecting talents. Selected talent: Late Bloomer. Congratulations! You have obtained the purple talent, Late Bloomer. Late Bloomer. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience a significant enhancement, with greater increments as age increases. A commendable talent. However, regrettably, it holds little relevance to my current stage. Wang Li sighed softly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Late Bloomer is a divine level entry, yet one cannot rely solely on that. Shaking his head, Wang Li continued with the simulation. After spending a month in the mine, you successfully earned 100 spirit stones as wages. You instructed Lu Ziden to collect the monthly cultivation resources on your behalf, then proceeded to the market, intending to purchase a technique for concealing one's cultivation. On the way, you were ambushed by two cultivators at the refining Chi 6th layer, who sought to kill you. You exposed your cultivation and eliminated both with a fireball technique. Upon inspection, you discovered that these two cultivators were, in fact, two law enforcement disciples guarding the mine, leaving you somewhat astonished. After cleaning up the battlefield and erasing all traces, you departed cautiously. At the Wanbao Pavilion in the market, you inquired about methods for concealing your cultivation. You spent 50 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a book titled Basic Concealment Technique. You began practicing the basic concealment technique. You successfully concealed your cultivation, reducing it to the refining Chi 5th layer. The following year, using your mining earnings, you purchased comprehensive array techniques and learned several basic formations. As you no longer wasted time on cultivation and instead devoted yourself entirely to array techniques, your progress in this field accelerated rapidly. By the 3rd year, you had completely mastered the comprehensive array techniques, effortlessly wielding various basic formations. You achieved remarkable accomplishments in array techniques, attaining the proficiency of a high-quality array master. You began crafting array flags for sale. Owing to the affordability and durability of your arrays compared to the expensive alternatives, your reputation soared in the market, with monthly earnings surpassing 1,000. You repaid Lu Zaiden's debts, earning over 1,000? Indeed, regardless of the location, possessing a skill is advantageous. At the very least, one won't starve. Reflecting on this, Wang Li continued reading. No one would dare offend an array master. Even the most ruthless of rogue cultivators would respectfully address you as master to procure the auxiliary cultivation arrays from you. Your life appeared to be on an upward trajectory. One day, the array master from Wanbao Pavilion invited you to join their ranks. However, for reasons unknown, the next day he rescinded his offer, his gaze towards you now tinged with regret. You understood the source of his regret, as you were also acutely aware of your current circumstances. You continued crafting and selling arrays, simultaneously seeking a remedy for the stagnation within your body. In the 4th year, you discreetly acquired several large-scale killing arrays, such as Blood Shadow Array, Thousand Blade Array, and Fire Burning Array. By the 5th year, your array business flourished, leading to a summons from the clan leader of the Li family. Li Daozhen summoned me? Wang Li's eyes widened in surprise at this point in the simulation. In the clan leader's study, you met Li Daozhen, who first saw through your disguise and pointed out your cultivation level. He then expressed his intention to take you as a disciple and bestow upon you the Li surname. You were taken aback, hastily expressing your gratitude to Li Daozhen. In your excitement, you did not forget Lu Zaiden. You clasped your hands and requested that Li Daozhen also accept him as a disciple of the Li family. Li Daozhen declined, leaving you feeling disappointed, yet you dared not oppose his wishes, fearing the loss of this hard-won opportunity for survival. The next afternoon, you moved from the North Mountain Villa to the East Mountain Disciples Peak, adopting the surname Li. After reading the letter you left behind, Lu Zaiden felt happy for you, genuinely wishing you well. Witnessing this scene, Wang Li fell into silence. Not long after settling into the East Mountain Disciples Peak, you encountered Lin Yu, an old acquaintance, and spent an entire day conversing with him. He expressed curiosity about your elevation to inner discipleship and the change of surname to Li. As you grew closer to Lin Yu, he introduced you to several friends he had made within the Li family. At his invitation, you met his friends, sensing their unusual gazes directed towards you. You paid them no mind, focusing solely on your own affairs. Days later, the Grand Elder of the Li family, Li Daoming, summoned you, requesting that you begin crafting array flags for the family, with a share of the spirit stones from sales allocated to you. You dared not refuse. In the 6th year, having spent over a year at the Disciples' Peak, you crafted hundreds of array flags for the Li family, accumulating a considerable fortune. You applied to venture out for materials, which was denied. You applied to eliminate the stagnation within your body, which was also denied. Upon reading this, Wang Li's expression grew nuanced. Having changed his surname and joined the Disciples' Peak as an inner disciple, did the Li family still harbor mistrust towards him? In the 7th year, Lin Yu departed the Disciples' Peak in search of Lu Zaiden, while you continued crafting array flags. Li Yunxi returned to the family, causing quite a stir. By the end of October in the 7th year, you learned of Lu Zaiden's betrayal of the clan and subsequent execution, leaving you deeply troubled. After your sorrow, you resumed crafting the array flags needed by the Li family, laboring in a state of despair. On the first night of the new year in the 8th year, you were still engaged in crafting array flags. Upon completing the final flag, a surge of magical energy enveloped you. As the energy was absorbed by the spinning array flags around you, a chilling light darted outward, instantly enveloping the entire Disciples' Peak in the Thousand Blade Array. As the Thousand Blade Array engulfed the Li family Disciples' Peak, a massive blade of condensed spiritual energy hovered above each disciple's head. You, too, beheld the identity of your assailant, Lin Yu. Perplexed, you gazed at this former friend, unable to comprehend his motives. You inquired about his reasons. But Lin Yu merely replied coolly, "There is no need for the dead to understand so much." You sighed softly and activated the Thousand Blade Array. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu perished. You nonchalantly kicked Lin Yu's corpse aside, stepping out of the room and gazing up at the grand array above. This Thousand Blade Array was secretly laid out by you 2 years prior after your application to eliminate the stagnation failed. To ensure its operation, you had even crafted a top-tier spirit guiding array. Everything you did was merely precautionary. You observed the approaching Li family clan leader and various elders from all directions, a scornful smile gracing your lips before you wielded your blade. instantly slaying the Li family disciples atop the disciples' peak. The law enforcement elder, Li Daoshu, cried out in despair, "Wang Li, you rascal! You have the audacity! How dare you kill my Li family disciples?" You smiled silently, and amidst the myriad of crimson gazes, you chose to take your own life. You perished. Talent, Vengeful Soul's Grasp activated automatically. Vengeful Soul's Grasp. As long as the soul is not extinguished. On the 7th day after death, it can return as a vengeful spirit and take any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage with it. On the 7th day after your death, during the night of return, you returned to the Li family. You took Li Yunxi with you. Your soul dissipated. This simulation has concluded. You may choose one reward from the following options. Late bloomer. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience a significant enhancement with greater increments as age increases. Current simulation cultivation level. Refining Qi. 8th layer. High-quality array mastery experience. Experience gained from practicing array techniques in the simulator. 30,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not usable for simulation. Basic concealment technique. Can be used to hide one's cultivation. Gazing at the array of rewards, Wang Li found himself in a dilemma. Chapter 8. Initial trial in the secret realm. Ultimately, Wang Li chose the spirit stones. As over 30,000 spiritual stones materialized before him, Wang Li unfurled a garment, stowing 300 spiritual stones within it before packing it away on his back. He planned to venture to the marketplace the following day to procure the necessary items. Silent throughout the night, the dawn of the next day found Wang Li stepping out as soon as the first light broke. Upon his departure from the spiritual Dragon Mountain range, 2 law enforcement cultivators stationed at the mine immediately reacted. Elder brother, the goo worm I left on that brat has indicated that he has left the spiritual Dragon Mountain range. Now is our prime opportunity to strike. The younger law enforcement cultivator glanced around before focusing on the elder beside him. Excellent. We have finally reached this moment. He merely 12 years of age. He possesses strength comparable to ours. I am eager to uncover the secrets he harbors. A glint of cold light flickered in the elder's eyes as he spoke. Subsequently, after applying to the mine overseer, the two activated their techniques and soared toward the outskirts of the spiritual Dragon Mountain range. In the dense forest surrounding the mountain, Wang Li strolled leisurely, his senses wide open as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He pondered whether the 2 law enforcement disciples would make an appearance. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed 2 figures swiftly approaching from the dense foliage behind him. They are here. Silently affirming to himself, Wang Li raised his hand, conjuring a basic spell, fireball technique, before hurling it into the thicket behind him. Not good, with an exclamation, he watched as the newcomers evaded his fireball. Not surprised by this, he swiftly cast another fireball. Moments later, 2 ragged figures emerged before him, their clothing tattered, hair disheveled, resembling ghastly specters. Damn it, you little brat, have you had your fun yet? The older law enforcement cultivator surveyed Wang Li from head to toe before erupting in fury. It's you, have you had enough of this charade? Wang Li retorted, no longer concealing his cultivation level, as the aura of the 8th level of Qi refinement radiated from him, pressing down upon the 2. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, unleashing 2 fireballs aimed at them. 8th level of Qi refinement? How is that possible? The 2 law enforcement disciples were seized by shock upon sensing Wang Li's formidable presence, and their courage to fight dissipated as they turned to flee. Yet it was too late. The fireballs struck them, sending them crashing to the ground. As Wang Li approached, the 2 law enforcement disciples quickly raised their hands in surrender. Pleading, fellow cultivator, spare us. We were merely momentarily bewitched. But before they could finish, Wang Li unleashed his fireball technique, eliminating them both. He meticulously cleaned the battlefield, erasing all traces of their presence. After retrieving their storage bags, a hint of disdain appeared in Wang Li's eyes. The standard of the law enforcement hall disciples truly this low? It seems the Li clan isn't composed entirely of elites. At least these 2 are nothing but empty vessels. After securing the storage bags to his waist, Wang Li hurried toward the marketplace by evening. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, Wang Li returned to the North Mountain residence with the basic concealment art and comprehensive array techniques. He also infused the 200 low-grade spiritual stones acquired from the law enforcement cultivators into the simulator. Life Simulator LV1. Host. Wang Li. Age. 12. Cultivation technique. Crimson Fire scripture. Cultivation level. 8th level of Chi refinement. Simulation points. 400. Simulation attempts. 0. Talent. Vengeful Soul's Grasp. Black. Array Genius. Blue. Talent entry levels. White, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, rainbow. Simulate. Initiate. Simulator starting up. Randomly extracting talents. Extracted talent. Alchemical Genius. Congratulations on acquiring the blue talent. Alchemical Genius. Alchemical Genius. You possess an innate and unique talent for alchemy. With diligent study and practice, you shall become an exceptional alchemist in due time. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Alchemical Genius, you say? I hope this time I can discover a remedy for the stopping Chi powder. Wang Li mused silently about the talent of Alchemical Genius, shaking his head in refusal. After previous simulations, he had completely lost hope in the Li clan. In the last simulation, he had believed that being accepted as an inner disciple and granted the Li surname would ensure his survival. Little did he know, the Li clan merely sought to squeeze him dry before sending him to his doom in the secret realm. The so-called acceptance into the inner circle and bestowal of the Li name was merely a means to soothe their own conscience. If I cannot escape the Li clan, then I shall carve my own path out. Wang Li clenched his fists and shouted inwardly. Today, you purchased basic concealment art and comprehensive array techniques from the marketplace. You have cultivated the basic concealment art. The next day, Lu Ziden invited you to the mine for mining. You declined, as you now possess sufficient spiritual stones and need not toil in the mines any longer. You decided that before your next outing, you must successfully cultivate the basic concealment art. You entered seclusion to cultivate. On the third day, you successfully cultivated the basic concealment art, concealing your true cultivation level. On the fourth day, you ventured out to purchase alchemical manuals, acquiring the comprehensive alchemy manual from the treasure pavilion, which detailed some basic alchemical techniques. In addition to the alchemical manual, you spent 1,000 spiritual stones on a low-tier alchemical furnace. You began your studies in alchemy. And once you grasped the fundamental alchemical techniques, you adopted the alias Li and began setting up a stall at the marketplace daily, charging fees to concoct pills for others. A month passed, and you received numerous orders. You repaid Lu Ziden's debts. With the support of your alchemical genius talent, your alchemical skills flourished rapidly. By the following year, your alchemical proficiency had reached astounding heights, rivaling some mid-tier alchemists. In the Li clan's marketplace, your alchemical skills became renowned. Due to your competitive pricing, you garnered immense popularity among wandering cultivators, many of whom were eager to support your business. A few ill-intentioned individuals attempted to exploit you, but they met dire fates at the hands of even more ruthless wandering cultivators. Reduced to mere sticks of flesh, that year, you began secretly searching for a solution to the stopping Chi powder and, ultimately, you obtained the formula for the spirit life pill from a wandering cultivator. You commenced gathering the herbs necessary for concocting the spirit life pill. By the third year, under a generous bounty, you collected all the herbs needed for the spirit life pill and began the alchemical process. 3 months later, you succeeded in concocting the spirit life pill and consumed it. Upon consuming the spirit life pill, you felt a transformation within your internal organs as torrents of black blood streamed from your pores. You eradicated the stopping Chi powder from within your body. Witnessing this scene, Wang Li outside the simulation clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement. Having resolved the issue of the stopping Chi powder, you ceased your alchemical activities in the marketplace and resumed your cultivation. In the 4th year, with the assistance of pills and simulator stones, your cultivation reached the 9th level of Chi refinement. Assistance from pills and simulator stones? Could it be? The stones awarded by the simulator can also be utilized for cultivation? Indeed, the simulator only mentioned they could not be used for simulations. Not that they could not aid in cultivation. However, while I understand the rationale, I am still puzzled as to why they cannot be used for simulations. Wang Li was filled with confusion. After a long silence, he continued reading. You realized this was insufficient, so you persevered in your training. During this time, Lu Ziden visited you several times, hoping to invite you out for leisure, but you calmly declined each time. In the 5th year, with the aid of pills and spiritual stones, your cultivation reached the 10th level of Chi refinement. Feeling the surging mana within you, You truly grasped for the first time the distinction between the immortal and the mortal realms. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased providing cultivation resources, leading to wailing among the outer disciples, yet you remained unperturbed. Your cultivation gradually approached the 11th level of qi refinement. Lu Ziden visited you repeatedly, but upon finding you in seclusion, he left dejectedly. In January of the 7th year, Li Yunxi returned to the clan, causing a stir. In March of the 7th year, after depleting numerous cultivation resources, you broke through to the 11th level of qi refinement. You had no time to celebrate and immediately proceeded to the marketplace to continue your alchemical endeavors. Having not visited the marketplace in years, the Li clan's marketplace had undergone significant changes, with many new faces in attendance. Some recognized your identity and sought to partner with you in business, but you waved them off, focusing solely on your alchemy. Years had passed, yet your alchemical skills remained top-notch in the marketplace. With each display, you attracted considerable attention. Your business flourished immensely. You began secretly collecting the formula for the Clear Spirit Pill, one of the rare remedies for the bewildering pill. You also started gathering the formula for the bone-shaping pill, which has the ability to reshape bones. You began studying combat techniques. In August of the 7th year, you successfully concocted the Clear Spirit Pill. In September of the 7th year, you successfully concocted the bone-shaping pill. By the end of October in the 7th year, you heard of Lu Ziden's betrayal of the clan and subsequent execution. With a sigh, you continued your cultivation of techniques. In the 8th year, on the evening of the New Year's Day, you were attacked by a law enforcement disciple at the 8th level of qi refinement, feigning vulnerability. You were fed the bewildering pill. You were ensnared by a sealing technique. Your limbs were shattered. The Clear Spirit Pill within you began to activate. You have harnessed your magical abilities to break the seal. The bone-refining pill within you begins to activate. You awaken. Your bones commence their reshaping. Alongside 13 outer disciples, you are transported to the Heavenly One sect. You are taken, along with these 13 disciples, to a valley perpetually shrouded in spiritual mist. You, along with over 400 cultivators, are conveyed to a secret realm. The disciples of the Heavenly One sect responsible for your transport raise their blades. Witnessing several outer disciples meet their demise, their flesh absorbed by the earth, you find the scene exceedingly horrifying. A disciple of the Heavenly One sect, sword in hand and devoid of expression, approaches you. Chapter 9. Perils of the Secret Realm. Resolutely, you rise in resistance, showcasing your cultivation at the 11th layer of qi refinement, and swiftly slay the disciple attempting to execute you. Your actions create a considerable uproar, attracting the attention of other disciples from the Heavenly One sect. They, upon witnessing your cultivation level, display expressions of shock and promptly draw their swords to assault you. Your countenance remains calm as you unhesitatingly turn and flee. This group of disciples boasts formidable prowess, with the weakest among them at the 9th layer of qi refinement, and some even achieving the pinnacle of the 12th layer. You are acutely aware that confronting them is ill-advised. You sprint westward until you arrive at what appears to be a desert. Seeing the disciples from the Heavenly One sect abandon their pursuit in the distance, you feel a sense of doubt. Just as you begin to relax, several vengeful spirits suddenly ambush you, consuming you entirely. Are there truly vengeful spirits within this secret realm? At this moment, Wang Li is momentarily stunned. However, upon further reflection, he quickly comes to terms with it. The secret realm has claimed many lives each time it opens, and the accumulation of resentment transforming into vengeful spirits is indeed plausible. You have perished, your soul devoured by malevolent spirits, your talents remain dormant. This simulation concludes, and you may choose one reward from the following options. Alchemical prodigy. You possess an innate talent for alchemy. With diligent study and practice, you shall become an exceptional alchemist in time. Current simulation cultivation. 11th layer of qi refinement. Mid-tier alchemy experience. Experience gained from alchemy within the simulator. 10,000 spirit stones. Earnings from your endeavors, not usable in simulations. Basic concealment technique. Can be used to obscure your cultivation level. Basic alchemy compendium. A teaching resource on basic alchemical techniques, enabling beginners to grasp some alchemical skills. Recipe. All recipes you acquired during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. Experience gained from practicing spells in the simulator. This time, The rewards from the simulation are quite plentiful. With a smile, Wang Li selects the alchemical prodigy talent. He then reclines on the bed, leaning against the wooden wall, and initiates another simulation. Simulator is starting. Randomly selecting talent. Talent selected, dual focus. Congratulations on acquiring the green talent. Dual focus, dual focus. A mind divided into two? With boundless applications, you can now multitask with ease. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Is my ancestral grave truly smoking? 2 consecutive simulations yielding green talents has led Wang Li to ponder if there might be some truth to it. After selecting no, he calmly observes the simulation. Today, you purchase the basic concealment technique and basic array compendium from the market and practice the basic concealment technique. The next day, Lu Ziden invites you to the mine for mining, but you politely decline. You have repaid Lu Ziden's debt. You resolve that before venturing out again, you must successfully cultivate the basic concealment technique. You enter seclusion for cultivation. On the third day, you successfully cultivate the basic concealment technique, obscuring your true cultivation level. On the fourth day, you venture out to purchase books on alchemy. You spend 1,000 spirit stones to acquire a low-tier alchemical furnace. As you begin learning alchemy, you simultaneously delve into the study of formations, making rapid progress under the enhancement of dual focus. Once you grasp the fundamentals of alchemy and formations, you assume the alias Lili, setting up a stall in the market to earn money crafting pills and setting arrays for others. A month passes, and you receive numerous clients. With the advantages of being an alchemical prodigy and a formation expert, your experience in both fields grows exponentially. The following year, your skills in both alchemy and formations reach an extraordinary peak, rivaling mid-tier alchemists and formation masters. In the Li family marketplace, your expertise in both fields stands out. And due to your reasonable pricing, you become quite popular among fellow cultivators. Some ill-intentioned individuals have attempted to harm you, only to be eliminated by more ruthless cultivators, leaving them in a state of ruin. Throughout this year, you discreetly seek solutions to eliminate the stagnation in your energy flow, ultimately achieving your goal by learning of a recipe for the vitality pill from a wandering cultivator. You begin collecting the necessary herbs for crafting the vitality pill. In the third year, with a generous bounty offered, you gather all the herbs required for the vitality pill and commence its crafting. 3 months later, you successfully produce the vitality pill and consume it. Upon ingestion, you feel your internal organs undergoing a transformation, as copious amounts of black blood seep from your pores. You have successfully expelled the stagnation within you. Various factions hear of a master in the Li family marketplace who excels in both alchemy and formations, sending representatives to seek you out. Consequently, you pause your marketplace activities to focus on your cultivation. With unwavering dedication, you continue to refine your alchemical skills, experiencing remarkable progress in both cultivation and alchemy. In the fourth year, with assistance from pills and simulation spirit stones, your cultivation reaches the 9th layer of chi refinement. In the 5th year, with aid from pills and simulation spirit stones, your cultivation ascends to the 10th layer of chi refinement. In the 6th year, the Li family ceases to provide cultivation resources, causing many outer disciples to lament, yet you remain unaffected. You persist in your cultivation. In the 7th year, exhausting all available resources, you finally break through to the 11th layer of chi refinement, achieving a high level of proficiency in alchemy, capable of crafting various pills with ease, firmly believing that there is no pill in this world that cannot be created. You prepare everything in accordance with the previous simulation circumstances. You return to the marketplace to set up your stall once more. You earn over 1,000 spirit stones monthly. You secretly gather the recipe for the cleansing spirit pill. You secretly gather the recipe for the bone refining pill. You invest in spells. You procure enhancements for your physical body. You master the art of evasion while simultaneously studying combat techniques. In August of the 7th year, you successfully craft the cleansing spirit pill. In September of the 7th year, you successfully craft the bone refining pill. By the end of October in the 7th year, upon hearing of Lu Ziden's betrayal and subsequent execution, your expression darkens, yet you continue your spell cultivation. In the 8th year, on the eve of the new year, a disciple at the 8th layer of chi refinement ambushes you, and you feign being caught off guard. You are fed a mind-confusing pill. You are ensnared by a sealing technique. Your hands and feet are bound. The cleansing spirit pill within you begins to activate. You channel your magical energy to break the seal. The bone refining pill within you begins to activate. Your consciousness begins to clear. Your bones commence their reshaping. You, alongside over 400 cultivators, are transported to a mysterious secret realm. The disciples of the Heavenly One sect responsible for your transport raise their blades. You witness several outer disciples being executed, their flesh absorbed by the soil, a sight that chills you to the bone. A disciple of the Heavenly One sect, sword in hand and devoid of expression, approaches you. You slay him, employing your evasion techniques to escape the entrance of the secret realm. This time, you flee eastward. To the east lies a blood-red cliff. You exercise extreme caution, refraining from reckless exploration. On the night of your entry into the secret realm, the disciples of the Heavenly One sect trace your whereabouts. They unite to assault you, seemingly intent on driving you to the precipice of the blood cliff. You engage in a fierce battle, outmatched by their combined strength, and are forced to retreat towards the cliff's edge. Amidst the blood mist encircling the cliff, you encounter tiny blood-red mosquitoes. In a desperate struggle, your flesh is drained by the blood mosquitoes. You have perished. Talent, Vengeful Spirit's Call automatically activates. Vengeful Spirit's Call. As long as the soul is not extinguished, on the 7th day after death, it may return as a vengeful spirit, capable of taking any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. On the 7th day after your death, the night of return, you return to the Li family clan. You take Li Yunxi with you. Your soul dissipates. Wang Li feels utterly exhausted. No, to the west there are vengeful spirits, and to the east, blood mosquitoes. Am I being toyed with? However, upon reflection, it is clear that he has no knowledge of this secret realm, and certain matters are beyond control, which is quite normal, but in the next simulation, he must remember not to run towards the east or west. With matters as they are, it is time to select a reward. Wang Li sighs and then gazes at the reward options. Chapter 10. A tumultuous fate. This simulation concludes, and you may choose one reward from the following options. Dual focus. A mind divided into two, with boundless applications, you can now multitask with ease. Current simulation cultivation. 11th layer of Qi refinement. Supreme alchemy experience. The knowledge gained from your alchemical endeavors within the simulator. Intermediate formation cultivation experience. The expertise acquired while practicing formations in the simulator. 20,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not usable in simulations. Basic concealment technique. A method to obscure one's cultivation level. Comprehensive guide to basic alchemy. An instructional text on fundamental alchemical techniques. Enabling novices to grasp essential skills. Alchemical formulas. All the formulas you have mastered during the simulations. Spell cultivation experience. The knowledge acquired from practicing spells in the simulator. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose the dual focus talent. With this gift at his disposal, he could adeptly pursue both alchemy and cultivation simultaneously. After a brief respite, and upon changing his position after half an hour, Wang Li initiated the next simulation. Simulator initiating. Randomly selecting talent. Congratulations, you have obtained the white talent. A tumultuous fate. A tumultuous fate. Your life is fraught with misfortune. Your path is fraught with obstacles, and your journey is arduous. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Wang Li hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided against refreshing it. Today, you purchased Basic Concealment Technique and Comprehensive Guide to Basic Formations from the market. You have practiced the Basic Concealment Technique. The following day, Lu Zidu invited you to the mine. You declined. You have settled your debts to Lu Zidu. On the third day, you successfully cultivated the Basic Concealment Technique, successfully concealing your true cultivation level. On the fourth day, you ventured out to acquire alchemical texts, obtaining the Comprehensive Guide to Basic Alchemy from the Wambao Pavilion, which meticulously details several fundamental alchemical methods. In addition to the alchemical guide, you spent 1,000 spirit stones to purchase a low-tier alchemical furnace. On your way back, you were ambushed by 2 Qi refining stage 10 rogue cultivators, sustaining severe injuries. Has the entry begun to exert its influence? Wang Li observed the markedly different narrative from the previous simulation, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. You fled to the territory of the Li clan, narrowly preserving your life. You began to recuperate. The following year, your body fully recovered, though you sensed lingering hidden injuries. You commenced your studies in alchemy. You began your studies in formations. Dual focus activated. Formation genius activated, enhancing your skills and formation techniques. Alchemy genius activated, augmenting your proficiency in alchemical practices. Learning from your previous excursions, you approached Lu Zidu, hoping he would become your representative in the market. Lu Zidu was astonished to learn of your alchemical and formation skills, regarding you as if meeting you for the first time. With Lu Zidu's assistance, you commenced your alchemical and formation business in the market. Initially, people were skeptical of your claims, but through Lu Zidu's formidable charisma, your business began to flourish. A year passed, and your enterprise in the market expanded significantly, bringing considerable benefits to Lu Zidu as well. With the support of both the alchemy and formation genius talents, your alchemical and formation experience surged rapidly. By the 4th year, your alchemical and formation skills had reached an extraordinary level, comparable to those of intermediate alchemists and formation masters. You began to discreetly gather formulas for the spirit essence pill. However, your life was destined to be filled with peril and hardship, and news of your quest for the spirit essence pill leaked. You and Lu Zidu attracted the attention of the Li clan. Alas, upon reaching this juncture in the simulation, Wang Li's brow furrowed. Yet, recalling that this was merely a simulated narrative, he relaxed his expression. Lu Zidu was taken to the law enforcement hall, where the elder in charge immediately began to probe his soul without interrogation. As the elder's mana flowed into Lu Zidu's mind, he uncovered that all of this was orchestrated by you. You were summoned to the law enforcement hall. Observing Lu Zidu, who had become dazed due to the soul probing, you felt a pang of guilt. The law enforcement disciples forcibly commanded you to kneel. You resolutely refused to kneel. This was not out of defiance, but rather because you understood that kneeling would not grant you a chance at survival. The elder did not concern himself with whether you knelt or not. He inquired if you were aware of the truth. You coldly replied, yes. The elder scrutinized you, and upon perceiving your true cultivation, his expression shifted to one of regret. He had not anticipated that you were at the 8th level of chi refinement. He praised your achievement at such a young age, recognizing your exceptional talents in alchemy and formations, and offered you an opportunity to join the Li clan, while also seeking a marital alliance. You were somewhat taken aback, but having lived 2 lives and experienced numerous betrayals, you remained vigilant and did not easily trust him. The elder discerned your reservations, disregarding them, and instructed the law enforcement disciples to confine you in a cell beneath the law enforcement hall, advising you to reconsider before seeking him out. The next day, you requested an audience with the elder, proposing your desire to join the Li clan. You paid your respects to elderly Dao Shu. You paid your respects to elderly Dao Ming. You paid your respects to clan leader Li Daojin. You joined the Li clan and were granted the surname Li. Elderly Dao Ming expressed sincerity, administering a spirit essence pill to you. However, to exert control over you, they also administered a blood puppet pill, embedding a restriction in your consciousness. You resumed your cultivation. You were appointed as one of the alchemical hall's honored disciples by the Li clan. You began producing elixirs for the Li clan. By the 5th year, supported by elixirs and simulation spirit stones, your cultivation reached the 9th level of chi refinement. The Li clan's elixir business flourished with your involvement, as your exquisite skills minimized errors and the quality of your elixirs garnered widespread acclaim in the market. By the 6th year, bolstered by elixirs and simulation spirit stones, your cultivation ascended to the 10th level of chi refinement. Your reputation began to spread far and wide, and surrounding cultivation families and markets became aware of the Li clan's renowned alchemical prodigy. In January of the 7th year, Li Yunxi returned to the clan, causing quite a stir. In March of the 7th year, you were betrothed to the granddaughter of the elder, Li Lingjun, a practitioner of the 3 spirit roots. The Li clan increasingly valued your presence. By August of the 7th year, your cultivation reached the 11th level of chi refinement, but your resources were depleted. You lamented the arduousness of the path to immortality. In the 8th year, you received orders to handle matters concerning external disciples. You encountered Lin Yu. You observed Lin Yu's decisive handling of the external disciples, your expression reflecting a myriad of emotions. Lin Yu. Oh, Lin Yu. Wang Li mused as he reflected on this moment. You incapacitated an external disciple, administering a mind confusion pill before breaking his limbs. You acquired the external disciple's storage bag. As the external disciple was handed over to disciples of the Tianyi sect, your gaze lingered on the dazed figure for a few seconds before you returned to the alchemical hall. You commenced your alchemical practices, simultaneously refining elixirs and cultivating. By the end of the 8th year, Lin Yu and Li Yunxi set off to train at the Tianyi sect. In the 9th year, this marked the first time Wang Li had survived to the 9th year across numerous simulations, and he wore a bittersweet smile as he beheld the interface displaying the 9th year. In the 9th year, your fiancée Li Lingzhen summoned you. She arrived with a male disciple, having specifically returned from the Tianyi sect to see you. You beheld Li Lingzhen, clad in a white dress. Her skin as smooth as jade, her beauty surpassing that of a lotus flower, truly a sight to behold. Li Lingzhen proposed an annulment of your engagement. She expressed that as a four-spirit root external disciple, you were unworthy of her, and that she had found someone else, insinuating that you were ill-suited for one another. You remained indifferent. Li Lingzhen assumed you sought additional benefits, tossing 1,000 spirit stones your way. Grateful for the spirit stones, you accepted them without hesitation. Ultimately, under the intervention of clan leader Li Daozhen, your engagement was dissolved, and the Li clan arranged a new match for you. The bride being the granddaughter of elder Li Daoming, named Li Mingzhen, a practitioner of the four spirit roots. Under the eaves of others, one must bow their head. You dared not refuse. In the 10th year, your alchemical skills reached a superior level, and your cultivation approached the 12th level of qi refinement, as you were poised to enter the realm of matrimony. In the 11th year, you wed. Your bride exceptionally beautiful, and after 23 years in this world, you finally had a true home. Your sense of belonging to the Li clan deepened. Wang Li observed the simulated narrative with a calm demeanor, the flickering candlelight reflecting in his dark eyes, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. Chapter 11. Revisiting the Secret Realm. In the 12th year, amidst a bounty of elixirs and spirit stones, your cultivation broke through to the 12th level of qi refinement. You reflected on the advantages of being an alchemist. Even though the Li clan was aware that you had been skimming elixirs, your salary and allowances remained abundant. At the 12th level of qi refinement, you had reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, with the next step being foundation establishment. The esteemed elder, Li Daoming, upon learning of your remarkable achievement in breaking through to the 12th layer of qi refinement, sent a congratulatory gift through a messenger. Similarly, the clan leader, Li Daozhen, dispatched a token of his appreciation upon hearing the news of your ascension. The law elder, Li Daoshu, also conveyed his good wishes with a gift in recognition of your milestone. In the 13th year, your child was born, a son, bringing you an uncontainable joy, even as your normally composed demeanor gave way to childlike exuberance. At the age of 23, having reached the 12th layer of qi refinement and distinguished yourself as a prodigious alchemist, you experienced true happiness for the first time as you embraced fatherhood. However, the joy was short-lived, as it was discovered that your child possessed no spiritual roots. Your wife was overwhelmed with grief, her cries echoing in the stillness. By the 14th year, your cultivation began to stabilize, and your mastery of alchemy flourished, solidifying your standing within the Li clan. In the 15th year, you achieved perfect mastery of the 12th layer of qi refinement and began your quest for a way to break into the foundation establishment stage. You sought the clan leader's guidance on the formulation of the foundation establishment pill and the requisite herbs. Li Daozhen, with a stoic expression, informed you that since embarking on the path of immortality, you have been hindered by the dispersal of qi. Overcoming this barrier and continuing your cultivation was already a formidable task. Thus, transcending into foundation establishment would be akin to scaling the heavens. Ultimately, you departed with the recipe for the foundation establishment pill. In the 16th year, you commenced the gathering of materials necessary for its fabrication, further honing your alchemical skills. By the 17th year, you had collected several essential herbs for the foundation establishment pill. In the 18th year, you acquired a rare herb crucial for its creation, enhancing your alchemical prowess. By the 23rd year, after expending considerable resources to assemble the ingredients for the foundation establishment pill, you retreated into seclusion to commence its refining. In the 24th year, you succeeded in crafting the foundation establishment pill, holding the hard-won elixir in your hands, your heart a tumult of emotions. Your son, Li Wanza, had turned 10, and you spent some time cherishing your family before once again entering seclusion. You ingested the Foundation Establishment pill, aiming to break through, but the attempt ended in failure as the backlash from forcibly breaking through left you grievously injured. By the 25th year, you healed and resumed your quest to gather materials for the Foundation Establishment pill. In the 26th year, your alchemical skills reached an extraordinary level, instilling within you the confidence that no alchemist in the entire Qi nation could rival your prowess. In the 27th year, the Li clan convened a family meeting to which you were invited. During this assembly, clan leader Li Daojian announced two significant matters. First, regarding the outer disciples, the mysterious secret realm of Tianyi Gate would open once every 30 years, prompting major cultivation families to prepare well in advance. Second, concerning the battle between righteousness and demonic forces, it was rumored that the ancestor of the Huan sect had achieved full mastery of the nascent soul stage, stirring up significant unrest within the demonic factions who were suspected of preparing for an invasion. You paid little heed to these matters, your sole focus remaining on breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage. In the 28th year, you continued to gather materials for the Foundation Establishment pill. By the 29th year, Lin Yu and Li Yunxi returned to the Li clan, and you stood amidst the crowd, your heart a swirl of complex emotions as you beheld the two who had attained the Foundation Establishment realm. In the 30th year, at the age of 42, you endeavored once more to refine the Foundation Establishment pill. Fate, it seemed, played a cruel jest upon you as the geothermal energies of the Li clan became tumultuous, resulting in a catastrophic explosion during your refinement process, leading to failure. Though disheartened, you understood that perseverance was the path to victory. You resumed the collection of materials for the Foundation Establishment pill. This year, your wife observed your relentless pursuit. Though she could not comprehend your fervor for power, feeling content with the happiness of your family, she nevertheless offered her silent support. In the 31st year, the allied demonic forces launched an assault on the righteous sects, with the Tianyi Gate at the forefront of the righteous response. The demonic coalition unleashed their full might, sweeping through the ranks of the righteous sects, who retreated in disarray, each harboring their own ulterior motives. The Tianyi Gate urgently rallied support from various cultivation families. By virtue of your identity as an alchemist, you managed to evade conscription by your clan. The battle between righteousness and evil intensified in the 32nd year. You continued your search for alchemical materials. By the 33rd year, the conflict began to wane, the righteous sects losing their former strength. The 34th year saw the righteous sects retreating to the eastern spirit domain while the southern spirit domain fell into the hands of the demonic forces. You successfully refined the Foundation Establishment pill, and the Li clan pledged allegiance to the Huan sect. You began your seclusion to break through. In the 35th year, a disciple from the Huan sect recognized that your wife possessed a rare Yin body and sought to claim her as a furnace. Consequently, your wife was sent away by the Li clan in a desperate bid to preserve her purity. Your wife ingested a poison pill, taking her own life. Fueled by vengeance for his mother, your son was taken by the Soul Banner. You emerged from your seclusion seeking revenge for your wife and child, but you were overpowered and captured by the Soul Banner as well. The relentless cycle of betrayal and familial strife within the Li clan left you disillusioned, underscoring their unreliability. Your soul was devoured by the malevolent spirits within the Soul Banner, leading to your demise. With the obliteration of your spirit, your innate talents could not be activated, and the simulation concluded. The current simulation has ended, and you may select one reward from the following options. A life fraught with misfortune. Your existence is riddled with obstacles and daunting challenges. Current simulated cultivation level, perfect mastery of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Superior alchemical experience, the knowledge gained from your alchemical pursuits within the simulator. Intermediate array formation experience, the expertise acquired through array formation training in the simulator. 50,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from labor, not applicable for simulation use. The basic concealment technique, useful for concealing one's own cultivation level. Comprehensive guide to basic alchemy, a teaching resource on fundamental alchemical techniques, enabling novices to grasp essential skills. Pill formulas, all formulas you have mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience, the expertise gained from spell training in the simulator. One Foundation Establishment pill, the elixir you refined within the simulator, a crucial item for transcending into the Foundation Establishment stage. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose the simulated cultivation experience. In an instant, the power of perfect mastery of the 12th layer of Qi refinement surged into his body, coursing through his organs and revitalizing his physique. Achieving perfect mastery of the 12th layer of chi refinement, success. Clenching his fists, he felt the overwhelming power within him, his eyes alight with exhilaration. After calming himself, he activated the simulation once more. Life Simulation Device LV1. Host. Wang Li. Age. 12. Cultivation Technique. Red Fire Sutra. Cultivation Level. Perfect mastery of the 12th layer of chi refinement. Simulation points. 0. Number of simulations. 0. Talent. Vengeful Spirit's Grasp. Black. Array Formation Prodigy. Blue. Alchemical Prodigy. Blue. Dual Focus. Blue. Talent Tier Levels. White, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, rainbow. Initiating Simulation Device. Randomly drawing talents. Congratulations on acquiring the yellow talent. Indifferent and uncaring. Indifferent and uncaring. You are a cold-hearted, callous, and self-serving individual who takes a dispassionate view of desires, never acting against your own interests. Simulation begins. Today, you purchased the Basic Concealment Technique and Comprehensive Guide to Basic Arrays from the market, and you began your training in the Basic Concealment Technique. The following day, Lu Ziden invited you to the mine, but you declined. You settled your debt with Lu Ziden. On the third day, you successfully mastered the Basic Concealment Technique, allowing you to obscure your true cultivation level. The fourth day saw you venturing out to acquire the Comprehensive Guide to Basic Alchemy, purchasing a low-tier alchemical furnace. You began your studies in alchemy and array formation. With the activation of dual focus, your skills in array formation flourished, while your alchemical expertise also expanded due to the influence of your innate talent. You disguised yourself and set up a stall in the market, charging a modest fee, which attracted the attention of several wandering cultivators who began to patronize your business. A month passed, and you received numerous orders, amassing considerable wealth. With the augmentation of your alchemical and array formation talents, your experience in both fields surged rapidly. By the second year, your skills in alchemy and array formation had reached an exceptional level, achieving intermediate proficiency, and your business thrived even more. You began to raise your prices. A few wandering cultivators attempted to take advantage of you, but after you decisively suppressed them, they became more compliant. During this year, you began secretly seeking a remedy for the chi dispersal affliction. Eventually, you fulfilled your quest by acquiring the recipe for the spirit pill from a wandering cultivator. You commenced gathering the necessary herbs for the spirit pill dye in the third year. After offering a substantial reward, you successfully assembled the required herbs and began the refinement of the spirit pill. 3 months later, you triumphed, consuming the spirit pill and expelling the chi dispersal from your body. News of a master of both alchemy and array formation emerging from the Li family's market spread rapidly, prompting various factions to send emissaries in search of you. Weighing the pros and cons, you decided to temporarily withdraw from the market, purchasing a wealth of spell manuals instead. You adeptly balanced your time between delving into the path of array formation and honing your spellcasting skills. In the fourth year, as the initial fervor began to wane, you resumed your street vending, and the marketplace once again buzzed with activity. You sought out the Wanbao Pavilion to acquire the recipe for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Your aspirations were fulfilled as you obtained the coveted formula. Subsequently, you commenced the gathering of the herbs required for the concoction of the Foundation Establishment Pill. In the fifth year, under the allure of generous rewards, you successfully collected a rare herb essential for crafting the Foundation Establishment Pill. By the sixth year, the Li clan ceased to distribute cultivation resources, leaving many external disciples in tears, yet you remained unperturbed. You continued to delve into the intricacies of alchemy and formation techniques. Your skills in both disciplines reached a superior level of mastery. In the seventh year, your youthful friend Lin Yu visited the northern mountain villa in search of you and Lu Zidu. Observing Lin Yu, now a dashing young man with a cultivation level of chi refinement at the 10th layer, you felt an unusual calmness within. You declined their invitation to accompany them on an outing. Lu Zidu expressed his frustration, accusing you of growing increasingly callous over the years, to the point of being heartless in your quest for immortality. You said little in response and turned to leave. Severing all ties with Lu Zidu and Lin Yu. In January of the 7th year, the return of Li Yunxi to the Celestial clan caused quite a stir. You remained indifferent to such matters, focusing instead on fortifying yourself and preparing for the impending dangers. By February of the 7th year, you acquired a technique for stealth from the demon sect, known as Blood Shadow Escape. In March, You collected another herb for the Foundation Establishment Pill. In the same month, you began secretly gathering the formulas for the Clear Spirit Pill and the Bone Shaping Pill, as well as acquiring spells and potions to enhance your physique. You diligently split your focus between studying escape techniques and combat arts. By May of the 7th year, you successfully refined the Clear Spirit Pill, and in June, you crafted the Bone Shaping Pill. In July, you gathered yet another herb for the Foundation Establishment Pill. By the end of October in the 7th year, you learned of Lu Zidu's betrayal of his clan and his subsequent execution. Yet you remained expressionless, continuing your cultivation of spells. In the 8th year, on the night of the New Year's first day, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Division at the 8th layer of Qi Refinement ambushed you. And you feigned defeat. You were administered a mind-dulling pill and ensnared by a binding technique. In a desperate bid for survival, you severed your own limbs. The Clear Spirit Pill within you began to activate as you channeled your energy to break the seal. The Bone Shaping Pill also commenced its function. You regained consciousness, witnessing the reshaping of your bones. You were subsequently traded to the Tianyi sect and entered a secret realm. Upon entering, your eyes snapped open, and you gazed with ruthless intent at the disciple of the Tianyi sect brandishing a sword before you. Chapter 12. God Blocks. Kill God. You raised your hand, unleashing the Fire Dragon technique, instantly slaying the Tianyi disciple before you, then coldly surveying the remaining disciples of the Tianyi sect. The aura of your perfected 12th layer of Qi refinement radiated, instilling fear among your adversaries. One disciple, attempting to rally his comrades, proclaimed, "Brothers, he is but one individual, unarmed, and even if his energy is depleted, he cannot defeat us all. Let us attack together." However, none dared to move, each reluctant to be the first to meet their demise. The standoff quickly escalated. Yet, you did not grant them ample time. With swift precision, you dispatched 2 Qi refinement 10th layer cultivators. You slaughtered as if drinking water, sweeping through them as though they were mere reeds in a storm, unleashing a torrent of spells that felled the majority of the Tianyi sect disciples in mere moments. Soon, only one 12th layer disciple remained, who merely smiled at you. You regarded him with a stoic expression, a flicker of wariness igniting within you. Throughout your deadly endeavor, you kept a vigilant eye on the 12th layer disciple, ready to employ your escape technique should he show any sign of hostility. However, his continued indifference piqued your suspicion, suggesting he possessed some form of leverage. The Tianyi disciple revealed his allegiance to the demon sect and expressed his intention to recruit you. You were taken aback, astonished that the demon sect had extended its influence to the Tianyi sect. After a brief silence, you inquired about the terms of such an alliance. He informed you that it required the consumption of a soul-biting pill. Observing his calm demeanor, a thought of betrayal flickered in your mind. Ultimately, you chose to align with the demon sect and consumed the soul-biting pill. The infiltrating disciple introduced himself as Jia Qing from the Yaoshan sect. In turn, you revealed your alias as Lu Zichong. Together, you began to cleanse the battlefield. You obtained half of a Tianyi disciple's storage pouch, and Jia Qing informed you that this mysterious realm was known as the Immortal Ruins, said to have formed around the remains of an ancient immortal who fell from the heavens. This realm was a manifestation of the immortal's dantian, capable of conjuring spiritual herbs from thin air through the sacrifice of cultivators' flesh and blood. Curiosity piqued, you inquired why beast blood was not utilized for sacrifices. Jia Qing explained that the spiritual energy in beast blood was too chaotic, yielding subpar results. You remained silent. 7 days later, indeed, a plethora of spiritual herbs sprouted within the realm, leaving you astonished. The number of herbs exceeded 1,000, most of which were essential for crafting the Foundation Establishment Pill. You discreetly harvested some necessary materials for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Jia Qing, having observed your actions, warned you that upon exiting, the elders of the Tianyi sect would conduct thorough searches. You quickly sought clarification regarding the elders. Jia Qing revealed that each time the Immortal Ruins closed, the sect's elders would personally arrive to collect the herbs, ensuring disciples did not pilfer them. You promptly inquired about how your identity would be managed. Jia Qing assured you of his expertise in a skin painting technique, a secret art of the Yaoshan sect, capable of deceiving even core formation cultivators. Astonished yet composed, that night, Jia Qing procured a human skin from his storage pouch, instructing you to drop your blood for the ritual. He skillfully crafted a lifelike disguise, which you recognized as belonging to a Tianyi disciple you had slain. You donned the crafted skin. On the 8th day, you assumed your new identity as Shanjiani. You and Jiaqing exited the immortal ruins. Upon seeing only you and Jiaqing emerge, the leading Foundation establishment cultivator expressed surprise. Jiaqing explained that circumstances had altered within the realm, as a foreign disciple had unleashed a massacre, presenting the recording stone as evidence. After viewing the contents of the stone, the Foundation establishment cultivator's expression soured. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in black robes arrived, radiating an overwhelming aura that froze your blood. After handing over the spiritual herbs, you departed alongside the leading Foundation establishment cultivator. As you exited the fog-laden mountains and boarded the returning spiritual vessel to the Tiani sect. The leading cultivator produced 2 memory-dulling pills. He informed you that consuming this pill would erase nearly half a month's worth of memories, but they would return following a breakthrough in your Foundation establishment. Witnessing Jiaqing swallow one, you followed suit, only to regret it immediately after. Indeed, having lost your memories of the secret realm, you behaved strangely, appearing bewildered by your surroundings. The leading Foundation establishment cultivator noticed your condition and began to express concern. You gazed at him with blank eyes filled with confusion. Upon realizing you did not recognize him, his expression shifted. He pressed for your true name. You fell silent. Seeing your reticence, the cultivator acted swiftly, attempting to probe your soul. During your struggle, your disguise was revealed. This caught Jiaqing's attention, and witnessing your peril, he summoned a treasure. With a flash of a talisman, a colossal hand descended, crushing the unsuspecting Foundation establishment cultivator. The treasure, a force comparable to a full-powered strike from a core formation cultivator. Who exactly is Jiaqing to possess such a treasure? As Wang Li observed Jiaqing's display of power, his breath quickened. It became evident why Jiaqing had exuded such confidence in the immortal ruins. After clearing the battlefield, Jiaqing, with a grave expression, inquired about your lineage within the Yao Shen sect. You deceived him. Claiming to be a descendant of the third elder, Jiaqing scrutinized you with suspicion but ultimately stated that despite the circumstances, as fellow disciples of the Yao Shen sect, mutual assistance was expected. He then skinned the deceased Tiani disciple, crafting a disguise that mirrored the fallen cultivator's appearance. After taking some useful items, he handed over the storage bag of the Foundation establishment cultivator to you and imparted to you a high-level technique for concealing one's cultivation. Sharing some details regarding this Foundation establishment cultivator, you mastered the concealment of the heart technique. Accepting the storage bag, you acquired a new name, Fengxiu. At noon, you and Jiaqing returned to Tiani sect. You arrived at Jiaqing's residence, where the two of you began to discuss future plans. In the afternoon, you were summoned to the law enforcement hall for questioning. The elder in charge of law enforcement interrogated you about this operation and the significant loss of disciples. You informed the elder of the corroborating statements made by Jiaqing and yourself. Upon hearing that it was the forces of the demonic sect that had pillaged, the elder remained skeptical and inquired about the specifics of your mission. Unable to respond, you were forcefully turned into a puppet through the elder's immense magical power, disdainfully bypassing the use of soul-searching techniques. Your soul was extinguished, you perished, due to the obliteration of your soul. You could not activate your innate talents, and the simulation concluded. The simulation has ended, and you may choose one reward from the following options. Unfeeling and uncaring, you are a cold, ruthless, and selfish individual, indifferent to desires. You never act against your own interests. Current simulation cultivation level. Great perfection of chi refinement, 12th layer. High-quality alchemy experience. The experience gained from alchemy within the simulator. High-quality array formation training experience. The experience gained from array formation training within the simulator. 50,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not usable in simulation. Basic concealment formula. Can be used to conceal one's cultivation. Concealment of the heart technique. A technique for concealment utilized by the demonic sect. Basic alchemy compendium. An instructional guide on fundamental alchemy techniques, enabling beginners to grasp certain alchemical skills. Alchemical recipes. All recipes you mastered during the simulation. Spell training experience. Experience gained from spell training within the simulator. Wang Li chose high-quality alchemy experience. As the simulator infused this into his body, Wang Li instantly acquired numerous alchemical techniques. When to achieve optimal temperature, the best moment to form pills, how to minimize errors, and how to maximize the use of herbs, as well as mastering the control of fire. With all 400 simulation points exhausted, If he wished to continue, he would have to wait 7 days. Alternatively, he could set up a stall at the market to earn spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li decided that setting up a stall at the market was the better choice, as it would enhance his alchemical skills, allow him to earn money, and provide opportunities to seek various alchemical recipes. With this thought, he took out the basic array formation compendium and basic concealment formula purchased from the market and began his training. Following the pathways outlined in the simulation, he could avoid much unnecessary trouble. The next day, after a night of intensive study, Wang Li heard a knock at his door. Assuming it might be Lu Zidong, he promptly rose to greet him. "Lu Gu, please come in." Opening the door, Wang Li beamed at the familiar face and invited him inside. "Brother, it's time to head to the mine." Lu Zidong stepped into the room, glanced around at Wang Li's modest living quarters, and spoke. Wang Li shook his head, retrieving the spirit stones he had prepared earlier and placing them on the table. "Lu Gu, I recently came into a bit of fortune, so I currently have no shortage of spirit stones. I want to be going this time. Please inform the overseer at the mine. As for these spirit stones, they are what I borrowed from you before. Please take them." Seeing the spirit stones on the table, Lu Zidong genuinely felt happy for Wang Li. "Brother, you truly are blessed. Congratulations." After saying this, he accepted the spirit stones. After spending some time in the room, he left with his hoe slung over his shoulder. Wang Li watched his retreating figure, a swirl of complex emotions filling him. He wished he could assist Lu Zidong, but given the current circumstances, he could barely ensure his own safety, let alone save others. It was a case of wanting to help but feeling powerless. Fortunately, he still had nearly 8 years for simulation. After 8 years, gods would be slain and Buddhas obliterated. Calming his emotions, Wang Li resumed his training in the basic concealment formula. Chapter 13. Alchemy at the market. On the third day, as dawn broke, Wang Li walked through the mountains, listening to the continuous chirping of birds around him, his heart suddenly feeling clear, with magical energy enhancing his legs. He leaped high, landing gracefully on the lush green leaves, making his way toward the marketplace. Moving like a dragonfly skimming the water, he covered great distances swiftly, and before long, the bustling market came into view. Low-tier spirit beasts on clearance, interested parties, come forth, alchemy workshop grand opening, don't miss out. Wanbao Pavilion has just received hundreds of spirit artifacts, all at a 10% discount. Before even entering the market, the continuous shouts echoed from all directions. Wang Li smiled knowingly, then entered the market, ready to implement his 3-step strategy. First, he headed to a mask stall to purchase a color-changing black jade mask to disguise his identity. Second, he went to Wanbao Pavilion to acquire an alchemy furnace. Third, he bought a wooden sign, wooden stool, and wooden table. Once everything was in place, Wang Li found a vacant spot to set up his stall. The sign read, "Alchemy and Array Formation, quality goods at reasonable prices. Starting at 100 low-tier spirit stones, final pricing based on the duration of the alchemical process." Now, all he had to do was wait for customers to arrive. Wang Li sat calmly on the wooden stool, observing the passers-by with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. After sitting for an entire morning without a single customer approaching him for alchemy services, Wang Li felt somewhat bewildered. This doesn't seem right. Didn't the simulator say I would be quite popular? Where is everyone? He sighed, deciding it was best to remain patient. After all, he had reached the limits of his chi refinement stage, so waiting would not hurt. It would also be a good opportunity to temper his character. Wang Li adjusted his mindset accordingly. It wasn't until the afternoon that someone approached him to request alchemical services. Observing the rugged man before him, Wang Li took the recipe and herbs he handed over, his expression shifting to one of surprise. "Soul recovery pill? Indeed, master. My child has stumbled into a strange place, and his 3 souls have suffered damage. He urgently requires a soul recovery pill for healing. I implore you to assist." Upon hearing this, Wang Li was taken aback and immediately turned cautious. "You're entrusting your child's life to me instead of seeking out professional alchemists or those at Wanbao Pavilion. Do you trust me that much?" The burly man forced a smile and replied, "It's too expensive. Those alchemists charge a minimum of 1,000 spirit stones to refine a pill, but with you, master, it's only 100 spirit stones. All right, I'll take on this job." Wang Li feigned solemnity. He then activated the fire spell, engulfing his hand in flames, and summoned an iron cauldron-sized alchemy furnace from his storage bag, hovering it above his palm. After adding the herbs provided by the burly man into the furnace one by one, Wang Li employed the water transformation technique, channeling streams of water into the furnace. Finally, he followed the recipe step by step to refine the herbs within the furnace. Under the skilled hands of a high-quality alchemist, everything flowed effortlessly, inspiring admiration in onlookers. The burly man watched in astonishment as Wang Li's alchemical techniques unfolded. Although he had no knowledge of alchemy, he had encountered other alchemists before and had never seen anyone work with such finesse in no time. Wang Li's remarkable alchemical skills drew a growing crowd of cultivators. They marveled at his unique methods, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Half an hour later, the crowd had swelled, and the soul recovery pill was successfully refined. As the furnace lid was lifted, 2 purple pills soared out, landing in the burly man's hands. Soul recovery pill. I never expected it to be a soul recovery pill. I've heard such pills are immensely beneficial. A discerning cultivator in the crowd recognized the pill, causing several pairs of eyes to fixate on it. The burly man, overjoyed, quickly stored the pills in his storage bag and produced 200 spirit stones from his person, handing them to Wang Li. "Thank you, master. My child is saved." His face radiated respect, clearly grateful to Wang Li, who waved his hand to indicate the man could leave. Wang Li then turned his gaze to the crowd. "Does anyone else require me to refine pills?" In an instant, several cultivators stepped forward from the crowd. "Master, I wish to have a blood chi pill refined." "Master, could you please refine a bewitching pill for me?" "Master, I wish to have a tranquil heart pill refined." Throughout the entire afternoon, Wang Li was busy refining pills, while the crowd continued to grow. As they witnessed the pills being produced one after another, their astonishment grew. "How many has he made now? This master hasn't he made a single mistake. It's truly impressive. His magical power is indeed formidable. He must be a senior at the foundation establishment stage." Before long, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon rose, Wang Li completed the last pill and began to pack up his stall. He clasped his hands in salute to the gathered crowd. "Dear friends, this will conclude today's pill refining. Tomorrow, I shall return to this location to continue. If you require any pills, please await my arrival." With that, Wang Li departed gracefully. As they watched his retreating figure, some in the crowd began to harbor unusual thoughts. However, for the majority, ambition was tempered by reason. A surname like Li, combined with such exceptional alchemical skills and operating a stall in a marketplace controlled by the Li clan, led them to ponder deeply. As Wang Li exited the market, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that no one had followed him. He had hoped to strike it rich. He continued on his path until he was suddenly halted by the sight of a corpse by the roadside, its eyes forever unclosed, gazing upon the lifeless form. Wang Li couldn't help but lament. In this world, without strength, a moment's carelessness can lead one to become just another body lying on the street. The deceased was the brawny man who had previously sought Wang Li's help for a soul-replenishing pill. After half a joss stick's worth of time, Wang Li returned to the North Mountain Villa just before the gates were sealed. Once he had securely locked his door, he retrieved the 800 spirit stones he had earned that day and poured them all into the simulator. Then the simulation commenced. Talent entry levels: white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow. Simulator initializing. Randomly drawing talents. Congratulations! You have acquired the green talent, Sword Heart Clarity. Sword Heart Clarity. You possess a natural and formidable talent for the sword path. Given time, you shall become a powerful sword cultivator. Simulation begins. Today, you showcased astonishing alchemical skills in the market. You quickly became renowned throughout the market. As you introduced yourself as Li, many began to speculate whether you had ties to the Li Immortal clan. The following day, as you set up your stall in the market, you were surrounded by hundreds of people, all seeking your alchemical expertise. You welcomed all, accepting payment for your services. A month passed, and you received numerous orders, amassing a significant fortune. With the support of your exceptional alchemical and array talents, your experience in both fields grew rapidly. Though you exhibited astonishing talent in array formations, people were more inclined to seek your alchemical services. As you were able to concoct even the most intricate elixirs, speculation arose regarding whether you were indeed a top-tier alchemist. You neither confirmed nor denied this. The elder steward of the Li Immortal clan requested a meeting with you. You declined. The elder steward of the Li Immortal clan requested a second meeting. After much deliberation, you acquiesced. You met with elder Li Daoxian. Li Daoxian inquired about your lineage. You stated that you merely shared the surname Li and were not a disciple of the Li immortal clan. Li Daoxian extended an olive branch to you. You refused. Your meeting with Li Daoxian ended on an unpleasant note. You began to raise your prices. You sought the formula for the life spirit pill. You achieved your goal. You commenced gathering the herbs required to concoct the life spirit pill. You ventured to the Wanbao Pavilion to purchase a sword cultivation technique, the Xintian Sword Classic, which contained all the incantations from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage. It is said that the Xintian Sword Classic was a legacy left behind by a powerful sword cultivator. However, due to its stringent emphasis on the cultivator's sword talent, despite its widespread circulation, few have succeeded in mastering it. You began to transfer your cultivation method. The talent Sword Heart Clarity activated. In the second year, with a generous reward offered, you gathered the herbs needed for the life spirit pill and commenced its concoction. You began preparing for the challenges 8 years hence. You successfully transitioned to the Xintian Sword Classic, becoming a formidable sword cultivator. Ah, so swift. Seeing that it had taken only a year for him to succeed in his transition, Wang Li was momentarily dumbfounded. Is this the remarkable power of talent? Indeed, like begets like. A dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix, and even a mouse's offspring can dig a hole. However, a sudden thought struck Wang Li. If every being in the world possesses their own unique talent entry, what might his original talent entry be? A month later, you successfully concocted and consumed the life spirit pill. You expelled the stasis from within your body. Prominent families began to court you for allegiance. Forces such as the Wanbao Pavilion extended invitations to you as well. You began to lavishly purchase spells to arm yourself. You sought the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill from the Wanbao Pavilion. Your desires were fulfilled, and you acquired the formula. You commenced gathering the herbs required for the Foundation Establishment Pill. You began to search for a solution to the soul-eating pill. In the third year, you obtained a herb necessary for concocting the Foundation Establishment Pill. Your offensive spells advanced rapidly. You mastered the 5 elements killing technique and sword control technique. In the fourth year, you obtained another herb for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Your escape techniques improved swiftly. You learned the 5 elements escape technique. In the fifth year, you obtained yet another herb for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Your defensive techniques advanced rapidly. You learned the 5 elements defense technique. Your business flourished, with countless individuals seeking your alchemical services daily. It was then that you understood why so many alchemists set the bar for alchemy so high. Nonetheless, due to your proficiency in multitasking, you could easily concoct pills while attending to other matters. In the 6th year, the Li Immortal clan ceased providing cultivation resources, causing many external disciples to weep and wail. Yet you remained unfazed. You received a mysterious job offer, with the buyer insisting that you keep the alchemical process confidential. You accepted the invitation and learned that the buyer sought the Foundation Establishment Pill. On the condition that you would receive one for yourself, you took on this task. Half a year later, you successfully concocted 3 Foundation Establishment Pills and received one as payment. You announced a year-long hiatus before returning to the Li Immortal clan, where you set up a forbidden formation around your residence to prevent prying eyes, and began consuming the pills in hopes of a breakthrough. 3 months later, you emerged from seclusion. Your breakthrough attempt failed, and you did not succeed in reaching the Foundation Establishment stage. Suddenly, you recalled Han Tianzuan, who had also consumed a significant quantity of Foundation Establishment Pills before succeeding, and you felt at peace. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu came to the North Mountain Villa in search of you and Lu Ziduan. After Lu Ziduan's persuasion, you joined them on a trip to the market. In the afternoon, Li Yunxi returned to the clan, causing quite a stir. Li Yunxi noticed Lin Yu among the crowd and admonished him, as a clan descendant, to devote himself to cultivation and not to squander time and leisure with you two. As the carriage departed, you sensed that Li Yunxi cast a lingering glance in your direction. After exchanging gazes for a moment, you both withdrew your eyes. Lin Yu severed ties with you. In the 2nd month of the 7th year, you acquired a demonic escape technique, Blood Shadow Escape. In the 3rd month of the 7th year, you concocted the Clarity Pill. In the 4th month of the 7th year, you concocted the Bone Sculpting Pill. In the 5th month of the 7th year, you invited Lu Ziduan to the Celestial Tower for relaxation. In the 6th month of the 7th year, you invited Lu Ziduan to the Celestial Tower for further relaxation. Due to your intervention, Lu Ziduan and Jiang Qingyin never met. At the end of December of the 7th year, after inviting Lu Ziduan to the Celestial Tower for a night of revelry, you began preparing for the upcoming Secret Realm expedition. In the 8th year, on the night of the New Year's first day, a law enforcement disciple at the 8th layer of Qi refinement ambushed you, and you feigned a successful attack. You were fed a mind confusion pill. You were ensnared by a sealing technique. You severed your own limbs. The clarity pill within you began to operate. You channeled your power to break the seal. The bone sculpting pill within you began to operate. You regained consciousness. Your bones began to reshape. You were traded to the Tianyi sect. You entered the secret realm. Upon awakening within the secret realm, you swiftly dispatched a Tianyi sect disciple before turning your gaze toward Jia Qing in the crowd. You publicly exposed Jia Qing's identity and declared yourself a disciple sent by the demon god sect, with the purpose of assisting Jia Qing in locating the position of the immortal ruins secret realm. Instantly, Jia Qing's expression darkened. Chapter 14. Foundation Establishment. The faces of the Tianyi sect disciples turned pale with fear. Ultimately, Jia Qing chose to trust you, and together you eliminated all the Tianyi sect disciples within the secret realm. After you and Jia Qing cleared the battlefield, Jia Qing began to inquire how you had come to know of his existence. You revealed your alias, Lu Ziduan, stating that you were a descendant of the third elder of the demon god sect, and that you had been informed of Jia Qing's existence by a senior who had sent you. Jia Qing regarded your words with skepticism, as he did not fully trust you. You began to ask Jia Qing if he could grant you a disguise. Jia Qing, puzzled, questioned how a person from the demon god sect could lack mastery of the sect's secret techniques. You calmly explained that the demon god sect had exerted immense effort to uncover the existence of the immortal ruins secret realm, and that you had been sent to the Li immortal clan as an external disciple since childhood, hence lacking knowledge of the sect's secret techniques. Jia Qing remained dubious. Yet, he still provided you with a disguise. You obtained a new identity as a Tianyi sect disciple, Shunjiani. You informed Jia Qing that you had received insider information indicating that Tianyi sect disciples, upon completing their mission in the immortal ruins secret realm, would be forced by the leading foundation establishment cultivator to consume a memory erasure pill. This pill would cause the user to lose half a month's memories, only recovering them upon successfully reaching the foundation establishment stage. Jia Qing was alarmed and simultaneously retrieved 2 pills from his storage pouch. He informed you that these pills were called blood yuan pills, possessing the ability to detoxify, protect the body, and nurture one's essence, as long as this pill was taken before consuming the memory erasure pill. It could neutralize the effects, preventing the user from suffering memory loss. You are somewhat taken aback. With only 7 days remaining until the closure of the secret realm, you confide in Jia Qing your desire to explore the mysteries within. Jia Qing, however, does not share your enthusiasm. He cautions you about the 4 perilous regions of the Shinshu secret realm: the Blood Cliff to the east, the desert to the west, the dense forest to the south, and the dead water to the north. Upon entering the realm, he had repeatedly warned his disciples to refrain from venturing too far and to remain in the central area to gather spiritual herbs. You inquire of Jia Qing for more detailed information regarding these treacherous locations. He admits his ignorance of specifics, only knowing that they are exceedingly dangerous. He recalls that the Tianyi sect had dispatched numerous fully realized disciples of the Qi refinement stage to explore these 4 perilous areas, yet none returned. You find yourself in a state of hesitation. You once believed that as a sword cultivator, possessing the power of the 12th level of Qi refinement would allow you to roam unhindered within the realm. However, it appears that this secret realm is far more formidable than anticipated. You ultimately decide against exploring the realm on the 8th day. After foraging for spiritual herbs with Jia Qing, you depart from the Shinshu secret realm, having consumed blood yuan pills beforehand. You sense that the secret realm harbors significant secrets. Perhaps the legend of the immortal's demise here holds some truth. You and Jia Qing step out of the teleportation portal. The foundation building cultivator leading your group is taken aback to see only you and Jia Qing emerge. Without elaborating, Jia Qing explains that an external disciple had concealed their cultivation level and wreaked havoc within the realm, handing over the recording stone he possessed. Upon viewing the scenes captured within the stone, the foundation building cultivator's expression darkens. Half an incense stick later, a middle-aged man clad in black robes arrives to collect the spiritual herbs. You and Jia Qing follow the leading cultivator as you leave the mist-shrouded mountains, boarding the spiritual vessel bound for Tiani sect. The leading cultivator produces a memory recollection pill and informs you of its effects. You and Jia Qing consume it together. Under the guise of secrecy, you both make your way to Tiani sect, guided by the leading cultivator. You arrive at Jia Qing's residence, where the two of you begin to deliberate your future plans. You request the concealing heart technique from Jia Qing and, to your satisfaction, obtain it. You commence your life at Tiani sect under the identity of Shunjiani. You begin to tally the spoils acquired from the secret realm, 3 exquisite spiritual artifacts and 30 superior magical tools. Along with several elixirs and spirit stones, in the 9th year, you tread carefully within Tiani sect, leading a reclusive existence. Many who had previously befriended Shunjiani are taken aback by your transformation. You explain to them that you have reached a critical juncture in your cultivation and must not slacken in your efforts. They express their understanding. Over the course of the year, you glean a wealth of information about Tiani sect. Every decade, the sect recruits new disciples, and the hierarchy is strictly enforced, with advancement from outer sect to inner sect, then to direct disciples and elders, being exceedingly arduous. Beyond prowess, substantial contributions to the sect are paramount. Correspondingly, the higher the rank, the more abundant the cultivation resources available. Additionally, you receive good news from Jia Qing. Any disciple who has participated in the secret realm will be awarded a foundation establishment pill. You are astonished by this unexpected boon, yet it also brings you distress. Shunjiani possesses 3 spiritual roots. Upon consuming the foundation establishment pill, barring unforeseen circumstances, he is sure to break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, you are not Shunjiani. You begin to worry that if you fail to achieve the breakthrough, suspicions may arise. You decide to visit Jia Qing's cave abode to discuss this matter. Jia Qing reassures you that there is no need for concern, as Tiani sect does not pay attention to such trivialities. You find solace in his words. 3 months later, you receive the foundation establishment pill bestowed by Tiani sect. You commence your closed-door retreat to break through. After 6 months, you inevitably fail in your breakthrough attempt. Friends come to offer consolation. You explain that your eagerness led you to neglect the proper construction of the bridge between heaven and earth in your Dantian. Resulting in your failure, news of your unsuccessful breakthrough spreads. The Shin clan sends representatives to offer their condolences. At the end of the 9th year, the talented scion of the Mu clan, who had been betrothed to you since childhood, arrives to annul the engagement. You meet Shunjiani's fiancée, Mu Inger. She is a dual-root cultivator who, alongside you, has joined Tiani sect and has been taken under the wing of the second elder. Tall and fair-skinned, she possesses the beauty of a celestial being. Faced with the annulment, you remain unperturbed, nodding in agreement as you accept the annulment letter. Mu Inger and her family depart satisfied, and you accept the engagement gift with an impassive demeanor. The news of your broken engagement swiftly circulates through Tiani sect, rendering you the subject of ridicule. The news reaches the Shen clan, prompting Shunjiani's mother to write a letter of comfort to you. As you read her words, you inadvertently recall your mortal parents in this world. Having left home at the age of 7, it has now been 15 years. You wonder how they are faring. Simulating this moment, 2 honest and simple faces suddenly appear in Wang Li's mind. After a brief pause, he continues to read. Jia Qing successfully breaks through to the foundation establishment stage and joins the inner sect. He leaves you some herbs for refining foundation establishment pills. You begin to set up a stall in the nearby immortal cultivation city to practice alchemy. Familiar signs and techniques quickly attract a number of old customers. Some cultivators who had previously sought your services begin to patronize your business once more. While refining pills, you also start acquiring the herbs necessary for creating foundation establishment pills, in the 11th year. You obtain a herb suitable for refining foundation establishment pills. Your business flourishes, and everyone comes to know of the alchemy master in Tiani City. By the 12th year, you have gathered several fundamental herbs for foundation establishment pills. In the 13th year, you acquire a rare herb needed for the same purpose. Your alchemical skills improve significantly. By the 14th year, you have collected all the herbs required for refining foundation establishment pills. You begin the process of alchemy and succeed in your endeavor. Departing from Tiani City, you return to Tiani sect, preparing for your closed-door breakthrough. On your way back, you witness a disciple of Tiani sect attempting to assault a young female fellow disciple. You feign indifference and prepare to walk away, only to be noticed by the disciple. You retaliate fiercely, wielding the power of the Shintian sword classic to vanquish him. You perform a good deed and rescue the beautiful young woman. However, during your efforts to erase all traces, you discover that the individual you had slain is the son of the Zhao clan's leader, a 3-root cultivator. You cleanse the battlefield and also seize the young woman's storage bag. Within it, you find a Foundation establishment pill, filling you with joy as you marvel at the rewards of doing good. You return to Tianyi sect and commence your closed-door retreat, in the 15th year. Bolstered by the 2 Foundation establishment pills, you surpass your limits, establishing the bridge between heaven and earth in your Dantian, transforming qi into liquid, and successfully breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. You become a Foundation establishment cultivator. Upon learning the news, friends and family send their congratulations. Once you stabilize your realm, thoughts of departing Tianyi sect begin to surface. You are acutely aware that this place is a den of wolves. Remaining any longer would inevitably lead to exposure. You head to the task hall to accept the mission. You descend the mountain and depart. Shedding your disguise, you reveal your true self. Jia Qing pursues you through the night, inquiring about your intentions. Having broken through to the Foundation establishment stage 3 years prior, Jia Qing is now at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, his prowess far surpassing yours. You inform Jia Qing that the demon god sect has summoned you, and you must hurry to the sect, and no sooner have you spoken than Jia Qing offers a cold smile, brandishing his sword and striking at you. Chapter 15. The cursed sun. You raise your sword in defense, blocking the first strike, yet confusion clouds your face. Jia Qing continues to sneer, revealing that after his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage, he had already contacted the demon god sect and confirmed that they had not sent you to infiltrate the Qi Kingdom's immortal cultivation realm. Your previous actions were all a deception. He had refrained from dealing with you within the territory of Tianyi sect, but now, he cannot allow you to leave, lest it jeopardize the grand scheme of the demon god sect. You remain silent, and after a fierce exchange of blows, you summon the blood shadow escape to flee. However, Jia Qing produces a treasured pill, weaving several hand seals, and a massive hand descends from the heavens. Grasping you tightly. In mere moments, you are crushed into a mist of blood. You are dead. Talent. Vengeful Spirit's Grasp automatically activates. Vengeful Spirit's Grasp. As long as the soul remains unextinguished within the first 7 days, it can return as a vengeful ghost, taking any cultivator below the Foundation establishment stage. You return on the 7th day. Casually taking a disciple from the Li clan, the murderous intent within your heart is quelled. Not even granting a chance to surrender, is their sole desire to kill me? Had they offered me a choice, I would have begged for mercy right then and there, as he gazed upon the death screen displayed on the simulator. Wang Li could not help but express his disdain, while simultaneously marveling at Jia Qing's formidable tactics. Jia Qing executed her plans with ruthless decisiveness, sparing not a single opportunity, should she avoid downfall along her path. She is destined to gain renown in the realm of cultivation and emerge as a formidable figure. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li shifted his focus to the simulation rewards. The simulation has concluded. You may select one reward from the following options. Clear Sword Heart. You possess an innate and formidable talent for swordsmanship. Given time, you shall become a powerful sword cultivator. Current cultivation level from this simulation. Initial Foundation establishment. Superior Alchemy Experience. The experience gained from alchemy in the simulator. Superior Array Formation Experience. The experience gained from array formation in the simulator. 80,000 Spirit Stones. Your earnings from work, not usable for simulation. Hidden Heart Technique. A secretive technique of the demonic sect. Alchemy Formulas. All formulas you mastered during the simulation. Spell Cultivation Experience. Experience gained from spell cultivation in the simulator. Xiantian Sword Classic. A legacy left behind by a powerful sword cultivator, demanding rigorous training standards. Wang Li remained silent for a moment, uncertain of how to decide. Logically, he should opt for cultivation. Yet becoming a Foundation establishment cultivator would mean forfeiting any chance to explore the Mystic Ruins, a place accessible only to those below the Foundation establishment stage. Once he reached that level, his qualification to enter would be irrevocably lost. It was clear that the Mystic Ruins harbored great secrets and possibly immense opportunities. After considerable deliberation, Wang Li made his decision, his expression turning resolute. Forget it. Even if the mystic ruins hold immeasurable fortune, I possess the simulator. Why should I be confined by such limitations? With that, he resolutely chose the foundation establishment cultivation. As powerful mana surged into his body, a vibrant bridge of light was formed within his dantian, and the spiritual energy stored there was refined into spiritual liquid. This liquid, transformed by his techniques, became potent fire attribute mana, beginning to wash over his entire torso. 7 days later, as Wang Li opened his eyes once more, his cultivation had stabilized at the initial foundation establishment stage. Feeling the surge of powerful mana within, his emotions swelled. There were many things he had wished to articulate. Yet at that moment, words eluded him. Ultimately, he exhaled in relief. At last that I have established my foundation. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li accessed the simulation interface. Life Simulator LV1. Upgradable. Host. Wang Li. Age. 12. Cultivation technique. Red Fire Classic. Cultivation level. Initial foundation establishment. Simulation points. 700. Simulation attempts. 1. Talent. Grievous Soul Reaper. Black. Array Mastery Prodigy. Green. Alchemy Prodigy. Green. Dual Focus. Green. Upgrade. Upon noticing the upgrade icon, Wang Li's eyes sparkled with interest. He promptly clicked to view the details. This upgrade requires 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please make the payment. Wang Li fell into a deep contemplation, then prepared for a new simulation. Simulator initiating. You have used one simulation attempt, randomly drawing talents. Congratulations, you have acquired the green talent. Child of the Curse. Child of the Curse. Your life is fraught with misfortune. Those who kill you will inherit a similar fate. Wang Li was left dumbfounded. You have broken through to the foundation establishment stage today. As the bridge of heaven and earth has been formed, you are now qualified to survive in this perilous world of cultivation. You contemplate leaving the Li clan. Yet you feel that fleeing now would be tantamount to self-destruction. You resolve to remain hidden until the opportune moment to escape. Your current cultivation is too high. The basic concealment technique has become ineffective. You plan to visit the market to purchase a more advanced concealment method. The next morning, you head to the market to acquire a concealment technique. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Spirit Dragon Mountain range, you encounter the law enforcement elder, Li Daoshu, returning from the market. Upon sensing your cultivation level, his expression betrays astonishment. He inquires about your lineage and your purpose for visiting the Spirit Dragon Mountain range. You impersonate a member of the Shin clan to evade suspicion. Li Daoshu invites you to visit the Li family. You politely decline. After parting ways with Li Daoshu, you proceed to the Li Clan S-Market at Wanbao Pavilion. You purchase the advanced concealment technique, turtle breathing technique. Once mastered, as long as you do not manipulate your mana, no one below the core formation stage can discern your true prowess. You begin to set up a stall in the market. Your alchemy business flourishes, attracting a throng of cultivators eager to witness your skills. A foundation establishment cultivator attempts to take advantage of you, but you reveal your cultivation level, forcing him to retreat. In the evening, while returning to the Li clan, you are ambushed by 2 foundation establishment cultivators. You suffer grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Your storage bag is stolen. You collapse at the entrance of the Li clan's mountain gate. Your prolonged absence raises the concern of the steward at the North Mountain courtyard. The Li clan begins to track your whereabouts. You are discovered at the mountain gate entrance. You are escorted to the law enforcement hall. Elder Li Daoshu learns your true identity. He seeks to recruit you. You begin to recuperate in the law enforcement hall's prison. Gradually, you recover from your injuries there. The following year, fully healed, you are visited by Li Daoshu, who extends an invitation. Trapped in confinement, you agree to Li Daoshu's offer. You consume the blood puppet pill, and your consciousness is bound by a restriction laid by the Li clan's ancestor from afar. The Li clan holds a welcoming ceremony for your integration. In the presence of witnesses, you adopt the Li surname, officially joining the Li clan. Clan leader Li Daozhen recognizes that a 4-element root cultivator such as yourself, possessing your current cultivation level, must harbor profound secrets. The clan's ancestor, Li Xianyan, keeps a watchful eye on you. Amidst wealth and nobility, do not forget your roots. You begin to recruit Lu Zituan from among the outer disciples under the pretense of lacking a disciple. The Li clan consents. Lu Zituan adopts the Li surname and comes to serve you. Upon reuniting, you share a joyful camaraderie. Half a year later, the clan's ancestor, Li Xianyan, emerges from seclusion and summons you. He demands the opportunity you possess. Despite your best efforts to explain, you find yourself before Li Xinyan in an instant, smiling down at you. Your heart races in alarm. Chapter 16. Upgrade. External incarnation. You suffer a soul search. Reluctant to reveal your secrets, you contemplate self-destruction. You successfully self-destruct. The shockwave ruffles Li Xuanyan's garments. You have perished. Due to soul annihilation, your talents cannot be activated. Simulation concluded. The simulation has ended. You may select one reward from the following options. Current simulation cultivation level. Initial foundation establishment. Superior alchemy experience. Experience gained from alchemy in the simulator. 1,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not usable for simulation. Turtle breathing technique. Usable for concealing your cultivation level. Wang Li remained speechless for a moment before selecting the turtle breathing technique. Oh, simulator, do refrain from bestowing upon me any more cursed talents. Grant me some favorable ones instead. With that, Wang Li initiated another simulation. Beep, insufficient simulation energy. What? I still have 700 simulation energy. How can it be insufficient? Detected that the host has surpassed the foundation establishment stage. The simulation energy for foundation establishment cultivators is 1,000, one attempt. Insufficient simulation energy. Please wait for the next simulation. Wang Li's expression soured at this revelation. He wished to voice his grievances, but ultimately bore the burden alone. Very well, tomorrow, I shall set up my stall. With that, he commenced his training in the turtle breathing technique. The following day, as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the leaves and illuminated his window, prompting Wang Li to cease his training and prepare for disguise. Once adequately disguised, he set off towards the market. Upon arriving at the market, Wang Li navigated through the throng of onlookers and gathered his materials. Setting them up in an available space, as his stall took shape, it quickly attracted a multitude of cultivators. Indeed, it's that renowned alchemy master from days past. The master has truly returned. I thought he had left the Li clan market. But here he is. Is this the so-called master you speak of? He appears rather ordinary. Wait until you witness the master in action. You'll see. Amidst the bustling crowd, Wang Li received his first order of the day. To concoct an antidote pill, he retrieved the alchemy furnace from his storage bag and summoned the innate true fire exclusive to foundation establishment cultivators to commence his work. Observing the bright and intense flames, many discerning cultivators gasped in astonishment. Innate true fire. I never anticipated encountering a senior foundation establishment cultivator here. It is an honor. Please forgive my ignorance. I did not realize the heights of your cultivation, esteemed senior. Such modest pricing for your alchemy skills. What a shock to many. Truly, you are a great cultivator with a heart for the world. Initially, I believed that the realm of immortal cultivation was rife with deceit and treachery. To my astonishment, however, I encountered a venerable elder who, at a modest price, graciously offered alchemical services. Please allow me to pay my respects. Within a mere morning, the entire Li family market buzzed with news of a righteous practitioner, one with benevolence for all sentient beings. By providing affordable elixirs, he garnered immense renown among the wandering cultivators. Meanwhile, Wang Li, absorbed in his alchemical endeavors, remained blissfully unaware that he had become the cherished ideal of many wandering practitioners. He toiled until dusk, and as the twilight deepened, Wang Li began to pack up, drifting away amidst the admiring gazes of the scattered cultivators. Upon exiting the market, he dared not linger, summoning all his spiritual energy to swiftly traverse the Linglong mountain range. He arrived back at the North Mountain Villa just moments before the curfew. Once in his room, he lit a candle, leaned against the wooden wall, and retrieved the fruits of his alchemical labor, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, alchemy proved to be a lucrative pursuit. With the acquisition of innate true fire, the speed of his alchemical processes surged, saving him a considerable amount of time. Reflecting on this, Wang Li stored the spirit stones. His current objective was not to speculate but to upgrade the simulator and explore its new features. Extracting the turtle breathing technique, he continued his perusal. The following day, Wang Li returned to the market to set up his alchemical stall once more. Today, the number of onlookers had tripled, congesting the entire street. After signaling the crowd not to hinder other cultivators, he commenced his public alchemical practice. With such remarkable skills, this elder was undoubtedly a master alchemist. You often speak of the distinctions between high-grade and low-grade. Are these classifications truly significant for alchemists? You scattered practitioners may not comprehend. The rank of an alchemist is indeed of paramount importance. A high-grade alchemist is typically met with deference wherever they go. I wonder if this esteemed elder has ever aligned himself with a faction. If not, I shall certainly urge my father to invite him into our family. As evening descended, following the conclusion of his alchemical work, a group of clan cultivators obstructed Wang Li's path. The leader clasped his hands in salute, addressing Wang Li. Elder Li, I am a steward disciple of the Shen family in the cultivation world. I come here under the orders of the elder steward to invite you to join the Shen family, where you will be honored as a distinguished guest. Elder Li, I am from the Wang family of cultivators. Elder Li, I am a disciple of the Li celestial clan. Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, replying coldly, Gentlemen, I am a disciple of the Tianyi sect. Do you still wish to recruit someone from Tianyi? Disperse. With that, he ignored the bewildered expressions of the crowd and departed the market. After circling the Linglong mountain range a few times to ensure he was not being followed, he finally returned to the Li celestial clan. Upon reaching the North Mountain Villa, Wang Li's expression turned somewhat gloomy. He merely desired to focus on alchemy and earn some spirit stones for simulation, yet he found himself embroiled in such complications. For now, he hoped that shedding the identity of a Tianyi sect disciple would suffice to placate these individuals. Having earned over 2,000 spirit stones today, he resolved to continue his efforts in the ensuing days. As Wang Li had anticipated, the troubles lessened significantly after he distanced himself from the Tianyi sect identity. Furthermore, the favorable reputation he had cultivated among the scattered practitioners only enhanced the prestige of the Tianyi sect. Whispers of the foremost sect in the world, the pinnacle of righteousness. Only Tianyi can nurture cultivators with a heart for the world, began to circulate. 7 days later, Wang Li gathered the requisite 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for the upgrade, with a surplus to spare. Accessing the simulator's homepage, he gently tapped the upgrade interface. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones were absorbed entirely by the simulator. New functionalities appeared before him. The simulator can perform 1 simulation per week. Additional simulations require the expenditure of 1,000 energy points. Each simulation will randomly select a talent. Talents can be refreshed using energy. Energy sources include, but are not limited to, spirit stones. After each simulation, 2 rewards may be chosen to return to reality. The protagonist of the simulator can personally intervene in critical choices. Upon reviewing the new simulator features, a smile graced Wang Li's face. At last, he could select 2 rewards, and the option to intervene in choices was nothing short of miraculous. There were times when he could hardly bear to witness the foolish decisions made by the simulated version of himself. Thus, he invested all remaining spirit stones into the simulator and promptly initiated a new simulation. Simulator initializing. You have utilized 1 simulation attempt. Randomly selecting talent. Congratulations, you have acquired the blue talent, External Incarnation. Chapter 17. Exploring the Immortal Ruins, External Incarnation. You have gained an unconscious external incarnation, completely controllable by you, capable of mechanical cultivation, and with great potential for development. Wang Li gazed at the newly acquired talent. His breath quickening, his face alight with joy. The simulator truly seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of his desires. Upon returning from the market after a day of alchemical work, you discover a youth, identical to you, has appeared in your room. Confirming this to be your external incarnation, you begin instructing it in basic cultivation. The incarnation masters the fundamentals of cultivation. You realize the incarnation has inherited all your talents. You proceed to teach the incarnation alchemy and array formation techniques. You continue your daily routine of setting up your stall. Due to your preference for gray robes, your reputation begins to spread far and wide. And many cultivators come to know of a master alchemist in gray from the Li family market, earning you the esteemed title, Gray-Robed Alchemist. In the second year, your incarnation reaches the second layer of chi refinement. With the incarnation serving as a cover, you begin to reside long-term in the market. You lease a shop in the market. Driven by your growing reputation, you maintain a low profile in alchemy. Yet your business flourishes, and your reputation continues to soar. Some notoriously vicious scattered cultivators, having benefited from your kindness, frequently bring clients to support your business. You begin searching for the recipe for the spirit life pill. You achieve your goal. You start gathering the herbs necessary for refining the Spirit Life Pill. You achieve your goal. You successfully refine the Spirit Life Pill. You eliminate the stagnation within your body. You can resume your cultivation. During this year, you begin guiding your incarnation to mentor Lu Zidu. In the third year, your incarnation reaches the third layer of Qi refinement. You begin seeking new techniques for a transition in cultivation. In the market, you acquire the Crimson Flame Divine Art, which contains all the incantations from Qi refinement to core formation. As it is also a fire attribute technique, you spend 3 months successfully transitioning. In the fourth year, after years of management, your business expands significantly, making you the wealthiest individual in the entire Li family market. You begin to arm yourself. You purchase the exquisite spiritual armor, Sky Serpent Armor. You purchase the exquisite spiritual artifact, Ink Cloud Arm. You purchase the exquisite spiritual artifact, Flying Scale Boots. You purchase the exquisite spiritual artifact, Soul Dispelling Whip. You purchase the exquisite spiritual artifact, Xianlei Cauldron. You master the 5 elements combat techniques and sword control techniques. You learn the 5 elements escape techniques. You learn the 5 elements defense techniques. In the 5th year, while your cultivation remains stagnant, you believe that as long as you live long enough, there will come a day when you break through. You begin to focus on maintaining your health. Your external incarnation reaches the 4th layer of Qi refinement. In the 6th year, the Li celestial clan ceases to provide cultivation resources, causing the outer disciples to weep and wail. Your external incarnation reaches the 5th layer of Qi refinement. After setting up a divine prohibition array, you inform Lu Zidu of the truth through your incarnation. Lu Zidu remains stunned for a long time upon learning the truth about the outer disciples. Lu Zidu contemplates resisting the Li celestial clan. Lu Zidu extends an invitation to you. You comfort Lu Zidu, advising him that preserving his lineage and passing on his legacy is the righteous path, as opposing a family with a golden core true person is far too daunting. After regaining his composure, Lu Zidu acknowledges the wisdom in your words. Lu Zidu begins frequenting the Immortal Lady's Tower, even offering support to a fairy in hopes of producing an heir. You remain devoted to your cultivation. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu visits the North Mountain Villa seeking you and Lu Zidu, inviting you both to explore the market. After your incarnation declines, Lu Zidu takes Lin Yu to the Immortal Lady's Tower. In the afternoon, Li Yunqi returns to the Celestial Clan through the market, causing a stir. Li Yunqi's carriage halts before your shop. Li Yunqi greets you with the respect due to a junior. You maintain a blank expression, signaling her to leave. Lin Yu severs ties with you both. In February of the 7th year, you acquire a demonic sect escape technique, Blood Shadow Escape. In March of the 7th year, you refine a clarity pill for your incarnation. In April of the 7th year, you refine a bone reshaping pill for your incarnation. In May of the 7th year, Lu Zidu successfully fathers a child with a fairy. Lu Zidu expends all his savings to gift the pregnant fairy. Your external incarnation reaches the 6th layer of Qi refinement. In June of the 7th year, Li Yunqi approaches you seeking pills. You refine a beauty retention pill. You receive a beauty retention pill as a gift. Li Yunqi expressed curiosity about which elder you had taken as your master. You remained unresponsive, continuing your alchemical practices. Li Yunqi departed. In the 7th year of the 7th month, Lu Ziduan began inviting you to meals. At the banquet, you reminisced about your childhood in Lu family village. After a hearty meal, Lu Ziduan broke down in tears, lamenting his own inadequacy and his inability to repay his parents' kindness. In the 8th month of the 7th year, you learned of Lu Ziduan's betrayal of his family and his subsequent execution. You felt a pang of sorrow in your heart, yet it was of no consequence. In the 8th year, with a plethora of elixirs and spiritual stones at your disposal, your avatar transcended to the 7th level of Qi refinement. On the first day of the new year in the 8th year, under your control, your avatar consumed the clear spirit pill and the bone-shaping pill. Your avatar was assaulted at it was fed a mind-dulling pill. Your avatar was ensnared by a sealing technique. Your avatar's limbs were broken. The clear spirit pill began to take effect. The bone-shaping pill activated. The effects of the mind-dulling pill were dispelled. The bones of your hands and legs began to regenerate and reshape. Your avatar was transported into the secret realm of the immortal ruins. You controlled your avatar and encountered Jia Qing. You directed your avatar to open its eyes and look at him. You began to convey a certain message to him. Jia Qing sensed that you were attempting to communicate something important. Jia Qing demanded your execution authority. He unsealed the restrictions within you. Jia Qing employed a secret sound transmission technique. You informed Jia Qing that you were sent by the demon god sect to deliver a message and to seek a certain item within the immortal ruins. Jia Qing was taken aback. He half-heartedly believed you. Jia Qing began to inquire further. You informed him that upon leaving the secret realm, the leading Foundation establishment cultivators would compel you to ingest the memory-wiping pill, causing you to lose half a month's memories until you could break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Your task was to inform Jia Qing of this and simultaneously search for an item within the realm. Jia Qing remained skeptical. You asked Jia Qing for methods to deal with malevolent spirits. After a moment's hesitation, Jia Qing handed you a treasured artifact, the soul-severing bell. This could be used 3 times. Under the protection of its chime, malevolent spirits would find it difficult to approach. Jia Qing released you. You controlled your avatar and began to flee westward. You planned to sacrifice this avatar to explore the mysteries of the Western Desert. That night, you arrived at the Western Desert. As far as the eye could see, it stretched endlessly. You noticed swirling black smoke in the desert, and after gathering your courage, you ventured toward the western sands with the soul-severing bell in hand. You proceeded cautiously, step by step. Suddenly, you felt an immense weight on your shoulder. Turning around, you beheld a gruesome head, drenched in blood, leaning against you, its tongue extending as it gazed at you with insatiable greed. Chapter 18. The desert's restless souls. You were taken aback and hastily rang the soul-severing bell, with the clear chime resonating. The ghastly head that had been resting on your shoulder was banished. You sighed in relief and continued your exploration of the desert. You stumbled upon a cave. Should you enter the cave? As the simulation progressed, Wang Li saw an option appear on the simulator before him. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li chose to enter. You chose to enter the cave. You encountered numerous malevolent spirits. You shook the soul-severing bell. You came across a pile of tattered garments. You acquired a storage bag. You examined the contents of the storage bag. You found several spiritual stones. You obtained a fragment of the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique. You exited the cave. While on the road, you perused the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique. You continued to explore the Western Desert. You observed a towering remnant soul. Standing over 100 feet tall, you witnessed the remnant soul devouring malevolent spirits. You felt the remnant soul's gaze shift toward you. You shook the soul-severing bell. You were ensnared by the remnant soul's magical power. You were absorbed by the remnant soul. Your external avatar perished. To your astonishment, you had encountered such a formidable remnant soul in the Western Desert. The secret realm of the immortal ruins truly held great mysteries. Regrettably, you had gained nothing from this expedition, having lost your external avatar in the process. You pondered about the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique and its potential power, its name sounding quite formidable. Wang Li silently contemplated for a moment before continuing to read. With the loss of your external avatar, your consciousness returned to your true self. You began to practice the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique. You discovered that the technique encompassed 5 distinct methodologies. You shifted your focus to the Red Emperor Divine Path. In the 2nd month of the 8th year, you disguised your identity and adopted Lu Ziduan's child. In the 3rd month of the 8th year, you simultaneously cared for the child and refined elixirs. The news of the child reached the gray-robed Danzun, and it quickly spread among the scattered cultivators in the Qi Kingdom. Your alchemical skills improved. In the 7th month of the 8th year, Jiang Qingyan sought your assistance in crafting a Qi enhancement powder, and you inquired if she would be interested in working with you. You recruited Jiang Qingyan. You entrusted the child to her care. At the end of the 8th year, Li Yunxi came to bid you farewell, subsequently departing with Lin Yu in a carriage. In the 9th year, you successfully transitioned to the Red Emperor Divine Path, significantly enhancing your control over flames, mastering them with ease, akin to a sovereign amidst fire, gaining a degree of fire resistance. In the 10th year, with a wealth of cultivation resources amassed, you broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Your Red Emperor Divine Path reached minor completion. Your alchemical skills further improved. You began to openly collect heavenly spiritual fires. Curious individuals inquired, and you simply stated it was to enhance the efficiency and quality of your elixirs. As the gray-robed Danzun, your reputation spread far and wide, and your needs were soon known to various factions. Before long, an elder from the Shin clan approached you. The elder from the Shin family indicated that their ancestor had once acquired a powerful spiritual fire. And if you agreed to become a vassal of the Shin family, you could obtain this fire without charge. In return, you would hold a status equal to that of the Shin family's ancestor, with the only requirement being to refine elixirs for them. Seeing the Shin family again filled your heart with emotion. Over the years, the Shin family had extended their olive branch to you on numerous occasions. Yet you had remained unresponsive. You suspected the Shin family had ulterior motives. You hoped the elder from the Shin family would be forthright with you. The elder explained that the Shin family's ancestor had little time left and urgently needed a master alchemist to concoct life-prolonging elixirs, which is why their cultivators had repeatedly sought your aid. You remained unconvinced, feeling their sincerity was lacking, and you firmly declined. The elder, at his wit's end, revealed the truth of the matter. The Shin family's ancestor had encountered a mishap while practicing demonic techniques, leading to his current predicament. Unless a high-ranking alchemist intervened, his life could not be saved. In the entire Qi Kingdom's cultivation community, high-ranking alchemists were exceedingly rare. Apart from yourself, there were only 7 others, and they were difficult to summon, leaving you as the most viable option. Were high-ranking alchemists truly so scarce in the cultivation world? Wang Li had never anticipated the dearth of such practitioners. You tentatively inquired why they dared to seek you out, given that you were a disciple of the Tianyi sect. The elder from the Shin family shook his head with a smile, stating they had already investigated your identity. You were certainly not a disciple of the Tianyi sect. Even the Tianyi sect was aware of this. However, you had not tarnished their reputation. Instead, your actions had garnered acclaim for the sect, solidifying its status as the foremost legitimate authority. Thus, the Tianyi sect chose to turn a blind eye to your endeavors. You countered the elder's claims, questioning whether they were not concerned about you revealing the Shin family's ancestors' practices of demonic arts. The elder seemed unconcerned, asserting they had discerned your character. You were not one to harbor altruistic sentiments for the world, rather quite self-serving. As long as there was a benefit, you could be persuaded. You firmly rebuked him, declaring yourself a person of justice, unwilling to harm the world as populace. However, as an alchemist, you could not stand idly by in the face of death. You acquiesced to the elder's request. You set off for the Shin family with Jiang Qingyan and Lu Ziduan's son. Li Daojian, the patriarch of the Li clan, attempted to persuade you to stay. You declined. You arrived at the Red Maple Mountain Range. Prominent figures from the Shin family came to welcome you. The patriarch of the Shin family personally took your hand, introducing you to the estate designated for you. You opened a shop in the market under the Shin family's domain. News of the gray-robed Danzun relocating to the Shin family's market spread rapidly throughout the Qi Kingdom's cultivation community. Scattered cultivators who had previously refined elixirs with you flocked to the Shin family's market, eager to patronize your business. Foundation establishment cultivators who had once sought your services boldly proclaimed that no one was permitted to trouble you in the Shin family's market. A multitude of merchants established themselves in the Shin family's market. You revitalized the Shin family's marketplace. The Shin clan's celestial lineage collects rent that surpasses the annual taxes of the entire clan. You marvel at the undeniable power of reputation. On the 3rd day of your arrival at the Shin clan, you commenced the alchemical process. The Shin clan has dispatched additional personnel to assist you, granting you access to the resources of the entire clan. You acquired the ethereal fire known as Wind Thunder Flame. You executed the dual tasking technique. While refining elixirs, you simultaneously employed the Crimson Emperor's divine method to refine the Wind Thunder Flame. In the 11th year, you successfully concocted the 5-color glazed pill. You refined the Wind Thunder Flame, enhancing your Crimson Emperor's divine method. Your fire attribute resistance improved. You presented the elixir to the patriarch of the Shin family. You returned to the market, diligently refining elixirs for wandering cultivators seeking them daily. You continued to gather the fires of heaven and earth. In the 12th year, the ancestral head of the Shen family restored his former self. Progressing in cultivation, you received an invitation to a banquet. At the gathering, you encountered Shun Tianling, the ancestral head of the Shin clan, and were met with great courtesy. You received Shun Tianling's cultivation notes. He gifted you a fragmentary magical artifact. Shun Tianling sought to recruit you. He arranged a marriage for you. bestowing upon you the most talented young woman of the clan. Shen Tianling conferred upon you the title of Honorary Elder of the Shen family, granting you equal access to cultivation resources, and all within the clan bowed to you in respect. Shen Tianling expressed a desire to forge a brotherhood with you. Chapter 19. The Jade Pearl. The higher echelons of the Shen family persuaded Shen Tianling. He expressed regret. This ancestral head seems to possess a rather pronounced social prowess. Wang Li suddenly found Shen Tianling to be quite interesting. In the 13th year, Lu Zidu's son, Lu Imo, turned 5. You conducted a talent assessment for him. You were greatly disappointed. Lu Imo lacked spiritual roots. That year, Jiang Qingyan bid farewell. You continued to refine elixirs while cultivating. In the 14th year, you wed Shen Yinli, the daughter of the Shen clan's patriarch, a practitioner with mutated 3 spiritual roots. You met your fiancée, Shen Yinli. White-haired, beautiful and laid-back. This was your first impression of her. The Shen clan celebrated your union with great festivities. The news of the Grey Robe Pill Sovereign's marriage quickly spread throughout the cultivation world of Qi country. Numerous wandering cultivators presented congratulatory gifts. The wedding celebration lasted nearly a month. After the nuptials, you sensed an improvement in your cultivation, now but a step away from the late foundation establishment stage. You discovered that Shen Yinli had an insatiable appetite. You realized she had little interest in cultivation. You recognized her as an exceptional alchemical furnace. You understood that Shen Yinli had married you primarily to indulge in your ability to produce delectable elixirs. You found yourself at a loss for words. In the 14th year, you sensed that your alchemical skills had reached a bottleneck. You learned that Shen Yinli was pregnant. Shen Tianling had recently begun inviting you for tea. You received a gift of heavenly fire, Xian Shui flame, from an anonymous wandering cultivator. It resembled water yet burned fiercely. You were astonished and puzzled as to why someone would gift you such a treasure. The anonymous cultivator did not elaborate, merely thanking you for previously refining an important elixir for him at a low price. Suspecting a trick, you returned the fire, stating you only handle matters for payment. The cultivator refused to take it back, insisting that you were the only one who had offered assistance among many alchemists he had sought, and your long-standing practice of offering low-cost elixirs had benefited many wandering cultivators. This fire was a reward for your decade of benevolence. You reflected on the notion that good deeds indeed yield good rewards and accepted it with joy. You refined the Xian Shui flame, further enhancing your Crimson Emperor's divine method. Your fire attribute resistance improved. Your fire control techniques became increasingly refined. You noticed Lu Imo seemed downcast of late. You began to inquire. Lu Imo tearfully asked if you no longer wanted him. You were perplexed. Lu Imo expressed that he had read many stories where fathers, after marrying stepmothers, began to neglect or even loathe their biological sons, especially since he was not your biological child. You comforted Lu Imo, assuring him that he would always be your son, a fact established from the moment you adopted him, and it would never change. Lu Imo embraced you. By the end of the 14th year, your child was born, a boy. After testing, he was found to possess dual spiritual roots, water and earth. You were taken aback and filled with joy. The Shen clan rejoiced. The patriarch of the Shen family lamented that if the child had fire and with spiritual roots, he could learn the art of alchemy and inherit your legacy. Shen Yinli began caring for the child, finding it quite troublesome. Shen Tianling approached you, inquiring if the first child could bear the surname Shen. You had no objections. The child was entrusted to the Shen family for upbringing. Shen Yinli broke through to the foundation establishment stage. You continued your cultivation in the 15th year, bolstered by abundant resources. You advanced to the late foundation establishment stage. At the age of 27, achieving the late foundation establishment stage was exceedingly rare within the cultivation world of Qi country. You marveled at your own efforts and perseverance. The simulator expressed no objections. Shen Tianling summoned you once more in the pavilion. He remarked on your youth, having reached late foundation establishment at just 27, with 4 spiritual roots, inciting envy among many. You were unclear about the purpose of his words, your hand trembling slightly as you held your teacup. Shen Tianling assured you he meant no harm. Despite practicing demonic arts and having taken many lives in the past, he considered himself a good person. You were somewhat speechless. Shen Tianling shared insights into his demonic arts with you. You received the Great 5 Elements True Demon Divine Art Modified Scroll. Wang Li was taken aback. Is there really a modified version of this technique? Shen Tianling explained that this technique was extraordinary, with boundless applications. Once mastered, It rendered one invincible among peers. You maintained a neutral expression yet wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing the uniqueness of this technique as a practitioner of the great five elements true demon divine art. Regrettably, what you received was a fragment, containing only the cultivation methods from the chi refining stage to the core formation stage. Beyond that, there was nothing else. You perused the modified version of the great five elements true demon divine art. You gained some insights. Shin Tianling revealed that he had little time left to live. His previous reckless practice had cost him much of his lifespan. You were alarmed, feeling a surge of caution. Fearing he might attempt to seize your body, Shin Tianling perceived your concern, clarifying that he meant you no harm. Having cultivated for 380 years, he had witnessed countless births and deaths and had come to terms with it. Yet he could not let go of his family. Shin Tianling hoped that after his passing, you would protect the Shin celestial lineage. You agreed. You departed in the 16th year. After years of research, your mastery of formation techniques reached a high level. The members of the Shin family were astonished by your accomplishments in the art of formations. Your status as a high-ranking formation master quickly spread across the land. Numerous wandering cultivators began to seek your services. Your reputation soared once again as you produced low-tier formation flags. In the 17th year, Shin Inli became pregnant again. You looked at Shin Inli, who never seemed to gain weight, with a hint of envy. Living a life where everything comes effortlessly, clothes provided, meals served, leisurely reading, and listening to music, was a dream for many in the 18th year. Your cultivation remained stagnant, and you lamented the difficulty of cultivation. Your second son was born. A practitioner with mutated 3 spiritual roots, water, fire, and wind. You named him Wang Lin. The Shun clan presented congratulatory gifts. They requested you to take on disciples. You declined. The Shun clan sought Shin Inli's assistance. She refused in the 19th year. You obtained a strand of heavenly fire. You refined it, but your Crimson Emperor's divine method did not improve in the 20th year. Jiang Qingyan arrived severely injured. She entrusted you with a jade pearl before passing away. Leaving this world, you handled her affairs with care. You began to explore the mysteries of the jade pearl. You requested Shan Tianling's help to uncover its secrets. Upon examining the pearl, Shan Tianling's expression changed drastically. Chapter 20. Alliance of Demons and Monsters. Could this jade pearl be an ominous object? Even Shan Tianling was visibly shaken. Wang Li gazed at the simulator's projections, curiosity etched on his face. You inquired about the secrets of the jade pearl. Shan Tianling revealed that this pearl was known as the Everlasting Pearl, linked to a celestial inheritance within the Eastern Spirit domain, rumored to have been taken from a celestial estate by a powerful being. The holder could maintain youth and vitality, yet those who possessed this pearl met unfortunate ends, facing calamities in their later years. Shin Tianling cast the pearl away. You asked what calamities awaited in old age. He replied that holders often had their essence drained, turning into desiccated corpses that roamed, killing and feeding on others. You remained skeptical. You took your leave. Shin Tianling informed you that should any abnormalities arise, you must seek him out without delay. The following day, Yu Zhu appeared beside your pillow. The wave of astonishment washed over you, as you sensed the ominous nature of this entity. You promptly set out in search of Shan Tianling. Upon your arrival, Shan Tianling's complexion turned an ashen hue. He expressed his belief that this pearl harbored a great terror. Shan Tianling undertook to investigate the mysteries of the immortal pearl on your behalf. In the 21st year, Shan Tianling located you and revealed that the matter of the jade pearl was insurmountable. All who came into possession of the pearl were ensnared by it, doomed to an ominous fate in their twilight years, ultimately transforming into lifeless, bloodthirsty corpses. Anger welled up within you, leading to a burgeoning hatred for Jiang Qingyan. Shin Tianling urged you to relinquish the jade pearl to him, offering to bear your burden. You were taken aback. Shin Tianling explained that his lifespan was limited, and rather than witness your eventual misfortune, he would prefer to sacrifice himself for your sake. Deeply moved, you realized for the first time that within this selfish and self-serving realm of cultivation, there existed individuals of true sacrificial spirit. You inquired how to transfer the jade pearl to him. Shin Tianling introduced you to the method of a blood pact. You practiced the blood pact technique and subsequently bestowed the immortal pearl upon Shan Tianling. You pledged an oath to him, declaring that as long as you lived, so too would the Shun family endure. Tears glimmered in Shan Tianling's eyes as he grasped your hand tightly in the 22nd year. After settling matters, Shen Tianling set forth towards the Western Spirit Domain, carrying the Jade Pearl. You watched his retreating figure with a heavy heart. In the 23rd year, Lu Mo turned 15. You intended to return Lu Mo to Lu family village in the southern state of Qi, allowing him to acknowledge his ancestry. Lu Mo, however, was unwilling, expressing his desire to remain by your side and care for you in your old age. You decided to keep him with you in the 24th year. A mid-stage demon corpse rampaged through the Western Spirit Domain, devouring countless beasts. The demon corpse was ultimately slain by a 6th-tier beast. The demon clan questioned the 7 sects of the demon path. In turn, the 7 sects of the demon path shifted the blame onto the 7 sects of the righteous path. An alliance was forged between the demon clan and the demon path, launching a joint assault on the 7 sects of the righteous path to divide the southern spirit domain. The entire southern spirit domain was rocked by this news. The righteous path sects, led by the Tianyi sect, began to summon the core cultivators from various families to convene at Ziki Peak for strategic discussions. Why have the demon clan been drawn into this? Wang Li mused. Startled, he hadn't anticipated that Shen Tianling's interference would lead to a collusion between the demon clan and the demon path for an invasion. The 7 sects of the righteous path were now in dire straits. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, you convened a family meeting of the Shen clan. You proposed that the Shen clan relocate to the eastern spirit domain. The clan accepted your suggestion, and preparations for the move commenced. As for the eastern spirit domain, it remained uncertain how this land, revered as a sanctuary for cultivators, compared to the southern spirit domain. Wang Li pondered that the realm he had traversed into was known as Tianshu continent. Surrounded by seas on all sides, it was said to have been formed from a meteorite that fell to the earth in ancient times. The Tianshu continent was divided into 4 major domains: Eastern Spirit Domain, Western Spirit Domain, Southern Spirit Domain, and Northern Spirit Domain. The Western Spirit Domain was a gathering place for the Demon Clan, a sanctuary for all beasts. The Southern Spirit Domain was marked by the opposition of righteous and demonic forces. With 14 nations standing in their own right, the Eastern Spirit Domain reigned supreme, with the Taitsong Holy Land towering above, looking down upon all beings, a true haven for cultivators, where none wished to miss the opportunity to join. The Northern Spirit Domain, shrouded in ice and snow, remained sparsely populated, with whispers of hidden sects residing within, though none had ever seen them, raising doubts of their existence. Contemplating this, the simulator presented a new segment. That night, a mysterious figure approached, inviting you to join the Demon God sect as an insider, to lead the Shen clan in an assault against the righteous forces during the impending conflict. You declined. A battle ensued between you and the mysterious figure, who ultimately proved no match for you. The figure unleashed a treasure, prompting you to summon the fragmented relic bestowed by Shen Tianling. You sustained minor injuries while the mysterious figure vanished without a trace. News of the Shen clan's planned retreat to the Eastern Spirit Domain spread swiftly. A multitude of loose cultivators gathered around the Shen clan, with representatives pleading for you to remain. Gazing at the throngs of cultivators, your heart brimmed with emotion. You waved farewell to the gathered crowd. You led the Shen clan towards the Eastern Spirit Domain. 3 days later, you were intercepted by core cultivators dispatched by the Tianyi sect. You were taken back to the Tianyi sect. You found yourself brought before the law enforcement hall, where the elder interrogated you about your intentions as a disciple of the Tianyi sect, abandoning your sect amidst the demonic invasion. You met his gaze with an impassive expression. The elder read aloud your charges, ultimately sentencing you to a decade of alchemical practice within the Dan Ding Hall as penance. This dramatic turn of events left you feeling despondent. As regret began to seep in for having aligned yourself with the Tianyi sect, to compel your alchemical studies, the entire Shen clan was placed under the strict control of the Tianyi sect. Your son, Shan Yunjin, enrolled in the Tianyi sect, as did your other son, Wang Lin. You began your alchemical training in the Danding Hall, astonishing many with your skills. In the 25th year, the conflict between righteous and demonic forces erupted into all-out war. With the demons and the demonic path allied, the righteous forces suffered successive defeats, losing vast territories. By the 26th year, the 7 sects of the righteous path were crushed by the demon-demonic coalition, with the Tianyi sect retreating into the Eastern Spirit Domain. The Shen clan was forcibly left behind to hold the rear, inciting your fury and feelings of betrayal against your oath to Shen Tianling. In the 27th year, under the aegis of the Tianyi sect, you followed into the Eastern Spirit Domain, where the Tianyi sect began to re-establish its sect. They pledged fealty to the Taizong Holy Land while you remained coerced into alchemical practice. By the 28th year, news reached you that the Demon Clan and the Demon Path had divided the southern spirit domain between them. In the 29th year, your cultivation remained stagnant. The master of the Danding Hall, Yun Donglai, pointed out that your innate talents had reached their limits, capable of only advancing to late foundation establishment without exceptional fortune. You remained silent. Yun Donglai petitioned the law enforcement elder, requesting permission for your family to visit. In the 30th year, you were reunited with Luimo.at22. He had grown tall and robust, and due to your influence, he faced no difficulties within the Tianyi sect, instead obtaining a position tending to spiritual herbs. Observing his resemblance to Lu Zidu, you were filled with nostalgia. You also met Shen Yunjin, who bore more resemblance to your partner, Shen Yinli, though a resonance of blood still linked you. You offered encouragement to Shen Yunjin. You encountered Wang Lin next, to whom you also extended words of motivation. Finally, you met Shen Yinli, whose carefree demeanor left you feeling somewhat displeased. You chastised her severely. Although you had never met Shen Yinli, her ability to evoke your discontent in the simulation suggested she was indeed quite oblivious. A day as a husband, 100 days of affection. Wang Li mused. In the 31st year, the Taishu Immortal Mansion was on the verge of opening. The entire Eastern Spirit Domain buzzed with excitement. You learned from Yun Donglai about the Taishu Immortal Mansion. Your expression shifted dramatically upon discovering it was the source of the Immortal Pearl, a treacherous artifact. Yun Donglai informed you that the mansion held great opportunities and fortunes. Although the Immortal Pearl was tainted with misfortune, it was integral to the mansion's legacy. In the 32nd year, the Taishu Immortal Mansion opened, drawing countless heroes. The following year, the patriarch of the Tianyi sect returned, bloodied and battered. In the 34th year, immersed in alchemical practice, a deafening roar echoed throughout the entire sect. Chapter 21. The Supreme Demon Path. Shortly thereafter, cries for help resonated from all directions. You and Yun Donglai exited the Danding Hall, only to witness a zombie with crimson eyes and white fur weaving through the crowd, slaughtering and draining blood. You and Yun Donglai separated to escape. You sought your family, spotting Shen Yinli leading Luimo and Wang Lin towards the Danding Hall. You reunited with Shen Yinli and urged her to take the children to safety. You pressed onward in search of Shen Yunjin. Suddenly, you were ambushed by another white-haired zombie. Your blood was nearly drained, and you were torn to shreds. You perished. How could there be another white-haired zombie? Why were there no options presented? Did the simulation deem that saving your son was not a choice? Suddenly, Wang Li recalled a saying, "Family is never a matter of choice." He fell silent. Innate talent. Vengeful Soul's Call activated automatically. Vengeful Soul's Call. As long as the soul is not extinguished during the 7 days after death, one can return as a vengeful spirit to take any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. You returned after the 7 days. At this point, the Tianyi sect had become a desolate wasteland, littered with the lifeless bodies of those drained of blood. You discovered Shan Yunjin's jade pendant. You encountered the lifeless body of Shen Yinli at the foot of the mountain. You took no action. A day later, your vengeful spirit dissipated. The simulation has concluded. You may choose 2 rewards from the following options. External incarnation. You have acquired an unconscious external incarnation, which you can control entirely. It can cultivate mechanically, focusing on development and proving to be immensely useful. Current simulation cultivation. Late foundation establishment stage. Experience as a Grandmaster Alchemist. The experience you gained from alchemy in the simulator. Experience in high-grade array formation. The experience you gained from array formation practice in the simulator. 8 million spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not usable in the simulation. Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique. A cultivation method of extraordinary origin. Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique Modification. An improved version of the original technique by the sages of the demon sect. Alchemical formulas. All the formulas you have mastered during the simulation. Spellcasting experience. The experience gained from spell cultivation in the simulator. Everlasting Pearl. An important inheritance related to the Taishu Immortal Mansion, said to bring misfortune in old age to those who obtain it without exception. Wang Li hesitated not for a moment and immediately chose to enhance his cultivation and talent, as powerful mana surged within him. Refining his internal organs, Wang Li's cultivation leapt forward to the late foundation establishment stage. Simultaneously, A youthful incarnation identical to himself appeared by his side. Observing the calm gaze of his external incarnation, Wang Li imparted the cultivation technique Crimson Fire Scripture to him. "Commence your training," Wang Li commanded, and the external incarnation promptly settled onto the bed, adopting a meditative posture for cultivation. Watching his incarnation practice, Wang Li opened his own panel, Life Simulation Device LV2, Host, Wang Li, age 12, Cultivation Technique, Crimson Fire Scripture, Cultivation Level, Late Foundation Establishment Stage, Simulation Points, 2,700, Simulation Attempts, 0, Talent, Vengeful Soul's Grasp, Black. Array Dao Prodigy, Blue, Alchemy Prodigy, Blue, Dual Focus, Blue, External Incarnation, Blue, Skills, High-Grade Alchemist, Low-Grade Array Master. Talent ranks from lowest to highest, White, Black, Yellow, Blue, Purple, Red, Gold, Rainbow. It is evident that I must hasten the transition to a more advanced cultivation technique. The Crimson Fire Scripture is ultimately too rudimentary and lacks corresponding follow-up methods, making it challenging for me to fully unleash the potential of the late foundation establishment stage. The Crimson Fire Scripture passed down to Wang Li by the Li clan only contains the incantations for the Qi refinement to foundation establishment stages, without subsequent instructions for the stages beyond foundation establishment. To realize his full potential, Wang Li must transition to other cultivation methods or find the follow-up incantations for the Crimson Fire Scripture to advance to the core formation stage. With these thoughts, Wang Li initiated another simulation. This time, if possible, he aimed to acquire the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique. Although he had not practiced it before, the fact that even Shun Tianling was training in it indicated its exceptional nature. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li focused his gaze on the simulator. Simulator is starting up. You have used 1,000 energy points. Randomly extracting talent. Congratulations on obtaining the purple talent. Supreme Demon Path. Supreme Demon Path. You are a born demon cultivator. Practicing any demonic techniques will yield remarkable results. You are immune to the majority of backlash from demonic techniques, can improve certain flaws in demonic arts, and can integrate and innovate upon demonic techniques. One day, you shall become a formidable figure in the realm of demon cultivation. Another purple talent. Wang Li felt an exhilarating rush upon seeing the new talent entry. He was filled with anticipation for this simulation. Today, upon returning from the alchemy market, you discover a youth who is your exact double. Confirming that this is indeed your external incarnation, you begin to instruct it in basic cultivation. The incarnation has mastered the fundamentals of cultivation. You instruct the incarnation to focus solely on its training. You set out to run a stall. Half a year later, your reputation begins to spread throughout the land. Many cultivators come to know of a gray-clad master alchemist emerging from the Li clan's market, earning you the title, Gray-clad Danzun. You begin secretly seeking demonic cultivation techniques. The following year, your incarnation reaches the second layer of Qi refinement. With the incarnation as a cover, you start residing in the market. You lease a shop in the market. With your growing fame, you maintain a low profile in alchemy, expanding your business and enhancing your reputation. You start searching for the formula for the life essence pill. Your efforts are rewarded. You gather the herbs needed to concoct the life essence pill. You successfully brew the life essence pill. You eliminate the Qi-stopping powder from your body. You can continue your cultivation. In the third year, you manage to obtain a demonic technique from the Gene Kingdom's cultivation realm, named Demon God 9 Transformations, also known as Swallowing Heavens and Earth 9 Turn Flying Immortal Scripture. A method encompassing both body refinement and Qi refinement. You comprehend Demon God 9 Transformations. This technique requires regular consumption of demon beasts for cultivation. Failure to do so before the technique reaches completion will cause the demonic energy within to erupt, leading to the cultivator's demise. The Supreme Demon Path talent activates. You improve upon Demon God 9 Transformations. You spend a year enhancing Demon God 9 Transformations. You eliminate the flaw of explosive death. You rectify the necessity of regular consumption of demon beasts. You resolve the issue of demonic energy eruption. You transition to the modified Demon God 9 Transformations. You successfully undergo the transition. You can now fully unleash your complete power at the late foundation establishment stage. You begin acquiring demon beasts for alchemy. Your incarnation transitions to the modified Demon God 9 Transformations. You obtain several demon beasts. Your incarnation consumes a first-tier demon beast, increasing its cultivation to the 5th layer of chi refinement and significantly enhancing its physique. You consume a third-tier demon beast. Your cultivation does not improve, but your physical strength skyrockets. In the 4th year, Lu Ziduan mysteriously seeks you out, inquiring if you are aware of the external disciple situation. You are taken aback. Chapter 22. The Southern Dense Forest. You ask Lu Ziduan what the matter is. Lu Ziduan reveals that the Li clan has been capturing external disciples, treating them as livestock to sell to the Tianyi sect for blood sacrifices in their secret realm. You hurriedly inquire where Lu Ziduan learned of this. Lu Ziduan explains that he heard this information from a merchant while collaborating with other external disciples to capture demon beasts for sale. You express your astonishment. Lu Ziduan asks how to resist the Li clan. You shake your head, indicating you do not know. Lu Ziduan is filled with sorrow. He decides to flee. You advise him against such a course of action. Lu Ziduan departs in silence. In the 5th year, your cultivation sees slight advancement, and your demonic arts progress rapidly. Your external incarnation devours multiple demon beasts. Reaching the 7th layer of chi refinement, you begin to arm yourself. You purchase a set of top-tier spiritual artifacts. You learn the 5 elements escape technique. You acquire the 5 elements defense technique. In the 6th year, your cultivation sees further slight advancement. Your external incarnation consumes multiple demon beasts, reaching the 8th layer of chi refinement. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceases to provide cultivation resources, causing the external disciples to weep in despair. Your external incarnation reaches the 9th layer of chi refinement. Your business flourishes. You lease numerous shops. You increase the monthly salaries of the wanderers working for you. You sell goods at low prices, once again winning the favor of the wandering cultivators. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu visits you at the North Mountain Villa, inviting you and Lu Ziduan to join him for an outing in the market. You reunite with Lu Ziduan and Lin Yu. After many years apart, you discover that Lu Ziduan has reached the 7th layer of chi refinement. You notice an undercurrent of killing intent emanating from Lu Ziduan. After you control your incarnation to decline, Lu Ziduan likewise refuses Lin Yu's invitation. After reminiscing, they return to their respective rooms to cultivate. In the afternoon, Li Yunqi returns to the immortal clan via the market, causing quite a stir. Li Yunqi's carriage halts in front of your shop. Li Yunqi greets you with the courtesy of a junior sister. You nod impassively in acknowledgement. Li Yunqi perceives you as unfathomable. Lin Yu severs ties with you both. In February of the 7th year, you acquire a demonic escape technique, Blood Shadow Escape. You succeed in its practice, rectifying the flaw of reduced lifespan after using Blood Shadow Escape. In March of the 7th year, you concoct the Clear Spirit Pill for your incarnation. In April of the 7th year, you brew the Bone-Shaping Pill for your incarnation. In May of the 7th year, Lu Ziduan finds you, inviting you to escape together. You inform Lu Ziduan that you have devised a plan, handing him a Clear Spirit Pill and a Bone-Shaping Pill, while detailing your strategy. Lu Ziduan is astonished by your ideas, deeming them feasible. Lu Ziduan abandons the notion of fleeing. Your external incarnation reaches the 10th layer of chi refinement. In June of the 7th year, Li Yunqi approaches you seeking elixirs. You concoct a face-setting pill. You receive a face-setting pill as a gift. Li Yunqi inquires as to which generation of disciples you belong. You remained unresponsive, continuing your alchemical pursuits. Li Yunqi departed. On the first day of the new year in the 8th year, your avatar, under your control, consumed the Qing Ling Dan and Su Gu Dan. Your avatar was assaulted. It was fed with the mind-bewitching Dan. Your avatar was ensnared by a sealing technique. Its limbs were severed. The Qing Ling Dan began to activate. The Su Gu Dan commenced its operation. The effects of the mind-bewitching Dan were dispelled. The bones of your hands and legs began to regenerate and reshape. Your avatar was transported into the immortal ruins secret realm. You directed your avatar to meet Jia Qing. Your avatar, under your command, opened its eyes and gazed at him. Your avatar employed the technique of indestructible demon body from the Demon God 9 transformations. Transformed into a colossal serpent of Tinzhong, you devoured the majority of the disciples of Tianyi sect present. After ruthlessly slaying all the Tianyi sect disciples, you turned your gaze towards Jia Qing. You informed him that you were sent by the Demon God sect, and your purpose in entering the immortal ruins secret realm was to convey certain messages to him and to seek an object. Jia Qing believed you, and you utilized the supreme technique of the Demon God sect, Demon God 9 transformations, to earn his trust. Jia Qing began inquiring about the messages you wished to convey. You told him that upon leaving the secret realm, the leading Foundation establishment cultivator would compel you to consume the absolute memory Dan, causing you to lose half a month's memory until you could recover after breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. Your task was merely to inform Jia Qing of this matter while concurrently searching for an object within the secret realm. Jia Qing accepted your words. You requested Jia Qing for means to deal with malevolent spirits. He presented you with a secret treasure, the soul-severing bell. You asked Jia Qing if it were possible to remain within the immortal ruins secret realm until the next secret realm commenced. Jia Qing shook his head, indicating it was not feasible. He informed you that the leading cultivator had stated the immortal ruins secret realm would only be open for 8 days, and on the 8th day, they must leave, lest they face dire consequences. You sought further information. Jia Qing shook his head, expressing ignorance. You roused the seemingly sleeping Lu Zidu. Lu Zidu regarded you with a complex expression, astonished that you harbored such a secret identity and had not confided in him. Your good brother. You suggested to Jia Qing the potential to cultivate Lu Zidu as a practitioner of the demon sect, to serve the demon sect. Jia Qing nodded and administered the soul-devouring Dan to Lu Zidu. He coerced Lu Zidu to sacrifice all the outer disciples alongside him. You informed Jia Qing of your intention to explore the secret realm. Jia Qing clasped his fists in respect, hoping for your safe return. You commenced your exploration of the secret realm, deciding to venture forth. This time, the simulator presented options once more. The 4 directions of east, south, west, and north appeared before Wang Li.to. The east lay the blood cliff. To the west, the desert. To the south, the dense forest. And to the north, the dead waters. Recalling the insights gleaned from previous simulations, Wang Li felt somewhat indecisive. It was certain that this secret realm harbored great mysteries. During the last simulation, he had acquired a fragment of the Great 5 Elements True Demon technique in the Western Desert and encountered the towering remnant soul. The Western Desert undoubtedly concealed more secrets. Yet if the sole purpose was the Great 5 Elements True Demon technique, it would not be worth the endeavor, as that remnant soul was exceedingly perilous. The blood cliff was swarming with blood-red mosquitoes, densely forming a mist of blood. Thus, the southern dense forest it would be. Wang Li inhaled deeply and chose the southern dense forest. You chose to head towards the southern dense forest. You spent half an hour journeying to the southern dense forest. At the entrance of the forest, you beheld 2 lines of grand characters. No entry for the living, halt for the incoming. You stepped into the forest. You explored the mysteries within the forest. You encountered a flower of deep purple-red hue. You gently plucked the flower. Within the heart of the flower, you discovered a tooth. Chapter 23. The Eternal Life of the Azure Emperor. You noticed the surrounding trees coming back to life. You saw tendrils swiftly attacking you. You fled in panic. You entered an underground cavern. Inside the cavern, you beheld numerous white bones. Some belonged to humans, others to beasts. You were filled with terror. You evaded the pursuing tendrils. You were ensnared by a tendril. You were dragged into a gaping maw of blood. Your avatar was devoured entirely by the grotesque creature. This immortal ruin's secret realm is indeed fraught with peril. These aberrant beings can easily kill me, indicative of their prowess exceeding the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, the most intriguing aspect of this immortal ruin's secret realm is its prohibition against cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage from entering. Wang Li sat cross-legged, glanced at his avatar beside him, and silently contemplated. Subsequently, a flicker of hesitation appeared in his eyes. In the next simulation, should he continue to explore the immortal ruins' secret realm? He questioned himself internally. It was a well-established fact that the immortal ruins' secret realm concealed great secrets, but was it truly necessary to invest his time therein? Possessing the simulator, as long as he did not perish, he could simulate his way to ascension and even beyond that. Just as Wang Li was in a quandary, the simulation progress updated once more. With the loss of your external avatar, your consciousness returned to your original body. In the 2nd month of the 8th year, you began secretly gathering a substantial amount of demonic cultivation techniques for training. As collecting demonic techniques in the righteous realm proved exceedingly difficult, thoughts of venturing to the demon sect crossed your mind. You recalled the modified scroll of Great Five Elements True Demon Technique in Shan Tianling's possession. You proceeded to publicly gather the heavenly spiritual fire as in the previous simulation. As the gray-robed pill sovereign, your renown spread far and wide, and your demands were soon known to various factions. Before long, an elder from the Shin clan approached you once more. The elder from the Shin clan extended an olive branch, proposing that if you joined the Shin clan and refined pills for them, you could become an honored elder and obtain the heavenly spiritual fire. Upon seeing the members of the Shin clan again, you felt a wave of emotion. You accepted the invitation from the Shin clan. However, you stated that this was merely a transaction. You would refine pills for the demonic cultivator of the Shin clan who had gone astray, but this was solely to obtain 2 items, after which you would depart. The elder from the Shin clan was taken aback that you were aware of their ancestors' descent into demonic cultivation. You informed the elder that you were also aware they had been investigating your identity all these years. The elder from the Shin clan was astonished. The elder began to wonder about your true identity. At the end of the 8th year, after refining the final batch of pills, you announced to everyone your intention to leave. Upon hearing the news of your departure, many wandering cultivators came to plead for you to stay. Li Daoxuan, the patriarch of the Li clan, implored you to remain. You declined. In the 9th year, you accompanied the elder of the Shan clan to the Shun clan's celestial lineage. You arrived at the Red Maple Mountain Range. Prominent figures of the Shin clan came to welcome you. The patriarch of the Shin clan personally took your hand, introducing you to the estate designated for you. You candidly informed the patriarch that your purpose in coming was solely to refine pills for the ancestor of the Shin clan, to obtain the heavenly spiritual fire and a certain object from their ancestor, and that you had no intention of remaining within the Shin clan. The senior members of the Shin clan exchanged glances. You encountered Shun Yinli. You observed Shin Yinli reclining lazily against an ancient tree, shirking her cultivation duties. You stared at her for several seconds, a look of incredulity crossing your face. The Grand Elder of the Shen clan noticed your expression. The Grand Elder began conspiring with the patriarch of the Shen clan. On the 2nd day of your arrival at the Shen clan, you commenced your alchemical work. The Shen clan allocated additional manpower to assist you, and all clan resources were at your disposal. You obtained the Wind Thunder Flame. With a dual focus, you simultaneously refined pills and absorbed the Wind Thunder Flame. In the 10th year, you successfully concocted the 5-color glazed pill. The patriarch of the Shun clan seemed intent on pairing you with Shun Yinli. He introduced you to Shun Yinli. You observed Shun Yinli, who appeared to have been dragged out to socialize without adequate rest, and you resolutely declined. Shin Yinli inwardly lamented her misfortune. No, what was she lamenting? Wang Li was somewhat perplexed. You remained silent for a moment, deciding to offer Shun Yinli a chance. You inquired if she harbored feelings for you. Shun Yinli replied affirmatively. You discerned that she was lying, which inevitably led to a sense of disappointment. Shin Yinli perceived your thoughts and laid her cards on the table. She revealed that the patriarch had informed her that only you would not disdain her for being gluttonous and lazy, hence her desire to accompany you. You were utterly speechless. Reflecting on how she had not changed at all, you firmly rejected Shun Yinli. In the 11th year, the ancestor of the Shun clan fully recovered, his cultivation advanced. You received an invitation to a banquet. At the banquet, you met the ancestor of the Shen clan, Shun Tianling, and were treated with great respect. You obtained Shan Tianling's cultivation notes. You requested the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique from Shun Tianling. Shun Tianling was surprised that you were aware of this technique. Shun Tianling imparted the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique to you. You received the modified scroll of Great Five Elements True Demon Technique, containing incantations from the Qi refining stage to the nascent soul stage. You expressed your intent to take your leave. Shin Tianling attempted to dissuade you. You are resolute in your departure. You have left the Shen clan of the celestial race. As you peruse the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique, you marvel at the profundity of the art, stirring within you the desire to switch your cultivation path. A choice presents itself before Wang Li. Should he indeed change his cultivation? Wang Li finds himself ensnared in a web of indecision. Ultimately, he resolves to transition his practice. You have chosen to embark on this new path. The Great Five Elements True Demon Technique encompasses 5 distinct elemental arts, each possessing its own intricacies. Which of the 5 elemental techniques, metal, wood, water, fire, or earth will you choose to cultivate? Yet again, a choice materializes, alas, as a mere simulation. I am unable to ascertain which technique would be superior or more suitable for me. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li opts to cultivate the wood element. You have commenced your training in the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique, specifically the Wood Element Technique, Qingdi Longevity Art. Your transition to the Qingdi Longevity Art proves successful. You reflect upon the marvels of the Qingdi Longevity Art. Should one fully master this technique, the enhancement to one's lifespan is unparalleled among those of the same realm. The Supreme Demon Path is activated. You make modifications to the Qingdi Longevity Art, eliminating the drawbacks of bone-chilling demonic energy resulting from the consumption of demon beasts. You further refine the art, removing the issues of chaotic spiritual energy post-consumption. You address the enhancement of bestial instincts that follows the devouring of demon beasts. Your lifespan has now reached 400 years, double that of the average foundational cultivator. You depart from the Shen clan of the celestial race. You return to pay a visit to your parents. After leaving behind some valuables, you take your leave. You exit the immortal cultivation realm of the Qi Kingdom. You journey towards the 7 nations of the Demon Gate in the southern spirit region. This is the first time I have ventured beyond the Qi Kingdom's immortal cultivation realm through so many simulations. However, there is no alternative. The talent of the Supreme Demon Path dictates that only by embracing the demonic path can rapid growth be attained. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li continues with the simulation. Chapter 24, Formation of the Core. You arrive in the lower domain. You are targeted by several foundational stage demon cultivators. Without hesitation, you take action, revealing your array of top-tier spiritual artifacts. You vanquish 3 foundational stage demon cultivators. You make your way, albeit with some difficulty, to the subordinate nation of the Joyous Sect within the 7 sects of the Demon Gate. You set up a stall at the Joyous Workshop under the Joyous Sect. You advertise under the banner of the esteemed Danzun in gray robes. Those scattered cultivators who sought your alchemical expertise in the past at the Li Clan's marketplace are taken aback by your presence at the Joyous Workshop. You encounter a number of familiar patrons. You meet Lin Xian, the cultivator who once entrusted you with the recipe for the life pill. Lin Xian is astounded by your appearance at the Joyous Workshop. You inquire as to why Lin Xian is present in this location. Lin Xian explains that due to lacking talent, not being a scion of a sect, and disliking risks, he has no choice but to serve as a slave to the Joyous Sect for cultivation resources. Upon hearing this, you cannot help but feel a wave of sympathy. Like you, Lin Xian is a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots. Such talent is indeed somewhat inadequate in the immortal cultivation realm. In the 12th year, you establish yourself at the Joyous Workshop. Your presence has spread throughout the entire Zhou Kingdom's immortal cultivation community. Whether they be demon cultivators or scattered cultivators who have come from the upper domain to make a living, all are aware of the arrival of a Grandmaster Alchemist at the Joyous Workshop. Your alchemical prices remain consistently low. You gain immense renown. You acquire numerous properties. You offer Lin Xian a job. You begin to collect a vast amount of wood attribute spiritual materials and demon beasts imbued with the wood attribute. In the 13th year, an elder steward of the Joyous Sect invites you to join the sect. You cease your alchemical endeavors at the marketplace. You entrust most of your properties to Lin Xian. You choose to join the Joyous Sect. You receive the position of a dedicated alchemist within the Dan Hall of the Joyous Sect. You commence the crafting of elixirs for the Joyous Sect in the 14th year. You have gathered a substantial number of wood attribute demon beasts and a few wood attribute spiritual materials. You absorb demon blood and refine spiritual materials. Your Qingdi Longevity Art reaches a minor level of success. Your physique undergoes a transformation. You gain a degree of suppression over wood attribute beings. Your control over wood attribute beings is enhanced. Your resistance to wood attribute spells increases. The power of your wood attribute techniques sees a significant augmentation. Your lifespan receives a measure of enhancement. You acquire the ability for rapid healing. Fire attribute spells inflict 10% more damage upon you. This Qingdi Longevity Art possesses such a plethora of extraordinary uses. Witnessing the constant stream of notifications on the simulator, a glimmer of incredulity shines in Wang Li's eyes. Merely a single wood attribute technique is so formidable. One can only wonder what earth-shattering capabilities the complete Great Five Elements True Demon technique might possess. However, contemplating this, Wang Li cannot help but feel a tinge of disappointment. With his deficiency in the metal element, He is destined to be unable to cultivate the metal attribute techniques within the Great Five Elements True Demon technique. Shaking his head, Wang Li continues to observe. Your cultivation has made a degree of progress. You begin to utilize the contribution points earned from crafting elixirs for the Joyous Sect to enter the transmission tower. Within the transmission tower of the Joyous Sect, you study a multitude of demonic arts. You cultivate the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Reversal Primordial Technique. The talent of the Supreme Demon Path is activated. You rectify the flaw that causes the cauldron to be drained. You cultivate the Yin-Yang Fusion Technique. You improve the shortcomings of the technique. You practice the remnants of the Soul Refining Sect technique. The Divine Ghost Profound Netherpath Scripture. You learn the method to refine soul banners. You acquire the knowledge to control souls and refine spirits. You master the technique to devour souls and transform them into ghosts. You learn the method to attain an indestructible ghost body. You rectify the flaws of the technique. You improve the issue of negative energy entering the body. You enhance the shortcomings of soul thoughts entering the body. You improve. The talent of the Supreme Demon Path is activated. You cultivate. In the 15th year, due to your long-standing contributions to the Joyous Sect through alchemy, they assign you a dual spiritual root cauldron. Astonishing! A dual spiritual root. Wang Li is left speechless. What concept does this entail? In an environment devoid of single spiritual roots and aberrant dual spiritual roots, a dual spiritual root cultivator is considered a genius rarely seen in a century. Such talent, in the righteous 7 sects of the upper domain, would undoubtedly be sought after as a disciple. Yet, here in the lower domain, they are relegated to the status of a cauldron. Nevertheless, this indirectly signifies the Joyous Sect's favorable treatment of you as an alchemist. The Joyous Sect understands how to nurture talent. You accept the dual spiritual root cauldron assigned to you by the Joyous Sect. You meet Xue Qianyue. Gazing upon her breathtaking beauty, you feel your heart stir. You fervently channel your cultivation technique, relentlessly circulating your energy. You inquire of Xue Qianyue how she has come to be reduced to the status of a cauldron within the Joyous Sect. Her expression remains frigid as she fixes her gaze upon you. You lose interest in understanding her. In the 16th year, you break through to the pinnacle of the foundational stage. After 21 years of cultivation, you achieve the pinnacle of the foundational stage with 4 spiritual roots. A sense of pride wells within you. You suppress this pride deep within. You approach the increasingly frail Xue Qianyue. With a stoic expression, you regard her. Over the past year, you have not witnessed her practicing nor seen her consume food. Her life essence has now dwindled to its lowest point. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, she has but 3 to 5 days left to live. Yet, you cannot allow her to perish now. You commend Xue Qianyue for being an excellent cauldron. Xue Qianyue's demeanor remains icy, and after a long silence, she implores you to end her life. You solemnly look at Xue Qianyue and inform her that she is pregnant. Shocked, Xue Qianyue's expression becomes complex. You tell her that after she gives birth, you shall grant her freedom. Xue Qianyue bitterly smiles and shakes her head, stating that she has been cursed. Should she leave the confines of the Joyous Sect, she will be killed by the blood curse. Xue Qianyue hopes that you can grant her a swift end after she bears the child, for due to the blood curse, she cannot even take her own life. You agree to her request. Xue Qianyue begins her cultivation. 10 months later, you watch as the Joyous Sect's female physician delivers the child. A faint smile appearing on your face, though overshadowed by concerns for the future. The physician tests your daughter's talents, revealing her dual spiritual roots of fire and wood. You have a child with dual spiritual roots. Xue Qianyue asks if the child can take her surname. Xue. You consent. You name the child Xuelian Shang. Xue Qianyue rekindles her passion for life. In the 17th year, you begin to collect spiritual materials that increase the chances of breaking through to the core formation stage. The Grand Elder of the Joyous Sect seeks an audience with you personally, requesting to take your daughter as a disciple. You decline the Grand Elder's request. You do not wish for your daughter to become a vessel for all. Xue Qianyue informs you that the Xue clan was exterminated for offending the ancestors of the Joyous Sect. All the males of the clan were slaughtered, leaving only the females to be kept as vessels for the male cultivators of the Joyous Sect. You inquire about the reason behind this. Xue Qianyue reveals that the Xue clan's demise was due to a divine transformation inheritance. You became acutely aware of the reasons, leaving you profoundly astonished. Xue Qianyue expressed her desire to wait until the child grew older before seeking death, hoping you would fulfill her wishes at that time. You nodded in agreement in the 18th year, through the collection of wood attribute spiritual materials and the blood of wood attribute demon beasts gathered by Lin Xian. You once again elevated the Qingdi Chongxing Gong to a higher level, yet you sensed that the path to mastery remained exceedingly distant. You commenced your journey to the transmission tower of the Hahuan sect to cultivate your demonic arts. The supreme talent of the demonic path was unleashed. You practiced diligently in the 19th year. Your cultivation had reached an impasse, achieving the very limits of the foundation establishment stage, and you began to attempt a breakthrough to the core formation stage. In the 20th year, after a year-long seclusion, you faced yet another failure in your breakthrough. Your 4 spiritual roots sought to forge a bridge between heaven and earth, but the condensation of the golden core proved to be an arduous task. You continued your search for spiritual materials to enhance your chances of breakthrough. You and Xue Qianyue shared tender moments for an extended period. Having reached the limits of your cultivation, you no longer required her primordial yin for your practice, and her complexion had improved significantly. Xue Qianyue held the child, gazing at your profile. She confided that she had once harbored a deep disdain for men, only to realize, after being with you, that she simply had not encountered the right person. She confessed her affection for you. You remained expressionless. You urged Xue Qianyue to take good care of the child. In the 21st year, the venerable Yin-Yang ancestor of the Hahuan sect summoned you. You paid your respects to the Yin-Yang ancestor. To your astonishment, you discovered that the Yin-Yang ancestor was a being of dual nature. You witnessed the Yin-Yang ancestor divide into 2 late-stage nascent soul entities. Your demeanor was one of utmost reverence. The Yin-Yang ancestor bestowed upon you a pill formula. He informed you that should you refine the Yin-Yang harmonization pill, he would grant you spiritual materials to increase your chances of breaking through to the core formation stage. You expressed your gratitude to the Yin-Yang ancestor and subsequently departed. You began the refinement of the Yin-Yang harmonization pill. In the 22nd year, you successfully crafted the Yin-Yang harmonization pill. You received the blood infant fruit as a reward from the Yin-Yang ancestor. You learned of the fruit's effects, which enhanced the chances of forming a fetus by 20% and the chances of forming a golden core by 50%. You were overwhelmed with excitement. You began to dream of breaking through to the core formation stage. After entrusting Xue Qianyue with the care of the child, you entered a prolonged period of seclusion in the 23rd year. You consumed a substantial quantity of pills in the 24th year. You devoured the blood infant fruit in the 25th year. Within your dantian, upon the bridge of heaven and earth, you condensed liquid into a golden core of a singular hue. You became a core formation cultivator. Core formation? Outside the simulation, Wang Li's pupils widened in disbelief. This is truly core formation. It is simply inconceivable. No one knew the tumultuous emotions surging within Wang Li's heart at this moment. Upon your breakthrough to the core formation stage, the high-ranking members of the Hahuan sect presented you with congratulatory gifts. In the 26th year, the Yin-Yang ancestor achieved a complete breakthrough to the late nascent soul stage. In March of the 26th year, the 7 demonic sects united and launched an assault on the upper domain. You were conscripted into service by the Yin-Yang ancestor. Chapter 25. The Fall of the Eastern Spirit Domain. You bid farewell to Xue Qianyue. You gifted her a spiritual jade imbued with your full power, capable of being used 3 times. You followed the allied forces of the demonic sects into the territory of the upper domain. The righteous 7 sects launched a counterattack against the demonic sections. The Yin-Yang ancestor single-handedly held off the 7 patriarchs, establishing a pact that no nascent soul cultivator was to interfere in the battle between righteous and demonic forces. The righteous 7 sects reluctantly acquiesced. In the 28th year, the allied demonic forces unleashed their full might, sweeping through the enemy like a whirlwind, while the righteous 7 sects, each harboring their own agendas, faced repeated defeats. You gathered the remnants of souls and refined them into soul banners. In the 29th year, as the battle between righteous and demonic intensified, you, leveraging the advantages of the battlefield, crafted a banner capable of commanding 1,000 souls. Through various means, you ascended to become the foremost figure among those of the same core formation stage. Even the average mid-core formation cultivators could be defeated before you. In the 30th year, the battle between righteous and demonic forces gradually waned, and the righteous 7 sects grew increasingly feeble. You refined a banner of 10,000 souls. You were revered among the demonic cultivators as the soul-refining demon sovereign. In the 31st year, the righteous 7 sects retreated from the Eastern Spirit Domain, while the southern spirit domain fell entirely under the control of the demonic sections. The 7 demonic sects began to divide the spoils of war. Disputes arose among the 7 demonic sects over the control of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world. You informed the Yin-Yang ancestor of the secrets of the immortal ruins. You urged the Yin-Yang ancestor to seize control of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world. In the 32nd year, the Hahuan sect secured dominance over the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world. You were appointed as the elder in charge of affairs for the Hahuan sect and also as the elder of the Pill Hall. You noticed the name of the Li clan among the list of those who had surrendered. Would you choose to seek revenge? As the simulator reached this point, Wang Li was once again presented with a choice. The option to avenge the Li clan. Why not? Wang Li resolutely chose revenge. The Li clan and the Tianyi sect, along with other aristocratic sects, had callously used outsiders as blood sacrifices for the secret realms to satisfy their own desires. And such actions warranted nothing less than death. Even 1,000 tortures would not quell the public's fury. You chose to take revenge on the Li clan. You gathered the disciples of the Hahuan sect and launched an assault on the Li clan. You wielded the Soul Banner, and with a single strike, many disciples of the Celestial clan met their demise at the hands of vengeful spirits. You encountered Li Mingzhiren, as you gazed into her eyes filled with hatred. You sighed and waved the Soul Banner once more. In but a moment, countless lost souls were added to your banner. With the banner of 10,000 souls, you effortlessly defeated the Li clan's ancestor, Li Xinyan. Before the eyes of many, you retrieved Li Xuanyan's golden core. You scoured the battlefield for spoils belonging to the Li clan. You acquired millions of spirit stones. You obtained a plethora of cultivation pills. You gathered a significant amount of wood attribute spiritual materials. You received 10 foundation establishment pills. You obtained a fragment of a magical artifact. You acquired a soul-nurturing tree. You received. The news of your extermination of the Li clan spread throughout the southern spirit domain overnight. Many families of cultivators who had allied with the 7 demonic sects grew anxious, fearing that the demonic sects would turn their blades upon them. When questioned by the leader of the Hahuan sect, you explained that your enmity with the Li clan was of a personal nature, and you could not find peace without avenging this grudge. The leader of the Hahuan sect did not pursue the matter further, merely advising you to consult him should any future issues arise, assuring you he would advocate on your behalf. The matter of the Li clan's annihilation faded without further consequence in the 33rd year. Your cultivation experienced significant advancement, mere steps away from entering the mid-core formation stage. Your Qingdi Changxing Gong improved, yet the path to mastery still felt exceedingly distant. In the 34th year, you encountered Xue Qianyue once more. Observing the lovely girl nestled beside you, a flicker of affection blossomed within your heart. You began to settle down within the Hahuan sect. You devoted yourself wholeheartedly to alchemy for the Hahuan sect. You remained steadfast in your arduous practice, never forgetting your original intentions. You heard news of zombies emerging in the Eastern Spirit Domain. You learned that the Eastern Spirit Domain had devolved into a realm of death. You received word of the obliteration of the Taitsong Sacred Land. In January of the 35th year, the upper echelons of the demonic path convened an urgent meeting. In February of the 35th year, the Hahuan sect held an emergency meeting. The Yin-Yang ancestor informed you that a terrifying entity had escaped from the Taishu Immortal Mansion. The Yin-Yang ancestor revealed that the entire Eastern Spirit Domain had fallen, its inhabitants transformed into blood-sucking corpses. He commanded you to prepare for the relocation of the sect to the Northern Spirit Domain. Following the conclusion of the meeting, your heart was tumultuous. The revelations you heard during the meeting had a profound impact on you. You could not help but wonder what manner of being could cause the entire Eastern Spirit Domain to fall, even instilling such gravity in the face of the Yin-Yang ancestor, who had achieved the peak of the nascent soul stage. In March of the 35th year, the 7 demonic sects began their migration northward. Before departure, you encountered Lu Zidu. After many years, Lu Zidu had now become a foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Zidu's face lit up with joy upon seeing you. He had believed you perished in the immortal ruins. You explained to him that you had encountered a different opportunity and managed to escape the peril. Lu Zidu was filled with emotion. He recounted how the Yaoshan sect had treated him with great favor. He shared that he had not anticipated the demonic sects would respect undercover cultivators to such an extent, rewarding him with a foundation establishment pill along with 10 years' worth of cultivation resources. Lu Zidu mentioned that he was returning to his family in Lu's village to bring his parents along, and he would also take your parents with him. You gifted him some protective spiritual artifacts. Lu Zidu departed. During the journey of relocation, you encountered numerous common folk. Although they were unaware of the grave events unfolding, they carried their provisions and followed the 7 demonic sects in their migration. You met with the ancestor of the Shen clan, Shun Tianling. You were astonished to discover that the Shun clan had not followed the Tianyi sect to the Eastern Spirit Domain. Shen Tianling explained that he had initially considered leading his clan to flee after the Hahuan sect took control of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world. However, upon seeing your figure, he abandoned that thought. You inquired about the reason. Shen Tianling smiled and informed you that there were acquaintances, facilitating matters at hand. He conveyed to the visiting disciples of the Hahuan sect, under the pretext of knowing you, the exemption of certain inequitable treaties. You inquired whether Shen Tianling was aware of any disturbances in the Eastern Spirit Domain. His expression shifted to one of gravity. Shen Tianling revealed that the truth, derived from his communications with several old friends and some clandestine whispers, was that a peculiar entity, once sealed by ancient immortals within the Tai Su immortal mansion, had escaped. This entity possessed powers surpassing the transformation realm and bore an insidious ability to infect. Any living being tainted by its spiritual energy would transform into a bloodthirsty corpse. Upon hearing Shen Tianling's revelations, your countenance morphed into an expression of bewilderment. Concurrently, the Yin-Yang sovereign appeared beside you and Shen Tianling, fixating his hollow gaze upon both of you. Chapter 26. The peculiar you and Shen Tianling hastily rose to pay your respects. The Yin-Yang sovereign affirmed Shen Tianling's words, confirming the escape of a transformation-level aberration from the Tai Su immortal mansion. Moreover, this aberration, having drained the blood essence of the entire Eastern Spirit Domain, had now set its sights on the Southern Spirit Domain, which elucidated the reason behind the migration of the 7 demonic sects to the north. You queried the Yin-Yang sovereign as to why there was no exodus to the seas or other continents. The Yin-Yang sovereign shook his head, explaining that beyond the seas lay only boundless waters and the sea-dwelling sirens. Your skepticism was palpable. You voiced your doubts. The Yin-Yang sovereign recounted that ancient cultivators once ventured forth in search of other continents, but found none. Shen Tianling corroborated this assertion. You fell into contemplation, struggling to believe that such a vast otherworld contained only the Tiansu continent. You began to inquire further into the Yin-Yang sovereign's secrets, specifically about the origins of the Tai Su immortal mansion. The Yin-Yang sovereign disclosed that it was a remnant from ancient times, dating back approximately 100,000 years, left by the last immortal of the Tiansu continent, Tai Su Tianzuan, before his ascension. You were taken aback, realizing that the most recent ascender dated back 100 millennia. You asked why no sects currently possessed cultivators above the transformation realm. The Yin-Yang sovereign explained that since the ascension of Tai Su Tianzuan, an inexplicable transformation occurred on the Tiansu continent, leading to a depletion of spiritual energy that rendered it increasingly difficult for transformation-level cultivators to survive. Eventually, it was discovered that those transcending the transformation realm had mysteriously vanished, with speculation suggesting they had departed to another void space. It was only later, when someone witnessed their ancestors' ascension being absorbed by a mysterious realm, that this theory was confirmed. Cultivators above the transformation realm were ushered away by the forces of heaven and earth to a world beyond the Tiansu continent. Curiosity sparked within you. The Yin-Yang sovereign then likened your current realm of cultivation to the ocean, delineating its depths into 3 tiers: the deep layer, middle layer, and upper layer. Similarly, the cultivation world of the Tiansu continent was stratified in the same manner. Those beneath the transformation realm resided in the deep layer, which constituted the present Tiansu continent, while only those who attained the transformation realm could ascend to the middle layer of the ocean. The uppermost layer might well be the coveted realm of the immortals, accessible solely to them. The Yin-Yang sovereign clarified that these insights were derived from his and others' interpretations of ancient texts, the veracity of which remained uncertain. He advised you to exercise discernment and not to place blind trust in others. Listening to this intriguing analogy, your respect for the Yin-Yang sovereign deepened. You became aware of the distinctions between the deep, middle, and upper layers of the Tiansu continent. As a traveler from another realm, you were not unfamiliar with this concept. It was merely a different manifestation of dimensionality. Transformation realm cultivators had transcended the current dimension to reach a higher one. You inquired whether the Yin-Yang sovereign had ever contacted the transformation-level ancestors of the Hahuan sect. He replied in the negative, stating that nearly all ancestors of the sects had mysteriously vanished after their breakthroughs. 300 years prior, his own master had been consumed by that void while he watched, and despite utilizing the means his master left behind, he could not re-establish contact. The Yin-Yang sovereign speculated that this void space could sever all connections. Contemplating this, you found yourself in a pensive state. The Yin-Yang sovereign mentioned that in approximately 100 years, he too would achieve the transformation realm, at which point you could witness his ascension ceremony into the void. You expressed your gratitude. The Yin-Yang sovereign conveyed his high regard for you, noting that at the age of 47, you had attained the core formation stage with a 4-spirit root, and he was inclined to entrust the Hahuan sect to you. You queried why he did not seek to usurp your fortunes. The Yin-Yang sovereign admitted that he had entertained such thoughts upon first meeting you, yet ultimately relinquished them. He acknowledged your diligent efforts for the Hahuan sect and alchemy without complaint. Regarding you as a part of the sect, you were overwhelmed with emotion, as the Yin-Yang sovereign had significantly altered your perception of the demonic sects. He cautioned you against revealing your fortunes too readily in the future and recommended that you cultivate more advanced concealment techniques. Lest you attract calamity, you nodded earnestly. Over the course of several days, you engaged in discussions with the Yin-Yang sovereign, growing increasingly respectful towards him. He imparted the Hahuan sect's ultimate teachings to you, granting you a fragment of the Great Yin-Yang Technique. Great Yin-Yang Technique. Wang Li's eyes sparkled with delight. When he first encountered the cultivation world, he had perused the records of cultivation in the library of the Li clan, where it chronicled the 10 divine arts passed down since ancient times, with the Great Yin-Yang Technique occupying the 10th rank. According to the records of cultivation, the Great Yin-Yang Technique possessed boundless applications, capable of differentiating yin and yang and encompassing the mysteries of the Tao. Yet, the text was not entirely accurate, as the author had not practiced the Great Yin-Yang Technique. You were astonished that the Yin-Yang sovereign had produced a fragment of the Great Yin-Yang Technique. He elucidated that he was titled the Yin-Yang sovereign due to his mastery of this formidable art, complemented by his unique constitution, which earned him the respect of the demonic sects. You expressed your profound gratitude to the Yin-Yang sovereign. You wished to become his disciple, he declined. Confounded, you inquired as to the reason. The Yin-Yang sovereign explained that he did not take disciples. He then departed. Shen Tianling informed you that the Yin-Yang sovereign was merely honored by the demonic sects as the Yin-Yang demon sovereign. While his methods seemed chaotic, upon closer inspection, everything was within his control. You exchanged cultivation experiences with Shen Tianling, reaping substantial benefits. In the 36th year, the 7 demonic sects were pursued by the peculiar entity. Black clouds obscured the sun, and wherever the entity roamed, darkness ensued. You witnessed multitudes of mortals and low-tier cultivators being transformed into aberrant corpses by the black, spiritual energy. The ancestors of the 7 sects united to confront it. Only to be consumed one by one, you observed the Yin-Yang sovereign splitting himself to escape. You raised the soul banner and gently swayed it, witnessing the black, spiritual energy engulfing the vengeful spirits within. You glimpsed the true visage of the anomaly, a gaunt figure with visible bones, elongated tentacles sprouting from its back, a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, and a grotesque, skeletal form. You were tainted by the black spiritual energy. You were transformed. You rushed towards your wife and child. Your blood essence was drained. Your spiritual intellect and soul were nearly obliterated. You perished. Gazing at the simulator's blood-red words, Wang Li's expression turned grave. Is there truly no room for retaliation? I didn't even notice when the black spiritual energy consumed me. Moreover, what exactly is this anomaly? Is it truly a creature of the cultivation world? Recalling the simulator's description of the anomaly, Wang Li felt it resembled some sort of Cthulhu-like abomination more than a mere entity of the cultivation realm. He pondered whether there were any means to prevent its emergence. Asked the esteemed gray-robed Dan Zun. Could I proclaim that the Tai Su Immortal Mansion is perilous and advise cultivators against venturing within? It is worth a try, though I harbor little hope. While Wang Li contemplated how to avert the emergence of this entity, he recalled an earlier, less than favorable simulation. Wait, that simulation, he recalled the unfortunate simulation. A glimmer of hope flickered in Wang Li's eyes, for that simulation had persisted until the 35th year. Chapter 27. A breakthrough in reality. Fate is fraught with misfortune. Wang Li vividly remembered this simulation, as it was one of the few that lasted until the 35th year. Notably, in this simulation, there were no zombies or peculiar entities. Thus, he resolved to meticulously revisit the events of this particular simulation. The previous simulations, rife with aberrant corpses and anomalies, had stemmed from the premature defeat of the righteous sects by the demonic sects, forcing their retreat to the eastern spirit domain to in this tumultuous simulation. During the 34th year, the 7 sects of the righteous path were driven to the eastern spiritual domain by the demonic faction. Soon, Wang Li reached a conclusion. From my deductions, if the 7 sects of the righteous path had been defeated a bit later, missing the opening time of the Void Immortal's abode, and subsequently ventured to the eastern spiritual domain, the eerie corpses and anomalies would not have emerged. Boldly speculating further, it was precisely because the members of the 7 sects entered the Void Immortal's abode that the anomalies escaped from within. As Wang Li pondered this in his heart, the simulator presented him with a selection of rewards. The simulation has concluded. You may choose 2 rewards from the following. Demonic Sovereign. You are a born practitioner of the demonic arts. Cultivating any demonic techniques will yield twice the results with half the effort. You are immune to most backlash effects from demonic techniques, can improve upon the flaws of demonic arts, and integrate them for innovative creation. One day, you shall become a formidable master of the demonic path. Current simulation cultivation. Initial stage of foundation establishment. Alchemist Grandmaster experience. The experience gained from alchemy within the simulator. Upper grade formation cultivation experience. The experience gained from formation cultivation within the simulator. 10 million spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not usable in simulations. Fragment of Great Yin-Yang Technique. One of the top 10 miraculous techniques in the immortal cultivation realm. Revised Great 5 Elements True Demonic Technique. An improvement scroll of the original technique by the ancient sages of the demonic path, allowing cultivation without the need for 5 elemental spiritual materials. Dan Recipe. All recipes you have mastered during the simulation. Spell Cultivation Experience. The experience gained from spell cultivation within the simulator. 10,000 Souls Banner. A banner formed from the condensation of thousands of vengeful spirits, gently swaying to create a realm of malevolence, thirsting for blood and life. Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Reversal Primordial Technique. The supreme dual cultivation method of the Haihuan sect, highly beneficial after cultivation. Without any hesitation, Wang Li chose Demonic Sovereign in the Foundation Establishment Cultivation. As the simulation rewards infused into his body, an immense influx of spiritual energy surged towards Wang Li from all directions. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of surrounding cultivators, who began to investigate the source of the spiritual energy gathering. Wang Li noticed a massive amount of spiritual energy flowing towards him, initially filled with joy, only for his expression to darken shortly thereafter. Damn it, caught up in the excitement, I forgot I am still within the Li clan's territory. If I break through to Foundation Establishment now, it will undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir. Wang Li wished to flee the Li clan for safety, but at this moment, with the breakthrough imminent, forcibly halting it could lead to either a deviation in his cultivation or, worse, death. Alas, let this be a lesson learned. I can only hope this divine restriction array buys me some time. With that thought, Wang Li devoted himself entirely to the breakthrough. He saw vast amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy converging from the surroundings, coursing through his internal organs, enveloping the bridge of heaven and earth, merging harmoniously with the spiritual liquid surging beneath. Meanwhile, atop the Wangxian peak at the back of the Li clan, the ancestral figure, Li Shuanya, who was in seclusion seeking a breakthrough, sensed the immense influx of spiritual energy gathering towards the northern mountain courtyard, and his expression shifted dramatically. Foundation Establishment? Who is it? Such audacity to attempt Foundation Establishment within the territory of my Li clan. How dare they disregard me? As Li Shuanya's voice fell, his divine sense extended outward, probing the entire vicinity of the Li clan for 100 miles. Apart from Li Shuanya, the various elders of the Li clan at the Foundation Establishment stage and above also released their divine senses, searching for the source of the spiritual energy. Who dares to break through to Foundation Establishment in my Li clan? How dare they treat my family with such contempt? The clan leader, Li Daozhen, flew towards the northern mountain courtyard on his sword, his handsome and scholarly face marked with fury. The law enforcement elder, Li Daoshu, and the grand elder, Li Daoming, remained silent. Foundation Establishment. This is the dream of countless Foundation Establishment cultivators. Nearly every foundation establishment practitioner harbors a dream of achieving foundation establishment. As the saying goes, with a golden Dan swallowed, my fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. And again, to achieve the golden Dan path is to roam freely among heaven, earth, and humanity. Where can the path of immortality be sought? The golden Dan queries for longevity. The fourth elder, Li Daofeng, observed the furious expression of clan leader Li Daozhen and calmly interjected, "Clan leader. This person dares to break through to foundation establishment within our Li clan, indicating they possess sufficient confidence to survive our assault. Should they fail in their breakthrough, we shall contact the ancestor to take action. However, if they succeed, we must consider our long-term strategy." Before Li Daozhen could respond, a gentle breeze swept in, and upon looking, they saw a middle-aged man in a blue robe with white hair standing beside them. "Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, ancestral master." Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Daozhen and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully. Li Xuanyao praised the four, his gaze lingering on Li Daofeng. Daofeng is correct. Had that person not achieved foundation establishment, I would have ensured they were turned into a puppet to protect our Li clan for generations. But if they have succeeded, then our Li clan must seek to befriend them to avoid creating an enemy. This person dares to break through to foundation establishment within our territory. They must have their own backing and may even require us to be wary of them after their success. Understood, ancestor. The others promptly bowed, then accompanied him to the northern mountain courtyard. This moment, at the northern mountain courtyard, numerous disciples from outside the clan stood before the steward's residence, each wearing an unkind expression. "Steward, what happened to the spiritual energy in the northern mountain? I was just about to break through to the third layer of chi refinement. Steward, there is no spiritual energy left in the northern mountain. You possess great abilities. Please tell us what is going on." "Steward, how could there be no spiritual energy? I was halfway through my breakthrough when the energy just vanished." The steward, hearing the incessant clamoring from outside, grew increasingly displeased. "How dare these outsiders question me about the spiritual energy? I am cultivating diligently, and the energy has ceased. I haven't even inquired about you yet, and you come to me? Fine, fine, fine. I shall definitely cut your cultivation resources for this month." As the steward pondered this, he suddenly heard the sound of greetings from outside. "Clan leader is here. Clan leader is here." Surely the clan leader knows what has happened to the spiritual energy. Of course, the clan leader is a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He must be aware of the cessation of spiritual energy in the courtyard and is here to resolve our issues. Listening to the sounds coming from outside, the steward quickly stood to prepare for the reception. At this moment, Li Daozhen and his group stood among the outer disciples, their hands clasped behind their backs. Despite feeling a twinge of joy from the flattery of the outer disciples, Li Daozhen did not forget the purpose of their visit. Just as he was about to consult the ancestor regarding the location of the individual breaking through, a formidable aura erupted from the courtyard in the northwest direction. "Not good. They're about to break through," Li Xuanya shouted as he swiftly darted towards the courtyard. Chapter 28. Acquisition of demonic techniques. Unfortunately, just as Li Xuanya approached the courtyard, preparing to interrupt the individual within from achieving foundation establishment, he sensed an aura emanating from the courtyard, spreading outward. "They've achieved foundation establishment." Li Xuanya withdrew his magical power, casting a complex glance at the room shimmering with golden light. "Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on achieving foundation establishment. You are now one step closer to the path of longevity." Inside the room, gazing at the golden Dan that had formed within him, Wang Li's face reflected a hint of trepidation. Fortunately, this was the cultivation reward from the simulation. The breakthrough was not as arduous or time-consuming. Had I delayed for even half a minute longer, I fear the old dog of the Li clan would have struck hard. After a moment of silent contemplation, Wang Li feigned profundity and said, "Li Daoyu, I am about to break through. Borrowing the auspicious grounds of your Li clan for my breakthrough is indeed disrespectful. I shall take my leave today, and in the future, I shall certainly repay this kindness with great gratitude for your assistance in my path to immortality." With that, Wang Li summoned all his magical power and burst forth from the wooden house. Escaping from the Li clan. "Ancestor, should we pursue?" Upon reaching Li Xuanya's side, Li Daozhen and the others looked towards the direction where Wang Li had fled and inquired. A flicker of murderous intent appeared in Li Xuanya's dark eyes as he softly instructed. "Since this person has achieved foundation establishment, They are no longer someone our Li clan can afford to offend. For the time being, increase the number of personnel to prevent suspicious individuals from entering and exiting. Understood, Ancestor. Li Daojian and the others bowed respectfully before preparing to depart. Li Xuanya intended to return to Wangxian Peak for seclusion, but caught a glimpse of Wang Li's avatar, who was meditating with closed eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xuanya pointed at Wang Li's avatar and commanded, "Instruct the steward responsible for the northern mountain courtyard to allocate additional resources to compensate this outer disciple. Have the steward gather the disciples for a meeting to announce that the Li clan will not abandon any outer disciples, and now that the issue of spiritual energy cessation has been resolved. Let them cultivate in peace. Yes, Ancestor." Li Daojian and the others clasped their hands in respect, and after seeing Li Xuanya off, they went to find the steward of the courtyard, within the Li clan's marketplace. Now transformed, Wang Li sensed that his avatar had not encountered any issues, and a glimmer of relief crossed his eyes. "It seems my gamble paid off. That Li Xuanya indeed has the mettle and did not blame my avatar for the situation. Nor did he take action against it. Since that is the case, I shall head to the Wanbao Pavilion first. Currently, I lack a solid cultivation technique by my side. I possess the realm but lack the strength. I must transition to a technique that includes the foundation establishment mantra as soon as possible." The moon had already risen, and the marketplace, usually bustling with activity, had grown considerably quiet. Wang Li traversed the path. And aside from the bustling Xianzi Tower, all other establishments had succumbed to the stillness of closure, their doors barred and their halls devoid of life. Upon arriving at the Wanbao Pavilion, which boasted 24-hour service, he did not await the other employees to speak. Instead, he hastily approached the front desk, speaking in a low, grave tone to the female manager. "Xinzi, might I inquire if your esteemed establishment has any demonic arts for sale?" The female manager, initially welcoming and prepared to introduce him to their offerings, immediately adopted a more serious demeanor upon hearing his words. With a swift motion, she conjured a water shield, enveloping both herself and Wang Li, and quietly asked, "You wish to purchase demonic arts? Surely you are aware that within the territory of the 7 righteous sects, trafficking in such arts is a grave offense. If caught, one faces the prospect of having their cultivation nullified or worse." Execution. Wang Li scrutinized her, his gaze lingering on the manager's expressive eyes. "Indeed, I have recently found my progress in cultivation stagnating, hence my desire to explore the practice of demonic arts. Furthermore, I am well aware of the regulations set forth by the 7 righteous sects. Such reminders are unnecessary. Yet, I find it hard to believe that Wanbao Pavilion does not stock demonic arts. It is common knowledge that Wanbao Pavilion sells everything. You seem unconcerned with matters of human rights when it comes to the sale of slaves. So why would you shy away from mere demonic arts?" The female manager regarded Wang Li's masked visage with an intense gaze, as if attempting to pierce through his facade. "How much spirit stones are you willing to offer for the demonic arts?" she inquired softly. Wang Li replied coldly, "As long as it meets my satisfaction, spirit stones are no object." Upon hearing this, the manager fell silent for a moment before instructing her colleagues to attend to other customers. Then led Wang Li to the 3rd floor, to the Pavilion of Techniques. She guided him to a wall, where she deftly retrieved a jade pendant and pressed it against the surface, revealing a wooden door for him to enter first. Observing her fluid movements, Wang Li chuckled. "Your deftness suggests that I am not the only one who has sought out demonic arts at Wanbao Pavilion." As they stepped into the secret chamber, the manager seemed to relax slightly, the tension easing from her shoulders. Skillfully navigating through the myriad of shelves brimming with tomes, she remarked, "Indeed, it would be disingenuous to hide the truth from you now. Many notable figures within a 100-mile radius have sought demonic arts from Wanbao Pavilion. Though the practices are fraught with pitfalls, they undeniably yield significant advancements in cultivation. After all, the origins of demonic arts stem from practitioners desiring a shortcut." Upon reaching the center of the chamber, Wang Li beheld a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator seated in meditation on a mat. The female manager respectfully bowed to the middle-aged cultivator and addressed him. "Senior Ling, there is an esteemed individual wishing to purchase demonic arts. Would you care to investigate his background?" The meditating cultivator opened his eyes and, upon hearing her words, rose to strike at Wang Li. Wang Li deftly evaded the blow, his expression darkening as he regarded the middle-aged man and the female manager. "What is the meaning of this?" Before he could finish, the female manager burst into a cold laugh. Li Dancher from Tianyi sect. I detected the peculiar fragrance of your pills the moment you entered. It mirrors the scent I encountered in the market. You arrive in the dead of night to procure demonic arts. But your true intent is to surveil for Tianyi sect, is it not? You cannot deceive us. We are well aware that Tianyi sect has recently issued a decree to investigate the Wanbao Pavilion of Li family's marketplace. Wang Li opened his mouth to explain, but as he witnessed the middle-aged cultivator and the female manager launching an assault, his expression shifted beneath his mask. You seek death. With a low growl, Wang Li unleashed his cultivation, his body moving with the force of millions of pounds, striking down upon the duoed in an instant. His formidable physical prowess overwhelmed them, leaving them reeling and unrecognizable. Observing the aftermath of his raw physical strength, Wang Li commenced his cleanup, ensuring that the entire third-floor chamber and its contents were thoroughly cleared. He then strode with the imposing grace of a deity towards the second and first floors of Wanbao Pavilion. The following day, news of the obliteration of Wanbao Pavilion S branch in the Li family marketplace spread like wildfire throughout the cultivation circles of Qi Nation. This incited the fury of the esteemed ancestor of Wanbao, who not only issued a bounty for the perpetrator's whereabouts but also vowed to extract their soul and shatter their body into pieces. The 7 righteous sects and numerous cultivation families hastily offered rewards in solidarity with Wanbao Pavilion. Meanwhile, the instigator, Wang Li, found refuge in the depths of the mountains, turning his focus to the soul cultivation sect's supreme technique, the divine and ghostly profound nether path true scripture. Unbeknownst to him, as he commenced the practice of the demonic arts, a cry for help resonated from the distant thicket. Chapter 29. A further ascension. Help! Help! Just as Wang Li began to cultivate the demonic arts, a desperate plea echoed from the depths of the dense forest. Wang Li, initially disinterested, chose to focus on his practice, suppressing his awareness. Esteemed seniors, those passing by, if anyone can save this young woman, I promise to bestow a treasure upon you. Ha, Jiang Qingyan, there's no escape for you. Hand over what your brother gave you. Having just transitioned into the first layer of the demonic arts, Wang Li opened his eyes and, with a single motion, shattered the boulders sealing his path. Rushing towards the forest 100 miles away, like a dragon in flight, he soared through the layers of mist, swiftly arriving above the thicket. Below, a figure clad in a white dress darted between the trees, pursued by a man in black robes whose imposing figure bore a massive sword on his back. Run, run like a dog. The moment your energy wanes, I shall torture you to death. The black-robed man's voice was as frigid as a dagger, piercing Jiang Qingyan's mind, intensifying her distress. But in the blink of an eye, a scream shattered the air. Senior, please spare me. Soul extraction? Senior. No, I do not wish to become a soul banner. Have mercy, Senior, please spare me. As a cacophony of pleas echoed through the forest, Jiang Qingyan, concealed behind a large tree, concentrated her energy into her legs and bolted away. Yet, before she could escape far, a man clad in gray robes intercepted her. Holding a soul captive in his grasp, I've dealt with the person pursuing you. Now, I seek my reward. Observing the charming and delicate girl before him, Wang Li spoke nonchalantly, sensing the profound aura emanating from him. Jiang Qingyan's lovely face betrayed a hint of anxiety. He is even more powerful than my brother. Could he be a late-stage foundation establishment expert? After a moment of silent contemplation, Jiang Qingyan quickly landed on the ground, knelt before him, and presented her storage ring. With a clear voice, she respectfully declared, I pay my respects to you, esteemed senior. Thank you for rescuing me from peril. This storage ring contains treasures collected by my brother throughout his life, and I present it to you in gratitude for your life-saving grace. Wang Li summoned the storage ring with a gesture, glanced at the beautiful girl before him, and then vanished into the sky above the thicket. Jiang Qingyan watched in relief as he flew away, grateful that this senior had no intention of causing her harm. Otherwise, she might have met the same fate as Zhou Jie, becoming a part of the soul banners. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Qingyan departed the forest. Upon returning to her temporary dwelling, Wang Li set up a divine prohibition array and continued his cultivation. 3 days later, Wang Li harnessed the alchemical fire within him and, through rudimentary crafting, fashioned his very first soul banner. His skills were far from exceptional, rendering it only capable of containing 100 souls. Exceeding this limit would result in its collapse. After sealing Zhou Jia's soul within the banner and observing the tormented visage of the struggling soul, Wang Li evaluated the banner before storing it in his pouch. With the successful transition of his cultivation technique and the completion of the soul banner, it was time to simulate. With that, Wang Li adeptly activated the simulation panel. Life Simulation Device LV2. Upgradable. Host. Wang Li. Age. 12. Technique. Divine and Ghostly Profound Netherpath True Scripture. Cultivation. Initial stage of core formation. Simulation points. 1700. Simulation attempts. 0. Talents. Vengeful Soul Summoning. Black. Array Mastery. Green. Alchemy Prodigy. Green. Dual Focus. Green. External Avatar. Green. Supreme Demonic Path. Purple. Skills. Superior Alchemist. Inferior Array Master. Talents ranked from lowest to highest. White. Black. Yellow. Green. Purple. Red. Gold. Rainbow. Can I upgrade once more? Wang Li eagerly clicked on the upgrade icon. 100,000 spirit stones. Not a problem. Having previously plundered nearly 300,000 low-grade spirit stones from the Wanbao Pavilion of the Li family marketplace, his current resources were ample. After depositing the required spirit stones into the simulator, Wang Li initiated the upgrade. Subsequently, new simulation functions materialized before him. The simulator can simulate once a month. Additional simulations require 100,000 energy points. Each simulation allows for talent extraction. Talents can be refreshed using energy. The sources of energy encompass, but are not limited to, spirit stones. After each simulation, one may freely choose 2 rewards to bring back to reality, in addition to utilizing simulation points to purchase 1 item for return. When the protagonist of the simulator encounters critical choices, the host may personally intervene in the selection. The simulator enhances the immersive experience, allowing the host to enter the simulated world and engage in a fully immersive experience. After channeling all remaining spirit stones into the simulator, Wang Li initiated the simulation. Simulation, commence. Simulator activating. You have utilized 100,000 energy points. Randomly drawing talents. Congratulations, you have acquired the Azure talent, Master Alchemist. Master Alchemist. You possess a unique innate talent for alchemy. With diligent study and practice over time, you shall become an exceptional Master Alchemist. No way, simulator. Are you a worm in my belly? Whatever you think comes to pass. Wang Li chuckled, pleased that he had drawn a talent related to alchemy, which piqued his interest. Would you like to refresh your talent? Wang Li chose no. Or would you like to activate the immersive experience? Wang Li opted to activate it.in an instant. As the world spun chaotically, Wang Li found himself in the simulated realm. Today, you successfully forged a soul banner. Yet you feel somewhat dissatisfied with this banner, sparking thoughts of creating a new one. As the simulator's voice resonated, Wang Li's body began to move uncontrollably. Is the simulator controlling me? Wang Li's expression turned slightly unnatural. Everything felt akin to being a marionette. Nevertheless, he allowed the simulator to manipulate his actions. You flew away from the mountains on your sword, heading to the nearby market to purchase basic alchemy techniques. As the simulator's voice echoed, Wang Li's body, seemingly under control, exited the cave, gestured with his fingers to summon his sword, and soared out of the mountains. This is too strange. I do not particularly enjoy this sensation. Perhaps I'll immerse myself during my time in the cave. Soaring high above, Wang Li decisively exited the immersive experience. Simulator, I wish to withdraw from the immersive simulation. As soon as Wang Li voiced this, his consciousness instantly returned to the real world. Upon returning from the simulated realm, Wang Li promptly opened his eyes. Much better. You have arrived at the Luojia Immortal Workshop under the Zhao clan. You purchased basic alchemy techniques. You acquired materials for crafting spirit tools. In the center of the market, you noticed a bounty notice from the Wanbao Pavilion. You disregarded the bounty notice. After purchasing some supplies, you returned to the mountain where your cave is located. On your way to the mountains, you were ambushed. Chapter 30. A second exploration of the immortal ruins. How audacious, daring to target me? Indeed, the cultivation world is perilous, rife with rogue cultivators who kill and plunder. It seems one must be cautious when shopping in the market. Wang Li, having simulated this, thought it was due to his lavish spending of spirit stones that attracted unwanted attention. Little did he expect. After easily injuring the assailant, he hurriedly begged for mercy, expressing a desire to purchase an item from you with spirit stones. You declined and swiftly ended his life with a mere flick of your fingers. A fierce soul was added to your soul banner. Using the soul search technique, you learned what he sought. Your expression darkened. From the storage ring gifted to you by Jiang Qingyan, you retrieved a jade pearl. Looking at the ageless pearl in hand, your expression soured, uncertain how to proceed. Upon returning to your cave, you pondered how to handle the ageless pearl. Recalling a recent simulation, you considered bestowing the ageless pearl upon another through a blood contract. Having devised a plan for the ageless pearl, you resumed your cultivation. You studied the art of alchemy. The talent of master alchemist activated. A month later, you achieved proficiency. The talent of dual focus activated. You began to study alchemy while concurrently observing the progress of your external incarnation. Through your incarnation, you understood that ever since you formed your core in the Li clan, the higher-ups were furious, severely reprimanding the law enforcement hall for their negligence, allowing an outsider to infiltrate the Li clan's stronghold. This led to the Li clan imposing strict martial law. Anyone venturing outside must adhere to rigorous regulations. Many Li clan cultivators secretly resented you. Retracting your thoughts, you continued to allow your incarnation to train mechanically, then fully dedicated yourself to the art of alchemy. In the second month, you began setting up a stall at the Luojia Immortal Workshop to practice alchemy and crafting. Due to your exceptional alchemical skills and low prices, numerous rogue cultivators sought your services. After 6 months, your reputation spread far and wide. Many cultivators became aware of the gray-robed master alchemist from the Luojia Immortal Workshop, and you earned the title, Gray-Robed Alchemy Master. A year later, you crafted a top-tier spirit tool-level soul banner, capable of containing thousands of souls. The rogue cultivators who often assisted you in business also recognized that you excelled not only in alchemy but also in crafting. Everyone knew that the master cultivator Han from the Luojia Immortal Workshop was a grandmaster of both alchemy and crafting. Some began to covet your skills. Days later, your soul banner welcomed new specters. In the second year, your external incarnation reached the second level of qi refinement. You discovered that the Wanbao Pavilion had ceased its pursuit of you. You leased a shop at the Luojia Immortal Workshop. Bolstered by your growing reputation, you maintained low prices in alchemy, and your business flourished, enhancing your renown. You began searching for the formula for the Spirit Essence Pill. Your efforts bore fruit. You gathered the herbs needed to concoct the Spirit Essence Pill. You successfully crafted the Spirit Essence Pill. You eliminated the stagnation in your cultivation. Your cultivation speed increased slightly. In the third year, through years of persistent effort, your crafting skills reached a superior level. You couldn't help but marvel at how exceptional talent is. You understood that cultivation was the foundation for establishing oneself in the cultivation world. So you did not divert your focus from your crafting endeavors. You continued your rigorous training. That year, your incarnation's cultivation reached the third level of qi refinement. In the fourth year, after years of operation, your business expanded significantly. You had now become the wealthiest individual in the Luojia Immortal Workshop. You acquired numerous shops within the workshop and began to monopolize the market. You dominated the alchemy and crafting industries of the Luojia Immortal Workshop, still maintaining low prices for both. You acquired abundant resources. You forged a complete set of top-tier spirit tool armor. You crafted the exquisite spirit tool, Snowstorm Armor. You created the exceptional spirit tool, Dragon God Arm. You fashioned the superior spirit tool, Cloudwalker Boots. You constructed the remarkable spirit tool, Divine Whip. You crafted the outstanding spirit tool, Primordial Cauldron. You fashioned the exquisite spirit tool, White Tiger Helm. You armed yourself to the teeth with top-tier spirit tools. You continued to follow the previous simulation path, as repeated simulations had paved a broad avenue for you. You indeed learned spells. In the fifth year, you mastered the 5 elements killing technique and sword control technique. You learned the 5 elements escape technique. You acquired the 5 elements defense technique. You mastered a plethora of basic spells. Your external incarnation reached the 4th level of qi refinement. In the 6th year, your cultivation still showed no sign of progress. The resources required for forming your core were far more substantial than you had anticipated. That year, the Li clan ceased distributing cultivation resources, leaving many outer clan disciples in tears. Your external incarnation attained the 5th level of qi refinement. After setting up a divine prohibition array, you revealed the truth to Lu Zidu through your incarnation. Upon learning the truth about the Outer Clan disciples, Lu Zidu sought to resist the Li clan. Lu Zidu extended an invitation to you. You advised Lu Zidu to remain calm. You shared your thoughts with Lu Zidu. In the 7th year, thanks to your presence, the Luojia Immortal Workshop thrived even more. The patriarch of the Zhao clan once again invited you to join the Zhao family as a guest elder. You declined. The patriarch of the Zhao clan inquired about your reasons. You expressed your disapproval of the cultivation families colluding with the Heavenly One sect, treating Outer Clan disciples as mere livestock, sending them to secret realms for execution. The patriarch of the Zhao clan was momentarily taken aback, looking at you in confusion, saying that the cultivation world has always been this way. Which cultivator does not devour others? With your profound strength, why be so naive? You clarified to the patriarch of the Zhao clan that those with differing ideals should not conspire together. You continued to practice alchemy and crafting at the Luojia Immortal Workshop, occasionally forging array flags and setting up formations for others. In March of the 7th year, you crafted the Cleansing Spirit Pill. In April of the 7th year, you created the Bone Sculpting Pill. In May of the 7th year, you visited the Li clan's market, summoned your external incarnation, and handed the Cleansing Spirit Pill and the Bone Sculpting Pill to your external incarnation. You concentrated the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using your magic to unblock your incarnation's meridians, administering various potions you had acquired over the years to enhance your magical power. In August of the 7th year, after digesting the heavenly treasures within, your external incarnation reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. In the 8th year, you and Lu Ziduan successfully infiltrated the Shinshu secret realm. Just as the disciples of Tianyi sect were about to strike, you and Lu Ziduan deftly evaded the impending blow. You observed the gathering of Tianyi disciples. With your external avatar, you swiftly dispatched several of them within mere moments. Without hesitation, you publicly exposed Jia Qing's true identity, declaring yourself as a disciple sent by the Yaoshan sect with the purpose of assisting Jia Qing in locating the Shinshu secret realm. Your words thrust Jia Qing into the spotlight of scrutiny. His expression darkened. Jia Qing retaliated by eliminating the remaining Tianyi disciples. Together, you and Jia Qing eradicated all the disciples of Tianyi sect within the secret realm. Once the battlefield was cleared, Jia Qing inquired how you had come to know of his existence. You informed him that you were sent by the Yaoshan sect to convey certain messages and to seek a particular item. However, Jia Qing remained skeptical of your claims. He pressed you for the details of the message. You told him that upon exiting the secret realm, the leading Foundation establishment cultivator would compel you to consume the Jue Dan, resulting in the loss of half a month's memories, which could only be restored upon breaking through the Foundation establishment stage. Your task was to inform Jia Qing of this, while also searching for an item within the secret realm. Still, Jia Qing doubted your sincerity. You remained indifferent to his belief or disbelief. You gestured towards Lu Ziduan, suggesting to Jia Qing that he could cultivate Lu Ziduan as a practitioner of the demonic sect. To serve their interests, Jia Qing nodded and administered the Shihun Dan to Lu Ziduan. Lu Ziduan cast a complex look between you and Jia Qing. You paid no heed to Lu Ziduan's gaze. As you found yourself engulfed in hesitation, should you continue to explore the Shinshu secret realm? Yes or no? The choice now lay in Wang Li's hands. Thus, should he proceed with the exploration of the Shinshu secret realm? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Wang Li's eyes. Subsequently, his finger pointed decisively towards Chapter 31, Perception. After much contemplation, Wang Li opened his eyes and declared, "This is the last time." With that, he chose yes. You informed Jia Qing of your intent to explore the secret realm. Jia Qing clasped his fists in respect. You commenced your exploration, deciding to venture into the northern Deadwaters. Wang Li selected the northern Deadwaters. After an hour's journey, you arrived at the northern Deadwaters. Initially, you assumed the name was literal, but upon witnessing the floating white bones in the river, your perspective shifted. Upon stepping onto the monument marking the entrance to the Deadwaters, you read an inscription. The living must halt, the unworthy shall not approach. You pondered over these words. Controlling your external avatar, you stepped into the realm of death. Following the riverbank upstream, you observed the white bones flowing down and wondered about their origin. As you walked, you gradually realized you seemed to be going in circles. Panic seized you as you feared you had fallen victim to an illusion. Disbelieving, you pressed on. Days passed, and until the secret realm's closure. You remained trapped in your futile wandering. Your spirit grew weary. Gazing at the river teeming with white bones, you fell silent for a moment before leaping into the rushing waters. You entered another realm. You felt as though your body was being torn apart, and upon opening your eyes, you beheld countless bones feasting upon your flesh in agony. You were devoured completely. Alas! Once more, I have squandered my external avatar. Wang Li found himself at a loss for words, pondering whether the Xinshu secret realm was truly a perilous land, a forbidden zone. Thus far, every location, eastern Blood Cliff, western desert, southern dense forest, northern deadwaters, had proven treacherous. He resolved never to waste time in the Xinshu secret realm again. Wang Li shook his head and continued his simulations. As your external avatar disintegrated, your consciousness returned to your original body. In the second month of the 8th year, you planned to venture into the lower realms, the 7 sects of the demonic gate. You were determined not to waste the talent bestowed upon you by the supreme of the demon path. You recalled the modified scroll of the Dewuxing Zhenma Shangong in Shan Tianling's possession. Like in your previous simulations, you openly sought to gather the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. As the gray-robed Danzun, your reputation spread far and wide, and your demands quickly reached the ears of various factions. Soon, an elder from the Shen clan approached you once more. The elder extended an olive branch, promising that should you join the Shen clan and refine pills for them, you would attain the status of a revered elder and gain access to the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Upon encountering the people of the Shen clan again, you felt a wave of nostalgia. You accepted their invitation, but made it clear that this was merely a transaction. You would refine pills for the Shun clan's ancestor who had fallen into demonic cultivation. But your ultimate goal was to acquire 2 specific items, after which you would depart. The elder was taken aback that you were aware of their ancestor's predicament. You revealed that you also knew they had been investigating your identity for years. Your revelations caused the elder to look uneasy. With a smile, you reassured him that despite their inquiries, it mattered little. A transaction was a transaction, and you were a person of principles. The elder felt relieved. By the end of the 8th year, you liquidated the assets of Luojia Xianfang. You bid farewell to all your customers, the scattered cultivators who had often supported your business, upon learning of your departure, flocked to inquire about your next destination. You smiled without responding and turned to leave. In the 9th year, you accompanied the elder of the Shen clan to the Shun clan of immortals. You arrived at the Red Maple Mountain Range. All the prominent figures of the Shen clan came to welcome you. The clan leader personally took your hand and introduced you to the estate designated for you. You candidly informed the clan leader that your purpose in coming was solely to refine pills for their ancestor, to acquire the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, and to obtain an item from their ancestor. You had no intention of remaining within the Shen clan. The senior members exchanged glances. You temporarily resided in the Shen clan. On the 2nd day of your stay, you began your alchemical work. The Shen clan dispatched additional personnel to assist you, granting you access to the entire clan's resources. You obtained the spiritual fire of wind and thunder. With a dual focus, you simultaneously refined pills while absorbing the wind and thunder fire. In the 10th year, you successfully concocted the 5-colored Liuli pill. By the 11th year, the ancestor of the Shen clan had fully recovered, his cultivation flourishing. You received an invitation to a banquet, the banquet. You met Shen Tianling, the ancestor of the Shen clan, and were treated with great honor. You obtained Shan Tianling's cultivation notes. You requested the modified scroll of the Dewuxing Zhenma Shangong. Shan Tianling was surprised that you were aware of this technique. He passed the Dewuxing Zhenma Shangong to you. You acquired the modified scroll, which contained the incantations from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage. You changed your cultivation to the Dewuxing Zhenma Shangong. Following your previous simulations, you practiced the wood attribute technique, Qingdi Changshengong, from the Dewuxing Zhenma Shangong. You successfully cultivated the Qingdi Changshengong. You made modifications to eliminate the drawbacks of consuming demonic beasts, which had previously caused demonic energy to gnaw at your bones. Your lifespan reached a remarkable 1,000 years, twice that of a typical core formation cultivator. Comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. In the 12th year, you tendered your resignation to the ancestor of the Shen clan. Shan Tianling attempted to persuade you to stay. He encouraged you to remain within the Shen clan, promising to allow you to lead the clan as its patriarch. You confided in Shan Tianling that your path lay within the demonic gate, and staying with the Shen clan would not lead you far. Shun Tianling expressed his regret and gifted you the blood contract technique, saying you might find it useful. You gazed deeply at Shun Tianling before mounting your flying sword and departing. You left the Shun clan of immortals. You returned to visit your parents. After leaving behind some valuable items, you took your leave. You exited the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world. You journeyed towards the lower realms, the 7 nations of the demonic gate. As you charged through, any cultivator daring to target you found themselves ensnared by your soul-capturing banner, becoming a mere wisp of a ghost. You were no longer the weak individual of the past. In the vast cultivation world, you surpassed many, and the Foundation establishment cultivators were now mere ants in your eyes. Along your journey, over 100 souls of formidable cultivators had taken residence within your soul-capturing banner. Earning it the title of the 100 Souls Banner. 3 months later, you arrived at the Zhou Kingdom's cultivation world. You reached the Huanyuan Square under the auspices of the Haohuan sect. You voluntarily revealed your core formation cultivation to apply for membership in the Haohuan sect. The current sect leader, the enchanting Miaoyu, received you. You and Miaoyu engaged in profound discourse. You garnered her approval. You have joined the Haohuan sect. You have been appointed as an elder of the Alchemy Hall. In the first month of your tenure as elder, you took advantage of your position to acquire and suppress numerous industries in Joya Square, thereby establishing your own commercial empire. Your low-cost alchemy, affordable artifact crafting, and budget-friendly array formations have shaken the market of the square, drawing in a multitude of customers. You were recognized by some. The title of gray-robed alchemist spread throughout the entire cultivation world of the Zhou Kingdom. Carried by the lips of wandering cultivators, you began to amass a significant collection of wood-attributed spiritual materials and wood-attributed beasts. By the 13th year, you had gathered a considerable number of wood-attributed beasts and a limited selection of wood-attributed spiritual materials. You absorbed the blood of beasts and refined the spiritual materials. Your Qingdi longevity technique reached a minor success. Your body underwent a transformation. You developed a certain suppressive effect over wood-attributed beings. Your control over wood-attributed entities was enhanced. Your resistance to wood-attributed spells was fortified. The potency of your wood-attributed techniques surged. Your lifespan experienced a notable increase. You acquired the ability to heal rapidly. Fire-attributed spells inflicted 10% more damage upon you. In addition to cultivating the Great 5 Elements True Demonic Technique, you also practiced secret demonic arts in the Transmission Tower under the name of Elder. By the 14th year, you had mastered a plethora of demonic secret techniques, and you had become a qualified demonic cultivator. You received an alchemical task from the sect and began leading the disciples of the Alchemy Hall in alchemy and herbal crafting. Contributing to the development of the Haohuan sect, you undertook artifact crafting tasks in the market, working independently. You also engaged in array formation tasks, selling your formation solo. Your skills in alchemy and artifact crafting saw significant improvement. By the 15th year, due to your long-standing contributions to the Haohuan sect through alchemy, the sect assigned you a dual spiritual root furnace. You accepted the dual spiritual root furnace assigned by the Haohuan sect. You encountered Shui Qianyue once again. You had already formed a golden core and glimpsed the path of the golden core. Shui Qianyue's influence on you had become negligible. Remembering your bond as a couple, you inquired if there was anything you could assist her with. Shui Qianyue was astonished by your words. She expressed a desire for you to end her life. You complied. You watched the stunning young woman collapse into a pool of blood. Observing the trace of satisfaction on her face, feeling neither joy nor sorrow within the 16th year, you continued to study demonic techniques, persistently improving upon their shortcomings. In the 17th year, leveraging the blood of numerous wood-attributed beasts and spiritual materials, you elevated your Qingdi longevity technique to a higher level. Yet you sensed that the path to mastery remained distant. A sudden thought struck you. Could you simultaneously cultivate the techniques of other attributes contained within the Great 5 Elements True Demonic Technique? However, this idea brought you concern, for the sages who had previously practiced the modified version of the Great 5 Elements True Demonic Technique had repeatedly warned that cultivating other attribute techniques without achieving completeness could lead to an imbalance of spiritual power within, resulting in a loss of control and the risk of falling into madness. As the 5 elements are interdependent and antagonistic, imbalance is easily provoked without reaching perfection. Ultimately, you dismissed this notion in the 18th year. You focused solely on alchemy, artifact crafting, and array formation in the 19th year. You continued with unwavering dedication in these pursuits. By the 20th year, utilizing the blood of numerous wood-attributed beasts and spiritual materials. You advanced your Qingdi longevity technique to an even higher level, resulting in a measurable increase in your lifespan. In the 21st year, the ancestor of the Hahuan sect, the Yin-Yang Venerable, summoned you. You bowed respectfully before the Yin-Yang Venerable. He presented you with a recipe for an elixir. The Yin-Yang Venerable informed you that should you successfully concoct the Yin-Yang harmonizing pill, he would bestow upon you wood-attributed spiritual materials for your cultivation of the Qingdi longevity technique. Upon hearing this, your expression dramatically changed. What is the meaning of this? Did the Yin-Yang Venerable see through my cultivation technique? I have been practicing a concealment method. How could he possibly discern it? Wang Li was left perplexed outside the simulator. However, the subsequent simulation left Wang Li utterly dumbfounded. The Yin-Yang Venerable, upon noticing your pale countenance, calmly explained that he discerned your cultivation method due to the dense aura of Qingdi wood spirit surrounding you. The Qingdi wood spirit aura typically only exists within those who have practiced the Great Five Elements true demonic technique. The Yin-Yang Venerable advised you to cultivate the Qingdi longevity technique to completion before abandoning it for another method. You furrowed your brow, deeply puzzled. The Yin-Yang Venerable elucidated that practitioners of the Great Five Elements true demonic technique often encounter misfortune in their later years. This technique had once flourished in ancient times, with nearly everyone practicing it. However, after numerous practitioners mysteriously vanished overnight, the then leaders of the righteous and demonic factions prohibited its cultivation. Time passed, and under the joint suppression of the righteous and demonic factions, this technique gradually faded from history. The Yin-Yang Venerable cautioned you to promptly switch your cultivation method after reaching the nascent soul stage to avoid a perilous fate in your later years. You pondered for a long time before retrieving the everlasting pearl from your storage bag. You informed the Yin-Yang Venerable that the element causing misfortune in your later years was neither excessive nor deficient with the addition of one more. The Yin-Yang Venerable fell into contemplation. After examining the everlasting pearl you presented, he remarked that you were indeed fortunate to possess such a treasure. You assumed he was speaking ironically and paid it no mind. After returning the everlasting pearl to you, the Yin-Yang Venerable indicated that you could continue cultivating the Great Five Elements true demonic technique. A look of confusion crossed your face as you inquired about his reasoning. The Yin-Yang Venerable explained that practitioners possessing the everlasting pearl could avert the misfortunes associated with the Great Five Elements true demonic technique. You pressed for further clarification. The Yin-Yang Venerable recounted that in his youth, he had encountered a practitioner of the Great Five Elements true demonic technique who, under the protection of the everlasting pearl, did not suffer any misfortune in his later years, even until he achieved success and ascended to the upper realms. You countered the Yin-Yang Venerable's assertion, questioning what if that practitioner encountered misfortune in the upper realms. After all, in a previous simulation, Shen Tianling had also practiced the Great Five Elements true demonic technique and possessed an everlasting pearl. Yet he ultimately succumbed to the influence of the pearl and was transformed into a demonic corpse. The Yin-Yang Venerable fell into deep thought. He explained that the so-called curses and misfortunes are orchestrated by unseen forces. If the practitioner he mentioned experienced misfortune in the upper realms, it would indicate the terrifying strength of those behind the schemes. However, at present, cultivators across the Tianshu continent are unable to contact the predecessors who have ascended to the upper realms. And whether the practitioner of the Great Five Elements true demonic technique faced misfortune is beyond his knowledge. The Yin-Yang Venerable left the decision of whether to continue cultivating in your hands. You choose. Wang Li was presented with the options: continue cultivating, pursue another method, and transition to another method after reaching the nascent soul stage. After a moment of hesitation, he selected the third option: transition to another method after reaching the nascent soul stage. Upon making your choice, the simulation continued. You opted to transition to another method after reaching the nascent soul stage. You bid farewell to the Yin-Yang Venerable. The Yin-Yang Venerable watched you depart, entrusting you with the task of successfully concocting the Yin-Yang harmonizing pill. You set about crafting the Yin-Yang harmonizing pill. In the 22nd year, you successfully produced the Yin-Yang harmonizing pill. You received the wood-attributed spiritual material, the spirit of the celestial tree, as a reward from the Yin-Yang Venerable. You were filled with immense excitement. You began to refine the spirit of the celestial tree. In the 23rd year, you successfully refined the spirit of the celestial tree, resulting in a significant enhancement of your Qingdi longevity technique, bringing you closer to mastery and your cultivation progressed. You were nearing the mid-stage of Golden Cord in the 24th year. You practiced while simultaneously refining elixirs for the sect. Your alchemical skills improved in the 25th year. You discovered the original text of the Great Five Elements True Demonic Technique at the pinnacle of the Hahuan sect's transmission tower. You perused the original text. The innate demonic supremacy activated. You made certain modifications to the modified version of the Great Five Elements True Demonic Technique. In the 26th year. The Yin-Yang Venerable attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. In March of the 26th year. The 7 demonic sects united and launched an offensive against the upper realms. You were summoned by the Yin-Yang Venerable to serve in the military. You followed the demonic coalition into the territory of the upper realms. You were not assigned to the front lines, but instead accompanied the Yin-Yang Venerable, participating in council meetings alongside him. The righteous 7 sects united to retaliate against the demonic 7 sections. In the 27th year, the Yin-Yang Venerable made a powerful move, single-handedly subduing the 7 ancestors and establishing the agreement that nascent soul stage experts must not interfere in the righteous demonic conflict. You gazed at the figure atop the mountains, engulfed in demonic flames, and uttered a phrase befitting a true man. In the 28th year. The coalition of the demonic sect clashed fiercely with the righteous alliance in the Facian mountain range, employing every means at their disposal, leading to the righteous forces' continual retreat. Following the battle, disciples of the demonic sect began to gather the lingering souls on the battlefield, merging them into soul banners. You followed closely beside the Yin-Yang Venerable, treading over countless corpses, collecting the residual souls to incorporate into the soul banners. In the 29th year. The struggle between the righteous and demonic factions intensified. And you remained by the Yin-Yang Venerable's side, witnessing the unfolding of each battle. You petitioned the Yin-Yang Venerable to allow you to venture to the front lines. However, he advised against it, asserting that it was unnecessary. The momentum had already shifted in favor of the demonic forces, and the defeat of the righteous coalition was a foregone conclusion. Victory was merely a matter of time, and your intervention was deemed superfluous. Unconvinced by his reasoning, you inquired about the true cause of his reluctance. The Yin-Yang Venerable, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, revealed that a hidden master at the peak of the nascent soul stage had set his sights on you. He warned that should you dare to show your face, you would undoubtedly be captured or slain. Your complexion paled at this revelation. You had never imagined that your cautious demeanor and low profile would attract the attention of such a formidable practitioner. From that moment on, you shadowed the Yin-Yang Venerable day and night, fearful of falling prey to the nascent soul master. In the 30th year. As the conflict between the righteous and demonic factions began to wane. The 7 righteous sects grew increasingly feeble. While gathering lingering souls, you were suddenly ambushed by an elderly man with white hair. The Yin-Yang Venerable intervened to shield you from this lethal strike. But you were severely injured by the backlash of the artifact. Seeing the Yin-Yang Venerable appear, the white-haired elder cast a regretful glance your way before vanishing into the void in the 31st year. The 7 righteous sects retreated to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain fell completely under the demonic sect's control. The 7 demonic sects commenced the division of spoils, leading to disputes over the domination of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. You informed the Yin-Yang Venerable of the situation regarding the Shinshu secret realm, urging him to seize control over the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. In the 32nd year, the Hahuan sect took possession of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm, and the Yin-Yang Venerable appointed you as the next sect leader. You received part of his guidance and obtained a fragment of the Great Yin-Yang Technique. Upon reviewing the list of those who had pledged allegiance, you noticed the name of the Li clan. Recalling the past actions of the Li clan, you summoned their ancestor, Li Xuanya, to convene a meeting. During this assembly, you apprehended Li Xuanya under the pretext of his clan's intentions to usurp the Hahuan sect's leadership of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realms. In full view of the assembly, you executed Li Xuanya, thereby obliterating the Li clan. In May of the 32nd year, news reached you of the opening of the Taishu Immortal Mansion, drawing numerous heroes to its gates. You commanded the Hahuan sect disciples who had infiltrated the eastern spirit domain to remain vigilant and report any developments promptly. In the 33rd year, a message arrived from the Hahuan sect disciples concealed within the eastern spirit domain, reporting that an ancestor of the Tianyi sect had returned, bloodied. This revelation shocked you and stirred a sense of unease within. In the 34th year, amidst your worries and fears, Your cultivation unexpectedly advanced to the mid-stage of the core formation realm, significantly enhancing your power. Your Qingdi longevity technique saw partial improvement, and you received word of zombie sightings in the eastern spirit domain, which unsettled you further. Prepared for a hasty retreat, you later learned that the zombie crisis in the eastern spirit domain had been quelled, surprising you and heightening your attentiveness to the region. After a year of careful observation in the 35th year, you noted that following the stabilization of the zombie crisis, the eastern spirit domain exhibited no further anomalies. You shifted your focus back to cultivation and revisited your previous practices. Under the guidance of the Yin-Yang Venerable in the 36th year, you successfully forged your very first personal magical artifact. The Yin-Yang Venerable informed you that every core formation practitioner possesses a life-bound artifact, which evolves alongside its master. Utilizing your own bones in conjunction with materials collected by the Hahuan sect, you crafted a three-legged cauldron. Your artifact forging skills improved, and you named your life-bound treasure the Lian Tianding. Is it possible for core formation practitioners to forge their own life-bound artifacts? Wang Li pondered, his expression reflecting surprise. He then expressed his discontent, asserting that those at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, in their efforts to maintain their dominance and prevent future challengers, had likely altered and omitted much of the essence from the cultivation methods passed down through generations. As his thoughts settled, he gazed at the words 36th year on the simulation interface, feeling a sense of relief. It appeared that the peculiar entity sealed within the Taishu Immortal Mansion had not escaped during this simulation. Let us see how far this simulation can extend. Perhaps this will become the longest duration since I acquired the simulator in the 37th year, at the grand celebration marking the 3000th anniversary of the Hahuan sect. You were invited to attend, standing amidst a sea of people in the grand hall. Following the conclusion of the commemorative event, the Yin-Yang Venerable retained you and several high-ranking members. He announced his impending ascension to the divine realm, leaving everyone, including yourself, in a state of astonishment. The Yin-Yang Venerable stated that he would assist the fairy Miaoyu in breaking through to the nascent soul stage over the next 3 years and designated you as the next leader of the Hahuan sect. Some demonic practitioners voiced their dissent, but the Yin-Yang Venerable quelled all objections. After the meeting, you ascended to the position of the new sect leader in the 38th year, during the highly anticipated ceremony of your succession. You received the sect's treasured artifact, the Rui Bell, from Miaoyu. You felt the collective gaze of the crowd upon you. Your spirit soared to an unprecedented level of exhilaration. Never before had you experienced such a thrilling moment. In that instant, memories of your past life, filled with mediocrity and culminating in illness and demise, flooded your mind. 50 years of cultivation felt like a fleeting dream. In the 39th year, having served as the leader of the Hahuan sect for a year, you adhered to the traditions established by your ancestors, fully aware of the importance of maintaining the sect's foundational principles. You did not consider yourself more intelligent or powerful than previous leaders. Even as a time traveler, within the confines of ancestral laws and established customs, you made subtle adjustments to the Hahuan sect's operations. You observed a rising tide of resistance against the demonic sect within the southern spirit domain and contemplated delivering speeches throughout the cultivation realm. Yet, you hesitated to venture out, fearing the lurking presence of the nascent soul master who had once targeted you. The memory of that fateful strike on the battlefield lingered vividly in your mind. Had it not been for the Yin-Yang Venerable, you would have perished in the 40th year, with the aid of numerous wood-attribute spiritual objects and the blood of wood-attribute magical beasts. Your Qingdi longevity technique reached a state of great accomplishment, resulting in profound transformations within your body. You developed a degree of suppression over wood-attribute beings, enhanced your control over them, increased your resistance to wood-based spells, and significantly augmented the power of your wood attribute techniques. Your lifespan received a boost, and you acquired the ability to heal rapidly. However, you noted a 10% increase in damage from fire attribute spells. The 40th year drew to a close, with the Yin-Yang Venerable on the verge of breaking through to the divine realm. You and several high-ranking members of the Hahuan sect were invited to attend his ascension ceremony. The summit of the Back Mountain, 13 core formation practitioners, including yourself and the Hahuan sect's leadership, gazed with excitement at the middle-aged figure in azure robes standing at the center of the spiritual pool. The spiritual pool surged. An unceasing flow of spiritual energy coalesced around the azure-robed man. whose aura became unmistakable as he transitioned from the peak of the nascent soul stage to the initial phase of divine ascension. The might of his transformation radiated outward, felt throughout the southern spirit domain, drawing the attention of all toward the Haohuan sect in the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. Being closest to the Yin-Yang Venerable, you were overwhelmed by this powerful divine aura, causing you to stumble and fall to the ground. It was your first realization that a practitioner's spiritual pressure could indeed be lethal. As the Yin-Yang Venerable broke through to the initial phase of divine ascension, a massive black hole appeared above his head. All Haohuan sect disciples, including yourself, respectfully bowed and clasped their fists in salute, honoring the venerable ancestor who had contributed immensely to the revival of the Haohuan sect. The Yin-Yang Venerable, with a relaxed expression, looked toward you all before extending his arms, allowing the black hole above to absorb him in a whisper. The Yin-Yang Venerable cautioned you not to leave the Haohuan sect for the next 100 years. As the nascent soul master was still watching you, with a sigh, you attempted to articulate a thought, yet hesitated, words caught in your throat. Shortly after the black hole consumed the Yin-Yang sovereign, a colossal hand emerged from its depths, seizing you along with all the Jedon practitioners of the Haohuan sect. You were drawn into the abyss. Inhaled by unknown gases, you succumbed to unconsciousness. A chilling sensation enveloped you, as though your physical form were being devoured piece by piece. You heard a voice whisper, "The Qing emperors would spirit Qi, a delightful treat." Chapter 34. Blessings of many offspring. Your corporeal body was nearly consumed entirely. Your soul faded into oblivion. You met your demise. The three blood-red characters struck Wang Li's mind like a thunderclap. It took him a while to regain his senses, revealing a bitter expression. It seems I have stumbled upon a most formidable secret. He approached the window, gazing at the verdant mountains and the ever-changing clouds outside the cave, remaining silent. After a long while, Wang Li seated himself beside the bed, heaving a deep sigh. Truly, this realm of cultivation is exceedingly dark. The larger fish devour the smaller, while the small fish feast upon shrimps. He had believed that escaping the Li clan would grant him peace, only to discover that beyond the black hole lurked a host of cunning beings, who were, in fact, man-eaters. Is there any way to evade being drawn into the black hole after achieving the transformation stage? If memory serves, during my last divination, that bizarre entity exhibited the means of transformation yet did not attract the attention of the black hole, nor was it consumed by it. Thus, it stands to reason that the black hole can be avoided. Of course, this does not exclude another possibility, that the strange being sealed within the Taishu immortal mansion is the very existence beyond the black hole. Wang Li's thoughts spiraled further into chaos. Enough of this, let us first claim the reward. The simulator is my sole means of breaking through this predicament. With that in mind, he activated the simulator. Simulation complete. You may choose 2 of the following rewards and purchase 1 additional item to take with you using simulation points. Talented Artifact Refiner. You possess an innate gift for artifact refinement. With diligent practice, you shall become an exceptional master in this art. Current simulation cultivation level, Mid-Jedon. Grandmaster Alchemist Experience. The experience gained from alchemy within the simulator. High-quality artifact refinement experience. The experience gained from artifact refinement within the simulator. Medium-quality formation cultivation experience. The experience gained from formation cultivation within the simulator. 1 billion spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not usable for simulation. Fragment of Great Yin-Yang Technique. One of the 10 extraordinary techniques in the realm of cultivation. Revised Great 5 Elements True Demon God Art. A modified version of the Great 5 Elements True Demon God Art, combining the essence of both the original and its altered form, allowing you to advance further. Dan Formula. All the formulas you have mastered in the simulation. Spell Cultivation Experience. The experience gained from spell cultivation within the simulator. Celestial Refining Cauldron. Your lifebound treasure. Capable of growth, though its potential is limited. Wishful Bell. A treasure of the Haohuan sect, imbued with numerous miraculous uses. Qing Emperor's Longevity Art Mastery. Choose to gain the effects of the mastery level of the Qing Emperor's Longevity Art. Qing Emperor's Longevity Art Mastery Level. The ability to select a cultivation level. Wang Li was taken aback upon seeing this option. However, for him, the priority was undoubtedly cultivation, followed closely by talent. Swiftly, he chose Talented Artifact Refiner and Mid-Jedon Cultivation. Once his selections were made, the simulator presented another interface. Would you like to purchase the remaining reward? Purchase Qing Emperor's Longevity Art Mastery level. Wang Li did not hesitate and selected this option. Detected purchase requires 10 million simulation energy points. Such a steep price. Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. He quickly called up his simulation interface. Life Simulation Device LV3, Host. Wang Li, age 12. Cultivation Method, Divine Ghost Profound Underworld Royal Dao True Classic. Cultivation Level, Mid-Jedon. Simulation Points, 407. 000. Simulation Attempts, 0. Talent, Grievous Souls Claim, black. Formation Talent, green. Alchemy Talent, green. Dual Focus, green. External Avatar, green. Demon Path Supreme, purple. Talented Artifact Refiner, green. Skills, High Quality Alchemist, Low Quality Formation Master. Talents range from low to high, white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow, 407,000 simulation energy points. Each simulation costs 100,000 points, hardly sufficient for a single attempt, let alone purchasing rewards. What a fanciful notion. After a moment's contemplation, he closed his eyes and focused on consolidating his cultivation. Days later, as Wang Li solidified his mid-Jedon cultivation, he opened his eyes and activated the simulation once more. Simulation, activate. Simulator initializing. You have used 100,000 energy points. Randomly selecting talent. Congratulations, you have acquired the red talent. Blessings of Many Offspring. Blessings of Many Offspring. As the name implies, the more descendants you have, the greater the benefits you receive, enhancing all your attributes. The key lies in your efforts. Remember, the closer the kin, the more powerful the augmentation. What on earth? Blessings of Many Offspring. Wang Li stared at this newly acquired talent, his eyelids twitching involuntarily, disbelief washing over him. Fortune has turned. Fortune has turned indeed. Typically serious, Wang Li could not help but smile this time. Would you like to refresh your talent? Wang Li chose no. Would you like to initiate immersive experience? Without hesitation, Wang Li opted to proceed in an instant, with a whirl of the world around him. He found himself in the simulated realm. Today, you successfully broke through to Mid-Jedon. At the age of 12, reaching Mid-Jedon is a rare feat in the entire cultivation world. A sense of pride swelled within you. Yet, you understood the need for humility. Thoughts of the last simulation's outcome resurfaced. You recognized that ahead lay numerous challenges. You must strive to enhance yourself until you possess the strength to face any crisis. You contemplated annihilating the Li clan and retrieving your avatar. You began to advance towards this goal. The next day, you ventured out to the market, engaging in your regular alchemy and artifact refinement, simultaneously enhancing your skills while secretly augmenting your power. Aware that economic foundations determine the upper echelons, you toiled during the day to earn money and improve your craft, while at night, you plundered from the surrounding immortal clans. After several days, the various immortal clans around suffered significant losses. Yet, none suspected you, the unassuming gray-robed practitioner, of the low-cost alchemy and artifact refinement, believing that such a master with refined skills would surely disdain the act of robbery. Thinking that if resources were scarce, raising the price of alchemy would suffice to alleviate the urgency. Months passed, and the surrounding immortal clans faced dire financial strains due to your plundering, with the Li clan suffering the most. Seizing the opportunity amidst your thefts, you even rescued Lu Ziduan and your external avatar. You consumed the stolen life essence pill, eliminating the stagnation within you. Your cultivation speed increased slightly, due to your brazen demeanor and formidable strength. The various immortal clans could no longer endure the humiliation and collectively appealed to the Tianyi sect, requesting intervention from the Yuan-ing ancestor. Unbeknownst to you, another mysterious entity had set its sights upon you. Chapter 35. The white-haired elder hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Wang Li, immersed in the simulation, felt his nerves tense immediately. Someone is watching me? How is that possible? Thoughts of escape flickered in his mind. Yet the immersive simulation was beyond his control, bound to its own rules. Year 1, year-end, as you were departing from Luojia Immortal Workshop, a white-haired elder obstructed your path. The white-haired elder, could it be? With a swirl of the world, Wang Li's figure appeared high above a range of towering mountains, where the white-haired elder stood before him, smiling warmly. Young friend, do not rush. Wang Li was about to speak when the simulator's voice chimed in again. The white-haired elder claims to be the Dan Saint, known as Xian Dan Lao Ren. He has come seeking the ageless pearl that you possess. As the simulator's voice faded, the elegantly poised white-haired elder introduced himself. Young friend, I have a fondness for alchemy, hence my friends in the cultivation world refer to me as the Dan Saint. However, I am self-aware that my virtue does not match my title. Thus I call myself Xian Dan Lao Ren. I have come to request a rather ominous item from you. The ageless pearl. Wang Li was about to respond when two options appeared before him. The Xian Dan Lao Ren is requesting the ageless pearl. Will you relinquish it? Yes, no. It was Wang Li's turn to decide. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively selected yes. If this white-haired elder was willing to reason with him, then he would naturally acquiesce. Let us refrain from discussing martial prowess. You have chosen to relinquish the immortal pearl. The elderly man with white hair is quite pleased with your performance. He was about to utter something, but you interrupted him. Senior, based on my deductions, the matters concerning the immortal pearl are shrouded in enigma and mystery. When you utilize this pearl within the Taishu Immortal Mansion, I implore you to exercise utmost caution. Otherwise, the repercussions may be dire. Under the simulator's guidance, Wang Li conveyed his thoughts to the elderly Ma, and as he articulated these words, Wang Li inwardly lamented, realizing that he was still unaccustomed to the sensation of being controlled. Upon hearing your words, a glimmer of joy appeared in the elderly man's eyes. He inquired further about your knowledge of the Taishu Immortal Mansion. You led the elderly man to a nearby pavilion nestled in the mountains. You both sat on the ground together. You shared your insights regarding the Taishu Immortal Mansion with the elderly man. Immersed in the simulation, within the mountain pavilion, Wang Li looked at the elderly man and fervently relayed his discoveries. Senior, according to the information I have gathered, an extraordinary and bizarre entity is sealed within the Taishu Immortal Mansion. I cannot ascertain its level of cultivation, but I can assert with certainty that it surpasses the realm of transformation. As for the immortal pearl, I suspect it serves as the key to its unsealing. Therefore, if you intend to explore the Taishu Immortal Mansion, you must not bring the immortal pearl inside. Otherwise, calamity may ensue. The elderly man smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, but instead scrutinized Wang Li with a serious demeanor. The elderly man seemed intrigued by you, finding your words of little consequence. He gazed at you with a smile and remarked, Young man, to achieve mid-stage golden core at the tender age of 13, the secrets you possess are far more captivating than those of the Taishu Immortal Mansion. Hearing this, Wang Li trembled with excitement. After the elderly man's words, a shiver ran down your spine, and you felt a surge of anxiety. The elderly man remarked that cultivators like you are rare in the current realm of cultivation. Though not entirely absent, he expressed curiosity about how you managed to break through to such a level with the 4 spiritual roots at merely 13 years of age. He assured you that he meant no harm. He was simply curious. You deceived the elderly man, claiming to be a remnant of an ancient civilization who had slumbered for millennia, awakening only recently before the collapse of your hidden refuge. The elderly man did not believe your words, chuckling as he remarked on your lack of sincerity. He mentioned that he has a great-granddaughter, a beauty of ethereal grace, and expressed a desire for you to become in-laws. You immediately agreed. Thank you, Senior, for facilitating this delightful arrangement. I am immensely grateful. Under the simulator's influence, Wang Li appeared genuinely thankful to the elderly man. You departed with the elderly man, traveling eastward under his guidance. 3 months later, you arrived at the Eastern Spirit Domain. You gazed at the domain stele of the Eastern Spirit Domain, feeling a sense of surprise. Upon entering the Eastern Spirit Domain, you were halted by the domain's guardians. The elderly man intervened on your behalf. You observed the domain's guardians addressing the elderly man as the domain master. You were greatly astonished. You were escorted to Eastern Spirit City by the elderly man. You took residence within the Nye clan. The return of the elder Xian Dan caused a stir throughout the Nye clan. You participated in a grand welcome banquet. You were seated beside elder Xian Dan. You sensed the curious gazes of countless individuals upon you, filled with intrigue, envy, confusion, and doubt. The clan leader of the Nye family introduced a beautiful young woman clad in a pale blue gown to your side. You learned her name was Nye Qingling. You perceived a hint of arrogance in Nye Qingling's demeanor. You sensed her subtle hostility toward you. The elderly man intended to make the announcement of your betrothal to Nie Qingling. However, Nie Qingling abruptly stood up and interrupted him. Immersed in the simulation, Wang Li looked at the suddenly rising young woman with a hint of helplessness. The elderly man, though somewhat displeased by her interruption, addressed her with a tone of endearment. Qingling, my dear, is there something you wish to express? Nie Qingling respectfully clasped her hands before the elderly man and, with an air of pride, cast a disdainful glance at Wang Li, declaring, I implore you, ancestor, to retract your decree. Qingling shall never marry one with 4 spiritual roots, even if he is a golden core cultivator. You must understand that a pseudo-spiritual root cultivator like him has already exhausted all his potential and future to reach this point. He cannot advance further. In contrast, I am a heavenly spiritual root cultivator, destined for a long and prosperous path in cultivation. As long as I do not fall, I shall witness vistas unseen by our ancestors. I am meant to transcend to immortality. He is not worthy of me. As she spoke, Nie Qingling directed her gaze toward the surrounding clan cultivators, haughtily adding, have you all heard the tale of the phoenix marrying a mere chicken? Wang Li felt a twinge of displeasure at her words, but regrettably, every action and utterance of his was under the control of the simulator. Otherwise, he would have retorted. Meanwhile, the voice of the simulator resonated once more. Due to Nie Qingling's refusal to wed you and her public disparagement of you at the banquet, the elderly man grew exceedingly furious, ordering the clan leader of the Nie family to confine Nie Qingling for a year as a lesson. You recognized that the elderly man's actions were merely for show, but you remained unfazed. Initially, Nie Qingling's derogatory remarks at the banquet displeased you, but you, being a person of broad-mindedness, quickly came to terms with it. You settled into your temporary residence within the Nie clan. The following year, the clan leader arranged another marriage for you, this time with the granddaughter of the clan's grand elder, who was remarkably beautiful. On the wedding night, after partaking in the nuptial wine, you excitedly gazed at the beautiful young woman before you. Here it comes. Wasn't immersing in the simulation all for this moment? Seeing the enchanting young woman clad in a crimson gown, Wang Li couldn't contain himself and lunged forward. Chapter 36. The Veil of Fortune. On your wedding night, your heart brimmed with joy. Not solely because of the marriage, but also because you could finally embark on the grand endeavor of begetting numerous offspring. As the simulation concluded, Wang Li decided to exit the immersion mode. The mechanical nature of the immersion experience was truly unsatisfactory. It should only be utilized for the wedding night, or perhaps until one could freely navigate the simulated world. Shaking his head, Wang Li silently reflected and continued to observe the simulation interface. After marrying Nie Hongyu, you officially became a member of the Nie clan. When the elderly man summoned you once more, he imparted to you a half-volume of the immortal scripture. The Taishu Immortal Scripture. Immortal Scripture. Ah? Wang Li was taken aback, his face lighting up with unrestrained joy. The Immortal Scripture, an esteemed cultivation method recorded in the record of cultivation, is the pinnacle of techniques aimed at ascending to immortality, typically passed down by ancient immortals to their descendants. It can be said that through the cultivation of the immortal scripture, as long as one does not falter, they can strive toward the highest pinnacle of the immortal path. Step by step advancing toward ascension. There exists a certain probability of comprehending ascension and becoming an immortal, free from the shackles of mortality. This old man truly knows how to treat others well. It is said that immortal scriptures are rarely passed down, yet he has given one to me, indicating that he does not regard me as an outsider. You have obtained half of the Taishu Immortal Scripture. You expressed profound gratitude to the elderly man, viewing him as a mentor. The elderly man informed you that this immortal scripture is a privilege granted solely to you within the entire Nie clan. He advised you not to take Nie Qingling's disparagement to heart. She is merely an unrefined child. You assured him that you were unbothered, expressing curiosity as to why he chose to impart the immortal scripture solely to you. The elderly man explained that the immortal scripture cannot be cultivated by just anyone. Only those of great fortune may succeed. Otherwise, they are bound for doom. You were bewildered. The elderly man recounted that many who had practiced the immortal scripture had mysteriously vanished, including some of his contemporaries. Your expression shifted drastically, feeling as though you had fallen into a colossal trap. The elderly man reassured you, stating that there is a way to evade the mysterious fate of disappearance. He imparted to you the fragment of the great fortune technique, What on earth? The great technique of ancient times, ranked fifth among the 10 great divine techniques, the Great Fortune Technique. At this juncture in the simulation, Wang Li was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that this white-haired elder would possess two incredible trump cards in succession. You gazed at the fragment of the Great Fortune Technique in your hands, rendered speechless in awe. The elderly man explained that to cultivate the immortal scripture, one must first succeed in mastering the veil of fortune from the Great Fortune Technique, which can conceal celestial secrets, shield one's fortune, stabilize the cosmos, and transform calamities. Its applications are boundless. However, this method, while remarkable, heavily relies on the cultivator's fortune. Only those of great fortune may practice it. You expressed your gratitude to the elderly man. Under his guidance, you began your training in the Great Fortune Technique. In the 3rd year, your wife became pregnant. In the 4th year, your first child was born, a boy with 3 spiritual roots. You named him Wang Lin. The blessing of many offspring activated, enhancing your overall attributes. Your comprehension improved. Your cultivation level has ascended. Your training speed has accelerated. Your talent for artifact refinement has improved. Your aptitude in array techniques has enhanced. Your alchemical prowess has advanced. Your physical strength has augmented. Your mana concentration has intensified. Your speed has increased. Your fortune has improved. Upon gazing at the series of simulated notifications, Wang Li was utterly astounded. Is this the true worth of a red talent? It fills me with joy. Wang Li has come to regard the talent for abundant offspring as an essential acquisition. In the 5th year, you have still failed to successfully cultivate the Great Fortune Technique, and instead, your personal life has grown increasingly lackluster. The venerable ancestor of the Nye clan, Nye Chutsong, admonishes you not to indulge in matters of the bedroom, reminding you that the path of immortality is of utmost importance. You wholeheartedly agree, affirming that the path of immortality is indeed the foremost concern for cultivators like us. After concluding your training, you seek out the head of the Nye family, hoping he can procure more women for you. This matter quickly reached Nye Chutsong's ears, and he expressed disappointment in you, leaving behind a cautionary remark to take care of yourself before departing from the Nye clan to continue his travels. By the end of the 5th year, the news of you marrying 10 concubines in 3 months swiftly spread throughout Dongling City. You became an idol among young cultivators. Far away in the Taitsong sacred land, Nye Qingling learned of this and looked down upon you with disdain, feeling fortunate that she had previously thwarted the ancestor's marriage proposal. In the 6th year, you caused all your partners to conceive. As you looked at Nye Hongyu, who was pregnant yet still managing household affairs, a twinge of guilt surfaced within you. You expressed your apologies to Nye Hongyu. Nye Hongyu reassured you that she did not mind. As long as you were happy, you were deeply moved. By the end of the 6th year, your children were born. The talent for abundant offspring activated. Your attributes received a significant enhancement. You began to cultivate the Great Fortune Technique according to Nye Chutsong's initial guidance. In the 7th year, you caught your first glimpse of the Great Fortune Technique. In the 8th year, you sensed that it would not be long before you could successfully cultivate the Great Fortune Technique. You continued to visit the residences of your various partners. In the 9th year, as a group of infants cried out upon their arrival, the talent for abundant offspring activated once more. You successfully cultivated the Great Fortune Technique. You condensed the essence of fortune from the Great Fortune Technique. You saw a strand of golden light hovering above your head, emanating a gentle glow that shielded your physical body from the encroachment of malevolent forces. You began to shift your focus to the Tai Su Immortal Canon. In the 10th year, you successfully transitioned to the Tai Su Immortal Canon. In the 11th year, following the records of the Tai Su Immortal Canon, using your innate roots along with various artifact refining materials, you forged your own lifebound treasure, the Refining Heaven Cauldron. Was this lifebound treasure also a cauldron? Does the simulated version of me have such a penchant for cauldrons as lifebound treasures? If it were up to me to refine it, I would undoubtedly choose a sword first. Wang Li observed the simulation prompt, a hint of curiosity gracing his refined features. In the 12th year, through the introduction of the Nye clan leader, you married several more concubines. At this point, you can truly be said to have integrated into the Nye clan, as nearly all the offspring of the clan's upper echelons have wed you. Wang Li displayed a sweet smile. He then activated the immersive simulation. In the 13th year, you welcomed another child with Nya Hongyu. This was your 40th child, whom you named Wang Lu, hoping she would lead a life filled with joy. The talent for abundant offspring activated. All your attributes were enhanced. In the 14th year, you sensed that your external incarnation in the southern spirit domain was in peril. Chapter 37. Speculation. My external incarnation is in danger? Wang Li furrowed his brows, pondering who possessed the audacity to attack his incarnation, unaware of his capabilities. Well, perhaps they truly are unaware. You shifted your focus, descending your consciousness upon your external incarnation. You saw a cultivator clad in the attire of the Li clan binding you to the ground. You heard a command to kill without mercy, and your external incarnation was executed on the spot. Your consciousness returned to your true self. At this moment, your countenance darkened, and the soul-retrieving banner in your hand buzzed ominously, as if the vengeful spirits contained within were responding to your fury. The population of the Li clan seems rather excessive, Wang Li murmured to himself, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. In the 15th year, you mastered numerous lethal techniques from the Tai Su immortal cannon, greatly enhancing your strength, and began devising a plan for the annihilation of the Li clan. The Li clan, your most loathsome adversary since you embarked on the path of immortality, has occupied your thoughts with a desire for their complete destruction ever since you uncovered the truth. You began researching massacre formations. You commenced the crafting of formation flags. Your skills in array techniques improved. In the 16th year, you departed from the eastern spirit domain, heading straight for the southern spirit domain. Along the way, any cultivator who dared to offend you became a member of your soul banner. Some loose cultivators questioned your ruthless approach. You coldly regarded them, asserting that after years of arduous cultivation, they dared to lecture you on morality, especially when they initiated the confrontation. As you journeyed, the vengeful spirits within your soul banner had already exceeded 100. You arrived at the cultivation realm of the Qi Kingdom. You approached the Li clan's immortal workshop. You entered the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. You began setting up formations around the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. With a swift motion, the neatly arranged formation flags in your storage pouch soared into the air, dispersing in all directions until they encompassed the entire Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. Positioning the refining heaven cauldron as the formation's core, you suppressed the center of the grand array and executed thousands of techniques with your fingers. With a thunderous sound, the Xian Tian Divine Forbidden Array was activated, enveloping the entire Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. In an instant, a torrent of black forbidden energy descended from the heavens, autonomously attacking all living beings within the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. With a jade talisman hanging at your waist and the soul-retrieving banner in hand, you appeared as a harbinger of death. As the soul banner rose and fell, numerous members of the Li clan were claimed by it. Those once regarded as exalted elders of the Li family were now slaughtered like livestock. Li Daojian, the clan leader, pleaded for mercy, only to be pierced through by your banner. Your massacre of the Li clan drew the attention of Li Shuanya, the clan's ancestor. Li Shuanya rushed toward you in a furious rage. Surveying the sea of corpses, you activated the Tai Su immortal cannon, employing the Tai Su immortal technique to seal off Li Shuanya's mana flow for 3 breaths. In those 3 breaths, you pierced through Li Shuanya's dantian and extracted his bloody golden core. Utilizing the soul extraction technique from the god ghost Xian Ming Yu Dao cannon, you refined Li Shuanya's soul with your formidable mana. You sealed Li Shuanya's soul within the soul-retrieving banner. You acquired a powerful main soul. You continued to gather the remaining souls. You encountered the soul of a wife from a previous simulation, and without a hint of emotion, you enslaved her spirit. In the year 3126 of the Qi Kingdom, the Li clan was obliterated, leaving only a few members scattered outside. Days later, news of the Li clan's annihilation spread like wildfire throughout the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm and across the upper domain of the southern spirit domain. As the hidden backing of the Li clan, the Tian-E sect issued a statement vowing to seek blood vengeance against the one responsible for the Li clan's downfall. In the 17th year, you set out for the Shin clan. You arrived at the Red Maple Mountain Range. You sought an audience with the head of the Shin clan. You revealed your cultivation level. All the high-ranking members of the Shin clan came to pay their respects. The clan leader of the Shin family, filled with trepidation, expressed his willingness to serve you. You gazed at the apprehensive clan leader, a hint of a smile gracing your face, and informed him that your visit was merely to retrieve the celestial fire discovered by the Shen clan and to meet the clan's ancestor, Shen Tianling. You reassured him that there was no need for him to be nervous. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the Shen clan exchanged uneasy glances. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, you furrowed your brow. The clan leader informed you that the ancestor, Shen Tianling, had passed away the previous year. You displayed a trace of surprise, silently lamenting the loss. You inquired about the whereabouts of Shen Tianling's relics. The clan leader of the Shen family exhibited a hint of reluctance. He presented you with Shen Tianling's relics. You received Shen Tianling's storage ring. You temporarily settled in the Shen clan. On the very night you took residence in the courtyard, you witnessed a silver-haired maiden tumble down from a tree. You caught the silver-haired maiden. Upon seeing the maiden's visage, you felt a sense of incredulity. You had encountered Shen only once more. You gazed at the charming, sprightly maiden, whose beauty was tinged with a hint of languor and cleverness, and a flicker of hesitation arose within you. Ultimately, you chose to take Shen Yinli as your partner. The following day, you expressed your intentions to the clan leader of the Shen family. The entire upper echelon of the Shen family unanimously approved your proposal of marriage. That evening, the patriarch of the Shen family, having indulged in a few extra cups of wine, firmly grasped your hand. He presented a plethora of family treasures as a dowry for Shen Yinli. You received the ancestral artifact of the Shen family, the Sun Moon Spear. You also acquired the secret and unparalleled skill of the Shen family, the modified scroll of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art. The modified scroll of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art is a treasured legacy of the Shen Celestial clan. Wang Li felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, just as he was about to speculate further when the simulator updated its content. You inquired about the origins of the modified scroll of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art from the patriarch of the Shen family. The patriarch admitted that his knowledge of the scroll was limited. He only knew that it was a remarkable skill passed down from the ancestors of the Shen family, which had been prohibited from cultivation by successive generations. It was due to this very skill that the ancestor Shen Tianling met his untimely demise. You requested access to the family history of the Shen clan. You were granted permission. You received the complete volume of the Shen family history. As you perused the pages, you discovered that the Shen Celestial clan was, in fact, an ancient lineage. You learned that the modified scroll of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art was brought forth from the Tai Su Immortal Mansion by Shen Pa 7,000 years ago. Tai Su Immortal Mansion. 7,000 years ago. Wasn't that the end of the ancient era? As he gazed at the simulated information, astonishment filled Wang Li's eyes. Suddenly, a dreadful realization struck him. He recalled that during his previous simulation, the Yin-Yang sovereign had informed him that the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art had once been immensely popular in ancient times, practiced by almost everyone, until a vast number of cultivators mysteriously vanished overnight. Leading the leaders of both the righteous and demonic factions to ban its practice, he had been curious about one thing: who had disseminated the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art, and who had originally created this art. Now, it appeared that he was beginning to connect the dots. This technique originated from the Tai Su Immortal Mansion, and it was propagated by Shen Pi. Thus, it was not difficult to comprehend why practicing the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art would attract misfortune, as it stemmed from the enigmatic Tai Su Immortal Mansion, possibly even linked to that peculiar entity. As for why there existed another version of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art, he could not discern. Perhaps that version was merely a modified edition of the modified scroll. Reflecting on this, Wang Li felt he was falling into a misconception and quickly shook his head. However, this was merely his personal speculation. The true nature of events could only be known by those who had experienced them firsthand. Moreover, he had indeed fallen into a fallacy, as all of this was merely figments of his imagination without any first-hand evidence to substantiate it. Never mind, he thought, moving forward with his contemplation. 3 months later. You were wed, taking Shen Yinli as your bride. The simulator activated immersion mode. Wang Li wore a mysterious smile, eager to teach Shen Yinli, the lazy pup, a lesson in the 18th year, amidst a backdrop of indulgence and excess. You received a distress signal from the Eastern Spirit Domain. You learned that Nye Chuzong had sustained severe injuries, and the Nye family was under siege by enemies, teetering on the brink of disaster. Nye Chuzong was in trouble? How could this be? The old man, having attained the peak of the nascent soul stage, had few rivals in the world. Hearing the voice of the simulation echo in his mind, a glint of astonishment flickered in Wang Li's eyes. He then glanced at the white-haired girl sleeping beneath his desk before exiting immersion mode. What on earth had transpired? Curiosity sparked within him as he gazed at the letter delivered by the flying beast. He recognized it as the handwriting of Nie Chutsong, yet his naturally suspicious nature prevented him from easily believing it. He feared that this might be a ruse crafted by the enemies of the Nie celestial clan. Designed to lure him into a trap, he attempted to contact Nie Hongyu via the communication jade pendant. To his dismay, he found himself unable to reach her. His expression turned grave. It was evident that the Nie celestial clan was currently in peril. Would you return to the Nie celestial clan? Yes/no. The simulation interface presented two options once more. Wang Li regarded the choices with a look of hesitation. Should he return? The Nie celestial clan was in danger, and his partner and child were also at risk. Very well, he resolved to go back. Wang Li chose to return to the Nie celestial clan. You made your decision. You confirmed your return to the Nie celestial clan. You bid farewell to Shin Yinli and departed from the Shin clan. You left behind a talisman imbued with your full power, a protective treasure for the Shin family. As you were leaving, Shin Yinli grasped your hand, looking at you with a pitiful expression, revealing that she was pregnant. You caressed her snow-white cheek, advising her to diligently cultivate and not to repeat her previous lethargy. Shin Yinli informed you that she possessed an innate ability to avert calamities, foreseeing that your journey this time would be fraught with peril. What? This lazy pup possesses such a talent. Why hadn't she ever used it in previous simulations? Was she merely acting? You inquired of Shin Yinli if there was a way to survive. She explained that her ability was weak and could not provide you with anything of substantial value. She could merely perceive the death aura surrounding individuals. When the death aura enveloped a person's head, that individual would meet their demise. You patted her head, assuring her that you had your reasons for leaving. You told her not to worry, promising that you would meet again. Shin Yinli gazed at you, her eyes filled with reluctance. She did not wish for you to go. You embraced her in farewell and set off towards the Eastern Spirit Domain. Months later, you returned to the Eastern Spirit Domain. You arrived at the Nie celestial clan, only to find the faces of its members cold and unfeeling. You encountered Nie Hongyu, who shielded a child at her side. Not even glancing in your direction, frowning deeply, you were suddenly thrust backward, fleeing into the distance. Your powers were suppressed mid-air, your body feeling as heavy as 1,000 mountains, plummeting towards the ground. You recognized that you had been sealed by a technique that nullified your powers. After crashing heavily into a pit, the familiar visage of Nie Chutsong appeared before you. You looked upon Nie Chutsong, half of his body corroded by dark spiritual energy, your face a mask of horror. You recognized this as the peculiar spiritual energy. Nie Chutsong revealed that he had brought you into the Nie celestial clan, sparing no effort to cultivate you for this very moment. You witnessed Nie Chutsong devouring your arm. Lamenting the depth of your fortune, you exerted every ounce of your strength to self-detonate, but found it impossible. Nie Chutsong erased all traces of your consciousness, rendering you an unthinking body. Simultaneously, your celestial refining cauldron exploded. This was one of the repugnant contingencies you had prepared for yourself. After obliterating the Li celestial clan and acquiring Li Xuanya's golden core, you had refined it and infused it into the celestial refining cauldron. Beyond augmenting the strength of your innate artifact, the more significant purpose was to deal a devastating blow to any future adversaries. Once your consciousness dissipated, the golden core would explode alongside the celestial refining cauldron, delivering a painful lesson to anyone who dared to kill you. You perished. Due to the obliteration of your soul, you could not activate your innate abilities. The simulation concluded. As Wang Li gazed at the words simulation end, a wave of relief washed over him. Lying on the stone bed, he infused his powers into the moonlight stone, illuminating the cave. As he savored the spirit fruit in his mouth, he reflected deeply. Indeed, there is no love without reason in this world. That old dog had never harbored good intentions when he introduced me to the Nie celestial clan. He had likely been eyeing me all along, only revealing his true colors now. What surprised him the most was that those who once swore eternal love, pledging their hearts beneath the moonlight, now felt like strangers. Thankfully, it was merely a simulation. And fortunately, the emotions involved were not profound. Feelings of love are truly the most fragile of things. Finishing the spirit fruit, Wang Li opened the rewards from the simulation. This simulation has concluded. You may choose 2 rewards from the following options and use simulation points to purchase 1 item to take back. More children, more blessings. As the name implies, the more descendants you have, the greater the bonuses you receive, enhancing your overall attributes. The key lies in your diligence. Remember, the closer the kin, the mightier the enhancement. This simulation's cultivation level, mid-stage golden core, alchemist mastery experience. The experience gained from alchemy within the simulator. High-quality refining experience. The experience gained from refining within the simulator. High-quality formation training experience. The experience gained from formation training within the simulator. 100,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not usable in simulation. Fragment of the Great Fortune Technique. One of the top 10 extraordinary techniques in the cultivation world. Modified scroll of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Divine Art. An unmatched skill brought forth by Shen Pi from the Tai Su Immortal Mansion, which once caused a sensation in ancient times, but ultimately summoned calamity. Alchemical formulas. All formulas you mastered during the simulation. Experience in spell cultivation. Your experience in practicing spells within the simulator. Heavenly Alchemy Cauldron. Your destined magical artifact, a treasure that cultivates both life and spirit, possessing growth potential, albeit limited. Fragment of the Taishu Immortal Classic. A supreme immortal scripture left behind by the master of the Taishu Immortal Mansion upon ascending to the immortal realm, containing the methods to achieve immortality. This fragment includes the cultivation incantations from Qi refining to the perfect completion of the nascent soul stage, along with techniques of the world. Wang Li unhesitatingly chose the gifts of abundant offspring in the fragment of the Taishu Immortal Classic. Now that the rewards were selected, the immediate task was to deal with the Eternal Pearl that, of course, before that, conducting a new simulation was of utmost importance. This time, one must survive to the fullest. With no other aim than to bear children, as Wang Li contemplated. Just as he was about to initiate the simulation, a powerful divine sense swept past him at an astonishing speed. Chapter 39. Changing Thought Processes. Such a potent divine sense? It felt as though I was completely seen through, but it seemed he was utilizing a group scan and did not linger excessively on me. Could this formidable divine sense belong to him? Wang Li's expression darkened. At this stage, the last person he wished to encounter was Nye Chuzong. The owner of that divine sense was highly likely to be him. It was imperative to vacate this place soon, to move away as quickly as possible. Just as he made this decision, the terrifying divine sense swept over Wang Li once more, causing him to break into a cold sweat, paralyzed with fear. Damn it, that old man is back again. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li stood still, waiting for the divine sense to dissipate before finally activating the simulator once more. Hopefully, this simulation would proceed more smoothly. Simulator initializing. You have consumed 100,000 energy points. Randomly drawing talents. Congratulations, you have obtained the Azure talent, Evergreen Pine and Cypress. Evergreen Pine and Cypress. Your vitality is exceptionally resilient, and your lifespan exceeds that of ordinary cultivators by a considerable margin, granting you more time than others to explore this world. Evergreen Pine and Cypress, a longevity-related talent. It is indeed a valuable asset. But at present, it holds little significance for me. What I most urgently require are means to enhance my offensive capabilities. After all, I am still far too weak. Both Nye Chuzong and that enigmatic entity sealed within the Taishu Immortal Mansion are beyond my current capabilities to contend with. The thought of that being, exuding dark spiritual energy, ruthlessly reaping lives like a harbinger of death and transforming individuals into blood corpses that thrive on blood, left Wang Li feeling powerless. That creature is undoubtedly the most terrifying entity he has encountered thus far, indiscriminately attacking everything and converting all. You have been swept by a powerful divine sense twice today. You suspect it belongs to Nye Chuzong, and you feel fear, becoming increasingly cautious, remaining cooped up in your cave for approximately half a month. Only after no longer sensing that formidable divine sense and confirming that Nye Chuzong had moved far away did you finally feel at ease. You began to cultivate the fragment of the Taishu Immortal Classic in your possession. Though it only contains the incantations from Qi refining to the perfect completion of the nascent soul stage, it suffices for your current needs. As for the future, that can wait. You spent nearly half a year successfully cultivating the Taishu Immortal Classic. You began to practice the unique spells from the Taishu Immortal Classic. You planned to refine your destined magical artifact. You sought to enhance your crafting skills. Yet, you were acutely aware that your current environment was far from safe, and you might be discovered by Nie Chutsong at any moment. You dared not act recklessly. The following year, after confirming safety, you set out southward once more, heading towards the territory of the 7 sects of the Demon Gate. After careful calculation, you believed that seeking refuge in the Hahuan sect was the best choice for your simulation. You departed from the Luojia mountain range. You returned to visit your parents. After leaving some valuable items, you took your leave. You left the Chigua cultivation realm. You journeyed to the lower realm of the 7 nations of the Demon Gate, adhering to the thought of survival. You endeavored to avoid trouble along the way, even when it came to killing. If necessary, you would incinerate your enemies and reduce the surrounding area to ashes. Although you were no longer the weak individual you once were, in the vast cultivation realm, you might be lacking compared to the upper echelons yet superior to the lower ones, but you still feared overly drawing attention to yourself, lest you be targeted by Nie Chutsong. You had not forgotten the lessons from your last simulation, where your repeated plundering of various immortal clans ultimately attracted Nie Chutsong's attention. 3 months later, you arrived in the cultivation realm of the Zhou Kingdom. You reached the joyful square in the Hahuan sect's territory, gazing at the familiar marketplace, a wave of nostalgia washing over you. Rather than actively aligning with the Hahuan sect, you began to conduct business in the joyful square. You introduced yourself as Sanju Daoran, proficient in alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation, offering low-cost services for others. Your slogan attracted a multitude of clients. In the 3rd year, due to your exceptional alchemical skills and affordable prices, numerous scattered cultivators sought you out for potion crafting. Half a year later, your reputation spread far and wide. Many cultivators learned of a gray-clad alchemical master in the joyful square, earning you the title of Gray-clad Danzun. Your business flourished and you acquired numerous assets. In your spare time, you collected a wealth of alchemical formulas. You crafted life essence pills. You eliminated the chi-stopping powder from your body. Your cultivation speed increased slightly. Well, it seems I can no longer continue as the Gray-clad Danzun. Upon reaching this point in the simulation, Wang Li smiled knowingly at being still referred to as the Gray-clad Danzun. Half a year later, a late Foundation establishment demon cultivator set their sights on you, attempting to kill and plunder. The scattered cultivators who often supported your business uncovered this conspiracy and rallied to your defense. On that day, hundreds of soul-refining flags fluttered above the joyful square. An elder from the Hahuan sect, tasked with guarding the marketplace, learned of the commotion and swiftly arrived, dispatching the demon cultivator who had targeted you. Afterward, you inquired what the cultivators who protected you desired in return. The cultivators replied that they sought nothing in return. They protected you because you were a good person, despite your immense talents. You chose to craft potions at low prices for them. They would never stand idly by in your time of peril. Through conversations with these demon cultivators, you discovered they were also a group of unfortunate cultivators who had turned to demonic practices out of desperation, seeking shortcuts to enhance their powers. You gathered a group of demon cultivators who had not harmed mortals to serve as your security personnel, safeguarding your enterprises in the joyful square. In the 4th year, you crafted a batch of spirit artifacts for the Hahuan sect at a low price. The elder guarding the marketplace was astounded by your artifact forging skills and chose to recommend you to the sect leader of the Hahuan sect. You gladly accepted. The following day, the current sect leader, Fairy Miaoyu, received you. You and Fairy Miaoyu engaged in profound discussions. You obtained permission from Fairy Miaoyu. You joined the Hahuan sect. You proposed to Fairy Miaoyu that you hoped she could provide you with a large number of female cultivators for cultivation purposes. Fairy Miaoyu nodded in agreement. In the 1st month after joining the Hahuan sect, following the approval of the Yin-Yang Patriarch, you were appointed as an elder of the Alchemy Hall. In your 1st month as an elder, you utilized your position to acquire and suppress numerous enterprises within the Joyful Square, establishing your own commercial empire. 3 months later, Fairy Miaoyu sent you 10 beautiful female cultivators. Looking at the pristine group of female cultivators, you established rules for childbearing, kindly informing them that you would not treat them as mere cauldrons for cultivation. Their sole task was to bear children. For each child born, they would receive a share of cultivation resources. Should they wish to leave your side, they were free to do so at any time. The female cultivators were overjoyed and readily agreed. In the 5th year, through your persistence and effort, the female cultivators successfully became pregnant. Following your established rules, you distributed a wealth of cultivation resources to each female cultivator. You expressed that if they had any sisters they wished to introduce to you for childbearing, they would receive rewards for referrals. News of the opportunity to obtain cultivation resources through childbearing quickly spread throughout the Zhou Kingdom's cultivation realm. Many male cultivators lamented why their parents had not given them a daughter. Fairy Miaoyu found your peculiar approach of using female cultivators for childbearing rather than as cauldrons amusing and sent someone to inquire. You informed Fairy Miaoyu's attendant that you were aware of your limited talents and feared you would never achieve the path of longevity in this life. Hence you wished to branch out and establish a cultivation family. You instructed the attendant to convey to Fairy Miaoyu that you required even more female cultivators. The attendant agreed and departed. Engaging in the physical without emotional attachment truly seems to be the best utilization of this talent. Wang Li silently reflected before continuing to read. In the 6th year, your children were born. As you beheld the chubby little ones wailing, your heart swelled with joy. The talent of abundant offspring activated, enhancing your overall attributes. Your comprehension increased. Your cultivation realm ascended. Your cultivation speed accelerated. Your talent in forging has been enhanced. Your aptitude in array formation has improved. Your alchemical skills have advanced. Your physical strength has increased. Your mana concentration has heightened. Your speed has been augmented. Your fortune has flourished. You feel an all-encompassing elevation, igniting within you a fervent desire for procreation. In the 7th year. The enchanting Fairy Miaoyu presented you with 20 young and beautiful female cultivators, in March of the 7th year. While you were fervently pursuing the endeavor of childbirth, the Haohuan sect was invaded. You were seized by a formidable force and pulled into the vast void. Chapter 40. Late stage of core formation, a white-haired elder grasped at you from afar, holding you firmly and rendering escape impossible. You gazed at the elder, a flicker of surprise crossing your eyes. You had not anticipated that after fleeing to the territory of the 7 demon sects, you would still be tracked down by Nie Chutsong. This was an occurrence unprecedented in previous simulations, leaving you quite perplexed. Not only did the simulated version of yourself find it baffling, but Wang Li, existing outside the simulation, also felt the same confusion. What could be the reason? In prior simulations, at this very juncture, Nie Chutsong had never located me. Yet this time, he directly pinpointed my location, unafraid to offend the Haohuan sect in his pursuit of me. Where had the process gone awry? Was it that I had not been sufficiently cautious and discreet? A hint of unusual color flickered in Wang Li's eyes as he began to reflect on his actions during this simulation. Perhaps it was best to analyze it later. For now, he continued to observe. Nie Chutsong demanded that you surrender the eternal pearl in your possession. You refused to comply. With a cold sneer, Nie Chutsong reached out, unleashing his celestial blade towards you. Just as you believed your demise was imminent, a yin-yang fish formed from black and white energies shielded you from harm. The yin-yang sovereign boldly intervened, protecting you. Nie Chutsong warned the sovereign against meddling, stating that his cultivation was arduous, and he should not bring disaster upon himself. The yin-yang sovereign, wielding the dual energies, engaged in a fierce battle with Nie Chutsong in the void. You observed the entire confrontation. You witnessed the clash of the Grand Yin-yang technique and the Grand Luck technique. You beheld the sovereign's second form, an extraordinarily beautiful woman whose every smile and frown was captivating. After 300 exchanges, Nie Chutsong retreated in defeat. You marveled at the sovereign's might. The sovereign did not reproach you for attracting such a formidable foe to the Haohuan sect. Instead, the sovereign requested the eternal pearl from you, asserting that its immense power could eventually lead to your downfall if left in your possession. You handed over the eternal pearl to the sovereign. You returned to the Haohuan sect, continuing your noble pursuit of procreation. In September of the 7th year, the female cultivators sent by Miaoyu became pregnant, and you generously provided each with cultivation resources, encouraging them to promote the benefits of childbirth. However, you overestimated human nature. These female cultivators, aware of your status as an elder of the Haohuan sect and a powerful core formation master, coupled with the prospect of receiving abundant resources for childbirth, would not easily introduce others to join. And some even conspired to suppress those eager to curry favor with you. In the 8th year, shortly after the new year, You sensed that your doppelganger had lost its life signature. You marked down a note against the Li clan in your heart. In June of the 8th year, your children were born. The talent for numerous offspring activated, enhancing all your attributes in the 9th year. You successfully caused the female cultivators to conceive again. You presented each pregnant cultivator with a generous red envelope. During their pregnancy, you began to traverse between the transmission tower and the market, perusing demonic techniques while refining pills and tools for the loose cultivators. Near the happy market, you constructed a grand luxurious villa to accommodate the female cultivators and your children. By the 10th year, your alchemical and forging skills had reached a master level, and you began to gather materials to forge your destined magic treasure. That year, you welcomed a considerable number of descendants, including those born previously. You had become the father of 55 children. The talent for numerous offspring activated again, enhancing all your attributes. You broke through to the late stage of core formation. Is it truly the case that bearing 55 children leads to reaching the late stage of core formation? If this were to spread, few would believe it. However, you have yet to form your nascent soul, and the endeavor of childbirth remains a priority, necessitating a low-profile approach. Wang Li, upon witnessing his cultivation break through to the late stage of core formation, was elated, eagerly anticipating the heights his abilities would attain following the conclusion of this simulation. As for why procreation seemed so effortless, Wang Li felt no need to dwell on it. He held confidence in his own capabilities. You sensed a powerful aura emanating from within, bringing you immense satisfaction for your tireless efforts. You acknowledged that your current state was a result of persistence and hard work. In the 11th year, Miao Yu inquired whether you required more female cultivators. You responded that the more, the merrier. Miao Yu subsequently sent you another 20 female cultivators. Your primary force for procreation had now expanded to 50 individuals. You continued to shine and thrive. Beyond fulfilling your daily responsibilities by refining pills for the Hahuan sect, you took on the greater task of your procreation endeavor. In the 12th year, during scattered moments, you memorized all the demonic techniques within the transmission tower, able to recite them fluently. Those formidable demonic spells were also diligently practiced, enhancing your own capabilities. In March of the 12th year, some female cultivators became pregnant. You rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources to inspire motivation. In the 13th year, with the assistance of the Hahuan sect, you established your own immortal cultivation family. The Hahuan sect allocated a mountain range rich in spiritual energy in the southern region of Zhou to serve as the foundation for your clan. As an affiliated power of the Hahuan sect, your descendants would forever be bound to cultivate within the sect, unable to join other sects or remain within the family for training. Since you had joined the Hahuan sect under the alias Hanli, your immortal lineage also adopted the surname Han. Unable to contain himself, Wang Li had initially been curious about the identity under which his simulated self joined the Hahuan sect, but upon reading this segment of the simulation, he could no longer hold back. Hanli, the simulated version of myself possesses quite the sense of humor. However, there was no alternative. The immortal cultivation world is shrouded in mystery and intrigue, and one could never predict the lengths to which enemies might go to counter you. Wandering the world under a pseudonym could effectively mitigate substantial risks. In the 14th year, you invested all the rare materials collected over the past decade into a grand cauldron, combining them with your innate constitution, and according to the records of the Tai Su immortal scripture, you forged your very own destined magic treasure. In January of the 15th year, you crafted a three-legged, two-eared grand cauldron as per your envisioned desires. Another cauldron? Could it be that the magic treasure I truly yearn for is indeed a cauldron? Seeing the simulated version of himself again choosing a cauldron as his magic treasure, Wang Li felt a twinge of surprise. Well, if it is to be a cauldron, then so be it. After all, a cauldron is not solely for alchemical or forging purposes. It can also serve as an effective weapon. Moreover, this is merely a simulation. I have yet to finalize my decision on what magic treasure I wish to forge. In February of the 15th year, due to your long-standing contributions to the Hahuan sect through alchemy and forging, the sect assigned you a dual-spirited furnace body. You accepted the dual-spirited furnace body assigned by the Hahuan sect. You met Xue Qianyue. Faced with the death-seeking Xue Qianyue, you chose to take her as your partner. In the 16th year, the female cultivators became pregnant once more. Your partner, Xue Qianyue, also successfully conceived. In the 17th year, your eldest son Wang Zhang, while out on an expedition, was captured by the soul refining sect and had his soul extracted, bound to a soul banner. Upon learning this news, you were filled with fury. As the simulation reached this point, Wang Li's expression turned dark and foreboding, and an intense anger surged within him. Despite his efforts to remain low-key, there would always be some unwise individuals seeking confrontation. You chose. Meanwhile, 3 options appeared before Wang Li. Strike against the soul refining sect, demanding an explanation. Endure in silence, strategizing for the future. Request the Yin-Yang sovereign to seek justice on your behalf. Chapter 41. Fruit of Transformation. Looking at the 3 options presented before him, Wang Li's expression grew serious, the anger in his brow gradually dissipating. He reminded himself not to act out of anger. This was merely a future simulated by the simulator, and in reality, it had yet to occur, leaving room to avoid it. Allowing emotions to dictate one's actions is a grave mistake in warfare. Everything had not yet unfolded, and there remained an opportunity to avert disaster. Wang Li convinced himself with this reasoning, then began to ponder among the 3 choices. Strike against the soul refining sect, demanding an explanation. Endure in silence, strategizing for the future. Request the Yin-Yang sovereign to seek justice on your behalf. The first choice was the least advisable. Making such a decision would be tantamount to courting death. Although the Wang Li of the simulation had already reached the late stage of core formation, the soul refining sect was no pushover. After all, the ancestor of the soul refining sect, Han Shuzi, was a mid-nascent soul cultivator, and the gap between core formation and nascent soul is significant. He did not possess the strength to engage in combat across such a divide. Endure in silence. Strategizing for the future. Although this choice is commendable, it is rather slow. Having lost my eldest son, I cannot allow myself to remain idle. Otherwise, I would despise myself. Therefore, I shall choose the 3rd option. Wang Li lightly tapped on the selection. Request the Yin-Yang master to uphold justice on your behalf. You approached the grand hall where the Yin-Yang master was in seclusion, respectfully pleading for his intervention. You stood outside the hall of the Yin-Yang master for 3 days. After 3 days, the law enforcement elder of the soul refining sect brought the involved foundation-building disciple to your abode. You crushed the disciple who had slain your eldest son. Employing soul extraction techniques, you transformed him into a mindless, vengeful spirit, sealing him within your soul summoning banner. You intend to bind him as a servant for generations. You reclaimed the soul of your eldest son, Han Zhang, Wang Zhang, observing the soulless entity that could only mindlessly devour spiritual essence. Your heart was filled with sorrow. You released Han Zhang, Wang Zhang, from the soul banner. As you watched the soul gradually fade away, disappearing into the universe, a trace of reluctance appeared in your eyes. You accepted the compensation offered by the soul refining sect. You obtained a soul banner capable of summoning 1,000 souls. You received 3 foundation-building pills. You acquired a wealth of cultivation resources. You obtained several high-quality spiritual artifacts. You reclaimed the physical body of Han Zhang, Wang Zhang. You buried him on the back mountain of the He Huan sect. You gathered wildflowers from the surroundings and placed them at the child's grave. This child had scarcely experienced this world before being met with a cruel fate. Alas, as this simulation progressed, Wang Li felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He began to understand why cultivators who had practiced for hundreds or thousands of years would be consumed by rage when their descendants were slain by others. For those cultivators are passionate beings, unable to sever their emotional ties, each with something precious to protect, and no one can truly be devoid of feelings. It is said that humans are not mere plants who can be heartless. Yet, among the spirits of plants, can there truly be a heartlessness? Wang Li shook his head and entered an immersion mode. As a father, he placed a bouquet of flowers and then exited the immersive simulation. After laying your child to rest, you immersed yourself in alchemy and artifact forging. 3 months later, another batch of children was born. You welcomed them with the demeanor of a father. The talent for many children brings great fortune. Your attributes were enhanced. Shui Qianyu, dragging her weakened self, sought you out, inquiring if the children could take her surname, Shui. You agreed. You named the child Shui Yinshang. Shui Qianyu reignited her passion for life. In the 18th year, after cultivating a group of dedicated alchemists for the He Huan sect, you gradually stepped back, focusing your energy on the endeavor of procreation. Meanwhile, Fairy Miao Yu sent you 10 female cultivators. Thus, your primary force for procreation reached 61. In the 19th year, with another batch of children arriving, under the blessing of many children brings great fortune, your cultivation broke through to the peak of golden core, just a step away from forming an infant. The peak of golden core. It seems this simulation holds promise for reaching the nascent soul stage. Wang Li could not help but marvel at the might of many children brings great fortune. The potential of this talent was even greater, with substantial latent power. Once his sons grew up and had children of their own, the lineage would continue infinitely, and the augmentations he would receive could be terrifying. Wang Li dared not imagine. Perhaps achieving immortality would not be an insurmountable task. Years passed, and your children gradually joined the He Huan sect, shining brightly within the sect, with only a few remaining in the family, following their mothers in cultivation. Your children were well aware of your esteemed position as an elder in the Dan Hall of the He Huan sect, a true golden core cultivator in the realm of cultivation. However, under your guidance, they all maintained a low profile, conducting themselves modestly, none daring to defy your will. You often educated your children in the family academy, teaching them the importance of unity. Though passionate about procreation, you did not neglect their education, fully understanding the principles of nurturing and teaching. In the 20th year, while improving the family's grand formation, you suddenly received a message from the He Huan sect. Through a communication jade talisman, you learned that the Yin-Yang Master sought your presence. You temporarily set aside the task of perfecting the protective formation for your family. You utilized the teleportation array within the clan to journey to the He Huan sect. Under the guidance of the welcoming attendant, you paid your respects to the Yin-Yang Master. Your demeanor was filled with utmost reverence. The Yin-Yang Master bestowed upon you a medicinal formula. He informed you that should you successfully refine the Yin-Yang harmonization pill, he would reward you with spiritual materials that could enhance your chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. It appears that the Yin-Yang Master had gathered the materials for refining the Yin-Yang harmonization pill ahead of time in this simulation, a year earlier than previous attempts. You were astonished that the Yin-Yang Master had gathered the materials a year in advance. You accepted the formula for the Yin-Yang harmonization pill. As you turned to depart, you were called back. You looked up at the Yin-Yang Master. With a calm expression, he assured you not to worry about the Elder Xiandan, focusing instead on your cultivation. You expressed your confusion. The Yin-Yang Master explained that he had made a deal with Nie Chu Tsong, and the everlasting pearl had been handed over to him, who promised not to make another move against you, while also providing him with some necessary materials. No wonder the Yin-Yang Master urged me to refine the pills ahead of time. It turns out he struck a deal with Nie Chu Tsong. However, it was ill-advised to hand over the everlasting pearl to Nie Chu Tsong. This could lead to dire consequences. Upon reading this, Wang Li couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. After hearing the Yin-Yang Master's words, your expression changed drastically. Seeing your change in color, the Yin-Yang Master inquired. You informed him that he should not have traded the everlasting pearl to Nie Chu Tsong. Once he gathers the everlasting pearls, he will head to the Tai Su Immortal Palace, releasing the contained aberration. At that point, the entire Tian Su continent will face tremendous upheaval, leading to untold suffering and countless deaths. The Yin-Yang Master's expression grew grave. He urged you to share all the information you possessed. You relayed your knowledge concerning the everlasting pearl, the Tai Su Immortal Palace, and the aberrations to the Yin-Yang Master. After listening, the Yin-Yang Master's countenance became increasingly somber. He entrusted you to refine the Yin-Yang harmonization pill as swiftly as possible, assuring you that all resources of the sect would be at your disposal. You departed from the Yin-Yang Hall. You hurried to the Dan Hall. It seems the Yin-Yang Master intends for me to quickly refine the medicinal pills to break through to the peak of the nascent soul stage and prevent Nie Chu Tsong from unleashing that aberration. I hope it is not too late. Wang Li did not wish for this smooth simulation to be disrupted by Nie Chu Tsong unleashing that aberration, hindering his progress towards forming an infant. Of course, if the version of himself in the simulator could achieve the nascent soul stage before the aberration was released, he would accept that. You received a substantial amount of herbs sent by the sect. You began refining the Yin-Yang harmonization pill. In the 21st year, you successfully refined the Yin-Yang harmonization pill. You received rewards from the Yin-Yang Master. You obtained a Huaing fruit, which bears fruit once every 300 years. A Huaing fruit. The Yin-Yang Master truly has significant resources. Wang Li gazed at the simulation field, a hint of astonishment gracing his delicate features. The Huaing fruit, recorded as one of the 10 rare treasures of the Tiansu continent in the record of cultivation, grows in the most extreme cold and environments, bearing fruit once every 300 years. This item can enhance the chances of forming an infant by 30% and extend the lifespan of the consumer. Such treasures are plentiful among the ancient cultivators who live long lives. Do you carefully store the Huaing fruit for use upon your breakthrough? In the 22nd year, you were invited to attend a high-level meeting of the sect, where you heard news of the righteous 7 sects uniting to launch an offensive against the demonic sections. What? The righteous sects are joining forces against the demonic sects? Wang Li was taken aback. Soon, a figure flashed through his mind. This must be your scheme, right? Wang Li murmured to himself. In the 23rd year, January, the coalition of the righteous 7 sects approached the cultivation realm of the Zhou kingdom. Numerous loose cultivators scattered like birds, fearing for their safety. In March of the 23rd year, your family was surrounded by the coalition of noble families. You learned of the news and were about to rush over. Suddenly, a figure blocked your path. Chapter 42. Exterminate Li Xianye, Yu Sanye Chu Song standing before you. Your expression changed drastically, and you attempted to flee. You discovered that your entire magical power had been sealed by him. You recognized that Nye Chutsong had employed the one-thought sealing immortal technique. You were captured by Nye Chutsong and brought to a mountain range in the sky. Nye Chutsong intended to use the soul-searching technique on you. You activated the Tai Su Immortal Sutra to break free from the one-thought sealing immortal's constraints. Nye Chutsong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting you to possess such mastery over the technique. You gazed at the figure before you, clad in a black robe, exuding an air of confidence. And your expression darkened as you furiously declared that one day, you would eradicate the entire Nye clan, leaving no one behind. Nye Chutsong's eyes revealed a hint of disdain as he flicked his finger, penetrating the golden core within you and shattering it with a single blow. You were gravely injured, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood, your body plummeting to the ground like a kite with its string cut. As you gazed at Nye Chutsong approaching, you summoned your last breath to detonate your life-bound treasure, the refiner's cauldron. Your soul was caught in the aftermath, obliterated in the ensuing waves, observing the white-haired elder, whose expression was as cold as ice amidst a canopy of fortune. Your heart seethed with rage. You were dead. Nye Chutsong, how dare you? Why have I incurred your wrath? Time and again, you target me simply because your cultivation surpasses mine. How dare you? Wang Li's defenses had been breached. After finally glimpsing the hope of achieving the nascent soul, everything had been destroyed by this old dog. After cursing a few more times, Wang Li managed to regain his composure. Sighing in resignation, he ultimately accepted the reality, so be it. It is merely a matter of undergoing another simulation. I can accept that. With renewed vigor, he opened the simulator to claim his rewards. The simulation has concluded. You may select 2 rewards from the following options and purchase 1 additional item with simulation points. Evergreen. Your vitality is exceptionally resilient, granting you a significantly longer lifespan than the average cultivator, allowing you more time to explore this world. This simulation's cultivation level, great perfection of golden core. Alchemist mastery experience. The experience gained from alchemy during the simulation. Artifact mastery experience. The experience gained from artifact forging during the simulation. Superior array cultivation experience. The experience gained from array cultivation during the simulation. 1 billion spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not usable in simulation. Immortal fruit. One of the 10 rare treasures of the Tianshu continent. Grows in extremely cold and environments, bearing fruit every 300 years. This item can increase the chance of forming a nascent soul by 30% and prolong the user's lifespan. Dan recipe. All the recipes you mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. The experience gained from spell cultivation in the simulator. Refiner's cauldron. Your life-bound treasure. A dual cultivation artifact that can grow. Its potential greatly enhanced by rare materials and exquisite forging skills. Complete collection of demonic arts. All the knowledge of demonic scriptures you perused within the Haihuan sect's transmission tower. 1,000 Souls flag. The 1,000 Souls flag compensated to you by the soul refining sect. 1 flag stirs, and the world trembles. Within the soul flag, there is no life or death. It is indeed a paradise on earth. A set of top-tier spirit artifact equipment. A set of top-tier spirit artifacts compensated to you by the soul refining sect, heavily defensive, capable of withstanding some soul attacks. Among the myriad rewards from the simulation, Wang Li still opted for the usual choices: Evergreen, and the great perfection of Golden Core cultivation. As Wang Li completed his selections, spiritual energy from all directions surged towards him. Aware that Nie Chuzong was still patrolling nearby, Wang Li hastily suppressed his urge to break through. Not yet. It must wait some time. After saying this, Wang Li closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, biding his time. It was not until half a month later, when the large-scale scanning of divine thoughts ceased, that Wang Li began his true breakthrough. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy from heaven and earth enveloped the cave where Wang Li was in seclusion. Sensing the immense spiritual energy swirling around him, Wang Li quickly activated the incantation of the Divine Ghost Profound in Path True Classic to refine the overwhelming spiritual energy, integrating it into his body to purify his physical form. Finally, guided by his magical power, it penetrated into the golden core within the bridge of heaven and earth in his dantian. Days passed, and as the golden core grew increasingly solid, Wang Li's aura suddenly surged to the great perfection of golden core. Now, he was merely a step away from the nascent soul. Through introspection, Wang Li observed the golden core standing on the bridge of heaven and earth in his dantian, feeling a flicker of anticipation within. The nascent soul, once a distant goal, but now, it lay within reach. He took out the everlasting pearl, observing the smooth jade sphere in his hand, gripping it tightly. This very pearl had drawn Nie Chuzong's attention. He needed to devise a way to dispose of it. Absolutely must not fall into Nie Chuzong's hands, lest the future of Tianshu continent be plunged into calamity. Though he spoke thus, Wang Li truly found himself at a loss regarding the pearl. He could neither discard it. Should he do so, it would reappear by his bedside the following day, nor could he destroy it, as the materials from which the pearl was crafted were exceedingly unique, and he could not discern their nature. Despite exhausting all his efforts previously, he found it indestructible. As for transferring it to another, unless it were to the likes of a Yinyang sovereign, it would ultimately fall into Nie Chuzong's possession. Alas, was there truly no way? Wait. An idea struck him. As if recalling something, Wang Li's expression shifted, revealing a glimmer of joy. He had found a way to deal with the everlasting pearl. I wonder, if I were to trap you within the immortal ruins' secret realm, could you still return to my side? Wang Li fixed his gaze on the jade pearl in his hand, articulating each word with intent. If he could indeed confine this object within the immortal ruins' secret realm, then Nie Chuzong would never lay claim to it for eternity. The next day, after tidying up his cave, Wang Li donned a mask of black jade to disguise his identity, changing into a black robe as he made his way to the Li family's market. Using his mind to control his external avatar, he exited the Li clan's celestial lineage. Upon meeting in the Linglong mountain range, Wang Li transferred the everlasting pearl to his external avatar. Observing the wooden doppelganger that mirrored him perfectly, Wang Li instructed it to return to the Li clan before preparing to leave. However, just as Wang Li turned to depart, a figure blocked his path. Fellow Taoist, what is your purpose in sneaking into the Li clan's Linglong mountain range? Wang Li regarded the middle-aged man standing before him, pausing for a moment on that familiar face before breaking into a playful smile. Li clan's ancestor, Li Xuanya. It has been quite a while since we last met. As he spoke, Wang Li's aura of great perfection of golden core enveloped the entire Linglong mountain range, as black chains of magical power materialized, flying towards Li Xuanya. In an instant, Li Xuanya found himself ensnared by thousands of chains, rendered immobile like a giant dumpling. Soul-binding chains? You are from the soul-refining sect. Please spare me, senior. I did not recognize a true immortal. I deserve to die. I beg you, show mercy. Feeling his soul tightly bound by the black chains and unable to move despite exerting all his strength, fear flickered across Li Xuanya's refined and handsome face as he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Observing Li Xuanya's desperate demeanor, Wang Li's expression remained cold and indifferent. Employing the soul-binding chains, he drew Li Xuanya down to the ground, then walked slowly to stand before him, speaking in a chilling tone. Do you know? You deserve to die with that. His jade-like hand struck towards Li Xuanya's forehead. Chapter 43. Soul Extraction and Body Refinement. Damn it, you have forced my hand, Li Xuanya. having studied some demonic arts himself, recognized Wang Li's intent as he moved to self-destruct. Yet, Wang Li was a step ahead. As someone well-versed in self-destruction, did he not possess countermeasures? With that, Wang Li's knee phased through, striking Li Xuanya's dantian, shattering it directly, causing the vast golden core to develop fissures. The physical strength of a great perfection of golden core cultivator was enough to split mountains. On Earth, it could withstand an intercontinental missile unscathed. The resulting shockwave even snapped trees in a 100-meter radius. Soul extraction and body refinement. Wang Li formed a hand seal, striking Li Xuanya's forehead and forcibly extracting his soul. You shall not refine the ancestor's soul, nor enslave me for eternity. I will self-destruct before allowing that. Wang Li wasted no breath, directly using immense magical power to refine Li Xuanya's soul, erasing its intelligence, plundering its memories, and transforming it into a vengeful spirit that knew only to feast upon the flesh and blood of the living. Li Xuanya, do you understand what you have done wrong? Wang Li grasped the neck of the soulless spirit, speaking with a detached tone. The spirit showed no reaction, merely staring blankly at Wang Li. Wang Li's expression hardened as he sealed Li Xuanya's spirit within the soul flag, then turned to gaze upon the ethereal palace hovering above the mountain range. All of this transpired because you lacked the ruthlessness. You did not self-destruct the moment you saw me, and that was your miscalculation. Thus, you and your clan are destined to perish by my hand. I am your gravedigger. Deep love breeds deep hatred. If at the moment Wang Li ascended the immortal path with the aid of the Li clan, he held respect for them and even wished to serve them for life. Now, he only sought to overturn the Li clan, casting them into the annals of history. After clearing the battlefield, he donned Li Xuanya's storage ring on his own hand, sealing his physical body within a storage bag for use in alchemy and artifact forging. Wang Li's gaze lingered on the ethereal palace above the mountain range for a moment before he turned to leave. At this stage, there was no need to strike against the Li clan. Such an action would only invite trouble. Firstly, he feared attracting Nie Chuzong's attention, as all beings are drawn to commotion, and Wang Li could not guarantee that Nie Chuzong would be uninterested in the Li clan's demise. Secondly, without complete preparation, attacking the Li clan would certainly draw the attention of the Tianyi sect, which was rumored to harbor 2 nascent soul ancestors. Lastly, with Li Xuanya slain, the Li clan would not be able to last much longer. Time stretches on, and we shall wait and see. As Wang Li concluded his words, he invoked the soul escape technique recorded in the Shen Gui Xian Mingyu Daojin Jing, transforming into a wisp of black mist and vanishing into the distance. Merely an hour after Wang Li's departure, a white-haired elder appeared in his stead. Sensing a formidable aura of demonic cultivation, he approached to investigate, only to realize he was a moment too late. The surroundings bore no traces of the escape technique, indicating the use of a remarkably advanced method, likely the soul escape. After a moment of introspection, the elder chuckled softly, remarking, "Ah, it matters not if that group of demonic cultivators from the lower realm has ascended to the upper realm. What concern is it of mine? For now, my priority remains the pursuit of the eternal pearl. The matters of demonic cultivators shall be left to the righteous sects of the Tianyi sect. Were it not for Nie Qingluo's incompetence, I would not find myself in such a passive position. I can only hope that the holder of the eternal pearl continues to wield their magic. One day, its essence will fully merge with your power, and I shall follow the trace of that power to locate you." With that, the white-haired elder vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the Li clan's Hall of Destiny, the disciple overseeing the Destiny tablets watched in dismay as the tablet at its highest point suddenly collapsed with a resounding crash, shattering into 2 halves. After a prolonged moment of shock, he cried out that the ancestor had perished, rushing out of the Hall of Destiny. 3 days later, in the southern region of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world, in a place where spiritual energy was thin, Wang Li crafted a temporary cave dwelling in a concealed location before directly entering it. He couldn't be bothered to set up any formations. After all, establishing a formation would be akin to announcing to others that there was something valuable hidden here. Such folly was beneath Wang Li. Sitting on the stone bed, he opened Li Xuanya's storage ring and began to sort through the useful items within. As he organized, he muttered, "In terms of methods, intellect, strategy, and talent, I cannot compare with any cultivator over 100 years old. However, I possess a simulator and a level of caution that is somewhat deeper than that of the average person. The future belongs to me. After sorting for the duration of a half-stick of incense, Wang Li could not help but marvel at the richness of Li Xuanya's collection. 3 million low-grade spirit stones, 30 pieces of top-grade spiritual tools, 1 low-grade magic treasure, and an abundance of potions to enhance magical power and cultivation, totaling over 100 bottles. The collection of cultivation manuals numbered in the thousands. Had Wang Li and Li Xuanya been of equal cultivation level, the outcome might have been different. 1 dead, 1 injured. Wang Li dead, Li Xuanya lightly injured. Alas, Li Xuanya, it is unfortunate that your painstaking cultivation over 100 years lacks purity, rendering it inferior to the realm I have simulated. With a faint smile, Wang Li activated the simulator. Life Simulator LV3, Host. Wang Li age, 12, Cultivation Technique. Shun Gue Xian Ming Yu Dao Jin Jing. Cultivation Level, Perfected Golden Core. Simulation Points, 207,000. Simulation Attempts, 0. Talent, Grievous Soul Demands Life, Black. Formation Prodigy, Green. Alchemy Prodigy, Green. Dual Focus, Green. External Avatar, Green. Supreme Demon Path, Purple. Artifact Refining Prodigy, Green. Blessings of Many Offspring, Red. Evergreen Pine and Cypress, Green. Skills, Upper Grade Alchemist, Lower Grade Formation Master, Lower Grade Artifact Refiner. Techniques, Fireball Technique, Waterball Technique, Gravitational Technique, Wooden Shield Technique, Earth Escape Technique, Soul Binding Lock, Soul Escape. Talents ranked from low to high, white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, colorful. With 200,000 simulation points remaining, he decided to initiate the simulation. Wang Li wasted no time and launched the process. Idleness is not appealing. Self-improvement is far more worthwhile. Simulator initiating. You have used 100,000 energy points. Randomly drawing talents. Congratulations, you have acquired the yellow talent, Dragon's Spirit and Tiger's Vigor. Dragon's Spirit and Tiger's Vigor. Your vitality and yang energy are exceptionally vigorous, even among cultivators. You stand out. Your fighting spirit is exceedingly high, and even in the depths of despair, you will not easily give up, always seeking a way out. The long-awaited yellow talent. Wang Li did not expect to draw yellow talent this time. Would you like to use 100,000 energy points to refresh your talent? Yes, no. Wang Li gazed at the two options, lost in contemplation for a brief moment. Chapter 44. The Divine Calculation and Divine Appearance. After a moment of reflection, Wang Li declined. 100,000 simulation energy points equated to a single simulation opportunity. There was no need to squander it on refreshing talents. Would you like to activate immersive simulation? No. Wang Li was not particularly fond of immersive simulations. What he found most irksome was the lack of freedom within the immersive mode. For instance, when he activated immersive mode to peruse demonic cultivation techniques, his simulator would suddenly update the simulation progress, abruptly shifting him from browsing demonic techniques to alchemy. Of course, that was not the most aggravating aspect. The most frustrating part was that all the skills he learned during immersive simulation would be entirely stripped away once he returned to reality. In essence, the so-called immersive simulation was merely an experience of living the life simulated, yielding little more than subtle insights without any tangible gain. As he pondered these matters, the simulator quietly updated the simulation progress. Since slaying Li Xuanya in the Linglong mountain range, you have been harboring an uneasy heart, retreating to the southern region of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world to live in seclusion. Every time you think of Nie Chutsong, the mysterious fairy abode, and the existence behind the black hole, the pressure in your heart intensifies, leading you to question whether you would be able to resist if they were to appear before you one day. Where there is pressure, there is motivation. You begin to seek a way out. Your gaze falls upon the half of the Tai Su Xian Jing in your hands, and you hesitate, wondering whether to cultivate this ominous technique. Yes, no. Upon seeing this, Wang Li wasted no time and selected yes. This technique was powerful. Cultivating it in reality would entail great risk without the blessings of fortune. But in simulation, it was of little consequence. You begin to cultivate the half of the Tai Su Xian Jing in your possession. After spending nearly half a year, you successfully transition to the Tai Su Xian Jing. You begin to practice the unique techniques outlined in the Tai Su Xian Jing. You plan to refine your life-bound magical treasure. You seek to enhance your artifact refining skills. The following year, after confirming safety, you venture to the territory of the Shun clan. You stealthily infiltrate the Shun clan. You conceal yourself in the shadows. You arrive at the back mountain of the Shun clan. You notice the elder Shan Tianling consuming the blood of a demon beast to cultivate his demonic technique. You intervene to stop him. Upon seeing your sudden appearance, Shan Tianling's expression darkens, and he hastily questions your identity and purpose for infiltrating the Shen clan. You calmly inform Shan Tianling to abandon his practice of the De Wu Xing Jinamo Shangong modified version, as it is highly prone to lead one astray. Upon hearing your words, Shan Tianling ceases his cultivation. Shan Tianling throws the modified version of the De Wu Xing Jinamo Shangong from his storage bag to you. You find Shan Tianling's actions somewhat incredulous. Seemingly sensing your bewilderment, Shan Tianling bows respectfully and states, "If you could appear here without a sound, intending harm, I would already be dead. Yet you have not done so. Instead, you advise me to abandon my cultivation, worried I may go astray. This indicates you are not my enemy." You commend Shan Tianling's wisdom. You assertively inform Shan Tianling that should he continue his cultivation, trouble is inevitable. Shan Tianling does not refute your statement. You inquire of Shan Tianling regarding the origins of the De Wu Xing Jinamo Shangong modified version. Shan Tianling shows signs of guilt. He invites you to a stone pavilion by the cliff at the back mountain. Shan Tianling brews tea with alchemical fire, filling your cup. Shan Tianling asks whether you have come specifically for the De Wu Xing Jinamo Shangong. You reply that it is both yes and no. Shan Tianling smiles slightly, takes a sip of tea, and then asks whether you are sufficiently knowledgeable about the Shen clan. You remain silent. Shan Tianling's smile fades, and his expression grows serious as he recounts the incident when Shan Pai brought the modified version of the De Wu Xing Jinamo Shangong from the Tai Su Xian Fu. Having learned the truth, your expression remains impassive. Shan Tianling suddenly stands, walking to the cliff's edge, sighing deeply. He reveals that his ancestor, Shen Pier, is a sinner, as he spread the modified version of the De Wu Xing Jinamo Shangong to numerous cultivators in the cultivation world. This ultimately led to the misfortunes of those who practiced the De Wu Xing Jinamo Shangong, resulting in their mysterious disappearances and marking the end of the glorious ancient era. Moreover, because Shen Pu disseminated the De Wu Xing Jinamo Shangong within the cultivation world, the Shen clan became the target of both righteous and demonic sects, leading to a joint extermination campaign against them. Thus, the surviving branch became known as the so-called remnants of the ancient times. After listening to Shan Tianling's account, you begin to inquire about Shen Po's whereabouts. Shan Tianling informs you that the historical records offer no clear account of Shen Po's fate, with many speculating that he perished at the hands of the great powers of righteousness and demonhood at that time. Shan Tianling adds that since the calamity caused by the De Wu Xing Jinamo Shangong in ancient times, the ancestors of the Shen family have mandated their descendants to refrain from practicing the De Wu Xing Jinamo Shangong. He practiced the Great Five Elements True Demon God technique out of necessity. Was Shan Tianling truly compelled to cultivate the Great Five Elements True Demon God technique? Wang Li found himself intrigued. Could it be that Shan Tianling was coerced in some manner? But who could possibly be exerting such pressure on him? Shan Tianling revealed to you that every member of the ancient clans possesses a certain probability of reverting to ancestral traits, thereby acquiring specific talents. The talent he obtained is the heavenly calculation divine appearance, which allows him to glimpse into a person's future. Similarly, it appears that due to this extraordinary gift, the heavens cannot allow him to exist in this world. His lifespan is merely 20%, or even less, of that of an ordinary person. In other words, if an individual could live to 100 years free of illness, he would be fortunate to see 25. Upon hearing Shan Tianling's words, you reflect on the previous simulations. It dawns on you that Shan Tianling's kindness towards you during those simulations was all premeditated. You cannot help but sigh at the truth of the adage. There is no love or hatred without cause. You ask Shan Tianling to take a glimpse into your future. Shan Tianling chuckles wryly and shakes his head, expressing that you are the most peculiar person he has ever encountered. He states that he cannot see your future, as it is shrouded in a fog, as if something obscures it. You smile slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. You inquire of Shan Tianling whether he has any objections to your desire to marry all the beautiful women of the Shen clan. Shan Tianling is momentarily taken aback, then laughs heartily, subsequently offering to facilitate introductions to those unmarried women should you wish for it. You solemnly inform Shan Tianling that your purpose for visiting the Shan clan is indeed to wed all its lovely women, and if the ancestral elders are willing to assist, that would be splendid. Shan Tianling is rendered speechless. He questions your true intentions, expressing concern that you might treat the women of the Shun clan as mere vessels for enhancement of your own cultivation. You assure him that this is not your intention, revealing instead your desire to establish a celestial lineage. 3 days later, Shun Tianling convened a high-level meeting. He introduced you to the senior members of the Shin clan. Following a unanimous decision from the clan's leadership, it was agreed that you would first marry 20. You expressed no objections. 3 months later, the Shun clan held a grand wedding ceremony in your honor. At your request, you did not attend the wedding. Standing among the crowd, you gazed at the bride adorned in resplendent attire and veiled in crimson silk, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. Just as you were about to leave, your peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure at the gift-giving platform. As the individual turned toward you, your face drained of color and fright. Chapter 45. The mysterious cave abode. You were astonished to see Nye Chuzong attend your wedding. Seizing the moment when Nye Chuzong's gaze fell upon your crowd, you quickly retreated behind the throng, holding your breath and carefully concealing yourself. Nye Chuzong did not linger long. After presenting his gift, he turned to leave, seemingly having come solely for that purpose. Once he departed, you two slipped away quietly. That evening, at a family banquet of the Shin clan, after enjoying a meal with everyone, you accompanied Shun Tianling to the back mountain of the Shin clan. After setting up a divine prohibition array, you inquired whether the Shin clan had any dealings with the Nye clan of the Eastern Spirit Domain. Shun Tianling shook his head, admitting he was uncertain. He offered a vague response, suggesting there might have been interactions in the past. You smiled faintly, expressing your lack of words. Turning, you intended to head to your bridal chamber when suddenly, Shun Tianling called out to you. He informed you that an ancestor of the Shen clan had seemingly once taken in a disciple with the surname Nye. You asked him if he was certain. Shun Tianling solemnly affirmed his certainty, indicating that an ancestor of the Shen clan had indeed taken in a disciple named Nye, though he could not recall which generation it was from. You found it somewhat exasperating that Shun Tianling, as a cultivator at the core formation stage, could not recall such details. Shen Tianling explained that this information was gleaned from his childhood readings of the family history and the autobiographies of various elders. It was far too long ago, and since it was merely a trivial matter, he had not made a concerted effort to remember, rendering his forgetfulness quite normal. You fell into contemplation, recalling Nye Chuzong, who had come to present a gift at your wedding. From previous simulations, you understood that Nye Chuzong was a cunning old fox, adept at concealing his true intentions. You believed he had ulterior motives beyond merely delivering a gift to the Shin clan. After some internal struggle, you concluded that your priority lay with the bridal chamber. You proceeded to the festooned guest house, ready to indulge in the pleasures of your life in the 3rd year, through your relentless efforts. Your partners bore you a multitude of children. You welcomed them with the grace of a father. The talent of abundant offspring and blessings was activated, enhancing all your attributes, the invitation of the Shun clan's patriarch. You began refining tools and concocting elixirs for the Shin clan, honing your skills in the process. You obtained a wealth of recipes for elixirs and diagrams for formations from the Shin clan. You marveled at the ancient lineage, possessing such an abundance of recipes and formations, including some long-lost ones. You concocted the spirit-nourishing elixir as a parting gift for your next meeting with Lu Zidon. As for the chi-stopping powder within you, it had been thoroughly eradicated by your spiritual power, eliminating any hindrances to absorbing spiritual energy. In the 4th year, you once again sought a batch of partners from Shun Tianling. Shin Tianling looked at you in shock and cautioned that cultivators should prioritize their training above all else, not to be distracted by personal matters or idle pursuits. The pursuit of longevity should be the true joy of a cultivator. You chose not to respond. Shin Tianling acquiesced. Upon receiving the partners provided by the Shin clan, you contributed your modest efforts not only to the task of procreation, but also to the enhancement of the Shin clan. You refined elixirs 300 times for the Shin clan, improving your alchemical skills. You crafted over 100 artifacts for the Shin clan, enhancing your artifact refining expertise. Additionally, in your spare time, you dedicated yourself to training in the art of formations to further enrich your experience in that domain. In the 5th year, through your unwavering dedication, your partners once again bore you a multitude of children. You joyfully rewarded them with ample cultivation resources. The talent of abundant offspring and blessings was activated, leading to an elevation in all your attributes. The consecutive enhancements, along with the nearly 20 children, solidified your golden core, deepening your spiritual power, yet you still did not breach into the nascent soul stage. Rather than feeling disheartened, You resolve to continue your efforts in fathering more children, believing that success lies in human endeavor. In the 6th year, during the period of your partner's pregnancies, aside from refining elixirs and crafting artifacts, you also carved out time to visit the Shin clan's transmission pavilion, immersing yourself in the study of esoteric arts. You understood that possessing formidable spiritual power, a high realm, and magical artifacts alone would not secure your position at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Mastery of supernatural techniques and spells was essential for a cultivator's survival and was the true capital for standing atop the realm of cultivation. After extensive study, you mastered the 5 elements killing techniques, the 5 elements escape techniques, and the 5 elements defensive techniques. Your proficiency in the 10 techniques recorded in the Great Void Immortal Sutra, such as sealing immortals with a thought, traversing vast distances, discerning illusions, and manipulating form through intention, was significantly enhanced in the 7th year. You brought the spirit-nourishing elixir, the pure spirit elixir, and the bone-sculpting elixir to the Li clan. Returning to the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range after many years, you gazed upon the transformed Li clan's abode, filled with myriad emotions. You summoned a clone and entrusted it with the spirit-nourishing elixir, the pure spirit elixir, and the bone-sculpting elixir. You infiltrated the Li clan and destroyed Lu Zidan's life tablet. You rendered Lu Zidan unconscious and extracted him from the clan. You placed Lu Zidan in a secluded mountain area and, after a deep sigh, turned to leave point 6 months later through your unwavering efforts. Your partners bore you yet another batch of children. You joyfully rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources. The talent of abundant offspring and blessings was activated, enhancing all your attributes. Your cultivation reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage. The powerful aura emanating from you filled you with confidence. You felt that you had reached the zenith of the core formation realm, able to triumph over anyone of the same level. However, your confidence did not last long before you quelled it. You reminded yourself to remain cautious and prudent. You were not the chosen one. You began gathering materials to forge your life-bound artifact. In the 8th year, you once again sought a fresh batch of partners from Shan Tianling. Through your prolonged efforts in refining artifacts for the Shin clan, your artifact refining skills experienced a tremendous enhancement. Under the prolonged tutelage of the Shin clan's alchemical arts, your proficiency in the art of alchemy has experienced a remarkable enhancement. Through extensive practice of formations, your mastery of array techniques has significantly improved. With dedicated cultivation of spells over time, your adeptness in all the incantations you command has reached new heights. On the first day of the 8th year's new year, after partaking in the reunion feast, you made your way to your cave abode. After casting a set of array flags for defense, you directed your consciousness into your avatar. Under your control, your avatar ingested the Qingling pill and the Sugu Dan. Your avatar came under attack. It was administered the mind-confounding pill. A sealing technique was placed upon your avatar. Your avatar suffered the breaking of its limbs. The Qingling pill began to activate. The Sugu Dan commenced its process. The effects of the mind-confounding pill were dispelled. The bones of the hands and legs began to restore and reshape. Amidst a whirlwind of chaos, you once more entered the secret realm of Xianxiu. Upon entering the secret realm, you observed disciples of Tianyi's sect managing external disciples around you. You rose to flee, panicking and without discernment, attempting to escape under the watchful eyes of many. You pressed onward. An hour later, you evaded the pursuing disciples and arrived at the northern dead waters of the Forbidden Zone. Crossing the stone tablet, you commanded your external avatar to step into the realm of dead waters. As you gazed at the stark white bones within the river, you expressionlessly cast the everlasting pearl into the depths. Nye Chutsong, you shall never again hope to find the everlasting pearl in this lifetime. Witnessing the simulated external avatar discard the everlasting pearl into the dead waters, a flicker of joy crossed Wang Li's face. Just after you cast the everlasting pearl into the dead waters, a sudden change transpired. The endless white bones within the dead waters recoiled upon contact with the pearl, seemingly in fear of something. Before long, an extraordinary cavern at the riverbed came into view. You beheld the peculiar cavern, a spark of curiosity igniting within you, yet overshadowed by a greater sense of dread. Your heart wavered, pondering whether to enter. Yes. No. Chapter 46. Relics beneath these dead waters lies a hidden cavern? Wang Li gazed at the information revealed by the simulator, a hint of astonishment flickering in his pitch-black eyes. He recalled the inscription on the stone tablet outside the Dead Water Bridge. The living must halt. and those without fate shall not arrive. Could it be that entering the Deadwater Forbidden Zone while possessing the everlasting pearl would unlock the hidden opportunities within? To validate some of his conjectures, Wang Li promptly chose to enter the cavern. You choose to enter the strange cavern beneath the dead waters. You leap into the dead waters. You observe the skeletons desperately attempting to swim toward you. Yet they are restrained by the everlasting pearl, forced to merely watch as you submerge. You arrive within the cavern beneath the dead waters. You discover that the dead waters are separated from the cavern by a peculiar force, preventing them from flooding inside. You gaze upon the dust-laden interior, seemingly untouched for ages, and cannot help but exclaim, "It appears no one has visited here in quite some time." Upon the central wall of the cavern, you notice an inscription, "Do not ascend. Ascension is but a ruse." The script is not of ancient origin but rather from the post-ancient period, the commonly used script in today's cultivation world. Indeed, even those cultivators living in this era have recognized the deception of ascension. Alas, this inscription is visible only to me. Wang Li, reflecting on the current state of affairs, let out a sigh. In the present cultivation world, ascension remains a dominant topic, with countless individuals striving to break through to the transformation stage, seeking to escape this realm for the higher world of Tianshu continent. Little did they realize, they have merely fallen into the clutches of a mysterious existence behind the black hole, becoming delicacies upon its table. You continue to explore the cavern and discover a jade bed on the left side. On the right, you find a jade box. You command your external avatar to open the jade box. You acquire a golden small sword. You obtain a storage ring. You receive a letter. You unfold the letter. You read its contents. The letter states, "To future generations, upon receiving this letter, know that I am Shin Pe, the 8th clan leader of the Shin clan. In my life, I have both great merits and grave mistakes. Repairing the void seal to prevent the emergence of anomalies is my merit. Trusting a mysterious individual and imparting the Taishu Immortal Sutra to the world is my transgression." Merely having read a few lines, Wang Li was instantly taken aback. Shin Pe. The items here were left by Shin Pe. Furthermore, what is the Taishu Immortal Sutra? Wasn't it the great 5 elements true demon divine art that Shan Po imparted to the world? Filled with questions, Wang Li continued to read on. In my life, I have both great merits and grave mistakes. Repairing the void seal to prevent the emergence of anomalies is a great merit. Trusting a mysterious individual and imparting the Taishu Immortal Sutra to the world is a grave mistake. Due to my error, my family perished, a fault I can never forgive myself for. Should future generations obtain the relics I have left behind, please return the Lingbao Taishu sword to the Shin clan. I have sensed that my clan still has a surviving lineage. The rest of the relics are yours to keep, with my endless gratitude. Lastly, the paper is limited, and I cannot fully express my thoughts in words. You must remember, do not ascend to the higher realms. The letter is brief, revealing little of useful information. Yet why does Shenpa claim he imparted the Taishu Immortal Sutra to the world? This contradicts what I have learned. According to the historical records of the Shin clan, the art Shenpa transmitted was clearly the modified version of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Divine Art. Wasn't it? Could it be that the modified version of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Divine Art is, in fact, the Taishu Immortal Sutra? Or perhaps no, it cannot be. I have practiced both arts simulated within, and they are entirely different paths. Unable to comprehend, Wang Li conceded that this was somewhat perplexing. Unless the mysterious individual who compelled Shin Per to transmit the arts had swapped the contents of the so-called Taishu Immortal Sutra with that of the modified Great 5 Elements True Demon Divine Art. However, another question arises. Shin Per is not a fool. Could he not discern whether the art was right or wrong? After a moment of silence, Wang Li chose not to dwell on these matters and instead focus on the simulation. You finish reading the letter written by Shan Pe, unable to believe that the ancestor of the Shin clan, Shan Pe, the extraordinary figure said to have ended the ancient era, had once entered the secret realm of Shinshu and left behind a cavern legacy within the Deadwater Forbidden Zone. You find this utterly astonishing. So, how did Shin Pe enter the secret realm of Shinshu? I recall that the secret realm prohibits any existence above the foundation establishment stage from entering. Either his cultivation was exceedingly low, or he had already surpassed the limits that the secret realm could impose. The former is impossible, thus his cultivation must be extraordinarily high. Wang Li's curiosity about Shan Po deepened. Do you attempt to open Shan Po's storage ring? You discover that it requires blood to unseal. You try to unseal it. You find your blood ineffective. You surmise that the blood of a member of the Shun clan is needed to unseal it. You secretly lament the cleverness of this plan as you pocket Shinpo's relics. You continue exploring the cavern. You spot a mural buried beneath layers of dust. You employ a cleaning spell to clear the dust from the cavern. You view the mural on the wall, depicting a host of grotesque and terrifying creatures descending from the sky, their gaping maws poised to devour the living on the ground. You wait within the cavern. You calculate the time, intending to safely endure your stay in the secret realm of Shinshu. Your consciousness returns to your true form within the Shin clan. You plan to personally venture to the outskirts of the secret realm to meet your avatar. After all, the avatar carries Shinpo's relics. 8 days later, you depart from the Shin clan, sensing the location of your avatar as you soar through the skies. Even with the teleportation technique of Ji Qi Tianya, you remain cautious, fearing the prying eyes of Nie Chutsong. After traveling 3,000 miles, you arrive at a mountain range perpetually shrouded in mist. You discover that the mountain range is ensconced with formations, preventing even core formation cultivators from entering its depths. As an array master, you are well aware that every formation has its flaws. You employ the spell recorded in the Taishu Immortal Sutra, perceiving the illusion. You swiftly identify the flaw in the formation. Exploiting this flaw, you manipulate one corner of the formation. You step into the mountain range. Your innate ability to multitask activates. You direct your external avatar toward the entrance leading to the heart of the secret realm of Shinshu. You gaze at the everlasting pearl radiating light at the center of the dead waters. A tinge of reluctance glimmers in your eyes. You are acutely aware of the immense secrets held within the everlasting pearl. Merely possessing it grants eternal youth, vitality, and allure to any practitioner. Moreover, during this journey into the secret realm, it has intimidated the bones, allowing you a glimpse into the cavern beneath the waters. However, you know that retaining the everlasting pearl would only invite trouble upon yourself. Resolutely, you relinquish the everlasting pearl and depart without hesitation. Simultaneously, your true form arrives at the heart of the mountain range. You behold Feng Xiu, a disciple of Tianyi sect, waiting at the periphery. Your eyes narrowed as your finger traced through the air, invoking the divine light of finger severance. You cleaved Feng Xiu in twain at the waist. Utilizing the soul extraction technique, you ensnared Feng Xiu's spirit within the soul banner. Observing figures emerging at the entrance of the immortal ruins, you once more unleashed the divine light of finger severance. With a gentle motion of your finger through the void, the disciples who had just exited the secret realm were abruptly severed at the waist. The disciples of Tianyi sect, witnessing the carnage strewn about, were filled with terror. They turned towards you, kneeling and bowing their heads in supplication. Watching these Tianyi disciples, who had exhibited such ruthless brutality within the secret realm, now reduced to fearful supplicants at your feet, you found the irony to be palpable. Just as you contemplated cleaving these disciples in half and extracting their souls, a beam of sword light shot towards you from behind. A chilling voice echoed throughout the heart of the mountain range. Bold demonic path, how dare you slay my disciples of Tianyi sect? I shall rend your body to pieces. The kneeling disciples of Tianyi sect, upon hearing this proclamation, revealed expressions of relief. You regarded the incoming sword light with an impassive demeanor, seizing it with a swift grip. Subsequently, you crushed as you prepared to retaliate. A colossal axe materialized, cleaving through the surrounding peaks, aimed directly at you. Chapter 47. Jade Page Book. You sidestepped, raising your right hand to erect a water shield to deflect the onslaught, while your left hand extended your pinky towards the rear. In an instant, your entire reservoir of magical energy converged into your pinky as you unleashed the spell of divine finger severance against the Tianyi sect cultivator behind you. With each rise and fall of your finger, dozens of mountain peaks were annihilated by a beam of white light. Confirming the death of the Tianyi sect's core formation cultivator, you turned your gaze toward the entrance of the immortal ruins. The remaining disciples of Tianyi sect, who had hoped for salvation, knelt in submission, witnessing the obliterated peaks around them. You paid them no mind, merely retrieving the soul banner to commence soul extraction. The undercover disciple of Yaoshan sect, Jia Qing, observed you with a sense of fearless assurance as you performed the soul extraction. As you approached, Jia Qing hastily bowed in greeting, revealing his identity. you dismissed him, extracting his soul and sealing it within the soul banner. You received your external avatar. Swiftly, you fled from the mountain range housing the immortal ruins with your external avatar in tow. Before departing, you scoured the battlefield, plundering the storage bags and rings of the fallen. Sensing a powerful aura drawing near, you utilized your recovering magical energy to activate the spell of distance as close as a fingertip and concealed your presence, hastening your escape. During your flight, you discovered that the ageless pearl was absent from your avatar's possession. You were certain it had been left within the immortal ruins. Elation surged within you at the thought of being free from the ageless pearl. Without it, the enigmatic and malevolent entity sealed within the Tai Su immortal mansion would forever lack the opportunity to escape, and you felt as though you were saving all sentient beings. A nameless hero lurking in the shadows. Just as you departed, two figures appeared high above the immortal ruins. You hurried back to the Shen clan's celestial lineage with remarkable speed. You placed your external avatar in a marketplace to study alchemy and artifact forging. Upon returning to your residence, you summoned Shan Yinli. Observing Shan Yinli, who was indulging herself with abandon, her mouth glistening with grease, you felt somewhat speechless. Shan Yinli, noticing your serious demeanor, immediately became more subdued, wiping her mouth clean before obediently standing by your side. Ready to heed your commands, you instructed Shan Yinli to provide you with a drop of her essence blood. You attempted to unlock Shun Po's storage ring. You succeeded in opening Shun Po's storage ring. After dismissing Shan Yinli, you noticed her stuffing 2 more meat buns into her mouth, which left you somewhat exasperated. You cast down formation flags, setting up the 8 directions absolute god formation. With anticipation, you opened Shen Po's storage ring. You obtained 100 million low-grade spirit stones. You acquired a mysterious teleportation token. You received a technique known as Demon God Visualization Method. You acquired a high-grade magical treasure. The 5-color cloud banner. You obtained the Jade Page book pinned by Sean P. You acquired a technique titled Rebellious Chaos 8 Styles for blade cultivation. You collected all of Shin Po's relics. You gazed at the exquisitely crafted golden sword nestled within the jade box. Greed stirred within your heart. You decided to keep it. You felt justified in claiming it, as you considered yourself half a member of the Shen clan and believed you deserved this sword. You perused the Jade Page book authored by Sean P. You uncovered various ancient secrets. You delved into some arcane cultivation knowledge. You learned of the concept of breaking limits. In ancient times, cultivators had discovered the path to breaking limits, which entailed refraining from breaking through their cultivation level, instead honing their skills within a single realm, year after year, day after day, ultimately achieving the state of limit breaking. Legends spoke of limit breakers being invincible within their realm. You also learned of the 9-color golden core. In ancient times, a great cultivator had discerned that the golden core path was also stratified. 1 color signified weakness, while 9 colors represented strength. The human body's golden core resembled a pill, with a single pattern denoting 1 color, and the more patterns present, the greater the potential. Most ancient immortals were of the 9-color golden core variety. After reading, you felt some regret for having hastily broken through to the golden core without establishing a solid foundation, resulting in a single-color golden core and limited potential for the future. The simulation concluded. The expression on Wang Li's face outside the simulation was exceedingly complex. So it was. I had previously wondered why a single pattern appeared on the golden core. It turns out it represents 1 color. 1 color signifies weakness, while 9 colors signify strength. With that, Wang Li took out the golden core he acquired from Li Xuanya. Observing the 3 patterns on the core, which were riddled with cracks, Wang Li's expression grew grave. The patterns on Li Xuanya's golden core surpass mine by 2. It appears I was too hasty in my breakthrough, failing to lay a solid foundation. However, as long as I possess the simulator, I hold infinite possibilities. What does a single-color golden core matter? Contemplating the simulator, Wang Li felt a surge of confidence. You did not dwell on your regrets for long. Adjusting your mindset, you continued to peruse the Jade Page book pinned by Sean P. Over the next few days, you gleaned further insights into the art of cultivation through the Jade Page book. It was evident that Shunpa had poured great effort into his writing, seemingly wishing to reveal more of the hidden truths of the cultivation world to future readers. After spending 3 additional days, you finished reading Shun Po's Jade Page book. You carefully stored it away. You opened the Demon God Visualization Method. To your delight, you discovered that the Demon God Visualization Method was indeed a technique to enhance one's consciousness. You began your training in the demon god visualization method in the 9th year. Through your relentless efforts, your companions bore you a multitude of children. You rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources. The talent of fertility was activated. Your attributes received a boost. Despite having over 40 children, you had yet to achieve the consummation of the golden core stage. Nevertheless, you had progressed further in the golden core stage, seemingly on the path of breaking limits as described in Shun Po's Jade Page book. In June of the 9th year, a significant event transpired in the Qi Kingdom's cultivation community. Due to Tianyi sect's failure to deliver foundational elixirs on time to the various celestial clans, the clans secretly united to pressure Tianyi sect. The Shun clan also joined the ranks of pressure, but only made a mark, offering minimal commentary. Ultimately, the lead instigator, the Fang clan, was annihilated entirely by the Yuan ancestors of Tianyi sect, while the other instigating clans received a bounty of spirit stones and spiritual artifacts as compensation. The entire region was thrown into an uproar. As Tianyi sect issued announcements to calm the situation. The turmoil within the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world gradually subsided. By the end of that year, you again sought Shen Tianling for a batch of partners. You explained to Shen Tianling that this was part of your cultivation plan. Shen Tianling expressed no objections in the 10th year. You sensed that your external avatar engaged in alchemy and artifact forging had been captured. Transferring your consciousness to the avatar, you beheld a familiar visage, the face of Jiang Qingyan. After many years, she now resembled a lifeless marionette, her eyes devoid of spirit, exuding a sense of death, lacking the vibrancy of her former self. Beside Jiang Qingyan stood a figure that filled you with dread. His hands dry and elongated, fingers playing with strands of crimson silk, as if manipulating something. Noticing your gaze, he smiled, a benevolent yet eerie expression directed at you. Chapter 48. The Cause Nye Chutsong. Wang Li silently uttered the identity of this person in his heart. You once again encountered Nye Chukonged. At that moment, your heart raced, cold sweat trickling down your back, dampening your gray robe. After manipulating Jiang Qingyan to serve you a cup of tea, Nye Chutsong, with a beaming smile, inquired about the whereabouts of the ageless pearl. With an impassive expression, you informed Nye Chutsong that you had hidden the ageless pearl in a place he would never find. Nye Chutsong smiled slightly, and with a swift motion of his fingertip, he split your avatar in two. As the head of the avatar plummeted to the ground, you heard Nye Chutsong's words. Do not presume that hiding behind an avatar grants you safety. One day, I shall find you. The external avatar has fallen. Your consciousness returned to your true self. Nye Chutsong, once again, uttered that same phrase. One day, I shall annihilate your entire clan, and you shall learn that even the smallest insect should not be trifled with. After Wang Li spoke these words, filled with murderous intent, he began to sit down, employing dual focus to cultivate spells while observing the simulation. Once your consciousness returned to your true self, you remained silent for a long while. Curiosity began to stir within you regarding how Nye Chutsong could possibly locate you. Even if he found Jiang Qingyan, it was improbable that he could trace you through her, for when you acquired the elixir of immortality from her, you had taken extensive measures to conceal your true identity. You began to pray in your heart that Nye Chutsong would not find you. You became increasingly cautious in the 11th year, through your relentless efforts. Your companions bore you numerous children. You rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources. The blessing of many children and much fortune was activated. Your attributes were enhanced. Yet, you still had not broken through to the nascent soul stage. Something felt amiss. Why was your cultivation stagnating here? Could it be that you needed to break through on your own? Wang Li felt perplexed. Logically speaking, with so many children, your cultivation should have long since advanced beyond the nascent soul stage. You began to inspect the reasons within yourself. Ultimately, you discovered the truth behind your inability to break through to the nascent soul stage. It turned out that everything was ultimately limited by your aptitude. Each time the blessing of many children and much fortune was activated, the magical energy within you would automatically guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, assisting you in breaking through. However, due to your 4 spiritual roots, the elemental magical energies within you could never fully coalesce, hindering the transformation of the golden core into the nascent soul. Thus, repeated failures to break through ensued. In summary, the 4 spiritual roots could absorb spiritual energy that was relatively mixed, unlike a single spiritual root which could absorb a singular type of energy in a pure and efficient manner. The mixed energies were difficult to refine and convert, making it challenging to accumulate sufficient and refined spiritual power to impact the required realm for the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, during the cultivation process, the four spiritual roots had to balance and integrate the energies of four elemental attributes, which posed significant operational difficulties, leading to potential loss of control over spiritual energy, damage to meridians, and harm to the dantian, thereby complicating the accumulation of power necessary for breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Was it truly so? Upon seeing the simulation reveal the truth behind his inability to break through to the nascent soul stage, Wang Li finally understood. The inability to advance was not due to the lack of efficacy from the blessing of many children and much fortune, but rather a limitation of his own aptitude. Indeed, relying on innate talent to forcibly transcend was a delusion. To genuinely break through, external assistance was required. You experienced an epiphany. You began to gather spiritual items that would aid in your breakthrough from the golden core to the nascent soul stage. You continued to solicit a partner from Shen Tianling. This time, Shen Tianling could no longer maintain composure. He firmly refused your request. Shen Tianling informed you that over the years, due to his indulgence, you had taken too many beautiful female cultivators from the younger generation of the Shen clan as wives. This had led to many young male cultivators within the Shen clan remaining bachelors, resulting in widespread discontent among the clan, with a plethora of complaints about you filling the office of the clan leader. Disheartened, you returned to your courtyard. You looked at Shen Yinli, who was leaving the children to the maid's care while devouring her meal with fervor, and your anger surged. You gave Shen Yinli a stern reprimand. It was utterly outrageous. If I were to encounter this foolish girl in reality, I would certainly ask her if she was born solely to eat. Wang Li silently scoffed. In the 12th year, you relied on the Shen clan to gather numerous rare materials. Your partners became pregnant. You began to carve out time to refine your own unique life treasure. By the year's end, your partners bore you a multitude of children. You rewarded each of them with a top-tier spiritual artifact. The blessing of many children and much fortune was activated once more. Your attributes were enhanced. In the 13th year, you crafted your own life treasure, the heavenly refining cauldron. You fused Li Xuanya's golden core within it as a hidden reserve of energy for emergencies. This was a decision made after deep contemplation. You acquired a superior-grade artifact. Utilizing the remaining materials, you transformed the superior defensive artifact, the 5-color cloud banner, from Shen Po's relics into a soul-summoning banner. After half a year, you obtained a soul-summoning banner of superior artifact grade. In the 13th year, you ventured to Shan Tianling's courtyard. Upon seeing you arrive, Shan Tianling's expression darkened suddenly. He stated emphatically that he would not assist you in acquiring a wife again. Now, the Shen clan's elementary school was entirely filled with your descendants. In a large classroom, not a single student bore the surname Shan. You could not contain yourself. You set up the 8 directions absolute God formation and informed Shen Tianling that this time, you were not there to request a partner. Shen Tianling inquired about your intentions. You revealed to him that you wished to lead the entire Shen clan to ally with the demon sect. Upon hearing this, Shen Tianling's eyes widened in shock. He grimaced and declared that this was an act of betrayal. You explained that the 7 sects of the demon path united as one, remaining clear-headed during significant matters, sweeping across armies like a gale. In contrast, the 7 sects of the righteous path harbored ulterior motives, battling for their own interests. In the southern spirit domain, they would not remain for long before being driven out by the demon sect. Your words startled Shen Tianling. If the 2 ancestors of the Tianyi sect were to learn of this treasonous act, even the worms in the Shen clan's spirit fields would be executed. Shen Tianling offered to provide you with 20 additional partners, hoping you would cease your reckless thoughts. You affirmed your seriousness. Reluctantly, you accepted the 20 partners Shen Tianling offered you in the 14th year. Your partners became pregnant once again. The young male cultivators of the Shen clan gazed at the sign at the entrance of your courtyard, which read no males or dogs allowed, their faces filled with resentment. Complaints and protests against you from the Shen clan grew increasingly frequent. In the 15th year, your partners bore you yet another multitude of children. The blessing of many children and much fortune was activated once more. Your attributes were enhanced. You looked at the courtyard bestowed upon you by the Shen clan, filled with children at play, feeling a mix of excitement and helplessness. You rewarded your numerous partners with abundant cultivation resources. That night, after deep contemplation, you contemplated venturing to the demon sect in the lower domain. If you were to choose a faction within this vast world of cultivation to which you felt the strongest sense of belonging, it would undoubtedly be the Joyous Union sect. Moreover, the benefits of joining the Joyous Union sect far outweighed those of remaining with the Shin clan. The following day, you informed Shin Tianling of your intention to leave the Shin clan and join the Joyous Union sect. Shin Tianling remained silent for a long while before expressing his respect for your decision. You summoned Shin Yinli and asked her to help you observe your recent fortune. Shin Yinli gazed at you in shock. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She informed you that she could not see your recent fortune. It was shrouded in a thick fog, making it difficult to discern. You inquired if there was any danger. Shin Yinli, with a naive expression, assured you there was none. The next day, after attending to all matters, you packed your belongings and stepped out the door, as you exited the gates of the Shin clan. You unexpectedly collided with Nye Chutsong. Chapter 49. Northern Spirit Domain. As you stepped out of the Shin clan's gates, you unexpectedly collided with Nye Chutsong. Observing the updated simulation in the simulator, combined with Shin Yinli's earlier statement of no danger, Wang Li suddenly felt a sense of relief and smiled. Byd, once again, I am being played. Wang Li had already prepared to end the simulation. You looked at Nye Chutsong, leisurely enjoying the shade beneath a large tree, and your expression darkened. You prepared to self-destruct. Your complexion changed abruptly. Feeling the magical energy within you being restrained, you removed the jade mask from your face and walked step by step toward Nye Chutsong. Nye Chutsong flicked his fingers, solidifying earth into a seat, offering it to you before pouring a cup of tea. His gaze was filled with admiration. Nye Chutsong praised you as a rare individual blessed with extraordinary fortune. Achieving the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage at the age of 27 with 4 spiritual roots, a feat scarcely seen even in ancient times. Upon hearing Nye Chutsong's words, a flicker of terror crossed your eyes. You had not anticipated that, upon merely meeting him, he would see right through you. Nye Chutsong regarded you as a promising candidate. He inquired whether you would be willing to take him as your master. Employing this tactic again, are we? Having seen through Nye Chutsong's character in previous simulations, Wang Li couldn't help but smile wryly at his persistence. Would you like to take Nye Chutsong as your master? Yes? No? The choice appeared before Wang Li once more. He remained silent for a moment before choosing yes. Very well, for now, I shall humble myself before you. Old dog, a true man can bend and stretch. A temporary retreat is merely a means to achieve greater advancement. Wang Li, after making his choice, wore a gloomy expression. Although he harbored an irreconcilable enmity with Nye Chutsong, one must acknowledge that a gentleman's vengeance is not to be exacted hastily. Patience is the true path of the wise. Your demeanor greatly pleased Nye Chutsong, whose wrinkled visage cracked into a faint smile. Nye Chutsong requested the elixir of immortality from you. He unbound a portion of your magical energy flow. With a sigh, you informed Nye Chutsong that you were aware the elixir would attract misfortune, hence you had concealed it within a mysterious realm. The smile on Nye Chutsong's face vanished abruptly. He inquired about the nature of this hidden realm. You explained that it was a celestial treasure ground managed by Tianyi sect. You noticed Nye Chutsong's expression darkening further. You urged him to remain calm, assuring him that you knew its precise location and could send someone to retrieve it upon the next opening. Nye Chutsong's demeanor softened considerably. He demanded that you relinquish your soul blood. Would you surrender your soul blood? Yes, no, soul blood. Wang Li's pupils contracted sharply. Soul blood is of utmost importance to a cultivator, tied intrinsically to one's life and livelihood. If it falls into the hands of another, all that one possesses will be at their mercy. As the saying goes, once the soul blood is in another's possession, one's path to immortality is forever shackled. Life and death become dictated by the whims of the master, rendering a century of arduous cultivation as mere water flowing away. Alas, it is but a simulation. Whether he chooses otherwise matters not. After numerous simulations, I have gleaned but one truth. To live is paramount, for only through life can one achieve more. As for settling accounts with Nye Chutsong, we shall reckon that in reality. Wang Li chose to comply. You opted to hand over your soul blood to Nye Chutsong. However, at the moment you procured the soul blood, a token erupted from your storage pouch, teleporting you away from Nye Chutsong. Wang Li was taken aback. What on earth just transpired? As the world spun around you, you found yourself amidst a frozen wilderness. You gazed in astonishment at the vast, white expanse, feeling somewhat lost. On the ground, you discovered a shattered token. You recognized this token as the mysterious teleportation artifact discovered among Shunpo's relics. A teleportation token from Shunpo's relics? Its presence was so subtle that I nearly overlooked it. Who would have thought it would assist me in such a critical moment? Wang Li was equally astonished. You picked up the fragmented token? Curious as to why it had activated so unexpectedly, whisking you away. You stowed the token in your storage pouch. You commenced your exploration of the icy realm you now inhabited. You donned the obsidian jade mask once more. You soared through the swirling snow on your flying sword. The crystalline snowflakes settled upon your head and shoulders. You grasped the delicate snowflake, your thoughts drifting back to your past life. You tucked away those memories. Allowing the snow to blanket you, your expression remained unchanged as you pressed onward. You stumbled upon a village. Entering the village, you sought someone to inquire about directions. To your dismay, the village was devoid of life, all inhabitants encased in ice. Your brow furrowed with concern. Within the village, you unearthed some tomes. You learned that you were currently in the Snow Spirit Kingdom. You lingered in the village for several days. One day, you sensed a flying sword streaking overhead. You took to your own sword, pursuing the airborne cultivator. You intercepted the female cultivator soaring through the skies. You inquired of the vigilant female cultivator regarding this region. The masked female cultivator informed you that you were in the Northern Spirit Domain. Your heart raced with surprise. You had not anticipated that Shunpo's teleportation token would lead you to the Northern Spirit Domain. You asked the female cultivator where the largest cultivation market nearby could be found. After a brief silence, she replied that she too was headed to the market and invited you to accompany her. You agreed. You offered the female cultivator some low-grade spirit stones. She casually accepted them, seemingly unimpressed. Half an hour later, you arrived at the nearby market with the female cultivator. Upon entering the market, you parted ways with her. You began your search for useful information within the market, such as a map to the Southern Spirit Domain. As you reached the center of the market, you inadvertently spotted the sign of the Wanbao Pavilion. What? Wanbao Pavilion has expanded its business to the Northern Spirit Domain. Wang Li was taken aback upon discovering that Wanbao Pavilion had established itself in the Northern Spirit Domain as well. Previously, his understanding of Wanbao Pavilion had been limited, believing it to be merely a trade association founded by a nascent soul cultivator. Significant? But not overwhelmingly so when compared to the great families and sects. His astonishment, was now certain that both the Southern and Northern Spirit Domains hosted Wanbao Pavilions. He could only wonder if the Eastern and Western Spirit Domains had them as well. If they did, it would truly be remarkable. Wang Li mused. You entered Wanbao Pavilion, your curiosity piqued. You acquired a map within Wanbao Pavilion. You discovered that traveling from the Northern Spirit Domain to the Southern Spirit Domain would take at least a year. You were astonished. You inquired of the pavilion's manager how they transported goods back to the Southern Spirit Domain. The manager explained that they relied on flying spirit beasts for transportation. You asked if there were any teleportation formations. The manager replied that there were none. You felt a twinge of disappointment. You departed Wanbao Pavilion with the map in hand. You resolved to fly tirelessly for an entire year towards the Southern Spirit Domain. You still wished to join the Hawan sect, hoping to leverage its influence to aid your advancement to the nascent soul stage. After spending a day in the market, you set forth in the eastern direction according to the map. In a snow-covered forest, you encountered the female cultivator who had previously guided you. At that moment, she was being pursued by two Foundation establishment cultivators, appearing quite desperate. The female cultivator, adorned with an obsidian jade mask, recognized you. She urgently pleaded for your assistance. Would you intervene? Yes, no. The simulator presented yet another choice. Outside the simulation, upon witnessing this scene, Wang Li immediately refused without a second thought. Although this female cultivator had guided him, he had also provided her with spirit stones. Thus they were even. Moreover, respecting the destinies of others and avoiding unnecessary entanglements had always been Wang Li's guiding principle. With that time, it would be better to continue on his path. You chose not to intervene. Your indifference left the female cultivator incredulous. As her demise seemed imminent, she hastily implored for your help. The female cultivator promised that should you save her, she would bestow upon you a treasured artifact. Would you intervene? Yes, no. Wang Li found himself deep in contemplation. Chapter 50. The Dark Thread, a treasured artifact? A flicker of interest glinted in Wang Li's eyes. Very well, I shall assist her. A slight delay is of little consequence. You chose to intervene and provide assistance. The two Foundation establishment cultivators pursuing the masked female cultivator scowled as they saw you approaching. The leading male cultivator demanded that you leave at once. You smiled faintly, raising the five-colored soul summoning banner in your hand. As the banner swayed gently, several vengeful spirits emerged, ensnaring the two Foundation establishment cultivators within its grasp. You swiftly consumed their physical forms, leaving behind only their lonely souls, and proceeded to refine them into new ghostly servants. The female cultivator, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with terror as she realized that the seemingly harmless individual before her was, in fact, a demonic cultivator. You extended your delicate, jade-like hand towards her. The female cultivator's face paled, and the mask she wore shifted unpredictably. She revealed herself to be a true disciple of the Shueyue immortal sect and a princess of the Snow Spirit Kingdom. She vowed that should you save her today, she would ensure a substantial reward in the future. You scoffed, expressing your disbelief in the empty promises of future rewards, insisting that you wished to see the promised treasure at once, or else you would claim her for the banner. After a moment of silence, she reluctantly handed you an ancient parchment. You received the fragment of the Great Space Technique. Huh. The third-rank divine ability, the Great Space Technique? Wang Li, outside the simulation, was equally taken aback. A treasure indeed, a genuine treasure. You compelled the female cultivator to offer her soul blood. Is this how it works? Wang Li could no longer contain himself upon witnessing this scene. Nevertheless, he felt no sense of wrongdoing. This female cultivator had proven herself untrustworthy. Thus, it was only fitting that the simulated version of himself taught her a lesson. Faced with a lifetime of servitude or death, the female cultivator surrendered her soul blood. She hoped that you would one day return her soul blood. You remained silent. You stowed the fragment of the Great Space Technique and continued your journey south towards the Southern Spirit Domain. As you flew, you practiced the Great Space Technique. You found it exceedingly difficult to cultivate, even with your talent having been enhanced numerous times. Success eluded you still. You speculated that the Great Space Technique might require an innate spatial affinity to master. You have preserved the remnants of the Great Space Technique within your storage ring, reserving it for future cultivation. You begin to practice the spells contained within the Tai Su Immortal Classic during your journey. You recommence your study of the Tai Su Immortal Classic to enhance your mastery and comprehension of the text. During the prolonged journey, a whimsical thought strikes you. What if you were to combine the Great Five Elements True Demon Art with the Tai Su Immortal Classic? Moments later, a smile escapes your lips. You realize how fanciful your notion is, attempting to cultivate two disparate techniques simultaneously. The foremost challenge lies in resolving the conflict of magical energies. An imbalance of spiritual energy poses the gravest risk. The friction between the techniques could lead to dire consequences. At best, severe injury. At worst, death. As you continue your journey, you persist in your spell cultivation. In the third month of the 16th year, after a lengthy trek, you finally return to the Southern Spirit Domain. You feel the warm sunlight cascade upon your shoulders, enveloping you in a comforting warmth. You proceed southward towards the lower domain. In the latter half of the year, you once again arrive at the Hahuan sect in the lower domain. This time, you do not squander much time. You reveal your cultivation level and request a meeting with the sect leader, the enchanting Miaoyu. You meet with Miaoyu, expressing your desire to join the Hahuan sect. Miaoyu regards you with profound caution, perplexed by your intentions. She inquires about your motives for seeking membership in the sect. You candidly inform her that you require assistance in cultivating a particular technique. Miaoyu does not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she wishes for you to accompany her to meet someone. You surmise that it is the Yin-Yang Sovereign. You agree to her request. Upon arriving at the Yin-Yang Hall, you encounter a distinguished middle-aged man of striking appearance and refined demeanor. You recognize him as the Yin-Yang Sovereign. Standing alongside Miaoyu, you present your purpose to the Yin-Yang Sovereign. He regards you with interest and asks about your intent in joining the Hahuan sect. You explain that you are aware of the transformation fruit in his possession and wish to secure it in exchange for your service to the sect. The Yin-Yang Sovereign responds that although he is unsure how you, with your four spiritual roots, have reached the perfected golden core stage, the transformation fruit will hold little benefit for you. With a mere 30% chance of breakthrough, it is akin to having none at all. Your innate qualities have shackled your potential. Without extraordinary fortune, you may never transcend to the nascent soul stage. You take little heed of the yin-yang sovereign's words. For you possess the red talent of abundant progeny. As long as you continue to bear children, your innate qualities shall be continuously optimized. Over the years, you have witnessed the evolution of your 4 spiritual roots, from sluggish absorption of spiritual energy to a level comparable to that of 3 spiritual roots. You firmly believe that through the continual bearing of children, your potential will be fortified to a point where you can transcend to the nascent soul stage. You beseech the yin-yang sovereign to permit your admission into the Hahuan sect. He smiles and subsequently appoints you as the deputy sect leader. You inform him of your extraordinary alchemical skills, which have reached an unparalleled level, making you an exceptional presence even among the 4 great domains. You express your desire to join the alchemy hall as an elder. After a moment of contemplation, the yin-yang sovereign consents to your proposal, advising you not to disappoint him. You assure him that you are here for mutual benefit. As long as the Hahuan sect caters to your interests, you shall devote yourself entirely to its service. With the meeting concluded, you officially join the Hahuan sect. You commence the production of a vast array of elixirs for the sect. You begin crafting numerous spiritual artifacts and array flags for the Hahuan sect. Your performance elicits satisfaction from Miaoyu. While the yin-yang sovereign acknowledges your contributions to IN the 17th year, you approach Miaoyu, requesting her assistance in providing a significant number of female cultivators for your endeavors. She nods in agreement. Days later, Miaoyu presents you with 10 beautiful female cultivators, all untouched. You establish rules for procreation, promising each woman a share of cultivation resources for every child born. This strategy mirrors your previous approach. In the 18th year, the female cultivators bear you a multitude of children. You grant each cultivator a reward for their contributions. As the talent of abundant progeny activates, your overall attributes begin to enhance. You sense a strengthening in your innate qualities, now equivalent to that of 3 spiritual roots. You request an audience with the yin-yang sovereign and receive his approval. Upon your return to the yin-yang hall, he inquires about your current affairs. You respond truthfully. He then asks the purpose of your visit. You produce the remnants of the Great Space Technique. You express your desire to exchange the remnants for the transformation fruit. After a moment of silence, the yin-yang sovereign questions your urgency in seeking a breakthrough, stating that even if he were to grant you the fruit now, your innate qualities would prevent you from succeeding. You recount an incident where you were pursued by a perfected nascent soul cultivator, sharing that you live in constant fear, believing that only through the enhancement of your strength can you escape your fate. Upon hearing this, the yin-yang sovereign accepts the remnants and bestows upon you the transformation fruit. He assures you that as long as you diligently serve the Hahuan sect, no one shall dare to challenge you. Barring the intervention of a god transformation expert, you find solace in his words. Truly, the yin-yang sovereign speaks with authority. No wonder the Hahuan sect has risen to prominence among the 7 demonic sections. The righteous path has repeatedly been trampled upon by the demonic sects, not without reason. Even after numerous simulations, your admiration for the yin-yang sovereign remains undiminished. He is undeniably a formidable leader of the demonic sect, responsible, capable, cunning, and powerful. After departing with the transformation fruit, you resume your alchemical and artifact forging endeavors for the Hahuan sect in the 19th year. Miaoyu presents you with 20 more young and beautiful female cultivators. In the 20th year, as another wave of children is born, you sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging. You consume the transformation fruit, preparing to transcend to the nascent soul stage. Here it comes. The outcome, success or failure, hinges on this moment. As you channel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into your dantian, bridging the celestial divide to infuse your golden core, you prepare for the transformation into the nascent soul. However, as your golden core begins to dissolve and coalesce into the nascent form, an unexpected turn of events occurs. You perceive a multitude of black lines materializing before your eyes. This is not good. It is. Just as you begin to shout, the simulator's progress updates instantaneously. You have triggered a curse set by a mysterious entity during your breakthrough. You attempt to struggle, only to find yourself completely restrained by an enigmatic force. You are rendered immobile. As countless black lines and bizarre energies infiltrate your body, your physical form begins to disintegrate. with the pressure of life and death coupled with the influence of the strange energy. You transcend the golden core realm and attain the nascent soul. However, before your nascent soul can fully awaken its consciousness, it begins to collapse. Your soul is subjected to a soul extraction and refinement by the mysterious entity. As your consciousness fades, your life-bound treasure, the celestial refining cauldron, detonates automatically. You have perished. Observing the blood-red text, you utter the 4 words, soul extraction and refinement. Subsequently, as if all strength has left you, you lean against the stone wall of your cave. Taking a breath before your expression darkens ominously. Who could it be? Without their physical form present, they have invoked soul extraction and refinement upon me from afar. Such a technique is beyond the capacity of a nascent soul cultivator. To execute soul extraction and refinement silently, they must possess other means, effortlessly dismantling my physical body and golden core. It appears that the Tai Su Immortal Classic is indeed not to be trifled with. Nie Chutsong once remarked, "The immortal classics are not meant for those lacking great fortune. Otherwise, they lead only to a dead end." Without the protection of a fortune canopy, ordinary individuals cannot evade the calamities wrought by the immortal classics. I merely engaged in simulated cultivation and have drawn misfortune upon myself. Fortunately, in reality, I still practice the divine ghost mysterious nether path true classic of the soul refinement sect. You have resolved that until you cultivate the great fortune technique, you shall not touch the Tai Su Immortal Classic again. The Taishu Xianjing indeed possesses formidable power. Even extracting the 10 extraordinary techniques documented within its fragmented scrolls showcases unparalleled marvels in the realm of cultivation. Firstly, there is Enian Fengxian, the ability to imprison another's magical prowess at will, which is particularly terrifying in its suppression of lower-ranked cultivators. This is the very aspect that Wang Li fears most about Nie Chutsong. The moment Nie Chutsong employs Enian Fengxian upon seeing him, Wang Li would find himself utterly devoid of any chance for resurgence, unable even to self-destruct. Next, we have Zikitianya, an unparalleled technique of instantaneous teleportation, allowing one to traverse thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, Campo Zhuangwang, a divine art capable of penetrating the illusions of the world, enabling the practitioner to swiftly identify their opponent's weaknesses during combat. Shinmal Yangxiang, akin to spells such as Fation Xiang Di, this technique, once unleashed, allows the caster to grow immensely, multiplying their strength manifold. Yi Shangxing, the ability to alter one's form at will, transforming into any entity. Hua Jingwei Dong, the power to convert inanimate objects into living creatures, endowing them with strength equivalent to that of a being one realm lower. Dian Hua Zhongsheng, the capacity to effortlessly bestow wisdom upon living beings, as well as to brainwash or hypnotize, thereby easily altering their inner beliefs. Chu Shani Hai, a technique that amplifies physical strength. When perfected, it enables the practitioner to effortlessly shake mountains and seas. Zhizhan Shengguang, by focusing magical energy into one's fingertips, one can unleash a strike capable of cleaving through anything. In Qi Zongxing, an exceptionally sophisticated technique of invisibility. Yet, beyond these mighty spells lies the true terror of the Taishu Xianjing. The fragmented scrolls of the Taishu Xianjing document its 6 formidable effects. Taishu Xiangang. The Taishu Xianjing automatically operates within the cultivator's body, generating a potent protective aura that wards off a majority of magical harm. Taishu Xianli. This scripture can activate the 365 celestial orifices within the practitioner, connecting them to their dantian and continuously converting the world's spiritual energy into magical power. Taishu Xian. Over time, the Taishu Xianjing gradually transforms the practitioner's physique into a combat machine of nearly infinite stamina. As long as their magical power does not deplete, the cultivator will never experience fatigue. Taishu Xianpe. This scripture progressively strengthens the practitioner's spiritual body, enabling them to withstand most mental assaults. Taishu Wuliang. The Taishu Xianjing fortifies the practitioner's dantian, resulting in a magical power reserve that vastly exceeds that of ordinary cultivators. Taishu Wuxian. This scripture enhances the practitioner's innate talent and comprehension, the specifics of which remain unknown. Every decade of cultivation results in an elevation of ability. This is the reason Wang Li harbors dread for Nie Chutsong. Those who have never beheld the Taishu Xianjing might perceive Nie Chutsong as nothing extraordinary, easily extinguishable with a mere flick of the finger. However, Those who have witnessed its power understand the true horror that Nye Chutsong embodies. Consider this: a Yuanying great perfection cultivator, who has practiced the Taishu Xianjing for an unknown number of years, persistently seeks your trouble. Would you not feel fear? Reflecting on this, Wang Li cannot help but recall another figure: the Yinyang Elder. The Yinyang Elder is no ordinary being, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Nye Chutsong. After murmuring these thoughts, Wang Li turned his gaze toward the simulation rewards. The simulation has concluded. You may select 2 rewards from the following options, and use simulation points to acquire 1 item to bring back. Dragon Vitality. Your energy and yang aura are exceptionally vigorous. Even among cultivators, you stand out as a paragon. Your fighting spirit is intensely elevated. Even in the depths of despair, you refuse to surrender, perpetually seeking a breakthrough. Current simulation cultivation level: early Yuanying, fragmented. Thanks to the transformation fruit and the unique energy, you have successfully transcended into the Yuanying realm. However, lacking subsequent spiritual energy and being overwhelmed by the strange energy led to a collapse, resulting in your attainment of a false Yuanying state, straddling between Jedon and Yuanying. Alchemist Master Experience: the knowledge gained from alchemy within the simulator. Artifact Master Experience: the knowledge gained from artifact crafting within the simulator. Formation Master Experience: the knowledge gained from formation cultivation within the simulator. 1 billion Spirit Stones: your earnings from work, not usable in the simulation. Transformation Fruit: one of the top 10 rare treasures of the Tianshu continent, growing in extreme Yin and cold regions, bearing fruit once every 300 years. This item increases the success rate of transformation by 30% and can extend the lifespan of the consumer. Pill Formula: all formulas you have mastered in the simulation. Formation: all formations you have mastered in the simulation. Magic Spell Cultivation Experience: the experience gained from practicing spells in the simulator. Heavenly Refining Cauldron: your lifebound treasure, a dual cultivation artifact, a rare item with significant growth potential, enhanced by exquisite refining skills and rare materials. Complete Demon Path Compendium: all demonic texts and knowledge you have perused within the Hahuan Sect's transmission tower. 5-colored Soul Summoning Banner: a high-grade soul banner transformed from the 5-colored cloud banner. Its ominous presence can terrify all in its vicinity, manifesting dire consequences. Shan Pi's Relic: the remnants left behind by Shan Pi. Fragment of Great Space Technique: ranked 3rd among the 10 divine arts of the cultivation realm, possessing wondrous and boundless power. Early Yuanying? Could it be that I have successfully broken through in the simulator? Upon seeing the first reward, Wang Li was momentarily stunned. Yet, as he read the subsequent descriptions, a wry smile emerged. So, it turns out to be merely a false Yuanying state, but for me, this suffices. The false Yuanying state, as long as I can find some powerful heavenly materials to facilitate a breakthrough, could transform into a true Yuanying. Quickly scanning through the list of rewards, Wang Li ultimately chose the early Yuanying, fragmented, and Shun Pi's Relic. The Huang level talent was not worth keeping, but the cultivation level and Shun Pi's Relic were indispensable. The teleportation token within Shun Pi's Relic is, for Wang Li at present, a true life-saving artifact. Although he was unsure how to activate it, the simulator suggested that this object possesses automatic protective capabilities, able to activate itself and guide its owner to safety. As the energies of the Yuanying realm surged within him, Wang Li immediately felt the spiritual energy from all directions pouring into him. With this thought, he hastily mobilized his magical power to begin refining. Half a year later, amidst the swirling snowflakes and the mountains blanketed in white, Wang Li's singular golden Dan had transformed into a small figure strikingly reminiscent of himself. Although this figure appeared rather stiff and lacked the liveliness typical of a true Yuanying, for Wang Li, it mattered not. As long as it was a Yuanying, it would suffice. One day, it would awaken its intelligence, evolving into a genuine Yuanying. Stabilizing his realm, after packing his belongings, Wang Li opened the door of his cave. Gazing at the icy world outside, softly murmuring, 12 years traversed, today I transform into a Yuanying. Nye Chutsong, I believe we shall meet again. With that, Wang Li took flight on his sword, departing the mountains where he had concealed himself for half a year. This journey had but one destination, the Shun clan. However, just as Wang Li soared 1,000 miles, a venerable old man with an ethereal presence intercepted him, smiling as he addressed Wang Li. We meet again. Wang Li. Young friend. Wang Li regarded the suddenly obstructing cultivator with a subtle change in expression. Chapter 52. Terrifying awakening. Upon seeing the old man's visage, Wang Li was taken aback by this unexpected encounter with an old acquaintance. If one were to consider the matter seriously, he owed this elder a debt of gratitude for having warned him about his impending demise 8 years hence. Yet, currently ensnared in a perilous situation, there was no necessity for recognition. Doing so would only increase the risk of exposure. Thus, Wang Li feigned unfamiliarity, coldly inquiring, "What is your name? Why do you block my path?" The white-bearded elder, seeing Wang Li's demeanor, chuckled as he gestured toward the cultivation market nestled within the mountains. "Why so distant with an old friend? Why not join me for a chat in the market? Could it be that young friend Wang Li fears I might reveal your whereabouts to the Li clan? I am Lu Zichong. I am not who you claim to be, Wang Li." Wang Li remained aloof. Observing Wang Li's reluctance to acknowledge him, the elder shook his head, continuing to smile. "Young friend Wang Li, I once practiced a secret technique that allows me to record the essence of everyone I encounter in my life. Although I am unsure how you escaped the Li clan, I possess an opportunity that is exceptionally suitable for you. Might you be interested?" Wang Li's countenance grew even more frigid. Does this old man take me for a fool, attempting to deceive me with talk of opportunity? If such an opportunity truly existed, he would have seized it himself long ago. Why would he leave it for me? Could it be that in this predatory world of cultivation, there truly exist virtuous beings who uplift others? Wang Li did not believe it. Moreover, he felt no kinship with the white-bearded elder. Even if there were a genuine opportunity, why would he bestow it upon him? There must be a trick at play. Casting a deep glance at the elder, Wang Li spoke in a calm tone. "Old man, we are not close acquaintances. Our relationship is merely one of transaction. I will count to 3. I kindly ask you to step aside. Do not obstruct my path. As for your so-called opportunity, you may enjoy it at your leisure. I have no fortune to partake in it." As he spoke, Wang Li began to distance himself. Ever since the elder had appeared before him, Wang Li had been attempting to discern his level of cultivation. Unfortunately, he had gleaned nothing. The elder was shrouded in a veil of mystery, either due to his techniques or because his cultivation had far surpassed Wang Li's. Seeing Wang Li attempt to move away, the elder's weathered face revealed a hint of indifference, and he reached out toward Wang Li. "Young friend, I fear you truly have no choice but to accompany me this time." Upon witnessing the elderly figure reaching out towards him, Wang Li, having long been prepared, moved even faster. In the instant the old man made his move, Wang Li had already positioned himself behind the elder. Enveloped in a swirling mass of dark energy that penetrated the old man's body, it was only after extracting a golden core from the elder's dantian that a hint of relief appeared on Wang Li's face. He then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, so you are merely a nascent soul cultivator. I thought I could not discern your cultivation level because you surpassed me, but it turns out you are just an insignificant insect. Yuan Ing cultivator. How is this possible? You are indeed a Yuan Ing cultivator." The white-bearded elder's countenance shifted dramatically as he sensed the faint aura emanating from Wang Li. Wang Li, uninterested in further dialogue with the elder, flicked his fingers, summoning over 1,000 soul locks formed from condensed magical energy, binding the elder tightly as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Spare me, young friend Wang Li. I have a treasure to offer. You truly are a befuddled old man. If I kill you, everything you possess will become mine." Wang Li replied with a cold smirk. He proceeded to extract and refine the elder's soul with ruthless efficiency. As the soul banner trembled slightly, a solitary spirit took residence within it. However, after probing the elder's memories, Wang Li's expression grew grave. The spirit banner of summoning informs you that it will not disclose any information for free. Each piece of information comes at a price, akin to an equivalent exchange. You choose to surrender the female specter to the spirit banner. Without hesitation, Wang Li selects yes. You hand over the female specter, which was hanging outside the door, to the spirit banner. You observe as the spirit banner conjures a gaping maw, devouring the female specter and enclosing it within. You then request information from the spirit banner. It reveals that a mysterious entity has seemingly descended upon this world, drawing others from the depths to awaken and reflect upon this realm. You surmise that the enigmatic presence mentioned by the spirit banner refers to you. Considering you bear the title of horrific revival, You remain silent for a considerable time, clutching the spirit banner tightly in your grasp. You declare that you are its master and that it must obey your every command. The spirit banner remains unresponsive. You gaze at the silent spirit banner, which feigns death. You teleport with the spirit banner to a mortal village, threatening it with the outhouse, asserting that as its master, it must comply with your commands. Otherwise, you would not hesitate to confine it within the outhouse forever, setting up a grand formation. The spirit banner concedes, expressing a willingness to serve you. You inquire why it requires the fierce specter. The spirit banner explains that it is merely assembling a puzzle. Both the specters and fierce specters possess their own paths to ascension. Once the puzzle is complete, they can break free from the constraints of their rules and evolve into higher beings. For instance, if a fierce specter gathers its respective pieces of the puzzle, it can shatter the limitations imposed by the rules, allowing it to kill without adhering to the so-called rules of murder. The spirit banner further elucidates why fierce specters commit murder. First, instinct drives them. The very existence of a specter embodies a potent aggressiveness and a desire for slaughter, reflecting its malevolent nature. This is an instinctual behavior, leading them to indiscriminately attack and kill any humans they encounter. Second, they follow established rules of murder, as each specter possesses specific regulations governing their killings. These rules are predetermined and not subject to the specter's will, but rather complement its instincts. When someone triggers these rules, the specter will kill in accordance with them. Third, to sustain their existence, specters must continually kill to replenish their supernatural energy, maintaining their activity. Although specters cannot be killed, only other specters can confront them, yet their power diminishes over time or with use, leading to slumber or death. Killing allows them to draw more life energy from humans, thus preserving their strength. Fourth, some specters have a concept of a puzzle. Some may have originally high completeness, but when scattered, they become multiple specters, each seeking suitable pieces to devour in order to restore their integrity, often accompanied by murder in the process. Fifth, they may be influenced by unknown factors. Under the stimulation of certain special items or environments, specters can become more frenzied and aggressive, resulting in increased killings. Ultimately, the spirit banner glances at you helplessly, stating that in past worlds where horrific revivals occurred, they were typically ordinary urban worlds devoid of extraordinary powers. It does not comprehend why this time the deep world would undergo a horrific revival in a world of cultivation, as the cultivation realm harbors too many unstable factors that offer no benefits to specters. However, the spirit banner reassures you that fortunately, this cultivation world lacks such unstable factors. You inquire about the so-called unstable factors. The spirit banner explains that the most unstable element in the cultivation world is the heavenly Tao, as it is usually immensely powerful. In such a world, a horrific revival would swiftly be suppressed and devoured by the heavenly Tao, becoming nourishment for the realm. However, your world possesses no heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, you are greatly astonished. How can there be no heavenly Tao? Confusion envelopes you as you reflect deeply. Just as you are about to question this spirit banner, you hear someone calling your name from behind. Wang Li, Wang Li. Air. Recognizing the familiar voice, you instinctively turn around. Chapter 54. Transmogrification into a specter. You discover a cold, black hand has already rested upon your shoulder, extinguishing a soul lantern on your shoulder. The spirit banner warns you that this is a calling specter, capable of mimicking any voice and specifically targeting solitary beings. Should it call your name and you turn back 3 times consecutively, you will face death at its hands, marking it as one of the most rudimentary types of fierce specters. You grasp the icy hand on your shoulder, pulling the calling specter before you, offering it to the spirit banner. After consuming the calling specter, the spirit banner's favor towards you increases significantly. It expresses a hope that you can assist it in gathering sufficient puzzle pieces, assuring you that once it breaks free from the rules, it will certainly guide you to become a fierce specter. You remain non-committal to the spirit banner's words, stating that you are uninterested in becoming a fierce specter. Your sole desire is to ascend to immortality and eternal life. The spirit banner gazes at your resolute expression, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately falls silent. As the simulation continues, the real Wang Li pauses, his inky eyes staring blankly at the stone wall of the cave, his expression as deep as water, lost in thought. After a long while, he finally sighs, reflecting, "No heavenly Tao. this world truly lacks a heavenly Tao? Is it the absence of the heavenly Tao that allowed me to successfully traverse to this realm? Otherwise, I would have likely been exterminated as an otherworldly demon long ago. However, I have a question. Has this world never possessed a heavenly Tao? Or did it once exist but subsequently vanished for some reason? After pondering for a moment, Wang Li continues to observe the simulation, deciding to leave these questions for future understanding. As long as he lives long enough and simulates extensively, the truth of this world will eventually surface. You return with the spirit banner to the Shen clan's immortal workshop. There, you find that the entire workshop has been ravaged by some entity, with dismembered limbs strewn across the ground, a truly horrifying sight. Just as you intend to inquire about something from the spirit banner, you notice your arm has been severed. Gazing at your bleeding left arm, you quickly distance yourself, only to see a ghastly figure composed of mismatched body parts staring vacantly at you. The spirit banner warns you that this is a specter shadow, driven by an uncontrollable desire to seek puzzle pieces. It fantasizes about possessing a complete body and frequently resorts to murder to procure suitable limbs for its own assembly. The spirit banner informs you that the killing rule of the specter shadow is to infiltrate a person's shadow. After a moment's contemplation, you inquire about how to deal with the specter shadow. The spirit banner advises that once it is pinned down, I once believed that transforming into the enigmatic sovereign would allow me to continue my cultivation. Alas, it seems that was a misguided hope. However, I still possess the external avatar. Should my efforts as an enigma falter, I can transfer my entire will into that external incarnation. In retrospect, I truly made the right choice in selecting this talent. After taking a deep breath, Wang Li resumed his gaze upon the simulation. You inquire about the soul-reaping banner and its previous mention of something more terrifying awakening. What does that mean? The soul-reaping banner informs you that the malevolent energy from the deep layers of the world will corrupt ancient beings that have long perished within the reflected realm, enabling them to emerge from the river of time, transforming into fearsome entities that descend upon the mortal realm. In the realm of cultivation you inhabit, there exist countless terrifying ancient beings. Should they undergo this corruption, it would spell disaster for the lesser entities that are but shadows of their former selves. However, whereas it once harbored concern, it now feels no fear, for you have been chosen by the deep layers of the world. The will of the deep layers will safeguard you from being absorbed and transformed into mere fragments by those ancient beings turned into fearsome entities. Your expression eases slightly. The soul-reaping banner suggests that you embark on a quest together to seek out these fearsome entities. Subdue and absorb them, thereby gathering the fragments you require. You agree with enthusiasm. Thus, you and the soul-reaping banner traverse the realm of cultivation, searching for the shadows of the enigmatic. A year later, the terrifying resurgence within the cultivation world escalates, with the entire Tianshu continent witnessing the revival of fearsome entities, resulting in a spree of murder and death. The human realm resembles a hellish landscape, with fearsome entities wreaking havoc, leaving no living beings in their wake. Countless mortals are slaughtered, their life energies drained by these malevolent beings. Yet, the powerful cultivators remain unscathed, standing firm amidst the chaos. You are not surprised by this outcome. While it is true that only enigmas can contend with enigmas, the strong cultivators have found ways to counter these forces. Once they discern the patterns of murder, the so-called enigmas collapse under their own weight, failing to pose any significant threat. As you continue to absorb fearsome entities alongside the soul-reaping banner, you collect fragments. Throughout this year, you acquire a pair of enigmatic hands and a pair of enigmatic eyes. The enigmatic hands possess the ability to suppress fearsome entities. The enigmatic eyes can exile any living being into a realm of chaos. In the second year, with the aid of the soul-reaping banner, you gather another fragment of a fearsome entity. This particular entity, known as the Enigma, wields tremendous power, and its patterns of murder can be easily triggered. Merely uttering the word Enigma will summon it before you, ready to strike you down. You absorb the fragment of the Enigma, acquiring its abilities, allowing you to respond to any being that invokes the term ghost. With this newfound power, you infiltrate the Li clan of celestial beings. Seizing your external avatar, you transfer all your treasures to this external incarnation. You send your external avatar to a hidden location, instructing it to focus solely on cultivation. In the third year, More and more cultivators learn how to counter the enigmas. Through the concerted efforts of these cultivators, fearsome entities gradually become targets, leading to their demise. Meanwhile, you and the soul-reaping banner operate in the shadows, greedily absorbing the fearsome entities rendered helpless by the cultivators, integrating them into your own being, forming yet more fragments. Your collection of fragments becomes ever more complete, and you gain increasing abilities. Among these fragments, you find the one that pleases you most, the fragment of the starving ghost, which greatly enhances your efficiency in absorbing fearsome entities. In the 4th year, as you and the soul-reaping banner travel toward a lake of corpses, you are confronted by a figure clad in a flowing black robe, shrouded in a veil of darkness. Chapter 55. The gift. You sense a hint of danger and are about to strike when you are cleaved in two by a flash of sword light. You feel all your fragments within dissipate. You hear the soul-reaping banner mention something about a primal artifact. Your enigmatic form is rendered lifeless. You and the soul-reaping banner are banished to a realm of chaos. In the final moments before your banishment, you glimpse through your enigmatic eyes a colossal skull hurtling through the distant cosmos, approaching the Tianshu continent at superluminal speed. The soul-reaping banner exclaims, "The star of death." Amidst a tumult of chaos, you and the soul-reaping banner arrive in a realm of disorder. You observe as the tempest of space relentlessly erodes your enigmatic form. Yet your form persistently regenerates, and you marvel at the resilience of the fearsome entity. Time passes, and after countless deaths, your will reaches its limit. You feel your consciousness waning, and in terror, you ask the soul-reaping banner why this is happening. The soul-reaping banner explains that this is the space of the heavenly Tao, akin to the stomach of the heavenly Tao. Anything that enters here will be assimilated and absorbed. You challenge the soul-reaping banner, recalling its assertion that enigmas cannot be killed, and that only enigmas can contend with enigmas. Why, then, is your consciousness fading? The soul-reaping banner clarifies that its prior statements were incomplete. Enigmas cannot be killed because their rules cannot be obliterated. However, once their rules are extinguished, the enigma itself ceases to exist. The reason only enigmas can confront enigmas is that only rules can counteract rules. It previously divulged this information to guide you down the path of the enigma. As the deep layers of the world require you, you are taken aback, yet it feels somewhat expected, for the soul-reaping banner's demeanor has shifted drastically, and you have been vigilantly wary of it all along. Do you attempt to withdraw your consciousness to your external avatar? You find it impossible. Time elapses, and your consciousness fades, your enigmatic form being eradicated and assimilated by the heavenly Tao space. You have perished. Lacking a soul, you are unable to trigger your passive talents. Simulation concluded. Indeed, one must not trust the words of ghosts. Wang Li quips humorously before turning his attention to the rewards from this simulation. This simulation has concluded. You may choose 2 rewards from the following options, and use simulation points to purchase 1 additional item to bring back. Terrifying resurgence. Your presence will attract something exceedingly dreadful. Be warned, those ancient beings that have slumbered into oblivion are undergoing a transformation. Current cultivation level from this simulation: early Yuanying, incomplete. Enigmatic shadow. A fearsome entity that has perished, capable of infiltrating the shadows of others and claiming their lives. Handle with caution, as it will draw the attention of the deep layers of the world. Enigma. A fearsome entity that has perished, able to respond to any being that invokes the term enigma, appearing by their side to take their life. Handle with caution, as it will draw the attention of the deep layers of the world. Enigmatic artifact, soul-reaping banner. A fearsome entity that has perished, possessing the ability to suppress enigmas, but cannot be controlled. Handle with caution, as it will draw the attention of the deep layers of the world. Enigmatic eyes. A fragment of a ghost that has been shattered, capable of effortlessly discerning the identities of beings, gazing into the far reaches of space, and exiling beings to a realm of chaos. Having perished, it can be controlled. Handle with caution, as it will draw the attention of the deep layers of the world. Ghostly hands. A powerful fragment of a fearsome entity, possessing the ability to suppress fearsome entities. Having perished, it can be controlled. Handle with caution, as it will draw the attention of the deep layers of the world. Starving ghost. A fearsome entity that has perished, capable of devouring living beings and assimilating them. It can be controlled. Handle with caution, as it will draw the attention of the deep layers of the world. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones pilfered through uncanny abilities within the simulator, not usable in simulations. Gift from the avatar. After issuing the command for your avatar to diligently cultivate, it began an unending regimen of training until the moment of its demise. Upon selection, you will receive the gifts left behind by your avatar. All options pertain to enigmas. Wang Li's expression reflects confusion. However, upon recalling his interactions with enigmas throughout this simulation, he quickly comes to terms with it. He then shifts his focus to the rewards. A gift from the avatar. This is the first time he has encountered such a reward. Yet, given that in previous simulations, the avatar was always the first to perish, this time it seems he has taken its place. He wonders what value this gift from the avatar may hold for him. After a prolonged contemplation, Wang Li chooses 300,000 low-grade spirit stones and the gift from the avatar. Regrettably, he is not an extreme individual. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to select terrifying resurgence and drag everyone along for the ride. As he watches the rewards panel close, Wang Li speaks softly. He then proceeds to open the gift from the avatar. In an instant, a radiant light surges into Wang Li's body, illuminating his internal yuanying. As the yuanying opens its eyes, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flows into him, following the guidance of the yuanying, strengthening his physique, expanding his meridians, and establishing a violet cave within the bridge of heaven and earth in his dantian for the yuanying's residence. Just how long did my external avatar survive? Merely this gift has ignited my yuanying. Upon sensing the flow of energy within him and realizing he has truly become a yuanying cultivator, Wang Li cannot contain his excitement. It seems that much transpired in the simulator after I was extinguished by the heavenly Tao space. However, I am curious. Didn't the soul-reaping banner claim that this world lacked a heavenly Tao? Why then did it later assert that the space I inhabit with it is the heavenly Tao space? Moreover, the enigmatic figure cloaked in black, shrouded in mist, what manner of existence is he? With a single stroke of his sword, he nearly claimed my life and banished us to the realm of celestial laws. Such power is truly unfathomable. As Wang Li silently contemplated, a cacophony of curses erupted around him. O the steward of the cave, I send my regards to your mother. Where is the spiritual energy? I was in the midst of a breakthrough. How dare you cut off the energy supply? To the steward, I send my regards to your old mother. Hurry up with the spiritual energy. Do not keep my brothers waiting too long. Hearing the raucous shouts, Wang Li offered an awkward smile before resuming his seated meditation, focusing on solidifying his internal cultivation. Half a month later, after successfully mastering both the Tai Su Shun Yin and Tai Su Wang Qi, Wang Li emerged from the cave, taking advantage of the night to infiltrate the Shun clan's celestial lineage. Along the way, he employed the phasing technique from the Shen Gui Xian Ming Yu Daozhen Jing, concealing his form as he traversed the expansive family mountains. Based on prior simulations, he wasted no time and swiftly made his way toward the rear mountains of the Shen clan. Under the watchful eyes of the law enforcement hall disciples, he entered the great stone pavilion atop the rear mountain peak, where he beheld a striking middle-aged cultivator, Shun Tianling, devouring the surrounding captive beasts raw, blood and flesh alike, exuding a terrifying aura of demonic energy. Wang Li recognized Shen Tianling and was about to admonish him for practicing dark arts. A figure suddenly stepped in front of him. Smiling enigmatically, "Young friend, what brings you to infiltrate my clan under the cover of night?" Upon seeing the elder blocking his path, Wang Li's expression shifted dramatically. He could not penetrate the depths of this man's cultivation, which was undoubtedly far superior to his own. What is the meaning of this? Why does this differ from the scenarios depicted in the simulator? In the simulations, I entered under the veil of night without encountering such a formidable presence. Wang Li regarded the elder before him, his face a canvas of fluctuating emotions. How should I address you, esteemed elder? Wang Li chose not to flee but instead clasped his hands in respect. Inquiring about the elder's identity, I am Shan Pu. The elder's words were abruptly interrupted by Wang Li. You are Shan Pu. Impossible. Shan Pu is already deceased. The elder paused momentarily, then gazed at Wang Li with a look of exasperation. Young one, could you not allow me to finish speaking? I am Shin Po's son. Furthermore, do not curse my father. He is alive and well. His soul tablet has yet to shatter. Shin Po is still alive? Wang Li was taken aback, yet upon reflection, It seemed logical. The simulator had thoroughly searched the depths of the stagnant waters but found no trace of Shinpo's remains. From that moment, Wang Li had speculated that there was a considerable chance Shanpi still lived. Now, hearing the elder's words confirmed his suspicions. However, if Shanpi is not dead, where could he possibly be? The upper realm, esteemed elder. I ventured into the Shun clan under the cover of night solely to prevent Shun Tianling from practicing dark arts. Do you believe me? I do not. The elder in white replied without the slightest hesitation. Very well. Since you do not believe me, I shall take my leave. With that, Wang Li attempted to teleport away. Yet, as the elder slightly raised his hand, he was instantly drawn back. How is this possible? I had just teleported away, yet a formidable force has pulled me back from miles away, instilling a sense of dread within me. Hastily distancing himself, he gazed at the elder in white. Are you a transcendent being? Wang Li swallowed hard, his expression filled with trepidation. Even fleeing 1,000 miles would not suffice against such power. This individual was undoubtedly a transcendent-level cultivator. It seems your understanding of transcendent beings is still rather limited. I am merely a humble Yuan-ing pinnacle cultivator. A Yuan-ing pinnacle cultivator possesses such strength? Wang Li was astonished. He acknowledged that he had previously underestimated the prowess of Yuan-ing pinnacle cultivators. Well, consider it unfortunate for you. Had you arrived just a day later, you would not have encountered me. However, since fate has brought us together, you must forfeit your life. The elder in white raised his hand, intent on executing Wang Li. Esteemed elder, are you truly resolved to kill me? Feeling the murderous intent emanating from the elder, Wang Li's complexion changed drastically. The elder's expression remained cold and impassive. What other course is there? Since you dared to infiltrate the Shin clan, you must face the consequences. I intend to use your Yuan-ing to deter those who would dare challenge the Shin clan. This elder is no ordinary opponent. Even with my mastery of Tai Su Shan-yin, he can still see through my cultivation. Just as this thought crossed Wang Li's mind, he witnessed the elder forming a hand seal. Sealing off his own cultivation at that moment, Wang Li comprehended why the elder could perceive his powers. This elder had also cultivated the Tai Su Xianjing. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to this tactic. Wang Li's expression hardened as he raised his hand to interrupt the elder. Esteemed elder, to speak candidly, I infiltrated the Shen clan in the dead of night to return the relic of Shanpu. The elder's finger halted at Wang Li's neck. Why father's relic? A flicker of emotion crossed the elder's face. After unsealing Wang Li's magical restraints, he regarded him with hollow eyes. If you dare deceive me, I will ensure you experience the most excruciating death this world has to offer. Wang Li remained silent, retrieving from his storage bag the relic of Shanpu that he had selected as a reward from the simulation and presenting it to the elder. The elder accepted the relic and began to examine it. In my lifetime, I have achieved great deeds as well as grave mistakes. Repairing the Tai Su seal to prevent the emergence of the strange was a great deed. Heeding the words of a mysterious person and imparting the Tai Su Xianjing to the world was a grave error. Because of my failings, my family has perished, and I will bear this guilt for eternity. Should those fortunate enough to obtain my relic come across it, please return the spiritual treasure, the Tai Su sword, to the Shun clan. I have sensed that a remnant of my lineage still remains. The rest of the relics may be given to you. My gratitude is boundless. Finally, the paper is scarce, and even if there were more, I could not fully express my thoughts in words. Remember this, do not ascend to the upper realm. As the elder read the letter, tears welled in his eyes. Why father's handwriting? I never imagined that after 5,000 years, I would see his script once more. Gently wiping away his tears, the elder regarded Wang Li with a more benevolent gaze. 5,000 years? Esteemed elder, you have lived for 5,000 years? Wang Li was astounded. It is known that the lifespan of a Yuan-ing cultivator is merely 1,200 years. Those who practice special techniques might reach over 2,000 years. And even with various longevity elixirs, it rarely exceeds 3,000 years. Yet, this elder in white was a genuine Yuan-ing cultivator who had lived for 5,000 years. How could this not astonish him? Seeing Wang Li's astonishment at his longevity, the elder smiled with pride. What is there to be astonished about? You must understand one thing. The reason we celestial clans dare to call ourselves such is that our ancestors were immortals. We are all descendants of immortals. As such, we, the descendants of immortals, have been blessed with long lifespans and extraordinary talents. Unlike those so-called celestial clans, who merely claim the title while being nothing more than a humble family that slowly developed into a cultivation clan. Lacking in heritage and legacy, to this point, the elder's expression darkened slightly as he pointedly criticized the Li clan, especially that so-called Li clan. They were merely a fishing village of mortals, who, upon finding the corpse of a cultivator, gained a little fortune from it and, with the support of the Tiani sect, have developed to this day. They, hailing from such humble beginnings, dare to call themselves a celestial clan. Wang Li silently gave a thumbs up. Regardless of who it was, as long as they denigrated the Li clan, Wang Li would support them. After a long moment, the elder's gaze shifted toward Shen Tianling, who was in the valley consuming the blood of the beasts to cultivate dark arts. I have high hopes for this boy. However, it is regrettable that his talent is too formidable, forsaken by heaven, making longevity difficult. Upon hearing this, Wang Li's brows furrowed tightly as he began to ponder. In previous simulations, Shen Tianling had mentioned that his talent was too great, rendering him unfit to exist in this world, with a lifespan only a mere 20% of a normal person's. Perhaps even less. Yet, in the terrifying resurgence simulation, the soul summoning banner had also informed me that this world does not possess a celestial law, and of course, it cannot be ruled out that it was merely deceiving me. After all, I and the soul summoning banner were subsequently banished to the realm of celestial laws by a mysterious figure. Thus, does a celestial law truly exist in this world? After contemplating for a while, Wang Li heard the elder calling him. Young man, what are you daydreaming about? Wang Li snapped back to attention and bowed respectfully to the elder. Esteemed elder, is there something you wish to command? The elder sat cross-legged on the ground, gesturing for Wang Li to do the same, his expression softening as he looked at him, his tone filled with warmth. Little one, thank you for bringing my father's letter. It is the finest gift I have received in these 5,000 years. Regardless of your intentions for infiltrating the Shen clan, I forgive you and am filled with gratitude, as I previously mentioned. Had you arrived just one day later, you would not have encountered me, for my time has come. From this day forth, I shall return to the cosmos, never to return. You intend to seize my body? Wang Li exhibited a flicker of wariness, as he sensed that his magical powers were rendered immobile. This old man, once again employing the technique of sealing immortals with a single thought, just as Wang Li pondered how to escape. The old man in white pointed a finger towards Wang Li's forehead. Chapter 57. Speculation. As the elder's magical energy surged into Wang Li's mind, two additional techniques abruptly manifested within his memories. The remnants of the Taishu Immortal Sutra and the Great Fortune Technique, as well as the content of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art. Senior, you? Wang Li gazed at the smiling elder, his eyes filled with incredulity. This old man not only refrained from seizing his body but instead imparted the Taishu Immortal Sutra, Great Fortune Technique, and Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art to him. Did you truly believe I sought to usurp your body? I merely intended to give you a fright. Lad, do not be foolish. I am a descendant of immortals with my own pride. Your mere mortal bloodline is hardly worth my attention, even if you attain the Yuanying stage at the tender age of 12. The white-clad elder spoke with haughty demeanor, an aura of disdain for the world radiating from him. His presence immediately drew the attention of Shen Tianling, who was cultivating demonic arts in the valley. Upon sensing the elder's aura, the old man seized Shen Tianling and brought him before himself. The latter, caught off guard, beheld Wang Li and the elder, his expression turning grave. The elder smacked Shen Tianling on the head, compelling him to kneel, and pointed at Wang Li, declaring, from now on, he shall be the ancestral figure of the Shen clan. You, young one, are fated to perish, harmed by the heavens. If you continue to lead, the Shen clan shall meet its demise. Shen Tianling was momentarily stunned, then respectfully turned to the elder, inquiring, Senior, may I ask who you are? Shen Mo, the elder replied softly. Then, his form began to collapse as he directed his gaze towards Wang Li, saying, Lad, remember my father's words. Do not ascend. The upper realm is filled with devouring fiends. The Taishu Immortal Sutra is crucial. At the right moment, it must be passed to the world. With that, the elder's form dissipated, transforming into a beam of spiritual light that penetrated the underground spirit vein of the Shen clan, nurturing it with his lifetime of cultivation, extending the clan's legacy for 300 years. As the elder vanished, only two relics remained upon the ground, a golden Taishu sword and his storage ring. As for the letter, it had been taken by the elder. One could only surmise that he, too, longed for his father. Wang Li mused inwardly. When he noticed Shen Tianling gazing at him, Wang Li spoke coolly. "What? Are you not going to pay your respects to the ancestor? Was that elder truly Shinimo?" Shen Tianling still harbored some disbelief. After all, the elder had imparted nothing to him before his demise. Who could tell if he was merely a stray dog masquerading as the ancestor of the Shen clan? Wang Li cast a curious glance at him and softly remarked, "What do you think? Did you not sense the resonance of your bloodline between you?" Shen Tianling fell silent for a moment before looking up at Wang Li and responding, "The current Shen clan is merely a branch of the ancient Shen clan. After millennia of intermarriage with outsiders, there are no purebloods left in the Shen clan. Even if that elder were truly Shinimo, it is impossible for me to share any blood resonance with him." "Very well, I understand. And please, next time you speak to me, remember to preface it with a greeting to the ancestor." Wang Li nodded, his expression grave. "Was he truly Shinimo? You have yet to answer my question." "Yes or no?" Wang Li replied uncertainly. "What do you mean?" Shen Tianling appeared perplexed. "I cannot ascertain whether he is the genuine Shinimo or an impostor, hence my ambiguous response. After all, the realm of cultivation is exceedingly treacherous. It is entirely plausible for someone to disguise themselves as your ancestor and scheme in the shadows." "That makes sense," Shen Tianling concurred thoughtfully. He then turned his gaze towards Wang Li, softly murmuring, "For now, I shall regard him as our ancestor Shinimo, therefore, as the designated elder of the Shen clan. Is there anything you require of me? First, arrange for me the most abundant spiritual energy cultivation cave within the Shen clan. Second, deliver all array formations, alchemical formulas, and martial techniques compiled by the Shen clan to my cave. Third, ensure the fulfillment of the first two requests without fail." Wang Li swiftly exercised his hard-won authority as the elder. Shen Tianling complied with each request, not daring to voice any objections for fear of offending Wang Li. By the way, do not practice the modified version of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art. It will bring you no benefit. If you wish to cultivate, stick to the unaltered version or simply accept your fate, Wang Li cautioned as he saw Shen Tianling preparing to depart. "Understood." Shen Tianling turned back, casting a profound gaze at Wang Li before leaving without hesitation. Wang Li watched Shen Tianling depart, then retrieved the Taishu sword and storage ring from the ground, contemplating the elder's final words. Why did he emphasize the importance of the Taishu Immortal Sutra and the necessity of passing it to the world at the right time? Was there a secret hidden within? With that thought, Wang Li concealed his form and reopened the simulator. Life Simulator LV3, upgradable, host, Wang Li, age, 13, technique, Divine Ghost Profound Nether Controlled True Scripture, cultivation level, early Yuanying. Simulation points, 4602000, simulation attempts, 5, talents, Vengeful Souls, black, Array Mastery, green, Alchemy Prodigy, green, Dual Focus, green, External Incarnation, green, Supreme Demon Path, purple, Artifact Crafting Prodigy, green, Blessed with Many Offspring, red, Evergreen, green, skills, Upper Tier Alchemist, Lower Tier Array Master, Lower Tier Artifact Craftsman, spells, Fireball Technique, Waterball Technique, Gravitational Technique, Wooden Shield Technique, Earth Escape Technique, Soul Binding Lock, Soul Escape. Talents ranked from lowest to highest, white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow, upgrade. Wang Li gazed at the upgrade option on the simulator and promptly selected it. In an instant, with the consumption of 20 million simulation energy points, the simulator successfully upgraded once again. Simultaneously, new simulation features emerged. The simulator can now perform a free simulation once every 6 months. Additional simulations require the expenditure of 1 million energy points. Each simulation allows for the extraction of talents using simulation points. Talents can be refreshed for free once per simulation, while additional refreshes require simulation energy points. Energy sources include, but are not limited to, spirit stones. After each simulation, 3 rewards can be selected to bring back to reality, in addition to 1 reward purchased with simulation points. The protagonist of the simulator can personally intervene in key choices during simulations. The simulation enhances immersion, allowing the host to enter the simulated world for an immersive experience. The host may freely engage in activities for 1 month, and all memories and skills acquired during this time will be retained, as the simulator will not reclaim them. Simulated talents can be retained in the simulation space after each simulation for future use, with each simulated talent being retained only once. Observing the transformation of the simulator from allowing a free simulation once a month to now permitting one every 6 months, Wang Li could hardly contain his astonishment. It became evident to him that as his strength continued to grow, the difficulty for the simulator to predict his future was likewise increasing, thus imposing certain restrictions on free simulations. However, this was merely one conjecture. Wang Li leaned more towards another idea. The true reason must be that the simulator was in dire need of energy. Otherwise, it would not repeatedly raise the threshold for free simulations, encouraging him to utilize simulation energy points for simulations. He speculated that the free simulation opportunities were actually accumulated energy by the simulator, specifically reserved for his use. For instance, when he was merely a chi refinement cultivator, the energy collected by the simulator over 7 days sufficed for one simulation. However, after reaching the Jedon stage, the energy gathered within 7 days was insufficient for another simulation. A month's worth of energy was now required. The same logic applied to the Yuanying stage. As the energy amassed by the simulator in a month was no longer adequate for a complete simulation, it required approximately 6 months' worth of energy. Thus, the free simulation period was extended. No, this line of thought was not entirely accurate. If that were the case, then why was there also a monthly free opportunity when I was at the Jedon stage? The ultimate truth must revolve around the rewards. The simulation rewards likely consume the majority of the energy. It is a well-known fact that matter cannot be created from nothing, which suggests that the bulk of the simulator's energy is utilized to construct simulation rewards. Having concluded this line of reasoning, Wang Li glanced at the simulator interface, noting that the previous 5 simulation attempts had vanished, replaced by a single simulation attempt. Simulation attempts 1. Seeing the number of free simulations reduced to 1. Wang Li found it difficult to accept, yet it seemed reasonable. Clearly, his conjecture was correct. However, a new question arose. Could the simulator not enhance its energy absorption speed with each upgrade? Of course, dwelling on such matters was futile. Wang Li was exceedingly pleased with the newly added features, particularly the ability to select an additional reward to bring back to reality after each simulation, as well as the new talent retention functionality. Taking a deep breath and gazing at the ageless pearl in his hand that could not be infused into the simulator, Wang Li, with a grave expression, declared, "Nye Chutsong. We shall simulate. Simulator, activate. Simulator initializing. You have utilized one simulation opportunity. Randomly selecting talents. Congratulations, you have acquired the purple talent, Late Bloomer. Late Bloomer. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience significant enhancement. The older you become, the greater the increase. Would you like to refresh your talent? Yes, no. Chapter 58. The Return of the Black Lines. No. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose no. This time it was the purple talent Late Bloomer, and he could not guarantee what might emerge in the next refresh. Would you like to initiate immersive simulation? No. Wang Li again opted for no, then turned to examine the simulation interface. You infiltrated the Shun clan's celestial lineage at night, receiving the remnants of Great Fortune Technique, Grand Void Celestial Scripture, and true magic of the 5 elements passed down from Shanmo, the son of Shen Piu. After witnessing Shanmo's fall, you promptly arranged for Shan Tianling to prepare your cave dwelling and alchemical formation manuals. Before long, Shan Tianling led you to his original residence within the cave. On the stone table of the cave, you discovered a storage ring. Shan Tianling informed you that he had left everything you needed inside. You nodded in satisfaction, signaling Shan Tianling to withdraw, indicating that you would summon him again if needed. Shan Tianling gazed at you deeply for a few moments before turning to leave. You inquired whether Shan Tianling was glimpsing your future. Shan Tianling was taken aback. He found you to be unfathomable. Shan Tianling revealed that since your appearance before him, he had utilized his divine talents no less than 3 times, yet could not see your future. He asked you who you were. Shan Tianling expressed that in all his time of cultivation, he had never encountered anyone as peculiar as you. Shrouded in fog with a future utterly inscrutable, you smiled slightly, saying nothing further, merely instructing Shan Tianling to focus on his own matters. You perused the alchemical recipes cataloged by the Shin clan. You examined the formation techniques recorded by the Shin clan. You studied the martial arts compiled by the Shin clan. Over the course of half a month, you committed all of it to memory. You attempted to practice the remnants of great fortune technique. You found it perpetually challenging to grasp the essential principles. You understood this was due to your insufficient comprehension and luck. You summoned Shen Tianling once more. You informed him of your intention to take a partner. You hoped he could introduce you to women from the Shen clan as potential wives. Shen Tianling looked at you with suspicion, questioning why a great cultivator at the nascent soul stage would concern himself with matters of love. You explained your desire to establish a celestial lineage, hoping the Shen family could provide you with suitable partners. After a moment of silence, Shen Tianling inquired how many you required. You replied, the more, the merrier. The next day, Shen Tianling convened a high-level meeting. He introduced you to the senior members of the Shen family, stating that you were the designated ancestor of the Shen clan by the late Shen Mo himself. Upon hearing this, the clan's leadership erupted in excitement, pressing for news of Shen Mo's whereabouts. However, upon learning of his demise, the fervor among the Shen members quickly subsided. Thanks to Shen Tianling's mediation, the senior members of the Shen family proposed that you should first marry 20 women. As a show of their support and recognition of you as their new ancestor, you expressed no objections. You made it clear to the senior members of the Shen family that you did not wish for your existence to be disclosed. You revealed your cultivation level. As the aura of the nascent soul enveloped the entire meeting room, the senior members of the Shen family were further convinced of your capabilities. Believing that with your addition, the Shen clan would undoubtedly rise to become the foremost celestial lineage in the Qi kingdom. Under Shen Tianling's arrangements, you met with 20 talented female cultivators from the Shen clan. You encountered Shen Inli once more, observing the beautiful girl with a white ponytail who exhibited a particularly languid demeanor. A hint of amusement flickered in your heart. 3 months later, the Shen clan held a grand wedding ceremony in your honor. At your request, you did not attend this wedding. You were aware that Nie Chuzong would be present to offer his congratulations. However, at that moment, you were not yet prepared to confront him. You held a profound understanding of yourself. You knew that standing before Nie Chuzong now, you were merely an ant, utterly powerless to resist. In the evening, after toasting with Shen Tianling and others, you headed to a festively decorated villa. You began to relish your splendid life. The following year, through your relentless efforts, your partners bore you a multitude of children. You welcomed them with a smile. The talent of prolific offspring activated. Your attributes experienced enhancement. At the invitation of the Shen family patriarch, you commenced crafting tools and alchemical concoctions for the Shen clan, thereby honing your skills. You refined pills for the Shen clan 300 times. Your alchemical skills improved. You crafted over 100 items for the Shen clan. Your artifact forging skills advanced. You produced hundreds of formation flags for the Shen clan. Your formation techniques were elevated. You once again requested a batch of partners from Shen Tianling. The entire Shen family continued to gather beautiful young female cultivators for you. You acquired 20 partners. In the 3rd year, through your tireless endeavors, your partners bore you another batch of children. You generously rewarded each of them with abundant cultivation resources. The talent of prolific offspring activated once more. Your attributes received a boost. You commenced your training in great fortune technique. In the 4th year, you grasped the threshold of understanding great fortune technique, yet it remained elusive. You pondered that perhaps the number of your children was insufficient, resulting in an inadequate enhancement for truly mastering great fortune technique. You continued your dual pursuits of childbearing and cultivation. In the 5th year, you caught your first glimpse of the path in practicing great fortune technique. This filled you with immense joy. You sensed that it would not be long before you mastered great fortune technique. You continued to visit the cave dwellings of your various partners and requested Shen Tianling to provide beautiful female cultivators from the clan. In the 6th year, as a new wave of infants arrived, the talent of prolific offspring activated once again. Your attributes were enhanced. You successfully cultivated great fortune technique. You condensed the auspicious canopy from great fortune technique. You noticed a glimmer of golden light resting upon your head, emanating a gentle glow that protected your physical form from the encroachments of malevolent forces. You began transitioning to Grand Void Celestial Scripture. After 6 months, you successfully transitioned to Grand Void Celestial Scripture. However, just as you achieved this transition, an unexpected event occurred. You observed a multitude of black lines appearing before your eyes. What is happening? The ominous presence has returned. Witnessing the simulation progress to this point, Wang Li's expression shifted, his gaze fixed intently on the simulation interface. The ominous presence has returned. How could this be possible? I clearly practiced great fortune technique in advance and condensed the auspicious canopy. Could it be that Nie Chuzong is deceiving me? Mastering great fortune technique cannot avert this ominous fate. Just as Wang Li contemplated this, the simulator updated the simulation progress once more. Chapter 59. Eternal Undying. Just as the black lines prepared to invade your body, you noticed a faint golden light emerging from within you. Repelling the black lines' intrusion, the black lines ceased their advance, yet lingered around you, poised to seek an opportunity to strike. Seeing this scene, you let out a long sigh of relief. Very well. It seems I was overly concerned. Witnessing the auspicious canopy truly protecting you from calamities, Wang Li's tense heartstrings relaxed significantly. You successfully transitioned to Grand Void Celestial Scripture. Grand Void Celestial Scripture genera, this is quite intriguing. The relic of Shun Pua that I currently possess was acquired through a simulator. Therefore, if I were to venture into the cave beneath the still waters once more within the simulator, would it be possible to obtain another relic of Shin Pur? Having a duplicate of Shin Po's relic would surely be fascinating. You infiltrated the Li clan of immortals. You destroyed Lu Ziduan's life tablet. You rendered Lu Ziduan unconscious and took him away. You placed Lu Ziduan in a secluded mountain range. Looking at the unconscious Lu Ziduan, you reminisced about the past and left some cultivation resources as a token of gratitude. You returned to the Shun clan of immortals. Half a year later, through your relentless efforts, your companions bore you a multitude of children. As usual, you rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources. The talent of having many children and blessings activated. Your attributes were enhanced. However, your cultivation still did not surpass the mid-stage of the Yuan infant. You speculated that perhaps more offspring were necessary for a breakthrough. You continued to command Shan Tianling to provide more female cultivators for you. Shan Tianling appeared somewhat troubled. Shin Tianling informed you that many clan members were currently in an uproar. You instructed Shin Tianling to do everything possible to appease them, expressing that you only desired what you sought. Shun Tianling's countenance displayed difficulty. Shun Tianling departed with a heavy heart. You continued to prepare for your endeavor of procreation. You began to delve into divine arts and techniques. After a prolonged period of study, you mastered the 5 elements slaughter technique. You learned the 5 elements evasion technique. You acquired the 5 elements defense technique. Your proficiency in the 10 techniques, including sealing immortals with a thought, traversing vast distances, discerning illusions, and manifesting forms through intent, among others, increased. You clenched your fists, feeling the immense power within you, softly murmuring, I now lack for nothing. On the first day of the 8th year, after finishing the reunion dinner, you returned to your cave abode, setting up numerous grand formations before projecting your consciousness into your external avatar. You maneuvered your external avatar to the secret realm of the immortal ruins. Upon entering the secret realm, you observed disciples of the Tianyi sect dealing with outsiders. You swiftly evaded, fleeing northward under the watchful eyes of many. An hour later, you shook off your pursuers and arrived at the northern boundary of the Dead Waters. You crossed the stone tablet and stepped into the realm of Dead Waters. Gazing at the stark white bones in the river, you smiled as you cast 2 eternal pearls into the depths. As the pearls sank into the water, the bones within the Dead Waters retreated in fear. Before long, an unusual cave at the riverbed appeared before you. You entered the cave beneath the Dead Waters. You skillfully retrieved Shin Po's relic. Opening the jade box, you discovered that Shin Po's belongings were neatly arranged inside. You felt a surge of joy. With Shin Po's relic in hand, you exited the cave beneath the Dead Waters. As you gazed at the 2 jade pearls lying quietly in the river, you fell into deep contemplation. A sudden thought struck you. You wished to carry the eternal pearls throughout the perilous terrains of the secret realm of the immortal ruins. You took the 2 eternal pearls. Cautiously, you began to weave through the secret realm of the immortal ruins. You noticed that the disciples of the Tianyi sect were only stationed in the central area, their figures absent from the east, west, south, and north. You set your course towards the eastern blood cliff. After 2 hours of travel, you arrived at the eastern blood cliff. Surrounded by the blood mist encircling the cliff, you spotted tiny crimson mosquitoes. You realized that these minute blood mosquitoes were extremely fearful of the eternal pearls in your possession. Controlling your external avatar, you held one pearl in each hand. You leaped into the abyss beneath the blood cliff. After a continuous fall of nearly 1,000 meters, you landed in a sea of blood. You beheld an endless expanse of corpses and flesh. Swimming atop the sea of blood, you looked up at the densely packed blood-colored mosquitoes above, feeling a wave of discomfort. In the center of the sea of blood stood a shattered monument. Split in two, you swam towards the monument. With a leap, you landed beside the remains of the monument. You noticed 6 large characters inscribed on it, eternally denied rebirth. Tentatively, you reached out to touch the stone tablet. You were jolted back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fear enveloped you as you sensed that had it not been for the warm light emitted by the eternal pearls at a critical moment, you might have perished utterly. Beneath the monument, you discovered a broken sword. You speculated that the broken sword might be a secret treasure, securing it to your waist. You gazed at the monument inscribed with eternally denied rebirth. After a moment of contemplation, you placed the 2 eternal pearls upon it. In an instant, the entire sea of blood began to boil. An endless aura of slaughter surged forth from the sea. You heard a piercing scream emanating from the depths of the blood sea. "Master, is it you? Have you come to save me?" You watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded, curiosity piquing as to what would occur next. You witnessed the monument forcibly shatter the 2 eternal pearls into dust. A sorrowful voice echoed from the blood sea. "So it turns out, you too have been shattered." Moments later, the tumultuous sea of blood fell completely still. Just as you thought everything had concluded, a surge of blood energy penetrated your mind. You acquired the Immortal Sutra of Eternal Calamity. A complete Immortal Sutra. At this moment, even Wang Li in the real world trembled with excitement. If even the fragmented Great Void Immortal Sutra was so powerful, how terrifying must a complete Immortal Sutra be? You were propelled by the blood energy, bursting forth from the blood cliff. Just as you ascended the cliff, a figure shrouded in hazy mist appeared before you. As you looked at the sudden apparition, intending to speak, you were pierced through by a sword. Thus, based on the information previously gathered, the secret realm of the immortal ruins is indeed the remnant of a fallen immortal. What, then, was the purpose of this sudden assailant who sought to slay my avatar? Were they aiming to prevent me from taking the inheritance acquired from the blood sea? Moreover, from whence does this individual hail? What is their identity, and for whom do they serve? After a long pause, Wang Li smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. "Very well, I believe that through continued simulations, all will soon be revealed. Furthermore, I must express gratitude for your intervention, which has made me realize the necessity of concealing myself even better." Having completed this silent contemplation, Wang Li once again turned his gaze to the simulation interface. Chapter 60. Immersive Simulation. Your consciousness returned to your original body, feeling the presence of the Immortal Sutra of Eternal Calamity within you. Still brimming with excitement, you suppressed your elation and began to peruse the Immortal Sutra of Eternal Calamity. You discovered that the cultivation requirements of the sutra were exceedingly stringent. It did not rely on spiritual energy for cultivation, but instead required the calamity energy inherent in the world. As the saying goes, all things possess their calamity. The Immortal Sutra of Eternal Calamity advocates building a foundation with calamity, refining pills with calamity, condensing infants with calamity. And ascending to immortality through calamity. The sole drawback is the slow pace of cultivation and the extremely rigorous conditions for ascension. Since the path taken is not one of spiritual energy, those who practice the Immortal Sutra of Eternal Calamity not only experience slow cultivation speed, but also do not receive the acknowledgement of immortal laws, rendering them unable to cross the immortal gates and ascend. Only by enduring myriad calamities and undergoing countless cycles can one forge an indestructible immortal body amidst the mortal realm, achieving eternal existence. You fell into silence, realizing that this method of cultivation may not be suitable for you. The idea of enduring myriad calamities and countless cycles to forge an indestructible immortal body sounds utterly fantastical. Although this method is immensely powerful, vastly surpassing the Great Void Immortal Sutra you have been practicing. Particularly in its recorded combat techniques, you do not intend to cultivate this method. Indeed, it is true that this method is not for me, but perhaps my avatar could practice it. After meticulous consideration, Wang Li arrived at this conclusion. He then activated the immersive simulation. He had not forgotten the simulator's newly updated feature. The simulation enhances immersive experience, allowing the host to enter the simulation world and engage in an immersive experience. The host may freely operate within the simulation world for 1 month, and all memories and proficiency gained during this month will belong to the host. The simulator will not reclaim them. Wang Li intended to utilize this new feature to bring the Immortal Sutra of Eternal Calamity back to the real world while simultaneously enhancing his proficiency in alchemy and artifact forging. You activated the immersive simulation and gained a month of free activity. As this text appeared on the simulation interface, amidst a whirlwind of sensations, Wang Li's consciousness entered the simulator. When he opened his eyes again, Wang Li found himself in a stunningly beautiful, ancient cave adorned with spirit stones. It must be said, I shall certainly enjoy this. Observing the rare treasures filling the cave, tiger skin, fox fur, exotic flowers, and herbs, Wang Li smiled slightly. He then began to examine the contents of the Immortal Sutra of Eternal Calamity. Within the simulator, his other self had extolled the virtues of this sutra to an almost divine degree, proclaiming it to be extraordinarily powerful, vastly exceeding the Great Void Immortal Sutra, especially in its recorded combat techniques, which were deemed the strongest he had ever encountered. As Wang Li concluded his perusal of the indestructible immortal scripture from his memory, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. It was indeed more formidable than the void immortal scripture. If Wang Li had previously underestimated the indestructible immortal scripture, from this moment forth, it would stand as the most powerful scripture he had ever encountered. The profound truth of indestructible immortal scripture lay in its essence. Indestructibility through eternal cycles. So long as a trace of genuine spirit remains, one may harness the forces of life and death to reincarnate, carrying forth the memories and powers of past lives to cultivate anew, ultimately enduring countless tribulations and traversing myriad worlds to achieve an immortal body, thus living as an immortal among mortals. Its 3 remarkable attributes include infinite adaptability, allowing combat in various extreme environments without being hindered by terrain or climate, gradually gaining immunity to the adversary's magical techniques through continuous battle. Infinite evolution, where the enhancement of all attributes progresses alongside the cultivator's ascension, with no discernible end. And infinite stamina, granting boundless endurance to engage in prolonged battles without succumbing to fatigue. Whether in fierce combat or arduous journeys, one may maintain peak condition, untroubled by exhaustion. The 6 realms of tribulation are as follows. 1. Initial tribulation realm. The foundational mastery of the indestructible power, enhancing the physical body to withstand general attacks. Upon reaching a certain level, the cultivator's physique undergoes transformation, enabling rapid regeneration of injured tissues. Even if severely damaged, as long as a flicker of life remains, one can swiftly recover and continue the fight, returning to form even after lethal blows. 2. Magical tribulation realm. A significant increase in magical power, with initial reserves far exceeding those of peers by 50-fold, capable of wielding tribulation energy to unleash potent spells. 3. Soul tribulation realm. The soul is fortified, offering formidable resistance against soul attacks. 4. Temporal tribulation realm. A substantial enhancement in speed, moving like lightning. Upon reaching full mastery, one can traverse the fabric of time at will. 5. Guardian tribulation realm. A marked increase in defensive capabilities, able to condense tribulation energy for self-protection, impervious to all forms of attack. 6. Power tribulation realm. Augmented strength, where at full maturity, one can effortlessly shatter mountains and capture celestial bodies with mere physical prowess. Beyond these extraordinary capabilities, the indestructible immortal scripture encompasses a myriad of potent abilities, particularly the comprehensive enhancements following the attainment of the indestructible immortal body, which indeed surpasses the void immortal scripture in might. Upon completing his review, Wang Li began to transcribe the scripture to deepen his memory for future reference. After finishing, he dismantled the formations surrounding his cave abode and proceeded to the alchemy hall of the Shen clan to commence his daily alchemical tasks. Upon arriving at the alchemy hall, Wang Li noticed a tuft of white hair flickering in the back room. Approaching for a closer look, he was met with the sight of a strikingly beautiful woman clad in white, eagerly stuffing pills into her mouth. Upon noticing Wang Li's gaze, the woman momentarily turned her head before resuming her indulgence. After consuming a couple more bottles, she seemed to recall something and quickly spun around. At that moment, the pills she had just ingested began to tumble from her mouth in a comical flurry. Panic-stricken, she exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Aren't you in seclusion?" Wang Li, rendered speechless, hadn't anticipated encountering Shan Yinli in the act of pilfering pills. No wonder there were frequent reports of missing pills within the Shen clan. Casting a bemused glance at Shan Yinli, he continued with his alchemical endeavors. Seeing Wang Li's impassive departure, Shan Yinli patted her chest, her curly white hair standing on end, revealing a hint of relief on her cherubic face. Fortunately, he bore no ill will. Wait, that's not good. His lack of discontent makes the situation even more serious. Realizing this, Shan Yinli hastily swallowed her saliva, her mind racing with thoughts akin to those found in dramatic tales. It's over. I'm surely going to be turned into a pill. I must escape. With that, Shan Yinli took off running. However, she returned shortly after, having swiftly gathered a considerable stash of pills before vanishing from sight. Wang Li, who had witnessed the entire spectacle through his divine sense, was now even more speechless. Yet, he harbored no concern for Shan Yinli's escape. The entirety of the Shen clan was enveloped by formations he had meticulously laid, rendering entry and exit impossible without the proper array tokens. Unless Shan Yinli possessed array mastery on par with his own, escape was not feasible. But is that even possible? She is merely a glutton. As evening fell, after completing his alchemical tasks, Wang Li returned to his residence, only to be met with the sound of weeping emanating from a corner. Chapter 61. Sealing Wang Li recognized the familiar sound and approached the corner with hands clasped behind his back. Upon witnessing Shan Yinli, tears streaming down her face as she munched on pills, he could no longer contain his composure. Observing her cheeks puffed out like a hamster's, he walked over and gently tapped her head. "What are you doing?" Startled, Shan Yinli, caught mid-chew, spat out the pills in a panic and gazed at Wang Li with fear. "Don't come closer. Don't turn me into a pill. Have you lost your mind?" As soon as those words escaped his lips, Wang Li felt something amiss. Nevertheless, he pressed on, "It's just a few pills. I would not go that far. Besides, am I really such an extreme person?" Shan Yinli nodded vigorously but then quickly shook her head upon seeing Wang Li's fierce gaze. "All right, stop crying. You are a mother of 3 now. Act a bit more composed and mature." He offered her a handkerchief in a bid to comfort her. After accepting the handkerchief and wiping away her tears, Shan Yinli began to pick up the scattered pills from the floor. "What are you doing? Planning to wash them and eat them again?" she pleaded pitifully. "That's unnecessary." Wang Li grasped her hand and turned to leave. Had it been before, he would have meticulously collected and cleaned each pill, but now, it simply wasn't needed. In the study, Shan Yinli observed Wang Li, who appeared lost in thought. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke up. "Wang Li, you won't hold it against me for stealing so many pills, will you?" "I dislike repeating myself." Wang Li regarded Shan Yinli's cheeks, speaking with a nonchalant tone. He then paused his writing, fixing his piercing gaze upon her. "There's something I fail to comprehend. Why do you resist cultivation? Since our acquaintance, you have always practiced passively, only complying when coerced." Shan Yinli remained silent for a moment before responding, "Because it feels meaningless. Cultivation holds no true value. We can never become immortals. Our ultimate fate is death." "Is that a conclusion drawn from your inherent talents?" Shan Yinli stared at Wang Li in shock, completely unprepared for him to discern her possessing innate abilities. "How did you know?" "Because I am a nascent soul cultivator." Wang Li chose not to conceal his cultivation level, allowing his aura to manifest. Upon sensing Wang Li's overwhelming presence, Shan Yinli's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, she soon wore a wry smile. "But that doesn't change anything. The aura of death already looms over your shoulders. In the near future, you too shall perish." Wang Li sighed at her words, fully aware of both his own circumstances and the state of the world. Truth be told, had it not been for the simulator, he might have long since abandoned hope. After all, this world was steeped in despair, with exploitation rampant from the bottom to the top. In the mortal realm, landlords oppressed peasants. Countless farmers sold their children due to desperation. In the realm of cultivation, Powerful families subjugated lower-tier cultivators. Just considering the cultivation realm of Qi country, how many immortal clans and the Tianyi sect had colluded to ensnare outsiders as disciples, casting them into the treacherous immortal ruins? Above the common folk stood the imperial court, and above the court were the immortal clans, all layers of oppression and exploitation. Even if one miraculously persevered to ascend to the next realm, they would find themselves surrounded by enigmatic beings, awaiting their demise. Achieving immortality truly seemed an unattainable dream. As Wang Li pondered these thoughts, Shen Yinli interjected once more, from my perspective, if cultivation truly bore fruit, the majority of people should be free from the aura of death, with only a few ensnared by it. Yet, in my experience, everyone I have encountered is ensnared by death's grasp. Thus, cultivation cannot genuinely lead to immortality. Why should I bother with it? It would be better to invest my youth in revelry, indulging in food, drink, and leisure each day. With that, Shen Yinli cast a sorrowful gaze at the contemplative Wang Li, adding, now that I've spoken my piece, you won't force me to cultivate any longer, right? I still plan to Why? Shen Yinli propped her face on her hands, on the verge of tears. Husband, I truly despise cultivation. It is so tedious and exhausting. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. If you do not cultivate, who will care for you when trouble befalls me in the future? What about the immortal clans? Without missing a beat, Shen Yinli retorted, but what if those clans fall too? And the children? Shen Yinli continued to argue back. Wang Li regarded her with a deep gaze before posing a haunting question. And what if the children perish too? What then? Then I shall forsake what I love and take my own life to accompany you. After all, death is inevitable. The sooner one dies, the sooner one can be reborn. Shen Yinli mumbled, and no sooner had she finished speaking than Wang Li's expression turned ominous as he struck out toward her. Very well. I shall send you to your death right now. Shen Yinli's eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed Wang Li's sudden aggression towards her. Clearly, she had not anticipated such an occurrence. However, at a critical moment, Wang Li retracted his magical energy and lightly flicked her forehead. Your heartbeat was unprecedentedly rapid just now. It appears you are not truly unafraid of death, he remarked, covering her forehead. Shen Yinli pouted and retorted, who isn't afraid of death? Besides, I still have so many experiences and delights yet to savor. Dying now would be a tremendous loss. Wang Li merely smiled in response, offering no further commentary. Soon, the month of freedom simulation came to an end. Within the alchemy hall, Wang Li observed Shen Yinli, who was still surreptitiously consuming elixirs, and after a resigned smile, his consciousness returned to the reality. Upon reappearing in the real world and recalling the memories within his mind, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Wang Li's eyes. With the upgrade of the simulator's functions, the immersive simulation had finally proven its worth. Previously, the simulations had merely been a formality. Even a complete simulation from start to finish yielded no tangible knowledge from the experience. However, this time was different. In summary, I am thoroughly pleased with the new features. Simultaneously, the simulation interface updated its progress. You immersed yourself in the simulation for a month. You have gained deeper insights into Shen Yinli. You have begun to deepen your favor with Shen Yinli. You received a drop of her blood. You attempted to activate Shen Po's storage ring. You successfully activated Shen Po's storage ring. You obtained 100 million low-grade spirit stones. You acquired a mysterious teleportation token. You received a cultivation technique named Divine Demon Visualization Method. You obtained a high-grade magical treasure, the 5-colored cloud banner. You received a jade page book authored by Shin P. You acquired a sword cultivation technique named Reverse Chaos 8 Styles. You obtained all of Shin Po's relics. You practiced Divine Demon Visualization Method. You practiced the sword technique Reverse Chaos 8 Styles. In the 9th year, through your tireless efforts, your partners bore you a multitude of children. You rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources. The talent for many children and blessings activated. With over 80 children, you successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Overwhelmed with joy, you began to stabilize your cultivation. In the 10th year, you collected numerous rare materials through the Shen clan. Your companions became pregnant. You began to carve out time to refine your own innate magical treasure. By year's end, your partners bore you a multitude of children. The talent for many children and blessings activated. Your attributes were enhanced. In the 11th year, you successfully crafted your own innate magical treasure, the celestial refining cauldron. You infused it with the golden dan obtained from Li Xuanya, the white-bearded old Taoist, not only to enhance the quality of the celestial refining cauldron, but also as a hidden reserve of energy for emergencies. You acquired a high-grade magical treasure. Using the remaining materials, you transformed the high-grade defensive magical treasure, the five-colored cloud banner, into a soul-summoning banner. After 6 months, you obtained a soul-summoning banner of high-grade magical treasure quality. You attempted to modify the void sword into a blade. You failed in the modification. You refined the spirit treasure, the void sword. In the 12th year, you found Shan Tianling. You informed Shan Tianling of your desire to bring the entire Shan clan to ally with the demon sect. Shan Tianling's eyes widened in disbelief. Shan Tianling acknowledged that you are now the ancestral figure of the Shan family, and all within the celestial clan shall follow your lead. The abrupt shift in attitude was amusing to contemplate. During the previous simulation, Shan Tianling had vehemently opposed the notion. Now, however, he expressed complete compliance. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, strength speaks volumes. You informed Shan Tianling that you would first join the He-Huan sect to establish your own influence there. You explained to Shan Tianling that in less than a decade, the demon sects coalition would assault the 7 orthodox sects, at which point the Shan clan merely needed to strike from the shadows. Shan Tianling agreed with your plan. Before your departure, you specifically sought out Shan Yinli to assess any ominous signs. Having confirmed there was no danger, you departed the Shan clan under the cover of night. 10 days later, you arrived at the Happy Square beneath the banner of the He-Huan sect. Just as you stepped into the Happy Square, you were intercepted by an exceptionally handsome middle-aged cultivator. You felt your magical energy being sealed. You gazed incredulously at the middle-aged cultivator before you. Chapter 62. Revealing the truth to the upper realm, you recognized the visitor as the Yin-Yang sovereign. You were astonished that the Yin-Yang sovereign could also wield the power to seal immortals with a mere thought. You came to understand the Yin-Yang sovereign's ability to contend with Nie Chuzong, even emerging victorious. The Yin-Yang sovereign was unfathomable, far more powerful than you had imagined. The Yin-Yang sovereign intended to probe your soul. You informed the Yin-Yang sovereign that you had come to join the He-Huan sect. The Yin-Yang sovereign was skeptical. You channeled your magical energy to break the seal. You gestured for a truce towards the Yin-Yang sovereign. You explained that a fully realized nascent soul cultivator had set their sights on you, which compelled you to seek refuge within the He-Huan sect. You offered to assist the Yin-Yang sovereign in concocting the Yin-Yang harmony pill. The Yin-Yang sovereign regarded you with a penetrating gaze. He invited you to discuss matters further within the He-Huan sect. You proceeded to the He-Huan sect. In the sovereign's grand hall, you and the Yin-Yang sovereign sat facing one another. You observed the Yin-Yang sovereign manifest a female persona. The female persona brewed tea for both you and the Yin-Yang sovereign before gracefully taking her place at the left side of the hall, delicately playing a tune. As the soothing melody filled the air, the Yin-Yang sovereign inquired about your origins. You replied that you were merely an unremarkable loose cultivator, introducing yourself under the alias Han Li. The Yin-Yang sovereign's face revealed a hint of amusement, clearly unconvinced by your claims. You clarified that you had come to the He-Huan sect for 3 specific reasons. The Yin-Yang sovereign observed you calmly, indicating he only accepted equivalent exchanges. If you could provide him with something satisfactory, he would reciprocate with 3 equivalent requests. You stated your intention to exchange a complete celestial scripture for all the cultivation techniques in his possession. The Yin-Yang sovereign was taken aback. He acknowledged that you had successfully altered his perception of you. He requested that you surrender the celestial scripture for his perusal. You handed over a copy of the eternal immortal scripture. The Yin-Yang sovereign received the scripture and began to examine it. After half an hour, the Yin-Yang sovereign incinerated the scripture. He then asked you where this celestial scripture had originated. You remained silent, merely offering a mysterious smile. The Yin-Yang sovereign extended his finger towards your forehead. You received fragments of the void immortal scripture. You obtained fragments of the great Yin-Yang technique. You received fragments of the great fortune technique. You acquired fragments of the reincarnation immortal scripture. You received fragments of the dragon phoenix Yin-Yang reversal technique. You obtained fragments of the Yin-Yang immortal scripture. You acquired all of the cultivation techniques mastered by the Yin-Yang sovereign. As the simulation concluded, Wang Li fell into deep contemplation, and after some time, he revealed a wry smile. Yin Yang Immortal Scripture, Reincarnation Immortal Scripture, Void Immortal Scripture, Great Yin Yang Technique, Great Fortune Technique. No, my friend, 3 celestial scriptures and 2 divine techniques? No wonder Nie Chuzong fled in terror. You inquired of the Yin Yang sovereign how he could cultivate so many techniques without succumbing to madness. The Yin Yang sovereign explained that his physique is the innate Yin Yang body, which allows the Yin and Yang energies within him to automatically balance the conflicts between the techniques, enhancing their synergy and perfecting their interplay. You asked the Yin Yang sovereign if ordinary cultivators have a way to cultivate multiple techniques simultaneously. He advised that ordinary cultivators should earnestly follow their own paths. Attempting to emulate him by cultivating multiple techniques would only lead to a swifter demise. You inquired if there existed a technique allowing the simultaneous cultivation of various disciplines. The Yin Yang sovereign revealed that in his centuries of existence, he had yet to encounter such a technique, though perhaps it existed in ancient times. You were profoundly disappointed. You requested to join the He Huan sect. You demonstrated your alchemical and artifact refining skills to the Yin Yang sovereign. The Yin Yang sovereign readily agreed, stating he would announce your affiliation to the demon sect and establish you as a revered figure among them. You declined. You expressed your preference for discretion. Publicizing your alliance with the demon sect would inevitably expose your movements to adversaries. You clarified that your desire to join the He Huan sect was not for the sake of power or status, but solely for the protection of the sovereign. The Yin Yang sovereign, intrigued, questioned just how formidable the cultivator you had offended could be to elicit such caution from you. You revealed that the cultivator you had crossed was none other than Nie Chuzong, the domain lord of the Eastern Spirit Domain. The Yin Yang sovereign expressed surprise and inquired how you had incurred the wrath of the Pill Saint. You conveyed to the Yin Yang sovereign that you bore no ill will towards Nie Chuzong, and that the discord between you was instigated by the Immortal Pearl. The Yin Yang sovereign expressed surprise, then remarked with a smile that if the conflict arose from the Immortal Pearl, why not hand it over to Nie Chuzong and transform enmity into harmony? He advised you to present the Immortal Pearl to Nie Chuzong, suggesting that he might resolve the strife between you. You responded that the Immortal Pearl could not be entrusted to Nie Chuzong. Should he gather all the Immortal Pearls, he would ascend to the Taishu Immortal Abode and unleash the sealed anomalies within it. At that juncture, the entire Tianshu continent would face catastrophic repercussions, resulting in untold suffering and loss of life. The Yin Yang sovereign fell into contemplation. He urged you to disclose all that you knew. You proceeded to inform him of everything regarding the Taishu Immortal Abode and Nie Chuzong. The expression on the Yin Yang sovereign's face grew increasingly grave. He inquired whether the 2 immortal pearls remained in your possession. You disclosed that you had placed them in the Shinshu secret realm. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Yin Yang sovereign's face. He informed you that the immortal pearls, unless the original holder had perished or they were gifted to another, would invariably return to the original holder by the following day, regardless of where they were cast. He surmised that the Shinshu secret realm harbored significant secrets. You did not deny this assertion, for indeed, the Shinshu secret realm held profound mysteries. Ultimately, you remained silent, gazing at the Yin Yang sovereign. He asked if there was anything else you were concealing from him. After a moment's hesitation, you revealed the truth about ascending to the higher realms. You explained that the Tianshu continent was merely a breeding ground, and the so-called upper realms were inhabited by predatory entities that would forcibly abduct anyone who reached the god transformation stage, subjecting them to consumption and refinement. The Yin Yang sovereign contemplated this revelation. He chose to place his trust in your words. You regarded him with astonishment. He disclosed that many had suspected that the upper realms had undergone a transformation, now resembling a forbidden zone for living beings. From ancient times until the present, no cultivator who ascended to the upper realms had ever returned. Indeed, many had seen their life tablets shatter. The Yin Yang sovereign continued, indicating that his master, the demon lord Huanyu, though his life tablet remained intact, exhibited signs of extremely diminished vitality, suggesting that his current state lingered between life and death. You inquired whether this might be the deliberate machination of the predatory creatures from the upper realms. The Yin Yang sovereign sighed, conceding that you might be correct. You then articulated your subsequent request to him. The Yin Yang sovereign nodded in agreement. He summoned the fairy Miaoyu and entrusted her with your care. You received a token from the Yin Yang sovereign, He instructed you to summon the token at the first sign of danger. The Yin-Yang sovereign then commenced a period of seclusion for cultivation. You departed the sovereign's grand hall, accompanied by Fairy Miaoyu. Under her guidance, you ascended to the position of elder of the alchemy hall within the Hahuan sect. Through her arrangements, you became the deputy sect master of the Hahuan sect.